After my parents passed away, the first thing I did was sell my younger siblings to human traffickers, while I took the money and went off to enjoy myself. My 4 younger siblings hated me to the core, and after growing up, they all became outstanding figures in various industries. At this moment, I am lying on the bed, on the verge of death, and my younger siblings, whom I haven't seen for many years, have gathered once again at my bedside. Is he dead? Wei Pingsheng said impatiently. He didn't even want to call him Big Brother, because since he could remember, Wei Pingsheng had seen his big brother send him and his younger siblings to other people's homes, and Wei Xia often asked him for money. Because of this biological brother's misdeeds, he had always been looked down upon in the business world. Why is he still alive? He really has some nerve. Wei Pingsheng, the third son of the Wei family, was pacing back and forth. Unlike his second brother, who was dressed in luxury, Wei Pingsheng was the deputy minister of economy in Shihai City, with a prominent and imposing identity, exuding a strong presence. Faced with this older brother, Wei Pingsheng was filled with disdain and annoyance. He had a bright future ahead, praised multiple times by state media, and was considered the most outstanding minister in Dongchang province in terms of both achievements and various developments. The only criticism he faced was having a brother with a notorious reputation. The patient currently has a weak breath and is likely not to survive the next few days, Nurse Chen Xiaoye said softly, not daring to raise her head under the pressure of the 4 people in front of her. He is finally leaving, and the Wei family will no longer face any obstacles. Wei Pingyang, the 4th daughter of the Wei family, is the most uniquely poised among the crowd. Although she is 35 years old and dressed simply, her status is extremely important. Wei Pingyang is affiliated with the Research Institute, serving as a senior director, responsible for the research of brainwave engineering projects, and has made significant breakthroughs at the Alliance Forum multiple times. Her status is very high, and the Alliance has also provided her with bodyguards and security. Sister 4, the brainwave device your team is researching should be ready for experimentation. Right? Let's test it on him. I don't want to see his fallen and sinful life, I just want to see what my parents look like through Wei Xia's perspective. Wei Jia's 5th daughter, Wei Pingling, 30 years old, is exceptionally beautiful and a new generation star in the entertainment industry. Because of her older siblings' high status, she is known in the entertainment circle as the Music Empress. At this moment, Wei Pingling is no longer the confident and radiant figure on stage. Her eyes are filled with tears, and she dreams of knowing who her parents really are, what they looked like, why they left no photos, and why they were so cruel at the time to hand them over to an irresponsible and completely incompetent older brother. The academic term for the brainwave device is PRASONEHSCMOZ, which is a device developed by Wei Pingyang in collaboration with a Polish brainwave team at the Brainwave Research Institute. This device connects to the human brain's pituitary gland and can extract memories. Its astonishing feature is that it can simultaneously connect 2 people, allowing one person to enter the body of the wearer as a child, changing and experiencing their life. Wei Pingling wants to use this device to see her parents from the so-called Big Brother perspective. She has never experienced familial love in her life and is eager to take this opportunity to catch a glimpse. The brainwave device's visuals are released online. I want to become the Wei Xia of my childhood, while playing the original memories of Wei Xia for comparison. I want to tell everyone what a firstborn should look like. Wei family's second son, Wei Pingsheng, spoke and made a decision. The brainwave device will play in real time at 8 o'clock on New Year's Eve. Wei Pingsheng leads the audience and many others into decades ago. As his consciousness enters the body of young Wei Xia, he wants to tell the audience what a true elder brother is. Wei Xia's original memories will also play normally. After all, his memories are all about irresponsibility, evasion, and avoidance, which just happens to serve as a negative example of an unqualified eldest son. After comparing the 2 stages of the same person's life, others will also gradually wear the device, becoming young Wei Xia, allowing the audience to see what they would do if they were Wei Xia, the eldest son. Wei Jia Sanzi Wei Ping believes that this has a strong promotional advantage for his future development, and Wei Jia Si knew Wei Pingyang also nodded in agreement. There are less than 2 days until New Year's Eve, and they must hurry to prevent Wei Xia from suddenly passing away. Wei Pingsheng began to organize and promote the New Year's Eve program in the name of the business association. Wei Ping is quickly arranging for the program to go live using his personal network resources, while also increasing official promotional efforts. Wei Pingyang arrived at the hospital room with brainwave equipment and a tech team to start equipping Wei Xia. Wei Pingling, in her capacity as the music emperor and empress of the entertainment industry, widely mobilized star friends to promote the New Year's Eve live broadcast program that compares the life of the eldest son through memory tracing. On New Year's Eve, every member of the Wei family brought their families into the hospital room, and reporters from various newspapers followed one after another. Starting from midnight, the program became a complete sensation. with memory retrospective of the eldest son's life comparison topping the Weibo Hot Search and Douyin Hot Search. This is an incredibly New Year's Eve truth program, featuring top businessmen, rising stars in politics, representatives from scientific research, and entertainment figures, among other prominent representatives, creating an extremely impressive lineup with abundant resources, gathering various elements of the present. In the top-level intensive care unit of Yecheng First People's Hospital, the ward is filled with cameras and recording equipment. A weak, emaciated middle-aged man lies on the hospital bed, his hair disheveled, and his chest and back covered in tattoos. His brows are always furrowed, as if he has many worries in his heart. Wei Xia's life has entered its final moments, his chest rises and falls weakly, and at this time, his consciousness is already blurred. Wei Xia feels someone placing instruments on his head, connecting brain waves to his pituitary gland, and he hears the familiar voices of his younger siblings. He really wanted to open his eyes to see them, but he had no strength left and could only tiredly press his lips together. Over the past few decades, he has finally fulfilled his promise to his parents, nurturing his younger siblings to become successful and bringing the murderer to justice. To protect his siblings, no one knows about his actions, and no one understands him, but he feels it doesn't matter, because as the eldest son in the family, he must support the family. After decades, Wei Xia has finally lived up to the identity of eldest son. Before life fades away, Wei Xia seems to have returned to the night his parents were murdered. He hears his childhood voice, "I am the eldest son, without descendants or wealth, 2,000 miles away from home. In this life, I strive for revenge. In this life, I want my siblings to succeed. Have I achieved that? I am the eldest son. I am the future pillar of the family. I must become strong, even if I die on the way. As the eldest son, there is no retreat, only forward. I am the eldest son. I must die on the path of revitalizing the family. Die in the brilliant night of my siblings' lives. Die on the day when my parents' great revenge is avenged. Did I succeed?" Wei Xia's eyes were dazed. At this moment, the brainwave instrument officially emitted a beep 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 sound, indicating that the brainwave memory tracing life comparison device was successfully connected. On New Year's Eve 2025, the cold wind was biting. It was a day when every household was watching their phones, watching TV, eating, and drinking. Even the prisoners in jail were watching TV. It was also the most joyful and family reunion day of the year. The top trending topic on Weibo was the life simulation of Wei family's eldest son begins, where the 4 children of the Wei family would simulate the life of the eldest son, allowing the audience to see what an ideal eldest son should be like. The top trending topic on Douyin was Wei family's second child claims to simulate eldest son's life, contrasting with the eldest son's mistaken life, to show everyone what an excellent eldest son looks like. The top trending topic on Jean Retushio was Wei family's 4 daughters accept interview, stating that if they simulate the eldest son's life, they will be an incredibly excellent eldest son or daughter. The Beifong Morning Post interviewed Wei family's 5th daughter, Wei Pingling, who stated that she would simulate the life of the eldest son, creating a stark contrast with the eldest son's decayed life, and must showcase what an eldest son should truly be like. On New Year's Eve at 6 o'clock, 2 hours before the live broadcast of the program, the Wei family's 5 siblings show was directly reserved by over 2 million people online, and more than 10 TV stations postponed their original recording plans to choose to air simultaneously with this program. As soon as the program released its trailer, 8 million viewers locked onto the TV station. The official name for the program is Eldest Son Comparison, and it was even broadcast live overseas, translated as 2 segments of life, Eldest Son Comparison. At 8 o'clock on New Year's Eve, the brainwave research team activated the equipment, and the brainwave projection device was set up in the ward. Wei Pingsheng also wore the brainwave device. The brainwave research professor explained, "Next, you will return to the body of Wei Xia from 30 years ago. In the year 1995, you will control his body to choose a new life. Another screen will display Wei Xia's original life trajectory. There will be 2 scenes, one simulates the life of the eldest son, and the other shows the original life of the eldest son. Wei Xia, the comparison begins." Wei Pingsheng nodded calmly. As a prominent figure in the Wei family's business, he remained calm and composed. This time he was fully prepared and must let the people of the world see that as the eldest son, he should lead the Wei family onto a smooth path. The device starts, and the audience sees the first scene. On the winter New Year's Eve of 1995, fireworks and firecrackers are ringing in the mining community of Baida town. Yecheng, Wei Pingsheng possesses the body of 12-year-old Wei Xia and begins to experience the life of the eldest son. The first act Wei Pingsheng see is wrapping Dumpling's parents. He just wanted to be excited to shout mom and dad, then heard the doorway to the sound of cars crashing into the door, and firearms shooting, angry curses. It exploded with a bang, like the house shook a little. In front of this absolute violence Wei Pingsheng directly frozen. Wei father shouted him a few times, found him still frozen. Wei father can only hold him out of the back door. Stuffed him into the cornstalks. Wei Pengsheng huddled within the cornstalks the entire time. He is a business wizard, but rarely come into contact with this kind of direct violence killing images. Especially suddenly contact, a moment between the complete loss of concentration. It was not until a long time ago that Wei Pengsheng trembled and drilled out of the cornstalks. And then he went around to the front door, looked at the broken door, and entered the yard. When Wei Pengsheng saw the scene in front of him, directly trembling up, dumbfounded, he looked at the house in a bewildered shock. The house pots and pans were shattered all over the place. Bedding was sprinkled with gasoline ignited ablaze. Inside the house, the parents were bruised and vomiting blood, and their mouths emitted a foul odor of pesticides. Wei's father was already dead, and he was still black with blood from a stab wound in his chest. Wei mother forced her last breath to crawl to him, stroking her eldest son with her gradually cold hand. Son, you won't be able to cry from now on. You're going to grandma's house to take care of your siblings. You're the big brother. You can't cry from now on. Go and take care of your brother and sister. Don't avenge us. You live well. Don't touch these people. They're all crazy. You're the boss. Wei mother coughing hard murmured. Because it was hard, she wanted to try to cough out all the lungs. Finally her face became darker and darker until she fell limp to the ground. When she died she still clutched her eldest son's hand. Wei Pengsheng was dumbfounded. He finally began to recover his memory. And the whole person looked at the fire in front of him and muttered, I remember. That year Wei Xiao went to pick us up at his grandma's house. He said his parents were out and there was a fire in the house. Turns out it wasn't a fire. It was someone's deliberate revenge for victimizing the parents. But why would Wei Fla lie? Wei Pengsheng did not understand. He was suddenly calm. You're scared. You're scared, aren't you? Wei Pengsheng roared. He frantically slapped himself a few times to keep calm. Then he would quickly knock on his neighbor's door. No one responded. The other neighbors, out of fear and to avoid drawing fire, no one opened the door. They all ignored it and let Wei Pengsheng keep tapping on the door. The town's wild dogs barked wildly. The family dogs barked, and the other towns set off firecrackers and fireworks. Wei Pengsheng tiredly gave up hammering. He looked at the town with indignation and disgust. The parents helped the villagers so much, but now meh. All cowards. Wei Pengsheng began to ride home 28 bar to the police station 8 miles away, but found that the tires were flat. He gritted his teeth and pedaled, the wheels heavy and the silt forward. He fell down several times, but he was extremely strong-willed and continued to move forward. I'm going to show you. What do you mean? Firstborn, Wei Pengsheng roared. He showed perseverance, gritting his teeth and braving the snow. Finally reached the police station after an hour as the road was full of all kinds of sludge and muddy water from the rain. Then Wei Pengsheng stunned. The police station on the 2 old police officers on duty. They heard the case after a big change in demeanor. Rushed to call the county public security bureau, because the mining community is too remote. The police force was initially insufficient, until after 98 years to formally match the specifications of the police station. The police car will take 3 hours to get there, and the road is muddy. The old constable informed truthfully. Wei Pengsheng was irritable. The journey had consumed all his patience. His 12-year-old body didn't have much strength. He was tired of waiting at the police station. He borrowed the phone and was ready to call his grandma's house. This moment Wei Pengsheng stunned. In the end, how to tell the maternal grandmother's family and younger siblings it. In this life he is the eldest son status. After thinking for a long time, he decided to be honest. Grandma, Grandpa, my mom and dad were murdered. You guys come quickly. Bring more people. Wei Pengsheng was calm beyond belief. He decided to make things bigger with a business mindset. Surely he could find out the truth quickly. And on the other end of the phone, Wei Pengsheng heard his younger siblings' various cries and shouts. Wei Pengsheng felt complicated in his heart. He did not know as the eldest son. He did this step right. But no harm done. Wei Pengsheng gritted his teeth. At least he didn't choose to dodge like Wei Fla. He wants to quickly find out the truth about the real culprits who victimized his parents. Then take care of and help each sibling as an elder brother. That's big brother. Afterward, Wei Pengsheng was calm and decisive, informing the veteran police officer. Prepare medical masks, fingerprints and footprints collection experts. Ask for large crowds to cordon off the search and set up stops at every major traffic artery. Visit and investigate the villagers and open a reward. Physical evidence must be obtained, evidence of guilt, and the enemy must be apprehended immediately. The old police officer at the town police station couldn't help but praise the kid for being calm and decisive and thinking thoroughly. The moment, the life of the eldest son, as experienced by Wei Pengsheng, began to amaze the audience. The image is as stunning as a movie plot with its ups and downs. With 95 years of era-inspired images and authentic, unmistakable dialogue, the audience can even feel Wei Pengsheng's state of mind. In the Shake Shack New Year's Eve Live Heat pop-ups directly ranked first, The pop-ups are extremely numerous, like a big brother should look like. The age of 12 years old. A person riding a flat tire 28 bar. In order to call the police in the mud road trekking for an hour. Even if the grief quickly helped the police to set up a good plan. Not worthy of Wei Peng Shang. He is more suitable to be a big brother. I'm curious to see the memory of the eldest son, Wei Xiao. Later, in the face of the murder of his parents desperate beyond measure. What kind of choices he made. Why he did not tell his grandma's family, but chose to hide it down. This is not a cowardly approach? If Wei Pingsheng was the eldest son, the Wei family would definitely be stronger. He had the courage to be the eldest brother. No wonder he could be so successful in business afterwards. The pop-ups are like clouds. And now the show is ushering in new footage that many viewers are curious and wondering about. Wei Flaw Memory Trace. Memory returns to when Wei Xiao was 12 years old. 8 o'clock on New Year's Eve 95. Cerebral Wave Image Tracing. Chapter 3. This New Year's Eve was cold. 1995 Mining Community. White Pagoda Town. Yecheng, Dongchang Province. Winter Eve. The night is cold. The old Wei family house is plastered with couplets and overflowing with New Year's spirit. 12-year-old Wei Chou suddenly heard the gate window crash. Wei's mother, who was wrapping dumplings, changed her face drastically. Wei's father reacted extremely quickly, while Wei Flaw quickly took the knife from the kitchen. Wei's father was the first to receive the knife, while Wei's father then grabbed Wei Flaw and stuffed him under the bed before telling him, "Don't ever come out. Whatever happens, until you're absolutely sure the enemy is gone. Don't call the police. I suspect they're on to your siblings. They're too powerful. Hide. No crying." Wei's father's voice was anxious and incomparable, so Wei Flaw lay on his back at the bottom of the bed with red eyes. He pinched the flesh of his skin hard to keep himself from screaming, and then he tried to find a way to stare at every sign of the murderer. What style of shoe and roughly what size? What to wear? Masked look. What the car looks like. Wei Xiao watched his father being beaten as he looked at every detail of the criminal bit by bit. Wei's father was forced to ask by the criminal stepping on his chest, "How much evidence have you found? Because of you, all 3 of our Dian Dian drug trafficking lines have been terminated, so I'm giving you a chance to die together." The masked murderer stepped on and violently stepped off Wei father's chest ribs, and he looked ferociously at Wei mother. "You drink pesticide. I'll let your husband live." Wei mother did not hesitate to open the pesticide. She looked deeply at her husband and drank it in one gulp, and then the whole person kept vomiting and coughing, and her face turned blue. Wei's father roared, but he was being held down, and he wanted to roar again until the masked murderer took out a 3-pronged dagger with no expression on his face and stabbed it violently at Wei's father's heart. Fresh blood soared and rolled down to the bottom of the bed. Wei father no longer resisted. He trembled and tilted his head, spitting out clots of blood silently, his eyes locking with Wei Flaw, who was hiding at the bottom of the bed. Wei's father's eyes were full of encouragement, cheering. He didn't even show any semblance of hostility or hard feelings toward the child before he died, and was still inspiring the child when he was stabbed to death. Wei's father expressed a sentence before, "Keep hiding. You have to hide." Wei Flaw pupils stagnant. Tears cannot control the rolling down. He did not have time to wipe the tears. He continued to look at the murderer over and over again wearing posture. Each person probably posture. There are 4 people wearing medical cotton mask. There are 2 people did not bring a mask. Pour pesticide into this guy's mouth and make a sign that their couple's conflict and disagreement fought and drank the pills and died together, while leaving a suicide note in the ruins that mimics their handwriting. Too bad their kids aren't here or they'd kill them too. There's no rush. The leader of the bald thugs ferocious. He hard to hold Wei's father's head, roughly broke his mouth, poured pesticides, and then the thugs quickly poured gasoline, put a suicide note at the door, and lit a fire in the house. Boom, fire rushes through the room. Shakti bursts into flames. Wei Flaw did not escape. He took off his sweater and ran to the kitchen. The sweater soaked in a bucket of ice-cold water, and then he stuffed his whole head into the sweater and hid under the bed once again. He forced himself to endure the smoke whistling, and he did not run outward the first time. The scene was so shocking that many families on New Year's Eve looked at it almost as if they were dumbstruck, not realizing that in '95 there had been such a tragic case of door-to-door retaliation. Today's headlines have netizens posting pop-ups. Wei Zhao's reaction is too slow. Why doesn't he hurry up and escape? Gasoline spilled on bedding. Old houses can easily ignite, and the poisonous mist alone will kill you. It's too dangerous. Wei Zhao's reaction is slow and too slow. Has he been stunned? A new scene appears on the screen. The sound of footsteps once again came from inside the house where the gasoline poison fog rolled in. The bald, masked thug rummaged through the house again, kicking over various things, and finally he looked at the fire with satisfaction. There go the brethren. There must be no one left. They're all dead. Wei family. Nope. A roar came from the old van and the car began to move away. Under the bed, Wei Chou this time violently scurried out. The first time he did not rush out of the house, but one at a time to drag out his parents. 12 years old skinny, he used all his strength to drag to the yard. In the courtyard, Mother Wei's face went from green to black as she finally glanced back at Wei Flaw. Little Flaw, do you know why you were given the name Single Character Flaw? It is better to be a flawed jade than to share the dust with a stubborn stone. Your father and I very much hope that you can become useful in the future. Even a flawed jade can benefit the people. It's your name Sake. Remember that. Son, don't cry. Why are you still crying when mom and dad are gone in the future? Okay, don't cry. You still have younger siblings. What about them? You can't cry in the future. Your dad and I were retaliated against for investigating the drug cartel. So find a way to take your siblings out of the way in the future so the criminals don't retaliate against them. Son, what will you do in the future? I haven't seen you get married yet. I haven't seen. Wei mother had no strength left. She stopped talking. Her pupils began to disperse. And before she finally died, she clutched Wei's hand. You're the oldest. It's time to grow up. Wei's mother died in a very ugly death. Drinking pesticides to die is not a good look. The body are black and blue, emitting a violent chemical agent smell. The house fire. Black fog rolling. The other neighbors were afraid to come out, especially if they heard gunshots. Wei Xiaoxiao did not hesitate. He moved up the body of his parents and moved it little by little. He was afraid of hurting the body, so it was very laborious to move it. While outside the firecrackers roared, the fireworks were bright, and some people were eating dumplings to watch the Spring Festival gala. For his part, Wei Flaw spent an hour moving his parents' bodies into the cornstalks behind the house, where he hid them. He hadn't cried again. Not since his mother said he'd grown up, so he hadn't shed any more tears. It's just that when you hide a body, your hands shake so much. And then Weicho rushed into the burning house and found the bench, rolling pin, and pesticide bottle that the mob had used to beat his father. One by one, he took them out and put them in an inconspicuous corner of the yard. The pop-ups froze, nearly stagnant. The sky over Karma City on New Year's Eve 25 was ablaze with fireworks, and many families in residential buildings watched the TV in stupefaction, each looking at each other in disbelief. The Wei family's initial encounter was actually so tragic. Karma City Police Department. The young officer on duty also watched the memory retrospective program and froze for a long time. Why did he hide the body? Why hide the body? An old police officer squinted his eyes to see what was going on inside. The Wei family is not ordinary revenge. This is targeted extermination retaliation. The Wei family's parents are not bad. They are the first generation of narcotics police officers from the first generation. And the people they have offended can be imagined. So Wei Flaw should either hide the body, say to the public that his parents are missing, and forcefully endure this matter, or secretly report it to the National Security Bureau afterward. The old police officer sighed. This was the best way he could think of. The big screens at the Karma City Mall were also showing retroactive images of New Year's Eve memories, and many young couples were murmuring in front of the mall screens. Wei Xiao was afraid of reprisals. He didn't dare to report the case in order to protect himself and his siblings. Hey, the enemy is too strong, and the Wei family still has 5 children. Wei Xiao is a compromise in disguise. But then he failed his parents. He didn't take care of his younger siblings. He went down a different path. He did nothing wrong. He caused trouble. And some of the boys had mixed feelings. Is this self-loathing? The more you fall in despair, the more you fall. And at that moment a new image appeared. Chapter 4, I'll remember you over and over again. The hottest show of New Year's Eve is officially born. Hundreds of millions of residents watched TV at home, wondering why Wei Xiao hid the body, what he did next afterward, and why he failed to take care of his siblings against his parents' wishes. Brainwave memories are extracted and the next image is shown on TV. The flames rolled and burned hot. The black mist heaved up into the sky, and bursting sounds were heard from the Wei family's old mansion. Wei Xiaoxiao took out the cloth book bag from the 3/8 bar, and he pulled out a pen and paper. A person, with a lonesome back sitting in front of the main door, took out a pen and paper. Wei Xiaoxiao sat alone in the snow, and the black smoke rolled around him. He was oblivious to it, and he was only writing something seriously. At 8:02 p.m. On January 30th, 1995, just after the Chinese New Year program was broadcast, criminals driving a 70% new gray and white van and an 80% new black Santana crashed through the gate, and 6 people came down, headed by a bald head wearing a medical cotton mask, about 1.77 meters tall, with a Dianbian accent and a scorpion red tattoo on his right hand, wearing a suit and black pants, with a black jacket on the top, and a black cotton padded jacket on the inside. The second person who threatened his mother with pesticide was about 25 years old, had long flat hair, was about 1.73 meters in height, was not wearing a mask, spoke with an inner Mongolian accent, had a scorpion red tattoo on his right hand, and wore jeans and a leather jacket. The other 4 wore medical cotton masks, and only a vague image of the 4 could be seen. One of them was thin, about 40 years old, balding, male, wearing glasses, with a black mole on the left side of his forehead and a muffled tone of voice, with gold-rimmed spectacles and leather boots, and the people around him obeyed his orders. Daggers are dog-legged, 3-pronged, imitation pistols, detonators. Wei Xiao began to close his eyes. His tender face flashed with uncontrollable pain. Every time he thought back to before his parents were killed, he felt tormented to the extreme. The image is mournful to watch. Inside the hospital, brainwave equipment connected to the scene. The imposing Wei family's third son, Wei Pingzhang, was stunned as he suddenly spoke. Wei Flaw is memorizing those murderers? What's he going to do? Wei Pingzhang was stunned. He had never heard his big brother talk about the murderer. In their siblings' for impression, after the New Year's Eve in 95, Wei Flaw told his siblings that their parents had gone out and disappeared, and the family house had been burned down accidentally, after which they became orphans, one by one, and Wei Flaw sent them out. Subsequent siblings also asked Wei Flaws about the parents' news. He never mentioned, just said that the disappearance of unsuccessful. Asked more, he closed his mouth. The female reporter of the Karma City newspaper in the corridor of the ward was dumbfounded and spoke. A man witnessed the murder of both parents, dragging and hugging and hiding the corpses. The house was burning down, and the young Wei Chiu didn't have time to grieve, didn't have time to put out the fires because he was memorizing all the signs of the murderer. The reporter froze. This kid has an extremely high mental capacity. Jitterbug, 2-way elder son life comparison, is playing in real time, and the heat has officially surpassed 4 million people watching online. The pop-ups are flying. The first simulation of the firstborn life is Wei Hengsheng. He chose to trek to the police to inform them of the truth, set up the police force, and face it with his family. The second firstborn is Wei Flaw's original memories. He chose to hide the body, let the house be burned down, and did not go to ask for help at all, and recorded the characteristics of the criminals alone. The Wei family is so ruthless. Rationally speaking, Wei Pingsheng is the one who is suitable to be the eldest son. His path of behavior is correct. He didn't hide and dodge. He undertook to face it together with his family. And that's what a family is. The pop-up suddenly stopped as a new scene appeared on the life comparison screen that was playing. 12-year-old Wei Chuan sat by the doorpier, his black cotton jacket dripping white snow, and the house in front of him burned down with a booming popping sound. The surrounding neighbors finally came trembling and began to put out the fire. And there was also the oldest man kicked Wei Chou a few times. What are you still writing? What the hell are you doing? Your house is on fire. Wei Flaw was indifferent, just immersed in it, like a little cutie in the eyes of the others. Like, where are your parents? The neighbor, Dame Wang, asked worriedly. How did your house catch fire? Zhao shouted. You screwed up thing. How come the Wei family has softball goods like you? Grandpa Zhao kicked in annoyance as Wei Flaw's eyes took on a taunting calm. Yes, no one came before, but now they have come and started behaving, asking questions, being all kinds of busy, showing character. In the past, Father Wei helped to root out the car bandits and roadblocks here, and many miners were grateful, except for the hoi polloi gangsters. And now it's the good guy and the old man Zhao, who likes to get out of the way, who is taking the lead in directing the firefighting, like he's doing a heavenly good deed. And the eldest son of the family that caught fire, Wei Xiao, was drawing with an expressionless face. To others it's painting. But, in the eyes of the people who are watching the picture, Wei Flaw is doing it bit by bit, meticulously sketching. It's a portrait of the criminal. That was Wei Flaw lying at the bottom of the bed through the reflection of the kicked-over kettle to see the approximate appearance of the bald head, who accidentally dislodged his mask for a few seconds while beating Wei's father. Bald portrait, body portrait, tattooed lines, eagle nose, darker complexion, reddish nose, narrow eyes with black keloids, broken eyebrows, scar on neck, every detail, male with inner Mongolian accent, scorpion tattoo, long flat hair, no mask, Danfang eyes, collapsed nose, reddish complexion, 2 black moles on forehead and right eye droop, short beard, small scar on chin. And then Wei Flaw did not care about the neighbors' inquiries. He walked to the yard where the garbage was piled up like a fool. Wei Flaw began to look at the bloody handprints on the rolling pin, the handprints on the pesticide bottles, the wooden stools used by the thugs to beat up the people, and he began to burn the handprints, depicting them. The other 4, shape outline, dress, posture, walking outside 8 inside 8, leather boots pattern, sole marks, and so on. A little bit of all the information are written in this age-old yellow paper diary. Neighbors sighed and started to leave, and others called to inform Wei Xiaolu's grandma and grandpa. Wei Xia, on the other hand, used garbage to cover up and hide the evidence with bloody handprints. After that, grandma's family came. Take the 4 siblings. Grandma was 67 years old, and when she saw her home burn to the ground, she just bawled her eyes out, and no one around her could stop her. Flaw, where are your parents? Where are your parents? Grandma was shaking with tears. Out. They said they were traveling before. Wei Flaw calmly. The envelope left by the thugs before he also hid it. Then who burned down the house and who did it? Grandpa was shaking with anger. Other villagers followed suit and asked. Yeah, who did? Wasn't you playing with fire? Wei Flaw seemed to want to say at that moment, but he glimpsed that there was a bald and short middle-aged man in the crowd watching from afar, and at that moment Wei Flaw felt a chill come over him. It's the thug who did it. So Wei Flaw went limp, crying and saying, I shouldn't have played with fire. I shouldn't light candles in my house. Wei Flaw howled, and the other neighbors kicked him again in anger. Grandma and Grandpa were so angry that they wanted to break his legs with a stick. Wei Xiao didn't move a muscle and allowed himself to be beaten, and his eyes looked absently at the criminals hidden in the crowd. Bald, short, middle-aged man, who carried a replica pistol in his bulging waistband. The bald, scarred man, who squinted his eyes and watched as if nothing had happened, as most people did. There was also the long, flat-haired man with a sorry face talking to the others about the fire. The mob was on the sidelines. I can't show my face. My siblings are still here. Can't be on their radar. An older brother has to protect his younger siblings. Wei Flaw repeated, telling himself over and over again inwardly, while his voice resounded through the broadcast room, resounding through the national New Year's Eve 30 years later. Many households froze. Yecheng Police Station. On duty young police officer Chen Xiaowen that moment suddenly feel very difficult. This child chose to bear everything. He knows that the killer is snooping, but he also knows that the killer is armed and that his siblings and loved ones are still here. So he can't talk about it. And he's even going to purposely say that he lit the fire himself and take all the blame on himself, just to protect the family. So he would rather take the blame for burning down the family house and being unfilial and stupid. Chen Xiaowen suddenly looked at the old policeman. Senior, it's really hard for me to imagine that Wei Xiao's later life will be depraved and rotten. A prison regular, how can that be? He's in charge now and it's brilliant. The old policeman sighed, but he did degenerate later on, probably because this disaster made him break down in despair, and finally became a demon. Chapter 5, 2 options. 30 years ago, Wei Flaw's parents died horribly. His house was burned, and the criminal murderer was right in front of him, but he couldn't identify it yet, and he had to pretend to be a cutie, to carry the blame for the burning of the house. The scene of a fire 30 years ago. The 6 murderers were scattered in the crowd, unobtrusive, but they all stared intently at the Wei family siblings, each with a sharp killing intent. They had come to exterminate the family. They're waiting for their chance. 30 years later, it's a New Year's Eve many families will never forget. The pop-up was finally asked about, asking what not to call the police quickly and have them surrounded. This is 30 years ago. Do you know how rampant crime in the 90s? The degree of difficulty in the search for evidence, especially in remote abandoned mining areas such as this place. In the middle of winter, roads are muddy. The murderer has a lot of people and heavy weaponry. Do you know the difficulty of arrest in the end? How much once the murderer is forced to jump over the wall? The Wei family will really be exterminated. This is a really desperate situation. I can't even imagine what to do next. The killer is still watching. It suddenly occurred to me that the later Wei Flaw was also tested for depression, bipolar disorder, and even schizophrenia. Could it be that the stress of this incident when he was a child caused him to have a drastic change in temperament and ultimately degenerate into crime? If so, it's justifiable. Inside the ward at that time, Wei Flaw, together with his brainwave memories, was like a return to the images of the past. His expression became hideous, and even burnt and unbearable, and he twisted his body crazily, and this memory was still like a nightmare. Inside the hospital room, the oldest 3, Wei Pingzhang, frowned at the screen. We actually faced a crisis of extermination when we were kids? How did that get through? How is it possible? How come I don't know? The 4 daughters of the Wei family. Wei Shengyang was a bit puzzled. Wei Flaw is really foolish. All he knows is to chicken out and retreat. I'm curious as to how he solved it. Wei solved the central also praised looking at the picture of the second brother Wei Pingshang, the second brother into the eldest son life. He quickly alarmed. United police. Informed the rest of the Wei family. United. This is intelligent and decisive approach. Sure enough, the second brother is the more suitable to be the eldest son. He can lead the police to catch the murderer next and lead the Wei family out of the shadow. The 5 daughters of the Wei family. Wei's solitary spirit is in a trance, like going back to her childhood. She asked her parents for news one after another, and the eldest son, Wei Flaw, just mumbled perfunctorily, and now it seems that he is just timid and cowardly. The Peter's brainwave comparison screen continues. Wei Pingsheng simulates the life of his eldest son, image. Jiangji Town, The police finally came in the snow. Wei Pengsheng calmly get on the car. In the face of police questioning, he was methodical, said the details of the murder of both parents, with stop barriers set up at every intersection. I suspect the culprits are deliberately retaliating. My biparental status is as a state employee. Wei Pengsheng calm. He first named the arrest program, while naming the public officials, so that the police thoroughly concerned. As they spoke, the police had looked grave and started to make calls, calling for reinforcements. The phone whistles. The wind is cold. At this moment, Wei Pengsheng's temperament is extraordinary, although he uses the body of Wei, but he already has a business style, and he is calm and commanding. Police arrived. The house was then seen burning in flames, and police stormed it several times and did not see a body. The old policeman in charge frowned as he began to knock on other neighboring houses. Was there a shooting homicide here? And where did the criminal go? The police questioned Old Man Zhao. Old Man Zhao just shook his head with a puzzled look. It's just a fire. Didn't Wei's kid his parents go to the county town to get goods? They left long ago. They weren't at home at all. We put out the fire and realized we couldn't. So I came back and the room was empty. Old Man Zhao waved his hand casually. At this moment the originally confident Wei Pengsheng's face changed dramatically. He realized a problem. During the time he went to the police, the murderer not only destroyed the bodies at the scene, the evidence, but also threatened the neighboring residents through other means. All the evidence is gone. Wei Pengsheng once again thought of what his parents had said, that the enemy was strong, very strong, so he was told not to call the police. Now Wei Pengsheng begins to realize that in that Sims, as the eldest son, he has to face powerful and vicious enemies who are hidden behind the scenes. The police conducted another search and investigation, asked several families again, and finally determined that it was just a fire accident. And the police left the town's veteran police officers to cooperate with the investigation, while the other officers received a homicide case from elsewhere and began to speed off to deal with it. This moment Wei Pengsheng chilled to the core. Or the old courtyard. Grandma and grandpa came. Younger siblings came. Wei Pengsheng even saw his own dull childhood, and many crowds of people gathered to fight the fire. Wei Pengsheng despair incomparable. He thought for a long time to choose to deceive grandma and grandpa. Their family of 7 borrowed a neighbor tractor. The family did not dare to take any property, only with some basic money and supplies to Luoqiao County. Wei Pengsheng thinks long and hard and chooses to avoid it. On the tractor, Wei Pengsheng looked at his younger siblings wrapped in blankets and sitting on the tractor. He did not know if he had done the right thing. He looked around blankly, and at this moment he felt the extreme pressure coming. Who the hell is the killer that doesn't know? The evidence has been destroyed. He also exposed himself to the murderer. The family fled aimlessly to their aunt's house to escape the murderer. On the tractor trailer, the younger siblings were bawling. They hadn't come to terms with the fact that both parents were dead, and the 2 old men were looking around in fear, with their grandma chanting Amitabha Buddha over and over again. The sky is dusky. In this life, I am the big brother. I'm going to hold on. Wei Pengsheng's expression sharpened, resuming the posture of the business world that was always in control, but he was still burning inside. Wei Pengsheng is also curious about what Wei Flaw's original life was, and how he did and solved it in the face of a murderer staring him in the face. You're supposed to run and hide. Chicken out. Tell no one. Keep the news of your death under wraps. And you definitely chose to back down. But I chose to deal with it head on. But I don't feel like I'm wrong. Wei Pengsheng muttered. And he was. Firstborn's original life is playing. Simulating the life of the eldest son, Wei Pengsheng enters within Wei Xiao's body, and as the eldest son, copes with the future and chooses to expose the case. But the enemy is too strong and he is forced to flee. Wei Xiao's memory, the murderer blended into the crowd and waited for an opportunity to strike. Wei Xiao chose to hide the fact of his parents' deaths, and chose to put the blame for the burning of the house on himself. 2 identical lives, not the same choices, but pulling back huge curtains of direction. Many of today's headlines are posting pop-ups. It's true that different personalities have different choices. Wei Pengsheng chose to publicize his death, fight against the murderer's death, and was forced to move his family away. What will happen to Wei Flaw? Wei Xiao should also be weak. The enemy is too strong. They can only be weak. The Wei Flaw life screen opens. Chapter 6, Never Back Down. January 27, 1995 New Year's Eve. 9 o'clock. Wei family's old mansion fire slowed down. Wei Flaw was kicked several times by the maternal grandfather. He was dirty on the ground like a wild child. The other neighbors heard that it was a child accidentally burned down the mansion began to disperse. The crowd gradually left, and the bald murderer in the crowd. The bald short middle-aged man also looked at it for a long time, and left with the crowd. In front of the ruins of the old mansion, only 7 members of the Wei family remain. Lying on the ground, Wei Chou finally breathed a sigh of relief. The first level of pretending to be crazy was completed. finally escaping the murderer's snooping tracking, and now he was weak and paralyzed on the ground. Wei Xiao's 2 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters all looked at him with hatred and even resentment. The second brother, Wei Pengsheng, 11 years old. He opened his mouth in disgust. You really disgrace Mom and Dad. The old house was burned by you. What if Mom and Dad come back? The third brother, Wei Pengsheng, was 9 years old, and his eyes were cold. None of us will call you brother in the future. You don't deserve it. The fourth sister, Wei Solo, is 6 years old, and she simply doesn't go to see Wei. Fifth sister Wei Solving Spirit was 1 year old and she cried in her grandpa's arms. Grandma and grandpa all stared angrily at Wei Chou. All of them spoke evilly and glared angrily. Wei Flaw was laughing, because he is the eldest son, and because for the moment his younger siblings are safe, so he didn't care about the hateful and spiteful voices staring at him. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. Now lying on the ground, Grandma has gone to borrow a tractor to return to the old homestead with the children, and the other siblings are following. In front of the ruins, Wei Xiao fell into reminiscence. Wei Flaw's sketching ability, prisoner information recording, calm emotions, these are parents used to teach him little by little. That time Wei Flaw's mother said that the eldest son should learn more, and later serve the motherland and become a good elder brother. What was learned in the past is practiced today, but in the case of the murder of a parent, Wei Xiao was hard to bear. He heard what his father had said to him when he was a child. As a brother-in-law, there is no going back, only forward. This was my father's warm voice. Wei Xiao stood up at this moment holding the wall, and he muttered to himself, to the empty blackness of the night, I'm the pillar of the future. I must be strong and die on the road. I am an elder brother, and I will die on the way to revitalize the lintel. On the dark night when the lives of my siblings shine brightly, and on the day when my parents' great vengeance is avenged. 12-year-old Wei Chou, asking himself over and over again, was also telling himself that he must fulfill his obligations as the eldest son. He was alone under the dark night, the tractor carrying his younger siblings away, and Grandpa making him run home out of anger. There were no streetlights, and only a worn and unbright flashlight to keep him company. Nobody cares about him. The villagers are still discussing and muttering that the Wei family's eldest son is really sinful. Giving birth to this kind of child might as well be strangled as a child, and so on and so forth. For her part, Grandma complained angrily in the car, saying that when Wei Chou was 13 she would send him to the brick factory or the mines, that the boy was too much of a drain on people's hearts. No one is treated well. Nobody cares. Consensus is bad kids. Incompetent kids. The moonlight is dim. Wei Xiao sitting weakly at the entrance of the village. He did not go back. Wei Xiao tired, lying in the straw to recover strength, hungry and anxious to steal the roadside 4 frozen persimmons, eating full of mouth astringent. But he also bit down, because physical energy must be replenished. He's going to do great things next. Wei Xiao tightly zipped his pockets, which contained all the evidence of the murderer's sketch portrait, fingerprints, shoe sole lines, etc. The school bag carried the weapon used by the murderer and the evidence of spit and blood with DNA. Little brother and sister, I must let you go, but I can't leave. I want revenge. Wei Flaw's pupils were red, only 12 years old. He was full of hostility, and his thin body carried killing intent. He put the book bag and pocket evidence in the 2/8 basket, and then Wei Xiao this moment from the old mansion to take out the burnt and blackened spring knife. He rubbed the blade hard. Beneath the darkness, a teenager stands alone, polishing a spring-loaded knife. The scene was somewhat unbelievable, and many people were transfixed in the midst of that image. Jitterbug pop-ups are extremely common. Crazy. He let his siblings go. He's out for revenge. How is this revenge? How can you take revenge? That's a crime team. The pop-ups are extremely numerous, including in the hospital room at that time. Wei Xiao's third sister Wei Shengyang was frowning. No wonder he didn't go back that day when the family house was burned. What is he going to do? Wei Solo doesn't believe that this brother can take revenge. How is that possible? Does he have any gumption? No. Wei Shengyang's memory. This brother all day is in Fox Friends for fun. Everywhere eating, drinking, tattooing and gambling. No evil, no commitment to the heart. Shake. Headline. Weibo. Close to 20 million people online. There was also the fact that every household watched the program on New Year's Eve, and many were curious as to what Wei Xiao was up to. The picture continues. In the mining town, Wei Xiao took advantage of the late night and began to knock on the glass of every house, banging on the door. His voice deliberately became sharp, ran to the fence of the village chief's house, shouting the village chief's son's name. The village chief's son, Xiaodong, who was only 8 years old, stays out, looking for who was calling his name. And then Wei Chou went to each household as he had done and called out the children's names to get them to come out. At one time the village cattle and sheep, dogs barking. The village chief bought 3-handed Santana car tires were also Wei Finally the village headman's house loudspeaker sounded in panic. Young and old, everyone wake up, the village has been burglarized. Wake up, traffickers in the village. Wake up, the loudspeakers boomed and boomed. Wild dogs barked furiously. A family panicked and opened the door. The village head Zhou Qian looked at the sedan with scattered vapor, and suddenly his face changed. It wouldn't be surprising if the car was getting fuel stolen, but by spilling gas, it was obvious that the other guy didn't want him to catch up. There was also a knock on the door encountered at every house, and several children walked out and were almost shouted away. Human trafficking was rampant in this day and age, even sometimes outright robbery in the open. Human trafficking was rampant to the extreme in Dongchang province in 95. Trade in human beings. Child stealing. The so-called mining town was in complete chaos. Men from every house came out in a panic. Some with sticks, shovels, machetes, tractors and motorcycles were turned on in every house, and most of them held flashlights or there were others with torches. Nearly 400 people in the village. A total of more than 100 middle-aged people gathered in piles and panicked discussions. And in the middle of the crowd, Wei Xiaoxiao was crying and shaking and shouting, "I saw the traffickers cheating Xiaodong." The traffickers drove a gray and black Santana and a gray and white minivan, a bald man, and a middle-aged man with a balding 5-foot-tall head. They had other kids in the car. Wei Xia kept crying and sniveling. The village head Zhou Chang's face changed greatly. He slapped his head violently. "I see. The fire at Wei's house might have been lit by the traffickers while they had the chance, just to attract attention, and then they stole the children." The more Zhou Qian thought about it, the scarier he felt, because the village had had fewer children in the past few months before. This moment is like a bombing camp. The village middle-aged people, young people are panicked and angry. No one wants their child to be stolen from them. Go to the hills and drive for it. The mayor of the village roared and growled in anger with a big wave of his hand. Up the hill. The other village understanders waved their hands and stayed in the village on motorcycles, tractors, and some with machetes and clay guns. The whole village was lit up like day on New Year's Eve. And in front of the village headman's house, Wei Flaw calmly stood up. He felt for the spring-loaded knife in his pocket, and looked at the chaos he had produced with an expressionless face. The moment exploded with pop-ups, thousands more in an instant. A 12-year-old child with such a heart. Wei Flaw's tactics are so terrifying. He knows that he must jeopardize the collective interests of the villagers before they will come out in solidarity. Only then will he have a chance to catch the murderer or deter him from leaving. Not only that, but what's even crazier about Wei Flaw is that if he can sit on the fact that the traffickers are real, then the surrounding villages, and even the entire county, will panic, and then the murderer gang will have to leave, and he'll be protecting the rest of the Wei family. The boy is only 12 years old, and he knows how to steer the situation in the dark and make things go the way he wants them to go. It's hard to imagine why he's not accomplishing anything while the other siblings are successful. Chapter 7: Unimaginable Minds. Inside the hospital in his time, Wei Flaw's fifth sister, Wei's solitary spirit, was suddenly stunned. Wei Flaw's memory retrospectively made her incredulous. Is this really the eldest brother from his youth? However, in Wei's solitary spirit memory, Wei Flaw Junior high school dropout began to mix society, everywhere to offend people. Wei Flaw will also be younger siblings all sent to other families, and even to other families to ask for money. Therefore in Luoqiu County Wei Xiao was called a rogue son. Wei Xiaoxiao has no heart to speak of, and often gambles and loses money everywhere, borrowing and lending. As for taking responsibility, there is none. In the face of loan recovery, they only know how to run away. While solitary spirit was glad to be raised by other people at that time, otherwise it would have been a sadness to be raised by this kind of brother. That's why Wei Solitary frowned. Is this really him? At 12 years old he designed the whole village to search the mountain. How is this possible? Then why is he incapable of anything afterward? Accomplishing nothing. Wei Solitary Spirit shook his head. Watching that, the eldest son's life comparison program on New Year's Eve right now ranks as the #1 rated program. The first life was the second son of the Wei family, Wei Pengsheng, who simulated the life of the eldest son, and who now fled with his younger siblings and his grandparents to Luoqiu County to hide from the enemy. The second life is Wei Flaw retrospectively. Wei Flaw chooses to produce traces of human traffickers wreaking havoc, causing the village to panic, directly allowing everyone to search the mountain, and hardening himself against the murderer with the power of the masses. The contrast between the two is stark, incredibly anticipated. On New Year's Eve 95, the police car arrived in the mining town at 11 o'clock. Wei Xiaopi was hiding in the straw watching everything unfold as the police began to register their investigation and the mayors of the other villages arrived. The police car sits alone in front of the village entrance. Wei Flaw scanned the surrounding area. Women and children were already hugging each other waiting for news. The village chief's house held a meeting and the police followed. The police car was unattended. Wei Flaw calmly takes sharp smash car glass 2 corners, and then violently kicked the glass. unlocked the door. He learned with Wei father electric lighter plan. Fast fire, car boom 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 run. At the age of 10, Wei Xiaoxiao once went to the county with his father to learn the big truck for an afternoon. For this reason, for the manual transmission vehicles, he is not strange at all. He loves driving. And even his toys are mud made of sedan model. At this moment the police car started up with a roar that startled many people. Wei Xiao drove into the hills. Several police officers from the village chief's house rushed out, and the village chief came out in a panic. At which moment someone shouted, "It's over. The traffickers took the police car." They must have gotten scared when they saw the police car and took the opportunity to grab it and run away. Goddamn traffickers. Village Chief Zhou Qiang felt chills. No wonder just gathered to search the village did not find traffickers. Turns out they were in hiding, just waiting for retaliation or to steal a car. Thinking about this, village head Zhou Qiang feel chills. Other village cadres all nervous. This kind of vicious traffickers are rare. Sun Ocean, the deputy director of the District Public Security Bureau, roared, "Call the bureau. Lawlessness. These human traffickers are rampant to the extreme. Send someone to intercept them. Roadblock. Barrier block. This mob must be brought to justice." Police officers were on the phone, as were other village officials, who were notifying the village's young adults to gather. All united, blocked off the roads and started searching the mountain. Every family should not rest yet and wait for the arrest of the traffickers. Boom boom boom. Boom boom. Mining towns, Jiangji Town, Chenliang Town, Zuoying Township, Dayton Village, Zhezhuang, dozens of towns, villages and townships, all with loudspeakers blasting. The radio kept blaring. "Attention all villagers. Attention all villagers. All put down their hands and gather the village branch. There are traces of traffickers stealing children in the old mountain of the mining area, and the traffickers are extraordinarily rampant and crazy. We will cooperate with the police to complete the search of the mountain and arrest the traffickers." New Year's Eve, completely bustling. No one can sleep anymore. The village dogs barking their throats hoarse. Children are afraid to go to sleep in all the villages and towns. And women and children are all piled up for fear that traffickers will suddenly appear and take away their children. The young and old even gathered with a sickle or machete in each hand and, according to the division of the secretary of the brigade, they all went to the mountains to search for traces of traffickers. The old mining hills began to get a patch of lights, and there was an endless stream of shouting and barking. All this, who didn't know it was just because of a child. A 12-year-old kid is secretly manipulating everything. Inside the hospital, Wei Pingzhang, Wei Fla's third brother, witnessed Wei Fla set up the whole village to catch the thief because of the situation. And he frowned. A glance at the hospital bed for resisting arrest with a gun. Life began to count down Wei Chou. Wei Pengzhang heart already has an answer. He was 12 years old that year, and his mind had already reached the point of designing the whole village. Shocked by the terrible news that both his parents have been killed in front of him, he doesn't opt for the police force, but uses it to take revenge himself. So that's what started you on the road to crime? It seemed to him that life's doomed ambush had begun. Yi City Police Station. The young dry police officer on duty, Chen Xingwen, looked at the screen in a complicated manner and muttered his mouth. Why don't you trust the police? The teenager was 12 years old, and in the present day, he was just a child who had just left elementary school. Did he really believe he could fight that kind of criminal on his own? He couldn't figure it out. The older police officer, Zhou, sighed at his words and looked at the young figure in the picture with pity. 95 years? Ah, the mines are in remote places and the police force is still weak, especially in the face of such organized and premeditated revenge killings. The Wei siblings have also been targeted, and Wei Fla is smart enough to use the name of the traffickers to threaten the interests of the entire village, consolidate his forces, and completely make a big deal out of it. It's the only way to harden the other side and force them to leave. Or maybe there's actually a higher level of official power involved. Many people grew more and more curious and looked at the screen. A new screen begins. The police car accelerated and re-accelerated on the mountainous dirt road. The bumps scattered the smashed window panes, and the 12-year-old stomped on the gas pedal, roaring through the darkness. On the mountain, villagers hurrying at night with torches saw the police car whirring and reached out to greet it. The police are here and the traffickers will surely be caught. After a few yells at the top of his lungs, the vehicle just sped away from a few people. They were still unaware that a trafficker had taken the police car, and when they saw that the other party was not making a stop, they simply continued down the mountain road and left. And in another place among the mountains a fire flared up. The slits in the tires of the SUV were full of mud, and the van car was splattered with mud and blood. The flat-haired youth opened the can and sat down by the fire to devour it, while the bald man, also eating, roasted the fire and took out the photograph. In the photo, the 5 children of the Wei family smiled more childishly and compared hand gestures. They pulled out their daggers and viciously plunged them into the photo. Exterminating the Wei family men and women was not yet a completed task. Going to exterminate the door next was their main task. Chapter 8, He's Just a Man. Looking at a group photo of the entire Wei family, the flat-haired youth sneered and muttered, "Do it in the early hours of the morning and exterminate the family." He casually discarded the canister box, and then a startled cry came from his side. The accomplice who was unbuckling his pants suddenly spoke out of turn. "Why is this mountain lit up? Someone's coming." The flat-haired youth looked on in shock as he peeled away the peeing figure. A car with lights hovering over a dark mountain road approached at speed. Behind them followed a procession of men with torches. Especially the color-changing flashing police lights on the vehicles are increasingly alarming. The other people's faces changed greatly. A bilious aura began to permeate, and the bald man cursed angrily as his gaze swept over. Could the extermination have been seen at the time? Hurry up and call back the prying eyes. For a moment, not only the bald head, the flat-haired youth is also green in the face. They got the news of catching the traffickers through the villagers. Traffickers? Dogs? Damn it, how did they happen to show up at this time? They deal drugs and look down on human traffickers who are nobodies. All the while the vehicles were getting closer and closer, along with a procession of torches that were almost visible to the naked eye. A few people panicked, cursing and swearing in annoyance. They split directly into two groups, getting into the SUV and the van and evacuating in separate directions. Police car lights accompanied by sirens across the dark mountains. Wei Xiaoxiao remained calm. The whole process did not slow down, followed by a large number of tracking figures. There were mountain people with shotguns, and when they saw the van and SUV approaching, they were more and more sure of the traffickers' vehicles, and they opened fire. The bald man was fuming, and without slowing down, he directly knocked down two mountain people, and the car went even faster. The two vehicles separated at the fork in the mountain road. Wei Xiaoxiao drove without hesitation to follow the van. The steering wheel turns hard on bumpy mountain roads. Boo! Facing the flat-haired youth's annoyed shooting, Wei Xiaoxiao crashed straight into the other vehicle. The flat-haired youth was thrown out of the broken car window. Wei Xiaoxiao stepped on the gas hard, and the flat-haired youth flew straight out a few meters, lying in the mud and wailing. Sirens wailing. The van dared not stop and drove at breakneck speed. Until this moment, Wei Xiao finally got out of the car. Expressionless, blindfolded the flat-haired youth, dragged with difficulty and stuffed into the car. The vehicle traveled again and headed to a nearby cave. The oil is at the bottom of the barrel and there are more villagers on the hills in his time. Wei Flaw's face was expressionless, driving morosely, not at all like a 12-year-old child. Inside the ward, the third brother Wei Ping Zhang, the fourth sister Wei Xiangyang, the fifth sister Wei Shangling looked at the pituitary gland to send out the picture stunned. What kind of person has Wei Xia been over the years? They had the impression that the man was timid and greedy, and that all he would do when confronted would be to accost them and ask for money. Cheeky, never any hostility, even if angry, but only one person sulking. At least they had never seen such killing intent from the man, but right in front of their eyes, that 12-year-old teenager lay out using the whole village. The police, mountain road driving Top Gun fighting for their lives. Hard to catch the gunman one. Whereas a 12-year-old, Wei Solitaire looked on incredulously. Is this person really Wei Xiao? No way. He'll always just smirk and ask for money. Fourth sister Wei Soloyan pushed her nose lens, also a little dazed, puzzled and frowned. The teenager in front of him was hostile, expressionless, and calm like a machine, completely different from the tattoo-strewn, but cowardly and greedy Wei Chou in their impression. Is it really him? The picture continues. The police car drove toward the cavern, the door slamming shut with a heavy thud. In the back seat, the flat-haired youth could barely even keep his eyes open as his internal organs were affected by the impact, which was getting worse. Wei Flaw opened the door of the car, the first time to use the clothes to cover the head of the flat-haired youth, binding the hands and feet, extraordinarily skillful movements. The impact of the vehicle caused the flat-haired youth to break several ribs, and the act of dragging himself out of the car caused severe pain. Sorry, we shouldn't poach antelope. Let us go, please. The wail of the Inner Mongolian accent was a little hoarse, and the flat-haired youth, his face pale, cried out desperately, trying to disguise himself as a poacher. Wei Xia lowered his voice and stared at the flat-haired youth dragging himself to the edge of the pond, hoarsely inquiring. On January 30th, 1995, at 8:02 p.m., criminals drove a 70% new gray and white van, an 80% new black Santana rammed through the gate, and 6 criminals, led by a bald man wearing a medical cotton mask, went to the Wei family home to commit the murder. It was the night of the day after 8 p.m. Someone threatened one of the victims to drink pesticide, aged about 25 years old, with flat long hair, about 1.73 meters in height, not wearing a mask, speaking with an Inner Mongolia accent, with a scorpion red tattoo on his right hand. wearing jeans and a leather jacket coat. The remaining 4 wore medical cotton masks. One of them was thin, about 40 years of age, balding, male, wore glasses, had a black mole on the left side of his forehead, had a muffled tone of voice, had gold-rimmed glasses, and wore leather boots. The murder weapon was a dog-legged knife, a 3-pronged spike, an imitation pistol, and a detonator. Who sent you? Every piece of information, from the characteristics of the perpetrator to the murder weapon, made the flat-haired youth more and more chilled. At this moment, the flat-haired youth clenched his teeth and refused to open his mouth except to wail. Wei Xiao was trembling. He was also afraid, but he won't back down. Inside the cave in the mountain forest, the pool of water was cold and harsh. Wei Xiao put the flat-haired youth down and soaked the clothes wrapped around the flat-haired youth's mouth and nose with water. Icy cold choked his airways as the flat-haired youth struggled, his lungs nearly cut open by broken ribs. It's waterboarding. Letting his opponent wail, Wei Xiao's hand movements continued. Finally, taking advantage of Wei Xiao's access to water, the flat-haired youth struggled and pleaded to open his mouth. I say, my name is Chen Daong, from Baiyang Banner, Inner Mongolia. Chen Daong, 25 years old, belonging to the Yunnan side of the smuggling and drug trafficking company. He is a killer inside, responsible for removing some people, this time by the bald young boss hired. $50,000 to kill a pair of families surnamed Wei. $100,000 to exterminate the Wei family full of doors. $100,000 in 95 had a lot of buying power. He brought 3 people, and Boss Yang brought the bald guy, for a total of 6. The bald head is called Ma Bao, a Dianbian, belonging to a poisonous village. As for who Boss Yang is, Chen Daong doesn't know. I only took the order to exterminate the Wei family. I don't know anything else. Don't kill me. The wail rang out. Wei Xiao took out a pen and paper. His face was pale, and tears rolled down his face. While taking notes, the 12-year-old wiped away his tears, forcing back his sadness and despair, gathering out all the information from the interrogation. Karma City Police Station. The screen is fixed. The young officer on duty Chen Xiaowen, Zhou old police officer are watching. For a moment the two were actually stunned. The man who resisted arrest with a gun in his hospital bed had such vigor and heart in his youth. Chen Effect Man marveled as his gaze fell on Wei Chou, who was crying while forcing despair to be recorded icily. My God! Instead of choosing to run away, this kid is planning on getting his revenge straight away. He doesn't just want to take advantage of the situation to expel the enemy. He actually really wants to remember everything about the enemy. The young dryad's eyes were complex, shaken with thought. A 12-year-old kid whose parents had just been killed in front of him and whose loved ones had left him behind. It's amazing how calmly you can think about interrogation after a chase with criminals. How strong and terrifying should his inner will be. The old police officer surnamed Zhou was equally choleric looking at it, just a little more puzzled compared to Chen Xiaowen, because he understood a little. Such a man has been mediocre and untalented afterward. The later Wei Flaw has always traveled and poured out supplies without much notoriety nor a large criminal record. Only the year he turned 42, was suspected of murder, resisted arrest with a gun, and was eventually shot and taken to the hospital near death. Muttering something, the old constable wondered more and more. A person whose mind and means were already sufficient for such a comprehensive layout at the age of 12. Why would his life afterward be so ordinary, even corruptible? Chapter 9, I Won't Cry. 9. I'm not going to cry. The pop-ups were extreme. With more than 40 million people watching this case of revenge extermination 30 years ago, the son of the Wei family, Wei Flaw's memory retrospectively, the pop-ups are like clouds, caught the murderer at 12, and straight away forced his composure and started the interrogation. He was mentally horrible. Why haven't you heard Weichsel mention it? He never seems to mention any glory. His life history is full of failures and sins. Inside the hospital room, Wei Zhao's fourth sister, Wei Shengyang looked at the frail, skinny and jagged big brother on the hospital bed in dismay. Wearing a respirator and still spilling blood from his mouth and nose, Wei Xia looked disheveled. She didn't believe it and mumbled something. How could it be? Drive-by chases, life and death struggles, cave captivity, and completed interrogations. He was 12 years old that year. If he was so powerful, why did he give away his younger siblings one by one afterward when he arrived at Lakia City? Even he himself was living on the streets and was even arrested for stealing successively. Wei Solo clenched her fists. She didn't believe it. The new screen reappeared. Wei Pengsheng, the second son of the Wei family, appeared in a simulated picture of the eldest son, faced with the murderer's prying eyes and tracking. Wei Pengsheng could only flee with his family to his aunt's house in Luoqiu City. The tractor lurched. His younger siblings huddled and choked. The two old men wept, and he even saw himself as a child crying and cringing in helpless panic, until the vehicle stopped. Wei Pengsheng, exhausted, knocked on the door of the room. Learning that the Wei family had been burned down and the murderer had not been caught, the aunt looked at the children with heartache. Just stay with us for now. Sitting on the couch, my aunt muttered a small complaint. They come in such numbers and eat for free every day. Ha! Aunt embarrassed silence. Behind the sister and the two old people sobbing. This moment, Wei Pengsheng feel extremely stressed. For younger siblings to grow up, they need life resources and learning resources to nurture them. And always be on the lookout for the killer to come back to your door. But he looked calmly at his loved ones and spoke through clenched teeth. This time in life, I'm the firstborn. I can do it. I swear, I will persevere until the end. And he murmured, thinking of the man. Wei Flaw, what are your memories like retroactively? It must have been a failure. Just like before. You said your parents disappeared and took everyone to Loco Hill City. And then you gave away your younger siblings one by one. But I'm the big brother in this life simulation. And I'm not going to be like you. A big brother has to be a big brother. At this moment, Wei Pengsheng gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Along with Wei Pengsheng mumbled, today's headline pop-up complex surfaced. Your brother didn't run away in his original life. He laid it out alone and carried it all. Only 12 years old. Witnessed both parents murdered in front of his eyes. Calmly remembered the murderer. Used the villagers to drive after the murderer. Interrogation. This kind of madness. Where will escape? The cowardly brother you see is suffering alone. Gambling everything to protect his younger siblings. Although Wei Pengsheng calmly called the police, but in fact the end result is still fleeing. And the murderer has been vigilant. At any time may be on the family, but instead Wei flaws themselves to resist everything. The behavior path is more correct. To protect the younger siblings, the Wei Flaw life retrospective image reappears. Inside the icy cave, the 12-year-old wipes away tears and records everything the murderer, Yang Daong, says. The murderer Yang Daong, before going to the mining district through the Spring Flower guest house, the old Fan Nanjiale and other areas of accommodation, leaving DNA and other information, driving van license plate number, DNC 9626, off-road vehicle license plate number, Ancient B3155. The murderer's blood left on the police car can be tested and compared. The 6 murderers had eaten canned barbecue over a fire in the hillside east of the mining community, and the abandoned residue could be extracted for testing. Wei Flaw recorded one by one. Yang Daong was blindfolded, broken ribs and unable to breathe from the feeling of despair more and more chills him. Spare me, please take me to the hospital. I'm going to die. The wailing was quickly interrupted as the raspy voice resumed. Why did you exterminate the Wei family? Wei Flaw was shedding tears, but her voice was filled with coldness. All I know is that the Wei family man was a narcotics cop who seized a drug trafficking line in '94 that cost someone else a lot of money. Wei family woman is the national security. Investigated the bald problem. Bald only to unite us. Provide information together to extinguish the door. That's all I know. Wei Xiao leaned over the edge of the pond and recorded everything. He then calmly looked at Yang Daong and violently drew his spring-loaded knife and stabbed him several times. The crimson red spread along with the strong odor of rust, and under the dual intervention of physiology and psychology, Wei Xiao dry-heaved while wielding the knife. Accompanied by the initial miserable screams, Yang Daong gradually lost his voice. Wei Flaw just dry-heaved, paled, and began to calmly process the scene. Bloodstains wiped, fingerprints destroyed, shoes removed in accordance with the projected height and weight to mimic the size of other people's footprints, creating the illusion that a third party killed Yang Daong. Wei Xia himself will then disguise himself as a child abducted by a trafficker, completing the layout ending. Thinking while moving nimbly to set up the scene, Wei Flaw drops the body on the ground, then removes the lighter, fakes footprints all the way to the police car, and leaves the cave. The mountains and forests are the most overgrown, and when a wildfire is lit, the sea of fire burns to reflect the dark mountains. The villagers searching the mountain began to come towards the fire. Wei Xia drove to reach a river valley. The spring-loaded knife reappeared after processing the driving marks. Wei Flaw looked at his abdomen. His eyes were ruthless, and he swung the knife decisively until the blade didn't enter to the handle. The intense pain and blood loss made Wei Chou look pale, and his strength seemed to drain away with it. After bracing himself and throwing the dagger into the flowing river, destroying the traces of DNA and fingerprints, Wei Xiao calmly lay down and waited. Just like death. That's the closure he had planned for himself to accomplish. The ground was cold and damp with dampness. Wei Xiao covered his blood-hideous wounds and stared at the night sky. He thought of how his parents had taught him to look at a crime scene and where the murderer would destroy the traces. Teach Wei Xiao how to preserve fingerprints, DNA identification, record characteristics, and how to calculate height and weight from footprints. The warmth of the past. The father's wise teachings. A scene comes to mind. Wei Xia's eyes were sore, but she remained stubborn and strong. I can't cry. I'm the firstborn. I won't cry. I have younger siblings to take care of. The dizziness from the loss of blood made Wei Chuan only feel the sky spinning, but he always covered his wounds in death. It wasn't until the sound of footsteps came that Wei Xiao finally closed her eyes and completely lost consciousness. Chapter 10, The Old Constable Thinks of 30 Years Ago. It was New Year's Eve, 2025, and festive songs were playing on stereos everywhere. An elderly man in his early 70s watched the television transfixed in the Loco Hills Happiness Nursing Home. This person is clearly the Deputy Director of Public Security Sun Ocean, who went to the mining town to investigate the case of human traffickers 30 years ago. Sun Ocean watched stagnantly as Wei Fla's life retraced within the television, his thoughts gradually returning to 30 years ago. That year the weather was bone-chillingly cold, and the phones of the offices under the mine had a dozen calls overnight from local people reporting that traffickers were abducting children and going around the area. Driving there overnight, the mountain road was bumpy. Sun Ocean and his colleagues muttered in the car, "These traffickers are really still steal people's children in the new year. Tramp, catch and beat first." Until the beginning of the visit, the local people have spontaneously started to organize manpower into the mountains to inspect, and are making notes at the village chief's house. There is a shout outside the door. The traffickers took the police car. They must have gotten scared when they saw the police car and took the opportunity to grab it and run away. Goddamn traffickers. At that time, Sun Ocean was furious, and immediately had someone call the bureau to stop and set up a card to bring this group of lawless thugs to justice. It wasn't until halfway through the day that I learned that a child whose home had just caught fire had been taken by human traffickers, and his name was Wei Fla. He took the villagers up into the mountains to look for them, and when he came to a river valley, he saw the scene. At this moment, Sun Ocean opened his eyes as the memory of that scene in his mind slowly overlapped with the TV playing a scene in front of him. Many people look at Wei Fla memory retrospectively and see only the river valley side. 12-year-old Wei Chou was lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Bureau Chief Chou, "There's someone over here," a villager shouted. Several officers and members of the public who were searching up the mountain with them saw the Riverdale police car from a distance and raced to it. On the wet ground, the tiny figure tried to cover the wound on his abdomen, his face pale and his eyes closed. "Resuscitate. This child was stabbed by a trafficker, but is still alive." The officer's words were rushed, briefly bandaged and treated, and he and the public carried Wei Fla onto a tractor and took him to the hospital. Appearing as a victim, Sun Ocean looked grave and began to investigate the traces. "Follow the police car wheel marks until you find the cave." Witnessing Yang Dayang's body with his own eyes, even Sun Ocean and a group of police officers following the investigation could not help but be chilled by it. The chest and abdominal stab wounds were vicious, all to vital organs such as the heart, and the loss of blood, soaking large areas of the body, was shocking. Trace identification team police officers check and analyze and report seriously. According to the victim's autopsy, there were multiple broken ribs. The cause of death was stab wounds to the heart and abdomen, and the murder weapon was presumed to be roughly of the dagger variety. Residual footprints on the ground according to the depth and size inferred should be in 1 meter 83 or so, weight 79 kilograms. Physical stature. In addition to the ground there are traces of dragging and dragging, judging as the victim's residual. Based on the clues, this should be the first crime scene. Because the public called the police to search the mountain to create a sense of crisis, the suspects had infighting, so they first drove here. The murderer killed his accomplices, and then drove the vehicle to take Wei Xiaoxiao away, and on the way, realized that they could not escape by carrying Wei Xiaoxiao, and therefore decided to kill Wei Xiaoxiao and abandoned the vehicle to flee the scene. Wei Fla was found in a river valley, so no footprints were found, and it can be judged that the murderer fled down the river. Sun Ocean calmly listened to the technical experts analyze, knowing that the situation is getting more and more tense. Reported immediately and asked the department to increase police presence to assist in the investigation. The traffickers are too arrogant, not only abducting children and attempting to kill them, but also suspected of murder. They must be arrested as soon as possible, otherwise the impact will be too bad. With the Wei Fla was attempted murder by thugs news. Not only the mining town, Chanliang town, Zuoying township, Dayton village, Zhouzhuang and other villages and towns at a time also completely fried pot. The village cadres who received the notice also panicked and discussed with each other, or made secret calculations. Even children? These traffickers are crazy. What can we do about this? I don't know how long it will take to catch it. So many officers went up the old mountain and let it get away. Especially the mining town village cadres. Witnessed Wei Fla abdominal wounds hideous tragedy. Is more afraid. This trafficker wasn't caught. And if he ran away and came back when the officers were gone, there's no telling if the next person to get stabbed would be one of our own children. For a while people were on edge. Hospital wards with the pungent smell of disinfectant water. Fifth sister Wei's solitary spirit looked at the picture of her elder brother's eldest son's memory, and she couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Is he really hurt? No, it wasn't. I remember he was perfectly fine at home at that time and even worked in the fields. How could he be injured? It's impossible. Memories from decades ago surfaced in his mind. The family house burned down that year, and Grandma and Grandpa were so angry that they took them on a tractor. Wei Xiao burned down the house and was punished for walking back by himself. At that point he came home and didn't say he was injured and moved around freely. No one cares about Grandma and Grandpa. They are all worried about the 4 children crying. No one cares about the oldest Wei Xiao who burned the house and caused trouble. But life retrospectively on. The hideous wounds are not fake after all. No one cared that Wei Flaw was really hurt. Why didn't he say anything? What's all this fuss about? Wei's solitary spirit didn't know and just looked at it in a complicated way. The pop-ups were raging, and on the Shake Shack live stream, viewers rocked the send. Is Wei Xiao really 12 years old? With such a layout, mind, and means, where does it look like a 12-year-old? To be able to raise such a child, Wei Flaw's parents are definitely not simple. At least the 12-year-old Wei Flaw is even more terrifying than the vast majority of adults in their 20s and 30s nowadays in terms of their state of mind. Hasn't anyone realized that the direction of the police investigation and the results of the examination of the traces at the scene? They're really starting to catch the traffickers as laid out by Wei Xiao. Nursing home, the retired Sun Ocean is also watching the live screen, watching with a bitter smile. The case of human traffickers in the mining town of Dongchang Lakshu City in '95 made a lot of noise and was a key case of concern for the city at the time. As deputy director, he was also the site scout, the main person in charge. At that time, the test identified that the criminal gang had infighting. The murderer had killed 1 person, and a child had been seriously injured, which also led to a joint multi-agency investigation, as well as civil pressure. But now he realizes that everything is actually dominated by a child. Laying out the villagers, the traffickers pretended to use police pressure. This 12-year-old is chasing a murderer to avenge his death and to protect his younger siblings from the murderer's continued targeting. The aging man thought of the image of seeing the child in days gone by. The river valley was icy cold and the mountain wind hurt your face. The teenager was stabbed once. Keep your eyes open, cover your wounds, and live life to the fullest. Just pale and calm like that. Looking at him, the later images came back to mind. In the hospital, the injured child was terrified, overwhelmed, with a mixture of fearful looks. It's all fake. Sun Ocean murmured in shock. Use the police, the public, calm interrogation, create a scene, disguise yourself as a victim. The 12-year-old set up a situation, said nothing, and was left alone to carry everything on his own. This kid is really scary. At this moment, Sun Ocean became more and more curious as to what this child had done afterward. Did it really start to fall into mediocrity and become what it is today? Chapter 11. He is always one and only one. On New Year's Eve 25, the television began to show images of the station celebrating. In Zhuiying Township, 3 aging seniors converge with simple ingredients on the table. It was clearly the village head of Datan village, the village head of Zhaozhuang, and the 3 village heads under the mining town. The wine glass fell. The old village head Zhou Qiang stunned, looking at the side of the Sun Zhou Xiaodong computer live screen. The complexity of the village chief, who used to be 50 years old but is now 80, is immersed in thoughts of 30 years ago, 95 years that year the old man has not a few years. Zhou Qiang remembers clearly, New Year's Eve. The family is immersed in joy in preparation for the New Year's Eve banquet. Families are also festooned with lights and colors and are bustling with preparations for the New Year's reunion. Then a fire broke out in the village and the entire old Wei family house went up in flames. The village Wei family's son, Wei Flaw, was kicked outside the courtyard by his maternal grandfather, Chang Zhong, for playing with fire and burning the old mansion, after which the boy cried and said that there were human traffickers in the village. It was so big that all the young and old from the neighboring towns started searching the mountain, and the police also brought a large number of officers to search the area. Finally, the body of the trafficker and the fainted Wei Xiao were also found on the mountain. Because of this incident, 95 Dongchang City set off a vast special crackdown on human traffickers. It affects more than a dozen counties and hundreds of townships and villages under the entire municipal jurisdiction. Until now, returning from their thoughts, the 3 old village elders looked at each other with bitter, incredulous smiles. So it's him. The boy counted everyone, but he was just a little doll then. The scene plays, and pop-ups tumble across the jitterbug, sharply almost covering the screen. This kind of real program has never been seen before, causing more and more viewers and the heat to skyrocket. Is this really the bearded middle-aged man lying in the hospital bed as a child? How can it be? 12 years old. Can utilize the environment to make the best use of the situation? Calmly suppress emotions to achieve the layout of the villagers. The police, to achieve the purpose. Such a child is too scary. Have you not noticed the most crucial point? which is that this boy has never forgotten that he is the son of the Wei family. Yes, he's holding up the fort for his younger siblings and loved ones, and he's only 12 years old, calm to the core, carrying everything alone. This is a madman. Along with the pop-up, the image reappeared. Wei Flaw's life in retrospect. County Hospital. Beds, 95. Eyelids heavy and distended. Wei Xiao opened his eyes and the light pierced his eyes. The chest and abdominal wounds had just been stitched up. The anesthesia was about to wear off, and the pain was gradually coming. The loss of blood left Wei Qi with little strength and it was hard. Turning his head to the ward. Enameled basins, enameled cups, old wooden cabinets, the atmosphere of the ages. Wei Flaw's eyes went from disoriented to determined in a short period of time, and he muttered something. I am the son of the Wei family. When mom and dad are gone, I'm the backbone of the family. He gritted his teeth to suppress the aggravation, the despair, his eyes still red and swollen. His look determined, struggling to get up. There was a vague tearing pain in the wound between movements. He had to say that. He was telling himself, or he was afraid he would break down. The parents' bodies are still hidden in the straw by themselves, and the killer is still snooping around in the shadows. How do younger siblings live and grow up? I can't fall. I am the eldest son. I will never allow myself to fall. Wei Flaw, stand up. The teenager's eyes sharpened momentarily, and he gritted his teeth and forced himself to get up, repeating it over and over again. Until this moment, it was like steel. The door to the hospital room was pushed open. The old wooden door creaked. Sun Ocean looked at the child struggling to sit up in front of him and sighed in pity. How's it going? Does it still hurt? Uncle wants to ask you for specific news about those traffickers. Almost at the moment of seeing Sun Ocean, Wei Flaw, all the sharpness of all hidden, aggrieved choking, mixed with fear, like a child of this age should show everything. They tied me up and stuffed me in the trunk. I don't know where to go. The car was going fast, like walking uphill. All I heard them say was that they were going to take a few more kids. Then they said that there were officers searching the mountain and that there must have been a mole who betrayed them, after which they fought. I saw it again right there in Riverdale. They were trying to kill me with a knife. Wei Flaw's some shivering. It seems poor. Sun Ocean asked this child's family phone. Let people come over to settle the medical bills. My family. No money. No phone installed. It's okay. You rest well. These money, Uncle advanced. While shaking his head, Sun Ocean sighed. This child, too pitiful. Wei Flaw is not seriously injured, because his own hands are measured, not vital. See Sun Ocean to go. Strong support down the hospital bed. Uncle, I want to go home. After confirming his condition, Sun Ocean took Wei Flaw to the car. In the back seat of the car window, Wei Zhao's gaze was calm, gazing out the window. Along the way there was a buzz of activity as loudspeakers in the villages broadcast warnings. Young men and women were organized to search the mountains, and militia teams began patrolling. Grandma's village, Dai Tam, is in the middle of the villages and is well surrounded. At this moment, Wei Flaw was calm and muttered his words. The siblings are finally safe. Concentrating on driving Sun Ocean heard. Thought the child was worried about other village children. Did not care. Today's headlines, pop-ups to this cloud. The younger siblings he's talking about are those children of his Wei family. Yes, at 12 years old, he used all his power just to save his siblings. He never forgets that he is the firstborn. The picture continues. Early in the morning, the mountains were damp and foggy. Sun Ocean dropped Wei Chou off at the entrance of Ditan village and rushed to arrest the traffickers. Wei Xiaoxiao walks weakly, carrying a school bag with medicine in it, each step tugging at the freshly stitched wound. At Grandpa's house, his younger siblings were still sound asleep, and no one paid any attention to Wei Chou, who had just returned. He also did not rest, pushed open the door of the room. Silently the previous interrogation of Yang Daon left a copy of the evidence transcribed again, placed in the lowest slit of the lacquer closet. He then turned pale, covered his wounds, and began to write a plan. Go to the suspect's stays, including the Spring Flower guest house, and the Old Fan farmhouse to preserve physical evidence and extract DNA. Protect your younger siblings and send them away if necessary to get out of the killer's sight. Burial of parents. Wei Zhao's face was weak and pale, even though it was only writing, because the anesthesia dissipated. Intense pain came through, and every word made Wei Chao's brow furrow as he gritted his teeth and held on. Now the room is gloomy and the 12-year-old sits alone by the window summarizing everything. Behind them were my younger siblings who were exhausted and sound asleep after a night of panic and crying. This is the moment when the sun appears. A thin figure sat hard in the clear, his shadow just obscuring the 4 tiny children behind him. 30 years later, hospital ward. Fifth sister Wei's solitary spirit froze, looking at the flashback image in front of her eyes, her fingertips unconsciously grasping, almost embedded in her palm. 30 years ago, was it like this? She thought about that day. Wei Xiao burned down the old house, and Grandma and Grandpa took the four of them home first. After that she slept soundly, and there was always the sound of loudspeaker noises from outside, as well as the villages and towns organizing militia and young men to search the mountains, and setting up barricades at the village entrances. I heard they were catching some kind of traffickers. Being half asleep and half awake from the noise himself was already irritating, and Wei Xiao has been sitting there flipping papers since he came back. So that's when you were writing this evidence? At this moment, Wei's solitary spirit's mind was complicated. But how? You took on those guys by yourself afterward? Send us all away to deal with the enemy. How could you possibly do that? I don't believe it. She thought of the always dangling, greedy, cowardly figure in her mind. It is inconceivable that the 12-year-old in front of me will overlap with the scruffy middle-aged man now lying in a hospital bed shooting and resisting arrest, because according to the above picture, people in sickbeds also have stronger lives, but he accomplished nothing and was sparse all his years. Chapter 12, Firstborn Comparison. When you experience an older brother. Wei's solitary spirit continued to look up at the eldest son memory tracing. She wanted to see after that Wei flaw after life. A new scene appears on the screen. Boo! The old enamel bowl was practically thrown in front of Wei Chuan, splashing a piece of soup. Early in the morning, there are things on the mind. Grandma and Grandpa old couple tossed and turned. Just made breakfast. The four children, Wei Pengsheng, Wei Pengzhang, Wei Soliang and Wei Soling, all had rice porridge, boiled eggs and pickles in front of them. The only thing in front of Wei Xiao is a bowl of yellow rice soup. Yellow rice is sparse, and the rice soup is not considered thick. The arson thing in front of the house. The Grandpa Cheng Zhong heart angry. Pressure did not ask Wei Xiao where exactly the night did not return. Not even look at Wei Xiao a glance. Just give the other four children to the dishes. Weak overnight. Wei Xiao didn't care, gulping down rice soup to replenish his strength. Afterward, when we finished eating, we even smiled and cleaned up the dishes and helped with the washing up. After the meal the second brother Wei Pengsheng began to read. Now he is 11 years old. Is the middle school age. Standing all alone, walking east and west. The clothes are not as good as new. Clothes are not as good as new. Wei Xiao dried his hands and smiled warmly. Clothes are not as good as new. People are not as good as old. From the ancient Yen song of the Tu Han dynasty, it is about exhorting people to cherish the present and not to be fond of the new and the old. Wei Pengsheng turned his head in disgust at the words and looked at Wei Xiao with disdain. Use your words? Mind your own business. You just know how to cause trouble. Hearing his second brother open his mouth, Wei Xiao didn't care, only that the wound was getting more painful, causing him to frown from time to time, his expression almost out of control. My younger siblings didn't notice, and no one even bothered to look at it. Third brother Wei Pengzhang in the yard to repair the bicycle, the chain half a data set. Frowning, Wei Xia took a small stick and put it in the hollow of the chain to pull it, and the stirrups turned to bring up the chain. Seeing Wei Flaw appear, Wei Pengzhang annoyingly got up and left, muttering in a low voice, "Everywhere you are," carefully scrutinizing his younger sibling's appearance. Wei Flaw's pale face revealed a smile and murmured, "Y'all be good. It's all going to be good." No one heard or cared about the frail figure crouching alone in front of the bike. Wei Flaw just smiled, from the bottom of his heart, his gaze pure and expectant. No one knows what kind of stress and loneliness this 12-year-old faces. Go back in time again 25 years to the nursing home. Already retired. Sun Ocean, the former deputy bureau chief who organized the human trafficking case, is also watching. The lonely teenager crouching in front of his bike, eyes full of his siblings, finally made the old tears roll down his face. In a blur of vision, thoughts returned once again to 30 years ago. "Boy, does it hurt?" "It's okay," Uncle advanced. The boy never cried out in pain, and no family came when something so serious happened. It turns out that he just doesn't want people to know what he's been through, and doesn't want to involve his two oldest and younger siblings in danger. He never intended to just carry everything on his own. Later, when I drove by on the way, I saw those searching villages and towns in the mountains, the militia, and this kid would ask carefully about the traffickers and if they had caught any suspicious characters. Until the end, that childish whisper suddenly rang in Sun Ocean's mind. The siblings are finally safe. Tears collapsed, watching the disliked by younger siblings, loathed even by Grandma and Grandpa, underfed and isolated figures. Sun Ocean's old face is full of grief, and his voice is hoarse and trembling. You are the son of the Wei family. How can your life be only as ordinary as it seems? I don't believe it." The Shake Shack live feed is synchronized and the pop-ups are now scrolling by leaps and bounds. He did not allow himself to fall, but allowed his younger siblings to taunt him wantonly. How could such a person live an ordinary life and end up in this situation? Family loathing, murderer staring. Wei Xiao didn't cry or complain, not even aggrieved. Full of eyes or doting smile to younger siblings. "Ah, He doesn't care, he knows he's the boss, so he chooses to carry it. But it takes a lot of willpower. Right now he's just a child. What about when he grows up later? This kind of person can never be as mediocre as he appears. The program begins to appear in a different frame. Wei Pingsheng is the eldest son, citing life contrasts. Winter day, foggy, weak sunlight. Waking up from his sister-in-law's house, Wei Pingsheng sat by the window with complicated thoughts. Now that a large family is living in my sister-in-law's house, I need money for food, drink, and transportation. In a short period of time the little ant can still hold out, but as time goes by, I'm afraid that if the little ant doesn't say anything, the ant will be disliked. And it's not a small amount of money to use, whether it's to support your siblings or to nurture them. Lack of money. Calm down. Wei Pengsheng began to think about how to make money in this era. Just before he could get a clue, the door was pushed open and his younger siblings poured in. Brother, how do I do this question? You quickly help me see. My bike is broken and the chain won't go up. Brother, look, my sister is crying and hungry again. Miscellaneous. So that Wei Pengsheng thought's completely messy, but he still pressed the boredom patience one by one to solve the problem, then left the house straight away. It was imperative that he make money. He had to make money. It was only when he walked out that he felt the pressure. Besides the money, he hadn't forgotten that there were murderers snooping around. I want to make money. You watch. I'm the firstborn, and I won't give my siblings to anyone. My younger siblings have me to protect them. I will give them everything they want. Wei Xiao, watch what it means to be the eldest son. Clenching his fists and talking to himself, Wei Pengsheng was firmly confident. You're only capable of raising your siblings on your own. There must be. Wei Pengsheng on business opportunities, keen sense of smell. Soon, through visits to the city and countryside, Wei Pengsheng eyes locked in the earth eggs, loach and other food products, began to pour to earn the difference in price. The first shipment he traveled to the countryside to carry, and although he was evicted from selling in the city and ordered to pay more than $100 in stall fees, Wei Pengsheng earned $80 in difference. Starry night, when Wei Pengsheng handed over the money to the hands of the little ant, finally also saw the ant reluctantly nodded look. Just as quickly, the bottom of his eyes dissolved into trepidation. The unfamiliar van with the impact dent slowly drove through the yard, increasingly making him pale and associate him with the killer. Wei Pengsheng suppressed his hand shaking as he closed the door and returned to his room. Brother, what does this ancient text mean? Teacher says bike race next week. The younger siblings' cluttered voices rang out. Nervous exhaustion mixed. Wei Pengsheng finally could not suppress the annoyance roar. Will you be quiet? At this moment, perhaps the murderer was around. Wei Pengsheng was exhausted. Today's headline pop-up surfaced. He was always on passive defense. So that's what the eldest son was facing pressure. Wei Xiaoxiao distracts through the human trafficking layout. The mass line changes the situation. And Wei Pengsheng? So far, he's been on passive defense. So that year, Wei Xiao faced such heavy pressure. Chapter 13, I'll be alone from now on. Life contrasts. Another view. A new screen appeared. Early in the morning, the militia consisting of more than 30 young and strong men from the village of Dayton split into two teams. One setting up a checkpoint at the entrance of the village and patrolling inside the village. The other team started going up the hill to search for signs of traffickers. The loudspeakers at the entrance of the village would sound once an hour apart, almost involving the whole village, young and old. In a shocking scene, watching this scene, Wei Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction and then took two rough dry cakes out the door. Behind the village of Daitan there is an inconspicuous barren mountain with rugged valley paths and few people. Wei flew to the place. Forehead has seen sweat, but did not rest, did not take the family farming tools, worried about being found and Wei Flaw picked up the surrounding wood and stone began to dig. The valley is cluttered with gravel and the ground is stiff. It took a whole day of eating bites of dry biscuits when I was hungry to dig more than 20 centimeters deep and more than a meter shallow pit. Fingers have been cracked in many places and blisters have been rubbed in a number of places as well. At sunset and dusk, Wei Xiaoxiao only borrowed the faint light, all dirty to go home and drink a little rice soup. Later on, late at night, I sat by the light of a lamp next to my siblings and tutored them in their homework. Look at you, all dirty like you've been rolling around in the mud. Why don't you go take a shower and wash your clothes? You wash the sheets if you get them dirty. The more Grandpa Chang Zhong looked, the more angry he became, angrily rebuking the opening, and his younger siblings also stared in disgust. Wei Flaw didn't care, nodded obediently, and did the laundry until midnight. Live Twitter feed with pop-ups rolling in. What are you doing? Wei Xia is just burying his parents. Of course you don't know what kind of pressure he's under. At this time, Wei Xiao is not healed at all. How painful the wound must be. The picture continues. For a whole week, Daitan village was always under martial law. Not only Daitan village, the mining town, Zuoying Township. Zhouzhuan all over the country never stopped preventive vigilance. Much safer. Wei Fla knew that for at least a month, the murderer wouldn't have a chance to threaten them in a big way. And during this week, Wei Xiao finally dug 2 big holes. Every day I go home and my body is falling apart. The pain from my wounds is constant, and all I eat is cold leftovers. But Wei Xiao's weak face always wore a smile. When Grandpa Cheng Zhong saw his appearance, he was furious. Look at you in this. Where have you been every day lately? All day long. I'm going to help them search the mountains to catch the traffickers. Cheng Zhong disdained it, and the more he looked at it, the more annoyed he became. Just you, catching human traffickers? Licking your face and giggling all day? Who can you catch? Useless thing. New Year's Eve 25. Karma City Upscale Senior Center. 93-year-old Cheng Zhong is now retiring here. Frail and sitting on a hospital bed. His second grandson, Wei Pengsheng, as chairman of Yeqing Glass Industrial Group, carefully selected this place for him to retire. Today the caretaker tunes into the live feed and busily cleans up. Cheng Zhong looked at this scene and stayed frozen for a long time. At the age of 93, he suffers from Alzheimer's disease, and fragments of memories flash through his mind from time to time. Still, the live feed reminded him of 30 years ago. That week, the eldest grandson Wei Xiao always giggle, all dirty morning and evening, and often even can not eat. He came home to tutor his younger siblings to write homework. He remembered that despite her love of laughter, Wei Xiao had weak feet and a weak face, and often covered her stomach. But he thought it was a lack of food. Turns out it's a wound. Cheng Zhong thought of how he scolded Wei Xiao when he was also that year, when Wei Xiao was adamant about giving his younger siblings to someone else's family to raise. You don't want your handlers. Your parents aren't dead yet. It's not your turn to be in charge of this family. But at this moment, Cheng Zhong trembled, reached out and pointed at the tender face, and sighed with complexity. So what? After that you sent your siblings away for revenge? How can that be? I thought you said it was for the money. 93-year-old Cheng Zhong's sparse white hair shivering. Cannot believe. The chest cavity as if pressed something. Heavy, unbearable, almost breathless. The aged Cheng Zhong's cloudy eyes trembled, and the reflected image formed an overlap with the live broadcast 30 years ago image. The night was dim, and the mountains were heavy with silence from time to time from the birds and the wind whistling shrilly through the trees. Outside the village of Ditan, teenager Wei Xiao pushes his bicycle as he struggles to walk through the mud of the mountains. The back seat of the bike carries a rough package, a bit of nesting, and rudimentary scented candles. In the mining town, not far from the old Wei family house, straw is piled up in a heap. The bike stopped and the place was silent late at night from the fires burning and the human traffickers infesting the area. Wei Xiao knelt on the ground, his hands shaking a little, pushing back the straw. The two bodies were hard and cold from the winter months. It was only after seeing her parents again that Wei Xiao finally let herself be aggrieved and shed tears. At this moment, he finally acted like a 12-year-old child, shedding silent tears as he frantically wiped them away, muttering, I can't cry anymore. I'm a grown-up. I'm the eldest son. I don't cry. Wei Flaw muttered to himself. Almost trembling, he put his father's body on the bike, carried it with difficulty, and pushed the bike, traveling alone in the starry night mountain field. The wounds had not yet recovered, and every time he traveled a distance, he needed to stop to catch his breath and rest, until the father's body is transported to the valley, then return to transport the mother's body. In the mud, the pain of the wound pulling made Wei Chou less and less strength, stumbling and falling several times in a mile of mountain road. But he didn't care, still keeping his voice down and protecting his father's body silently, preferring to get hurt himself rather than letting his father get covered in sludge. In the latter part of the night, the last of the soil was pressed down firmly and buried, and Wei Xiao took the candle out of the rough bag and lit it. A man in a deserted mountain valley, burning paper money and kowtowing. By now, he knew that he no longer had anyone to rely on, and that the only person his younger siblings could rely on in the world was himself. He has no parents. Mom and Dad. Don't worry, your siblings are fine. Wei Flaw's eyes were red and his voice was low, calm and firm. A scene from yesteryear when he overheard his parents arguing came to mind. The Western Yunnan drug transportation route was smashed by us, but I was exposed, and I suspect there's a mole in the unit. The other side must be very high up, and if I suddenly died or disappeared, the mole would surely suppress the news. I've got to out this guy first. No way. Not allowed to go. Let go of this line. Mother Wei advised. To be able to expose such news to them, this mole's identity is too high, and the enemy is too strong. Mother Wei felt panicked. At the same time, Wei Xia thought of the words his mother had told him before she died. Your dad and I were retaliated against for investigating the drug cartel, so find a way to take your siblings out of the way in the future so the criminals don't retaliate against them. At this moment, Wei Flaw finally realized why her mother wanted her to hide herself from exposure. Wei Xia covered her face, tears rolling and sliding down as she muttered her opening. Mom, don't worry. I'll take care of my siblings. I'm the eldest son. Leave everything to me. Nursing home? Retired Deputy Bureau Sun Ocean stared at this scene, completely frozen, also shocked to listen. The mole, high profile, he couldn't figure out. The original decades ago almost in Dongchang City set off the fight against human trafficking craze that thing. Behind the hidden so shocking secret, Sun Ocean looked on bitterly. So what exactly was he facing in solitude when he met this child back then? Yi City nursing home, the hospital bed, a rare return to sobriety. Cheng Zhong also incredibly looked at this lonely eldest grandson. What happened after the enemy was so horrible? You really went up against it alone? Hospital room, cardiac instruments sounding constantly. The third brother Wei Ping Zhang, the fourth sister Wei Solo Yang both looked at each other, unable to believe this image. No, it can't be. It's amazing that there's such a big involvement behind the death of a parent, and that the enemy is so strong. They don't believe it. The two thought of seeing Wei Flaw before. The man always smiled sarcastically and opened his mouth to lose all his money, looking for his younger siblings that he had personally sort of sold out. It's not borrowing yet. It's asking for it. Later, he even disappeared several times and was imprisoned several times. What qualifications does such a lousy person have to deal with the kind of horrible people behind the scenes? Never. Luoqiu City Public Security Police Department. Now on duty young dry police officer Chen Efficiency 1. Joe old police officer also stared at the screen. The old constable's brow furrowed and he almost stood up. Backtracking the image to Wei Flaw exposing the news is too shocking. It's amazing that there is such a mole within the police force. And then what happened? The two men froze, staring intently at the live feed. A new flashback image to this point reappears. 95 years. This year Dongchang City is exceptionally uneventful. First, the mining town fire. After the human trafficking case is strictly investigated, and then later is the militia to search the mountain. There is a murder case, leading to a special crackdown in Dongchang, and Springflower hospitality is even more affected. Police officers on duty in the neighborhood often come at irregular intervals to check all kinds of documents and are much stricter than before. At 10 o'clock that morning, a 12-year-old kid showed up at the guest house on a bicycle, getting a room. Ha! You have to have all the papers. It's being scrutinized lately. Call your family's adults. No, I'm the kid of a previous guest at the guest house and came by to pick up a few things. Facing the receptionist of the hospitality center opening, Wei Flaw smiled, full of innocence. Hearing no room, the receptionist frowned and spat out the melon rind impatiently. Take what? We've cleaned this side. Nothing valuable. Don't blackmail. It's not a valuable item. I guess they threw it away as trash. I'll look for it. Wei Flaw remained cheerful and repeatedly assured that he would not move around before being brought in by the receptionist looking for someone to keep an eye on him. When he looked at the two rooms 132/133, Wei Xiao was still smiling, but the bottom of his eyes turned cold. The garbage from the guest house is usually not thrown away right away, and according to the clues provided by Yang Daon, they had booked a room here for 7 whole days. In other words, yesterday was only considered just checking out, and they hadn't had a chance to clean it yet. Entering the room, Wei Xiao directly began to take the old clothes that had been worn, cigarette butts, and all sorts of items that could potentially leave evidence. While rummaging around, he also struck up a conversation with the janitor who was staring at him. Auntie, have you seen my second uncle and the others? That's the one who lives here, and I don't know where he's gone, and he can't get through on the phone. The cleaning frowned, glancing at Wei Chou who was rummaging through the trash with some disgust. What does it look like? Oh, my second uncle is bald. Suit and black pants. Black jacket on top, black cotton jacket underneath, about 5'7". Auntie, do you remember what some of the friends who came with him looked like? I'll ask my parents to go out and look for him too. He hasn't been back for too long. They're all over in Dian district. I'm afraid he'll get lost. Wei Xiao smiled, energized and combative. In the police station, looking at Wei Chou, who was carefully searching for evidence, the young dry police officer Chin Effect Man incredulously reached out and pointed at the screen. Turning his head to look at the old constable Zhou, he realized that the old Zhou was even more shocked than he was. The boy. Take advantage of the traffickers first to make things worse and mobilize the power of the masses to create a safe space for yourself and your siblings for the time being. Then he went up the mountain alone, chased the murderer to interrogate him, and got the message. Afterward, take advantage of this time to take yourself out of the picture and still get the chance to bury your parents. Now it's more of a person to start detecting all the evidence of the suspect. The willpower of this man, the unimaginable power of execution, advancing again and again. The design, it's simply terrifying. Is this still what a 12-year-old should look like? Old Joe also looked on blankly. He had never seen this side of Wei Xiao. The previous memory of Wei Flaw was also that the guy was imprisoned and shriveled up in there, as well as being short-tempered and randomly brawling. I can't imagine that the Wei Flaw of 30 years ago was so terrifying. The old weak was a little creepy. Had he gone to prison before? All of it calculated. For revenge? At this moment, old Joe felt more and more shocked. What kind of horrible calculations this should be. Chapter 14, he doesn't care about honor or disgrace. It doesn't matter. New Year's Eve, 2025. The business district of Loco Hills is full of pedestrians and shoulder-to-shoulder traffic. A large screen at the top of the mall was showing the hottest live show on the internet at the moment. Life throwback comparison. Middle-aged people held their children, and there were also small couples gathered around the square to watch. Pedestrians, several college students and a companion looked down at the cell phone live screen. Even in the square shooting Netflix cannot care. Quite a few people couldn't believe it. In the mining town, driving a cab, the middle-aged driver glanced at his cell phone screen and then turned his head to stare at the deserted building in front of him. The mining town had long been deserted 30 years ago, but he remembered it well. What was the scale of the operation that spanned many places and even caused various cities to jointly handle the special rectification operation on human trafficking? It was this operation that led to the arrest of more than a dozen human trafficking gangs. But what really boggles their minds is that this police operation was all designed by a 12-year-old. From the direction of the investigation to the start of the operation afterward, it was only because of Wei Flaw, that son of the Wei family. The live feed continues. Wei Flaw's life in retrospect. New Year's Eve 95 wasn't exactly a celebration for the Wei family, and there were even a few embarrassing moments. Cold wind blowing people face raw pain. Wei Flaw did not care. Through the residual light in the evening, a person sitting silently by the window, organizing the search evidence. His third brother, Wei Pengzhang, took his youngest sister, Wei Soling, to learn how to ride a bicycle, cheek by jowl. The fourth sister Wei solved to read the book carefully, gesturing and calculating in her hand. The second oldest, Wei Pingshang, frowned when he saw Wei Xiao. Where the hell did mom and dad go? If it wasn't for the fact that only Wei Xiaoxiao knew that mom and dad had left, Wei Pengshang wouldn't even want to say a word to his big brother. Wei Flaw sniffed, as soon as he collected the evidence to organize and mounted business trip. Hearing Wei Flaw open his mouth, the oldest two sneered. When mom and dad come back and see the old house gone, you can't run away. Shame on you. The whole village knows you play with fire and burn your house. Being reprimanded by his brother Wei Xiao didn't care. Leaning in next to his fourth sister Wei Solo, he opened his mouth to instruct. This is the wrong solution to this problem. The fourth sister Wei solved that her hands were freezing red, impatiently glanced at Wei Xiao and coldly opened her mouth. If you hadn't burned the house down, I'd still have tutorials to use, and I don't need you pretending to teach them. Mind your own business first. Fifth sister Wei's solitary spirit is still small, but also dislikes the opening. Turn around to find the third brother to play. Not playing with you. The house is gone. Daddy fight. Wei Flaw didn't say anything, just returned to the room once again, watched his siblings walk away, and continued to organize. There are now two piles on the old desktop. First, the physical evidence alley at the scene. Second, suspect Yang Daong confessed about the rest of the suspect information. Thirdly, DNA cigarette butts and water bottles remain in the Spring Flower guest house, and dander tissue remains in the old clothes of the old Fan Nongja. The evidence will all be divided into different categories. Wei Xiaoxiao nimbly all loaded into a leather box. The time has also come to the evening. The table was extraordinarily dull. Incandescent light dim. Grandpa Chang Zhong's sullen face did not say anything. Grandma silently gave a few small ones to clip the green vegetables. I don't want to study. Wei Flaw opened his mouth. Chang Zhong looked at the pair of eyes gazing at him. His anger rose again, and he slapped his hand over. Asshole. The old Cheng family, the old Wei family has produced talented people from generation to generation. How did they produce such a sinner as you? Burn the house down. Don't study, and go to prison for life later. Receiving a slap in the face, Wei Xiao did not say anything, stubbornly stared at each other and shook his head. Cheng Zhong was so angry that he left without eating his meal. Grandma didn't bother, muttering, not reading and saving money. Lonely, alone in the yard. I'll just keep my hair long from now on so I can still look mature. Wei Xiao mumbled to himself, calculating that getting dirty would make him look adult. It's time for me to make money to support my family later. In this moment, the 12-year-old looked up at the somber sky and stood up straight. It's been a week since the case of the human traffickers in the mining town of Laoshan, and the village chief, Zhou Qiang, is standing outside with a few people. Sun Ocean, the deputy director of the organizing case, found Wei Xiaoxiao and took out a bunch of photos. Boy, look, is it these guys? Village chief Zhou Qiang was surrounded by several other village chiefs, all staring nervously, looking exhausted. These are the people they've been jointly catching human traffickers for a while now, all tied up one by one. Murderers kill and injure people, and several villages and towns can't rest easy until such murderers are caught. Wei Xiaoxiao obediently followed behind Sun Ocean, timidly looking up one by one. No, neither. Sun Ocean was a bit helpless and waved his hand to tell the police officer to bring people down. Keep scouting, keep arresting. While Sun Ocean commanded the police officers, Wei Flaw looked innocent and fearful, staring at Zhou Qiang and a few other village chiefs. I remember there was a kid in the car that day with his kidneys ripped out. A time Zhou Qiang several people face more and more difficult to see. Know that things are serious. Back to the village. A total, that night on the joint report to the county, and then reported to the city jurisdiction, requesting additional police force, continue to arrest. After all, things range from human trafficking to organ trafficking and homicide cases, with extraordinarily bad repercussions. Look at this battle. The pressure is heavy under the Deputy Bureau of Sun Ocean, some helpless to find this 12-year-old child. Why? Why wasn't this information said before? Wei Flaw's eyes were black and white, serious and fearful, as if he felt frightened just by the memory. Really? Sun Ocean frowned in confusion. He always felt that this kid was deliberately trying to make a big deal out of it. Cases cascade up the chain of command and the final result comes out. The Dongchang Provincial Bureau was alarmed and made this a major case, organizing joint investigations in Luoqiu, Shihai, Yecheng, Binchang, and Hefei, and cracking down on the major criminal activities of trafficking in human beings and organs. The big news also attracted a lot of reporters. Those people kidnapped other children and took out kidneys, and I was stabbed by the traffickers and left in the river valley. North Morning News reporter Ma Rushue finished the interview and was ready to leave. The teenager, who was just facing the camera, comes over and spreads his hands. Interview fee. Ma Confucianism stunned look. Together with the interview village head Zhou Qiang see helpless, frowned and chided. Wei Flaw, don't be ashamed. Wei Flaw ignored all of them and asked for them one by one before putting the money away. Back home, Wei Xiaoxiao handed his grandpa Chang Zhong $200 for the interview. This is what my mom left me before she left, saying it was for my siblings' tuition. Chang Zhong looked at the money and sighed with relief. This period of time he was also worried, looking at the end of the winter vacation. To start school, that's good, at least the kids have tuition. After giving the money, Wei Chou went out again. A few women sat in a neighboring house and muttered, this grandson of the old Cheng family has gone on to make money again. This money is coming in real fast. The reporter, Ma Confucianism, also watched, shaking his head with a sneer under his eyes. A child of the mountains is just narrow-minded. Wei Flaw didn't care, just watched the Roaring Cross multi-city joint case and smiled with satisfaction. Yecheng Nursing Home, 93-year-old Cheng Zhong looked on with a complicated expression. That tuition. With a raspy voice, he thought about taking the money that day. 200 was really quite a lot of money in those days of $2 or so a pound of meat. He also suspected for a time that the boy had a private stash, and arranged for several younger siblings to reprimand Wei Flaw. This is where the money comes from. Dongchang City, Ma's house. Ma Juxue is now gray and much older, retired from the Northern Morning Post and watching from home. Seeing this scene, Ma Rushue and his family laughed bitterly together. 30 years ago, this kid set up a scheme to draw on a special interprovincial anti-human trafficking operation, and taking advantage of the interview to charge for it. It turns out it's just to get a little tuition money for my younger siblings. He was reprimanded by the village chief and laughed at by the surrounding neighbors, but he didn't care if he was embarrassed. His aged reporter laughed bitterly and had some difficulty holding his head up when he thought of his initial words mocking the short-sightedness of the mountain children. Who was he to laugh at the child who had intended to hold up the family at the age of 12? Twitter pop-up surfaced. It's a shame, or at least I wouldn't dare to do it. He doesn't care about himself. He only cares about his siblings. Isn't the interview fee only $200? He didn't keep any for himself. He gave it all to his siblings to pay for their tuition. And he's still being reprimanded by Grandpa with his younger siblings. But he doesn't care. Chapter 15, he's always there. I'm there. It's New Year's Eve 25, 9 o'clock. Life retraces the picture quickly, and it's only an hour before Wei Xiao is on the ventilator. In the hospital room, Wei Pingzhang looked at the screen and suddenly remembered. 30 years ago, when he was not yet 10 years old, Dongchang City did have a special anti-human trafficking operation. That year, there was also a mass murder and organ trafficking was heavily scrutinized, associating everything in his memory. Wei Pingzhang muttered, is this really Wei Flaw's memory? Impossible. How could he have such courage? If he really can do everything, why did he choose to abandon us in the first place? Do you remember shortly after the fire burned down the old house? We went to school, and I was bullied at school, and it was all still by myself that I fought back and beat the other guy into transferring to another school. I also told Wei Flaw at that time, but Wei Flaw didn't dare to care at all. Nor did he care. Wei Pingzhang said while his mind recalled the scene in the past. Mining elementary school. When the second grade himself was bullied by two fat people. When he went home he told Wei Flaw, implicitly hoping that Wei Flaw would step in to teach the other side a lesson. But Wei Chou just looked at him with cold eyes and said calmly, "It's your own business. And a man's business should be handled on his own." It is also because of this incident that Wei Pingsheng loathed the so-called big brother and began to want to become an official, because he doesn't want to be bullied again. And he hopes that children such as himself won't experience these nasty things in the future. So, the program footage continues. Wei Pingsheng simulates his eldest son, the picture unfolds. Packed up just pouring mountain goods, all kinds of farm eggs, loach, etc. Wei Pingsheng will baskets on the tricycle. Delivered the booth fee. Back pain left. During this time he continued to dump all kinds of goods on the one hand, earning the difference in price. On the one hand, they also privately started to find some people and pay them a small fee to call the police on these people. The officers began to frequent the neighborhood of the aunt's house, although each time they only mediated over trivial matters, unbeknownst to the murderer. This scene occurs several times and the visibly impact-dented van disappears briefly. Physical and mental exhaustion. Wei Pengsheng just home. The oldest three Wei Pengzheng came up. Aggrieved to inform their own school was bullied by classmates pushing and shoving. Wei Pengsheng angrily went to school with a stick and beat up the fat guy. The result is that the other party took the parents along with Wei Pengsheng also beat up, but also took out the money and fell on Wei Pengsheng's face, and went away. Wei Pengsheng could only look on in fury, bruised and battered. The next day Lao San came to him again in tears, saying that the two fat men had beaten themselves up again. Thinking about the other parent-adult physical strength comparison, Wei Pengsheng gritted his teeth and decided, "Let's move. Moving away from this school. In the future, my brother will be able to make money and you won't be bullied." Inside the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng stares at the screen and is moved to open his mouth when he sees his second brother, Wei Pingsheng, simulating the screen to be beaten in order to help himself. That's the firstborn. That's what a brother does. He stands up for his brother instead of ignoring it. Life goes back, and the contrasting images of Wei Zhao's eldest son appear in synchronization. In the sight, Wei Pingzheng was crying to his grandpa that he was bullied at school. "They pushed me and called for a beating at the end of the school day." Cheng Zhong looked at the child helplessly. "If you're bullied, you have to find a teacher. I'll tell your homeroom teacher tomorrow." Grandpa left. Wei Pingzheng helplessly wiped his tears. He approached the teacher, but the teacher was completely useless except for reprimanding Fatty Zhou. He could only find Wei Xiao helplessly. Wei Flaw heard that and coldly tended to the records while speaking. "A man's problems should take care of themselves. It's your business." Even muttered something about crying when things go wrong and not being a man. The young Wei Pingzheng resentfully watched, no longer wiping tears. "You really don't deserve to be a brother." Beside the desk, Wei Xiao heard clearly, but indifferently indifferent. Inside the ward, now the mayor. Wei Pingzheng complex looked at the scene in front of him, thinking of yesteryear. Yes, this man is exactly as remembered. The words were cold and unsheltered. New images continued to appear in Wei Xiao's memory flashbacks. There is a path behind the mining primary school, so Wei Xiao stood by the path and waited, watching from afar as a fat man flung his book bag and appeared. Wei Flaw's eyes were cold as he lifted his stick. He inquired clearly, "Bullying the third brother Wei Pingzheng is this fat man named Zhou Shueqiang." The stick landed on his arm, and even with the cotton jacket blocking it, it still hurt so much that Zhou Shueqiang dropped his school bag and screamed. "Been waiting for you for a long time." Speaking in a cold voice, Wei Flaw didn't stop at all, just like a madman. "Who are you and who are you helping out?" Zhou Shueqiang roared angrily, but Wei Flaw didn't answer. Zhou Shueqiang called out to his brother afterward, and the Zhou family's big brother came with the gangsters. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hit him. Each of the five men picked up sticks and stones and rushed up. Wei Flaw didn't care, and was viciously hit. "It was dark when I got home, and my arms and palms were bruised and cracked in many places." Grandpa Chang Zhong looked at Wei Xiao and angrily pushed him. "Not studying? This is about going to be a punk? Not learning? How did the Wei family produce such a disgrace like you?" Wei Xiaoxiao did not open his mouth, and the next day, with a full body of wounds, he blocked Zhou Shueqiang here at the entrance of the mining elementary school. Yesterday, the injury is still not healed. Zhou Shueqiang cringed and held his head, and screamed miserably under the stick. "Who the hell are you? Crazy bastard. Where did I offend you?" Wei Flaw cold face, did not say a word. See Zhou Shueqiang unable to fight back, and even deliberately stopped, waiting for his brother to arrive. Hearing that his brother had been beaten again, the Zhou family's elder brother looked furious and hurriedly came with several people. "You're sick. Hit me. Hit me." This time Wei Flaw was even more injured than yesterday and limped back home. Until the evening of the third day, in the dry toilet of the elementary school, Wei Xiaoxiao once again blocked Zhou Xueqiang. Zhou Xueqiang cried. Angry at the familiar stick, powerlessness surged into his heart. The Zhou family's elder brother was completely mad at the news and rushed up with red eyes. A few of the mongrel students behind him also made angry moves. Wei Flaw dropped his stick and looked gloomy, copied one side of the mop and shoved it into the dry toilet, ruthlessly rolling all sorts of dirty things. When Zhou's big brother rushed forward with his men, Wei Flaw became more and more ferocious, and he maniacally waved the mop, smashing the dirt on it towards Zhou's big brother's back. Bang! 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 Mops flying around, dirt flying everywhere. The surrounding minions, angry and ready to do it, were smoked and kept backing away. No one dares to go on. Stinky and disgusting. You want to die? I'll kill you. On your knees. The big brother of the Zhou family was so disgusted by the feces that he roared in hideous rage. A few punk students pointed angrily, not daring to step forward, some angrily smashing with rocks from afar. Zhou Xueqiang Sua then directly hid to the side in fear. It's not the fear of fighting, it's the fear of getting stuck with feces. It's winter. I'll kneel your mother. Wei Flaw's expressionless face violently pushed the mop away and shoved it directly into the Zhou brothers' mouths. The big brother of the Zhou family instantly dry-heaved, and he hissed and screamed while vomiting as he rushed into the toilet, regardless of the fact that he was flushing his face and head with ice-cold water. The other punks turned pale and backed away, but it was too late. Wei Flaw mop flung left and right, whirring, feces flying everywhere. Other juniors chilled and screamed back, some even directly run away. At this moment, Wei Flaw was hideously insane, viciously beating the two Zhou brothers. Zhou Xueqiang cried and fell to his knees, dry heaving and opening his mouth. Why? What have we done to offend you? Who the hell are you trying to stick up for? Wei Flaw still didn't answer who he helped out, slammed down the mop, expressionless, and turned to leave. Today's headline: the pop-ups are raging and rolling. Mop dipped in feces. 3 days in a row and 4 or 5 people in a group fight. Wei Xiao is really ruthless. 3 days? Iron Man, so many injuries cannot top. He paid so much for his brother. Why not tell him? Crazy. After so many years in a row, he doesn't have a good piece of meat left in his body, but he's still here, as an older brother, to stand up for his bullied brother. Inside the hospital room, the live hostess faced the camera, her eyes crossing in awe. It was the reading of it that she found unbelievable. Wei Flaw made his move and the bullies of his brother were sanctioned, but everyone was able to see that for 3 days in a row. He never said exactly who he was standing up for. He just fought to the death. Maybe people don't understand why they do it but don't tell the other side to create a deterrent, but I'd say that's the really smart way to do it. He's not saying who he's helping so he doesn't drag his brother into subsequent targeting. What Wei Flaw is trying to do is make the bullies themselves cringe in despair and drop out and change schools. That kind of mind. It's horrible. Inside the hospital room, Wei Pingzhang had frozen. He never thought that it had happened in the old days. The picture reappeared with a new scene. Chapter 16. Be proud. My brother. The dry toilet mop flung, and along with it, Wei Chou was tainted with a foul odor. Back home it was already evening. Grandma sniffled and looked at Wei Xiao in disgust. Did this fall out of the toilet? It stinks. The oldest two, Wei Pengshang, and the fourth sister, Wei Shengyang, were all filled with dislike. Don't go in the bathroom to wash it. It's disgusting. Wei Flaw just nodded silently and took a shower with cold water. Shivering from the cold, his wounds were agitated by the cold water and gradually numbed. On the dinner table afterward, Wei Xiao still only had a small bowl of rice soup and some pickled vegetables in front of her. In Grandpa's words, get by without getting ahead. 9-year-old Wei Pengzhang did not cry today, holding up a steamed bun on the dinner table with a proud look. Today Fatty Joe didn't dare to bully me. I pushed him straight down and he finally got scared. And this guy has all become honest lately and doesn't dare to bully everyone. When in trouble, people, who can only rely on themselves, must be strong and fight back. Said this, but also deliberately glanced at the silence. Wei Flaw disdainfully turned his head. Seeing his brother's gaze, Wei Xiao just sipped the rice soup in silence. Late at night, Wei Xiao began to sharpen his sword, and with it, he took advantage of the night and touched Zhou's house. The watchdog Black Dog heard the footsteps from afar and started barking furiously. Wei Flaw's eyes were grim and he directly swung his sword. The crimson splashed down on the ground, and the barking of the dog attracted Zhou Xueqiang to open the door to check. Seeing his own watchdog Big Black Dog death, Zhou Xueqiang only felt a chill from the spine to the brain. Shouting cannot shout out. At this moment, Wei Xiaoxiao carried the knife, one hand holding the freshly stripped out dog intestines, and gently set it on Zhou Xueqiang's neck, spinning around and peeing on Zhou Xueqiang. Zhou Xueqiang shivered, looking at the bright blade, not daring to move. It wasn't until the end that Wei Flaw patted him on the head, his voice calm. Bully someone else again and this dog is what you get. Watching Wei Fla leave, Zhou Xueqiang finally completely chilled. Desperate, snot and tears, paralyzed on the ground. The next evening, after school Wei Pingzheng smiled and touched his sister's head. Flesh eyes can be seen happy. Fatty Zhou changed schools and became especially honest. Quite a few people in the class could be happy. Wei Xiao looked at his gradually confident brother. Did not say anything, limping silently turned away. 2025. New Year's Eve. West Sea City, Zhou family. The 38-year-old Fatty Zhou was also watching the live broadcast with a complex expression. The live feed took his thoughts back 30 years. He was 8 years old that year, and for 3 days in a row he was blocked and beaten and had a mouthful of shoved in a mop. No matter how much they fought or asked, the man just wouldn't say who he was standing up for, leaving him humiliated to the point where he didn't even know who to go to for retaliation, especially being sickened by the mop and not being able to eat for 2 days. That's when Big Brother told himself to be honest these days, hide it, and see if he could uncover who it really was. When we find the murderer, we'll get back at him with a vengeance. He even heard his big brother getting up in the middle of the night, alone, sharpening his knife, ready to play something tough with the opposite side. So he's also in disguise, acting seemingly weak at school, but actually uncovering the culprits behind it all. Who knew that his own big black dog was not only killed, but his intestines were stripped out and put around his neck. The skin was also peeled back and appeared at the gate just like that. Zhou Xueqiang cried in despair. He saw his big brother rushed out when he heard the sound and almost went crazy with fear when he saw that tragic scene. At that moment, Big Brother just laughed bitterly and lost his knife. Forget it, this man is too ruthless. We can't afford to mess with him. We can afford to hide. From that day on, Zhou Xueqiang transferred to another school. His spirit was debilitated for a long time, and he became completely amiable as a person, because from start to finish, one doesn't know exactly who one has offended. Until now, he didn't know. Zhou Xueqiang bitterly looked at his parents, wife and children around him. This fat guy in the picture, that's me. Wei Fla is really good at this. 12 years old and handling things so ruthlessly. It seemed to shock me. And a lot of people thought it was the 3 beatings that kept me honest, but it was actually the killing of the dog that really killed me for good. He really knows how to deal with assholes. At this point Zhou Xueqiang sighed and shook his head. He kind of saved me though. At least I'm nice to people now and don't get offended easily. The hairy punks we used to be with just turned 20 and got hacked to death. At this moment, Zhou Xueqiang stared at that lonely figure with emotion. These kind of people are ruthless enough to do things, and they are also really perfect. That's the tough guy. It drove him and his brother to fear at that point. Jitterbug, now that the show is stepping into a larger pool of traffic, is popping up more and more. What do you mean there's a beginning and an end? This man is dealing with it like a total lunatic. This is the real way to deal with gangsters. Gangsters are not afraid to be tougher than they are. They always think they have a lousy life, and it takes someone to make them afraid. Yes, it's the unknown enemy, the unknown means of retaliation. That really puts them in fear. In the ward, Wei Pingzheng ignored the pop-ups and froze. He thought of the scene between himself and Fatty in the old days. That day at school, when he was blocked in the playground again. He thought to himself that there was no one to help him and gritted his teeth and decided to fight back. The fat man was pushed down. Not only did not hit himself, but also asked himself smilingly if he had called his brother to come out. Himself then just gritted his teeth in disdain and told him, "My brother? How dare that punk show his head? He deserves to be a brother too. All I can count on is myself." The fat man didn't hit himself afterward, just walked away with a blank face. Until this moment he had been emboldened by his younger self. Turns out Fatty was fishing. At that point he was just trying to find out who the hell it was that was behind getting him and preparing for revenge. It was only after that Fatty transferred to a different school that he got really scared. Wei Pingzheng stayed, thinking of the cheering gestures of his classmates on the day of the fat man's transfer. He shook his head at that moment. Is it really you? Wei Fla expressionless hanging dog intestines on the fat man image repeatedly appeared in his mind. Wei Pingzheng inexplicably complex. He actually went after the fat man 3 times for me, outnumbered, and never stopped. Even sharpening his knife in the middle of the night, a man came to his door to retaliate and shock the fat man. You really like that? Taking a look at the disheveled figure lying on the hospital bed, Wei Pingzheng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, "But after that you gave away your siblings and asked us for money. Who the hell are you?" Inside the ward at that time, as a star, the 5th sister Wei Solvingling also saw the new hot topic on the shake. Heck, someone is starting to organize life back information. Wei Fla collection. First, how to make a big deal out of human trafficking. Use the police force to protect the younger sibling. Go after the killer alone. Force a confession, and gather evidence. Second, how to help a bullied brother. The comments section has over 20,000 messages and counting. The 12-year-old Wei Flaw's mind and heart power are simply terrifying. Whether it's the layout design or the power of action afterward, these are nothing. The problem is that this child was despised by his younger siblings from the beginning. That's right, his siblings think he's playful and cowardly, and his family thinks he's unmotivated and depraved. But he's always smiling in the face of his family, doesn't black out, carries everything calmly, and deals with it silently. That's the scariest mental thing. When a topic came to his eyes, Wei Solitaire froze. Are they really talking about Wei Xiao? 30 years of forming inherent impressions overwhelmed her. No, it's not. She thought about moving to the city afterward, and her younger siblings being sent away. That's when Wei Flaw had the cheek to come to the door and demand fees from the very nice adoptive parents, saying that the children were given and the money was in place, as in extortion. That's Wei Yan. That's him. May. Wei's solitary spirit looked at the life regression screen stunned. If he was like this as a child, why did he change so much when he got to town? The new screen is synchronized. Wei Pingsheng as the eldest son, picture flashback. A few days have passed since the third brother Wei Pengzheng was bullied, and Wei Pingsheng took the time to go to school while continuing to try to earn the difference in price to do business. Yes, these days he has contacted the new school. This time to the school is to bring his younger brother Wei Pingzheng transfer. After arriving at the new school with Wei Pengzheng, Wei Pingsheng gritted his teeth and pulled out $50 and handed it to the homeroom teacher. This child will be in the class from now on, so I'll trouble the teacher to take care of him. Going home afterward, Wei Pingsheng tiredly looked at his younger siblings. Lao Si stayed up late yesterday working on a problem, caught a cold and seems to be on the verge of a fever. And now the house is in such disarray that everyone is ready to move before the Zhou family continues to make trouble. Outside the officers are coming less and less often, and the killer is still watching. Wei Pingsheng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with blood, thinking anxiously. Nowadays, they also finally noticed that the oldest, Wei Pingzheng, also used to keep his head down at home, because he was bullied many times and was forced to change schools, and became a bit inferior. He was synchronized with Wei Flaw's life flashback screen. The oldest three Wei Pingzheng because Wei Flaw secretly help. He began to boldly resist, more and more confident sunshine, full of vigor. He became aggressive, believing that by daring to fight back and making a serious effort he could change his predicament. I must become an officer and achieve my goal. Today's headlines, jitterbugs and other live feeds, pop-ups appear. That's what happens when you have a different kind of education. Wei Flaw is tough enough to break the deadlock. The second Wei Pingsheng follows the example of Meng's mother's 3 moves by changing the environment to educate. Talk about right or wrong. But some children will be under pressure. Wei Xiao, as the eldest son, is really tough. Chapter 17, which path does a man like him take? Jitterbug, with the life back to the eldest son of the comparison program is hot. A live broadcast with the rise of the water. The live stream was titled, Eldest Son Comparative Personality Analysis. Anchor Chen Xiao is a master of psychology. Facing the screen, Chen Xiao carefully analyzed, from designing the layout, to controlling the other party's inability to find a target for retaliation, to complete deterrence. We can see that Wei Flaw plotted ruthlessly. Such people are psychologically quite scary once they fall, and are highly likely to go down the path of crime. Right now it seems like Wei Flaw is just wandering around the gray edges of his life history, but it's very likely that he's privately engaged in criminal activity, hiding and covering it up by virtue of his high IQ. The live broadcast lends the eldest son to compare and contrast the program to climb rapidly, and in the ward, Wei's solitary central. Wei's solitary spirit also looks at it in a complicated way. It's possible. How else to explain what he did afterward? Thinking of Wei Flaw giving away his younger siblings, fighting and assaulting afterward, and going to jail many times, Wei Solo Yan looked at the disheveled figure of the hospital bed. So, did he get a tragic end? Wei Pingsheng simulates the life of his eldest son. Screen appears. In the evening, Wei Pingsheng hard to push the bicycle, tired of the streets and alleys, eyes from time to time to look around the poles to post small ads. He's looking for a house. The old bicycle squeaked. From the vegetable market to the posting of advertisements in the alley is only 700 meters. The bicycle stopped in the street. Wei Pingsheng a little shivering, looking ahead. The iconic bald man with his menacing gaze came from the end of the street and seemed to be looking in the direction of his aunt's house. Targeted. At this moment, Wei Pingsheng was chilled, silently thinking, associating the death of his parents' images. I am the eldest son. I must protect my younger siblings. Wei Pingsheng gritted his teeth and began to set up a trap. A batch of fakes began to be trafficked to different gangsters, under the name of exclusivity, as a way to lead this group of gangsters to fight. The conflict was so severe that Wei Pingsheng began to call the police. Officers arrived quickly to investigate and make arrests. as well as a number of extra police officers to scrutinize the surrounding area. That snooping bald figure was forced to leave. Wei Pengsheng was relieved, and took his grandma and grandpa and his younger siblings to start moving. Yes, he used the gangster fight to lure the police and banish the killer from snooping around. What's a good move for? How much does it cost? Auntie often looked at them with a sullen face and disgust. Looking in front of us, Wei Pengsheng is exhausted, and the more stressful it is. The murder of his parents is still unresolved. His younger siblings need to be provided for, and the killer is still snooping around. I have to hold up. I'm the eldest. Wei Pengsheng gritted his teeth, thinking of what Wei Flaw had said in the past. You said that your parents traveled on business and burned down the house, after which everyone moved to your grandma's house in the village of Dayton, and your younger siblings attended school normally. After that there were mines picking on us and making us move, and Grandpa Chang Zhong was even beaten up, but you didn't dare to say a word, and you ended up moving to the city with everyone in disgrace. I'm not going to be forced to take my family and get kicked around by any power like you. Pop-ups begin to appear on the jitterbug screen. What if Wei Pengsheng next exits life and sees what happened to Wei Flaw's memory flashbacks? You don't know. Wei Xiao has never run away. He's just fighting everything alone. Wei Pengsheng always brought his family to passive defense. Would he still think so if he witnessed how Wei Flaw fought back alone behind the back that no one saw? Industry City Nursing Home. Chang Zhong has already shaken up the hospital bed with the help of the caregiver, and his eyes dimmed at the sight of the former image. My old partner died a few years ago, but Wei Xiao didn't come then. He complicated to listen. The second grandson Wei Pengsheng is right. 30 years ago that time, there were miners in the mine to find fault. Wei Flaw indeed did not stand out. Therefore, to this day, he feels at a loss. If everything in Wei Flaw's memory was true, and he was as ruthless and determined as he was, why was the family evicted from the old house at that time? And why did he not come forward when he himself was beaten? After all, he could go to that extent for his brother being bullied at school. At this moment, Chang Zhong's voice was hoarse and old. With a sigh, why? A new picture begins to emerge as the eldest son compares programs. Wei Flaw's life in retrospect. It was mid-February 95 and the weather was warming up. The Chinese New Year has passed, and the figures of migrant workers are beginning to converge one after another, heading to the train and bus stations. There were also many youths from the village of Daitan who either went south to various parts of the coast, started going to Huguang, or simply went north for nearby jobs. They started arriving at the mines or went down to the fields to farm. Zhao Zhuang, Wei Xiao was looking around the street, and outsiders looked as if they had nothing to do. It was only in the crowd that Wei Xiao saw the bald figure almost at a glance. The bald man pushed a bicycle with baskets of pickles on both sides, pretending to be a traveling merchant trading in the countryside, and wandered through the crowd to find out news related to human traffickers. He didn't say anything, just walked calmly by. He knew that the other party was determined to exterminate the Wei family, and no one could retreat. This was supposed to be revenge from Dianbian, having been temporarily safe in the past through a crackdown on human trafficking by the police together with the villages and towns. The situation is now gradually loosening up, and these people have taken the opportunity to start planning for further retaliation. What's more, whether Yang Daong said anything after he dropped out is anyone's guess. In order not to implicate themselves, they had to do it quickly. Leaving Zhao Zhuang, Wei Xiaoxiao became more and more stressed, only to return home. He still greeted with a gentle smile. I'm back. Grandmaster Cheng Zhong frowned and glanced at Wei Xiao. You don't leave the house all day, and you don't see any money coming back, so you're just going to hang around. If you don't work and wait to starve to death, hurry up and go pull peanuts and cut pigweed. The second brother, Wei Pengsheng, and several people just looked at Wei Flaw with disgust, wanting to come over. Leave us alone to study. Do something serious if you don't read. Wei Flaw didn't say much and nodded silently, then left the room to pick water, go down to the ground, cut pig grass, and wash clothes. Frostbite on her palms began to crack and bruise her hands, but Wei always insisted on doing every chore. It wasn't until late at night when the family was asleep that they calmly appeared at their parents' graves. Wei Xiao wanted to cry, because it was only here that he felt aggrieved and that he was a child who needed his mom and dad, but he forced himself to hold back. I won't cry. I won't cry. Mom, I'm fine. Look, I'm going to deal with the enemy now. He sat at the grave, silently contemplating the situation. First, the enemy is strong and won't stop until they get what they want. Second, the danger of calling the police is so high that the enemy would be desperate to persecute the Wei children. Following his father's teachings on methodology, Wei Xiao racked his brain and fell into deep thought. The pressure of everything was on him. He is not afraid of the ferocity of his enemies. But what about the younger siblings? He has a soft spot. The crows were piercing from the mountains and forests, and at this moment, Wei Xiao sat alone in front of the grave, thinking about the confrontation. He never thought of hiding. Not once. Chapter 18, Silent Confrontation to the End. The youth's path is determined. Jitterbugs, pop-ups to this point kept surfacing, and the audience had mixed emotions. He's plotting against it all by himself, but does he know what he's up against? A criminal organization that dares to retaliate against even the national security and the narcotics police. Obviously, he was protecting his family, but neither his grandma and grandpa nor his siblings ever looked at him squarely. Chen Xiao, the psychology anchor who had previously analyzed Wei Flao's fall, was also stunned. This kind of person, with such horrible willpower, is completely unafraid even in the face of a murderous criminal like that. It was only before that we were able to expel it temporarily with the help of the police force, but now the enemy has reacted with even more ferocity. It's too unwise to fight it alone. It doesn't stand a chance. Nursing home, Sun Ocean, long retired from the police force, is also watching, in a trance. Why didn't you tell us about these things in the old days? Immediately, Sun Ocean smiled bitterly and muttered, I know you don't believe us. After all, there are too many interests involved behind your father, but the enemy is too strong. And what are you going to do? How do you carry it? He never forgot that it was only a 12-year-old. In Sun Ocean's gaze, the picture appeared new. Wei Flaw had long hair and looked like a big kid at nearly 6 meters. Now facing Grandpa Chung Zhong, Wei Flaw pretended to gaze ignorantly. Grandpa, I want to go to the county seat to work. Mom and Dad said before that they wanted me to learn how to fix cars, so I'd at least have a trade-in. Grandpa Chang Zhong bowed his head and sighed in a low voice. You're kind of a no-good, so fix the car. At least your younger siblings will be successful. Grandpa took out $10 and shoved it into Wei Chao's hand. It's better to do a good job than to fool around every day. It is good that the village town to the county has Luoxiao Talent Market. Wei Xiaoxiao spent a few dollars to buy a ticket and stepped on the bus. A thief in the front of the seat took advantage of the bumps to scratch his purse and was stealing money from the passenger in front of him. Wei Xiaoxiao also did not make a sound. Expressionless witnessed the whole crime, while the thief, searching for a new target, took the pile of money down the car. After getting out of the car, Wei Chou quickly bought a copy of the camera and film, which arrived at the talent market, pretending to be clueless, and began to look around as he walked. A lean man with very disheveled, dirty hair and another tall man in his band was glancing around, eyeing clueless Wei Flaw. He looked at each other and came up. What are you doing here, little brother? Suddenly stopped. Wei Xiao acted a little flustered, trembling and responding in a foreign accent. I've come to get a job to see if I can make some money. Making money? Ha! And what's more profitable than mining? We make tens of dollars a day. If you're willing to work hard, we'll take you on. Dozens. Wei Flaw nodded his head in delight, seeming to be truly an unseen rash. But that mine doesn't accept outsiders, so when the time comes, you'll say you're my nephew, and the boss won't card you for your wages. Remember, don't talk nonsense when you get to the place. Remember what we say. Don't let the boss and the others find out, or you won't be able to earn this money. At this moment, Wei Flaw's flustered performance was just right, more and more satisfying to the two men. The two Hans, one called Sun Aishue and the other Zhao Shuebing, also smiled and narrowed their eyes at the sight, taking advantage of Wei Flaw's walking in front of them to lower their voices and discuss excitedly. Fooled another cutie. Remember, when you get to the place, say I'm his uncle and you're his second uncle, and you've brought your kid to make some money. When we go down the mine, we'll smash him to death inside. Tell the boss, who won't dare to call the police, that he'll have to compensate us at least $30,000. $30,000. After this job, let's move on to something else. On Twitter, the firstborn comparison program discussion pop-ups started rolling in, and many people looked on in shock. What are these two saying? Isn't this trading human lives for money? These are two complete lunatics. But what exactly is Wei Flaw planning to do by pretending to be so honest when he's such a ruthless person? Did anyone notice that camera and film? It's so expensive. Why would Wei Xia spend money on that? Police station. Young dry police officer Chen Xiaowen looked at the screen frozen. Was it so messed up in those days? He was just born in 95 and has no specific recollection of the chaos of that era, but he still feels the chills. What complicated him even more was the fact that it was clear that Wei Xiao had heard everything, yet he deliberately followed and appeared to be swimming in it. Old Constable Lao Zou's brow furrowed, inexplicably feeling chilled. What the hell is he doing? In the hospital, in the ward, Wei Ping Zhang, Wei Solo Yang, Wei Solo Ling. Several people looked at each other. All thought of the past. Wei Xiaoxiao did go out to work, said to go to make money. At that time, I thought he deserved it for not being able to read, but now it seems like he's not in it for the money? The crowd was puzzled as the images continued to appear new. Wei Xiaoxiao followed Zhao Shuebing, and Sun Aishue entered the mountain on a motorcycle. The trail was bumpy and it was noon when we arrived at the mine. When registering, Sun Aishue made it a point to point out that Wei Cho was his nephew. After a few people took Wei Flaw and put the things on the Datsun bunk, Sun Aishue took Wei Flaw on a special trip to the town, went down to the restaurant, and ordered 3 meat dishes. Afterwards, he also bought thick bedding and new clothes for Wei Xiao. Until they walked to the hair salon in the town, a few fancy-dressed women pulled Zhao Xuebing, Sun Aishue and Wei Flaw into the house. Zhao Xuebing pulled the boss's wife to the side to discuss the matter before finally calling Wei Flaw. "Didn't you kid have no energy to work in the past 2 days? Ask this sister to give you a massage and you'll be energized and adult." Knock knock. Sharp footsteps came up the stairs. She pulled down my pants. Looking at just upstairs Wei Flaw shyly ran out. Zhao Xuebing. 2 people laughed and laughed. More and more relaxed vigilance. That's a silly boy. Zhao Xuebing and the 2 of them didn't plan to kill anyone as soon as they entered the mine. So Wei Flaw really started working hard in the mine as well. The whip cracked, and Wei Xiao leaned over the edge of the mine's entrance, lying on his back in the mud, quietly pulled the camera out of his pants, and began filming. The overseer whipped out bloodstains and wailed, with a few angry curses thrown in. These days Wei Flaw is not only filming mines beating miners, but also here secretly illegal mining, all kinds of evidence. No one pays attention to the young man who gets dirty all day long, and the mine continues to run at a feverish pace. In the evening, the management of the opening of the mine several leaders arrived. The mine boss Ma Chilio personally appeared to accompany. Wei Xiao endured the cold and the stench, hiding at the edge of the mine's outhouse, letting the frostbite on his fingertips rupture as he silently filmed the footage. The scene shook the viewer. Some pop-ups appear. Is he going to blackmail the mine owner? Wei Xiao began blackmailing people at the age of 12? Is his true nature beginning to show? How can that be? I have a feeling he's going to do something big. Chapter 19, the depth of calculation is outrageous. Jitterbug caused a wave of heat. Hooray for Wei Flaw sneak peek at black mines, exactly why millions of people to start a discussion. And now Wei Flaw's memory retrospective images continue. New footage. Sneak peek complete. Wei Flaw tiptoed back to the chase. It was 1 o'clock in the night. Zhao Xuebing and Sun Aishue were already asleep, snoring loudly. Wei Xiao quietly flipped out Zhao Xuebing's cell phone, entered a random string of phone numbers, made a note of his daughter-in-law, and after that began to send text messages. After doing this one, I'll finish off Sun Aishue and run away with double compensation then. After doing everything, counting the time, it was almost 3:30 a.m. Sun Aishue would get up at every point. Wei Xiao adjusted Zhao Xuebing's cell phone screen to be always bright and intentionally accidentally dropped it on the ground. Sun Aishue was about to get up for the night. He heard the sound and got up, glanced at Zhao Xuebing's cell phone, and when he saw the text message on the screen, the original sleepy eyes turned into anger, and he went out to pee warily. On the bed, Wei Xiao quietly glanced at the soundly sleeping Zhao Xuebing and deleted the text message. Sowing discord. The moment of disassociation kicked in. Early the next morning, Sun Aishue and Zhao Xuebing smoked and ate together as usual, seemingly unconcerned. Wei Xiao had already noticed that Sun Aishue was obviously a little more wary of his companion, so when he was on his way out the door, Wei Xiao quietly put a fruit knife under Zhao Xuebing's pillow. The next night, after a long day of labor, the 3 returned to the chase. Geez, we're too messy to sleep here. Taking advantage of Zhao Xuebing's efforts to wash his face, Wei Xiao pretended to make his bed, and the next moment, Sun Aishue's pupils contracted. A fruit knife fell from under Zhao Xuebing's pillow. Sun Aishue glanced at Zhao Xuebing, and he only felt chills all over his body. Noticed this scene, Wei Xiao silently came to the yard outside, under the pretext of peeing, stole the other miner's cell phone, sent a text message to the sleeping Zhao Xuebing, and then he once again broke the miner's cell phone card, and the phone was put back to the original place. Mining work is extremely tired. The big bunk snoring again. 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Wei Xiao heard a sizzling sound. Squinting quietly watched. Sun Aishue quietly got up and stood straight at Zhao Xuebing's bedside. At that time, Zhao Xuebing's cell phone had already been secretly opened by Sun Aishue. The screen reads, "Get on with it. Take out both of them and come back with double compensation." Sun Aishue's face finally changed, quietly putting back his cell phone. A hint of hostility flashed under his eyes. Taking advantage of Sun Aishue going back to sleep, Wei Xiao also once again touched Zhao Xuebing's cell phone. As in the case of the previous text message, clicked to delete it, and then silently went to sleep. Early in the morning, in the mine, Zhao Xuebing threw his cigarette down and opened his mouth viciously. Almost time to do it. Sun Aishue smiled and nodded, her insides freezing. It's time to do it. Indeed, it's time to do it. The 2 gazes turned to Wei Flaw, who was digging hard. Wei Flaw met the gazes of the 2 men and just smiled nervously and nodded his head, seemingly oblivious. In the hospital room, The three figures in the live broadcast screen stared at each other, and the image was like a freeze frame. The line between hunter and prey is so blurred today. And now your Deputy Mayor Wei Pingjung shocked looking at this scene, thinking of everything. Both the text message and the fruit knife mean that Sun and Zhao are about to implode. But he's clearly still offending more people by filming evidence of black mining. Linked to the past, Wei Flaw claimed to go out to work to earn money, learning to repair the car picture. Wei Pingjung more and more difficult to imagine. What the hell is he doing? Separating Sun Aishue and Zhao Shuebing, and filming so much evidence of the mine. What's this for? Nursing home? Has retired Deputy Bureau of Sun Ocean stunned. He could see that this was to disassociate Sun, Zhao and the two. After all, to disintegrate themselves facing a crisis. As for filming evidence related to the assault of miners in the mine and private mining, Sun Ocean was complexly thinking. His voice was pale and he was talking to himself. So you intend to blackmail and extort? Or do you have another agenda? This kid is pretty tough. Right now Wei Xiao faces danger from two sides. On one side are Sun Aishue, Zhao Shuebing, two perennial criminals who extort black mines by murdering strangers. On the one hand, there is a black mine. There is an official connection. And the power of his men must not be small. And at this moment, Wei Xiao is still just a 12-year-old child. Thinking of this, Sun Ocean looked on in silence. Wei Flaw is still maneuvering around in it, calculating all parties. Such a mind. Not simple. Shake it up. A lot of headliners are talking about it. One of the live room directly renamed Wei Flaw Life Retrospective Review. Pop-ups continue to appear. What is the purpose of Wei Flaw's shooting of the black mines? It's not blackmail, is it? I think it's possible that he thinks like those two middle-aged men. After all, he's their nephew now. It's hard to say, but it seems like he was planning to come to the mines in the first place. During the pop-up discussion, the screen reappeared with a new one. Down the mine. In these days there were no monkey wagons. It was extraordinarily dangerous to go down the mine, and the corners were quite hidden, and without a mine light you could hardly see too far into the mine. Wei Xiaoxue followed Sun Aishue, Zhao Shuebing, two people down the mine. Across the wall corner, seems to be selling digging. On the other side of the mine, Zhao Shuebing angrily dropped his pickaxe and lowered his voice. What a day! Still digging. It's almost time. Hurry up and find that Wei Flaw kid. It's time to make a move. While saying that, Zhao Shuebing probed at the sold-out Wei Flaw. It's time to do it. Behind him, Sun Aishue narrowed his eyes and violently raised his pickaxe, smashing it down hard. The target wasn't Wei Flaw, but Zhao Shuebing. Boo! A dull crash sounded. Zhao Shuebing covered his head as if desperately trying to cover the bloodstains from his wounds, his other hand trembling as he pointed at Sun Aishue, seemingly in disbelief. However, Sun Aishue did not stay. Gritted his teeth, looked grim. 1, 2. While smashing him, he cursed, I have long felt that you are not right. You also want to lay hands on me. Until it was a bloody mess. Sun Aishue once again deliberately created the collapse of the mineral vein, producing the image of Zhao Shuebing being smashed to death. And then he ran out wailing. Something happened to second brother. Wei Xia also cooperated with the performance and cried out with tears in her eyes. Something happened to second uncle. Seeing this scene, Sun Aishue raised his sleeve to wipe his tears and sneered inwardly. Zhao Shuejuan can earn a compensation here. And when he finds a way to get Wei Flaw killed afterward, there's another one. You can really take the double damages and run when the time comes. Mine collapse news quickly spread. This is illegal mining. There is no relevant safety measures. His office Machilio annoyed. Zhao Shuejuan wants $30,000. But the mine owner always felt something was wrong. And he didn't believe it when the mine collapsed after these new miners hadn't been there long. The mine boss arranged for the female finance to question the silly boy, Wei Flaw, to detect the truth. Only Wei Flaw's eyes trembled as he sobbed and spoke. I ran into them at the job market and they said they'd take me mining for big money. He said he wasn't a relative of theirs, and the boss wouldn't let him work. So he let me call him second uncle. The cigarette was viciously crushed out, and Ma Chi-Lu looked furious as he thought of everything. It's blackmail itself. Tramp. It's on my head. Lock this little brat up. Come on, a few men. Take a shortcut and talk to Sun Aishue. Boo. The office door was unlocked, and Wei Xiao coldly watched the departing figure, easily prying open the room with a wrench. When Ma Chi-Lu found Sun Aishue, the man was eating. A couple of thugs went up with 2 sticks, dragged the man and started questioning him. These days, if you dare to open a black mine, you have a thick case file under your hands, and a few of your fighters are tough enough. Wei Xiao hid in the dirty coal, forced himself to endure the cold and muddy coal dust, and through the gap, turned on the camera and began to shoot the beatings and killings, until Sun Aishue swallowed his breath. Ma Chi-Lu arranged for people to make good, and then left in annoyance. The little brat got away. Outside soon came the mine beaters searching for angry shouts. Wei Flaw expressionless. Hide the camera. In the dirty coal mine car lying down until 1 in the morning, and after that with the help of coal trucks to leave. After coming out and changing his clothes, Wei Xiaoxiao arrived at the photo studio and began to watch the film, while finding around the copy store to copy the entire 3 copies of the evidence. Armed with one of the pieces of evidence, Wei Xiao stayed up until the morning and arrived at the park phone booth. After putting in the coins, there was an annoyed, angry growl on the other end of the line. Who? It was none other than the owner of the mine. Ma Chilio, go to the Talent Market Alley, in front of Nyo Laosher Ramen Store, and look for a white trash bag. It contains evidence of your murder. A dead silence came from the other end of the phone, and Ma Chilio only felt his hair stand on end at this moment. Tramp! It's you, little brat. You really ran away. He initially thought that Sun Aishue, Zhao Shuebing 2 people is this time to extort their own ruthless. I did not expect this seemingly harmless little brat so ruthless. Full of mine fighters chased and captured, froze and ran away, but also left a few of their own evidence of murder. Those 2 wanted money for blackmail. What does this little brat want? Chapter 20, Be good for them. The unknown is often the most feared. Wei Flaw did not say anything more in the face of the black mining area rage threat. Calm to the extreme. Straight hang up the phone. Ma Chi Lu panicked rage, but can only helplessly lead the people according to what the other side said to do. After all, that little brat in the hands of the hand. It is likely to be really their own evidence of murder. Mr. Ma, found it. Ma Chilio ignored the driving rain outside the garbage bag, opened it and finally turned blue and chilled to the bone. Mines beat workers, private development of unplanned areas, illegal mining. More afraid of him, he led the people to kill Sun Aishue photo. There is even a photo of himself and the leader. At this moment, Ma Chilio was annoyed to the core, contemplating how to find that little brat. After all, he had already checked. Wei Flaw identity phone left all fake. Such evidence must not be left out in the open. So that little brat and the people behind him must die. The ordeal lasted until noon, when the phone rang again. Wei Flaw's face was expressionless, and his icy voice traveled down the phone. I'm just being hired. The boss said for you to go to Dayton Village in Mining Town to find a bald man who sells pickles and a tricycle. Remember to bring $500,000 with you. The phone hung up. Wei Flaw did not leave, but instead became more and more calm, and directly began to look for a house in the county. After looking at the morning, according to the layout of the county, Wei Xiaoxiao finally identified a household being rented area. It's close to the school, which is great for younger siblings, and not far enough away to make accidents very unlikely. And with the Public Security Bureau just a few hundred meters to the right, security is better guaranteed. Only after contacting the owner to confirm the house did Wei Xiaoxiao finally arrive at the station again, buy a ticket, and prepare to go home. Fima Kiryu listened to the other party hang up the phone and yanked his tie viciously. Tramp! Knock on my head. Go, call out to me at once. All the beaters in the mine, and the little brats kept outside. All of them. Luo-san, the leader of the followers on the side, was a bit worried. Mr. Ma, aren't we going to pay? The evidence of the murder is in the hands of the other party. Not only Luo-san is worried, the few hitmen who followed along to kill Sun Aishue that day are all a little terrified. Staring at Ma Chi Lu. Ma Chi Lu sniffed and glared at Luo-san, growling hideously. $500,000. You have. There's the old man who won't give a damn. Get someone to slaughter that bald guy, and that little brat. Now. Right now. Every one of you is going to eat a bullet if you don't get this thing back. Jitterbug. Pop-ups are rolling in at the moment, and more viewers are shocked to watch. So Wei Xiao's intention, from the beginning, was to bring the woe to the east? $500,000. In 95 years $500,000 can buy 20 big houses in our county. This price is afraid that Wei Xiao has already calculated. Yes, it's so much that the other side can't afford to give it, and it's impossible to give it. After all, it's a bunch of assholes. This kid, using a knife to make things worse. Inside the sanatorium, now Sun Ocean is more and more shocked, and in his mind he begins to review the whole situation. Initially confronted with Sun Aishue, Zhao Xuejuan, 2 text messages, a hidden knife, away from the infighting, borrowed Sun Aishue hand to get rid of Zhao Xuejuan, and then borrowed the hand of Ma Chilio to get rid of Sun Aishue, to achieve the purpose of dog eat dog, and use this to take a picture of the evidence. The whole process was intertwined, while Wei Qiu wandered away from it with a weak power. It's terrifying, but if this kid takes a wrong step, he'll die here. It is possible that the dissociation was defeated and the mine was killed, or it could be that Maki Ryu finds it and just kills it, but he counted on every bit of it. Meanwhile, inside the nursing home, Cheng Zhang was also watching, his arm trembling, pointing at the screen. He could hardly imagine that this was his own grandson, Wei Xiao. Scattered images of 30 years ago came to mind. That year Wei Flaw suddenly told himself that he was going to the county to learn to repair cars. No wonder he went for a month before coming back to see his family once. It turned out to be a way to lure those mobsters in the mining area to deal with the killer organization that wanted to exterminate the Wei family. Is this really that grandson of his? In Chang Zhong's memory, Wei Xiao was the disheveled, gambling punk who had been imprisoned many times, but now Chang Zhong was baffled. This kid is just horrible. Jitterbug, Nagako Comparative Personality Analysis Live. Anchor Chen Xiao looked at the chain of events in stagnation, and for a moment he was unable to speak. Wei Flaw, who chose to fall after her analysis and evaluation, not only didn't, but was actively setting up a way to solve the killer, even directly choosing to enter the game with his body, wandering on the edge of life and death. And he did all this simply to protect his siblings and family. On-duty police officer Chen Xiaowen was also stunned. With a complex expression, his eyes fell on the camera. So Wei Xiao was planning the whole game from the beginning, including preserving the evidence? He had also heard of the exploits of many former undercover agents, and Wei Xiao was not considered the most colorful in front of many undercover agents. But the thing is, this kid is only 12. He then dared to go to the black mines alone and borrow a knife to deal with the killer's organization. This guy, his mind is mature beyond belief. Hospital, ward, ventilator still barely alive. Third brother Wei Pingzheng witnessed the image in front of him, clenching his fists in disbelief. He thought of the eyes like that when Wei Xia initially saw the bald man pretending to sell pickles. So he planned how to protect his family back then? He didn't choose to hide, didn't choose to run away, but chose to use the knife to kill and count the black mines, for no reason at all. Wei Pingzheng suddenly felt chilly. The teenager in the picture, is he really Wei Chou? Wei Pingzheng searched his memory hard for images from 30 years ago and finally recalled vague fragments. There was indeed a pickle callback then, but it disappeared after that. There are also rumors going around the village that they heard fighting and gunshots, and that the man selling pickles seemed to have been robbed. Wang Anren, the head of Ditan village, was also watching, and when the image appeared, he froze. Thoughts go back 30 years. In late March 95, pickle vendors were robbed and shot at the entrance to the village of Daitam, and what made it even more unthinkable was that the pickle sellers were also armed. Later, the police arrived at the scene and the matter became completely publicized, and the shooting in Daitam village caused a momentary burst of strict investigation in the surrounding area. All of these, it turns out, were created by Wei Flaw to protect his younger siblings. Let the enemy mix it up. Dog eat dog. And then Wei's family takes the opportunity to escape out of sight and move away? Chapter 21, we'll know later. Later how I will be. Nursing homes. Sun Ocean's eyes were pale as he looked at the screen. Wei Flaw traveled to the mine to design and guide Marulia to deal with the bald picture, reminding him of the disposal of the case in the past. At the end of April 95, a major case of violent armed homicide endangering public order occurred in the village of Dayton, bordering the town of Mining. The case resulted in the deaths of 2 people, and the suspect, suspected to be a black mine killer, shot at a criminal gang selling salted vegetables in disguise at gunpoint. The cause of the conflict is unknown, and the 2 victims were both hired killers for the black mines. The case was a big deal at the time, and he himself was involved in it to pursue and investigate the murder. When the analysis of the case left the crowd baffled, because of the mysterious identity of the criminal gang disguised as a peddler of pickles. I don't know exactly what organization or what kind of people, obviously trained in shooting well. Sun Ocean looked at the screen flashback, the lonely young figure, and suddenly muttered, "You're going to face a drug trafficking organization all by yourself? Not only do these people deal drugs, but even from the details, they seem to have an operative background. Are you ready?" Eldest Sun Life contrasts. Wei Ping growing sub-simulation, the screen unfolds. It was getting late, and Wei Pingsheng pushed his bicycle home from the heavy rain with difficulty. He has now moved to his new home with his grandma and grandpa, and his younger siblings. Himself and the oldest 3, Wei Pingzheng, the 4th sister, and the 5th sister were also sent to a new school, and during this time he continued to work hard to earn money to support the family. Just before the person could enter the gate, he was called by the last contact punk. The gangster told him that there were people around looking for people everywhere, and the target clue was Wei, a family of 5. Getting the news, Wei Pengsheng wiped a handful of rainwater on his face, frowning in annoyance, also exhausted to the extreme. He wondered what kind of enemy the family had attracted that not only killed his parents, but also chased them to death as if they were trying to kill them all. Why didn't Wei Xiao ever say anything about this back then? Why didn't we hear anything at all when we were kids? Wei Pengsheng murmured open. The more pressure. While trying to earn money to support his younger siblings' education, he also had the difficult task of hiding from the enemy. In the memory picture, he was 12 years old, but months of hard work earning money and exposure to the elements had left him tanned and looking much older than his age. Stopping his bike, Wei Pengsheng took a deep breath and gritted his teeth in exhaustion. I'm the firstborn. I won't give up. Never. But now he was also beginning to wonder how Wei Xiao had gotten by back then. On Shake Shack, the pop-up messages became more and more complex as the eldest son's comparison program began. Wei Pengsheng was curious because there was no trace of these things appearing in his memory at all. Mainly because Wei Flaw has been carrying everything alone for this time in his life and hasn't told his family. Whether he's facing bald killers searching for extermination or black mines, he's evicting in solitude, protecting his family behind him. The audience's discussion was heated, and at the same time, the Wei Flaw's eldest son flashback screen appeared. The hair grows long, the mud gets all over it, and the skin darkens. Returning home from the black mine in the county, Wei Xiaoxiao pushed open the door and was greeted by the Grandpa Chang Zhong dissatisfied look. Going out to learn a skill and not contacting home for a month? What have you learned? Do you know that your siblings are in need of money? And have you earned it yet? Wei Xiaoxiao took out his pocket to buy a camera before leaving more than $120. Handed to Grandpa Chang Zhong. Only then did Chang Zhong soothe his brows and hummed in dissatisfaction. Being left out in the front yard, Wei Xiao did not care. Carrying a school bag filled with clothes, knocking on the door of the neighbor's house one by one. At the same time he turned sideways and seemed to glance absently at the door of his room, where his younger siblings leaned in to watch when they heard him return. Noticing this scene, Wei Xiao only smiled and looked at the neighbor who opened the door. Cousin uncle, I'm not working in the county town this time. I came back with some snacks and a denim jacket. See if it's appropriate to give it to the calf? Barely dipping his toe in the water, his cousin stared at a large bag of gifts with extra delight. The boy, just come back and bring something. Until they returned to their own compound, 10-year-old Wei Pengsheng came face to face, aggrieved and stubborn. Questioning the opening, go out to make money. Come back to the younger siblings did not bring something, but instead to the neighbors to bring something. Have you such as a big brother? 9-year-old Wei Pengsheng, holding a younger sister in one hand, was also watching expectantly. Wei Flaw pretended to look weak and mumbled, it is not good to offend the neighbors. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, and in the future you will be able to be less sneered at by others. Wei Pengsheng's eyes looked forward to the blazing heat gradually cold. Angrily rebuked opening, irons still need to harden themselves, always pleasing others. No wonder you live like this. People like you don't deserve to be a brother. Wei Pengsheng left, and Wei Pengsheng also led his two sisters away. Only Wei Xiao was left with a bitter smile on his face, seemingly helpless. Late at night, the neighboring calf came over in his denim jacket and stared at Wei Xiao, who stood alone at the front door. Cousin, why did you buy clothes for me and not for my second cousins and the others? Reaching out and touching the innocent calf, Wei Xiao murmured and opened his mouth, his voice only audible to himself. I don't want my siblings to grieve for me, it's better for them to hate me than to honor me. I'm destined to fall into the abyss later on, and I can't let them feel bad about it with me. So yeah, I want them to be autonomous, self-reliant, and know not to rely on others, because I don't know when I'm going to die. And the next thing that's dangerous is that I'm going to die, and who's going to help them when I'm dead? And they're going to have to learn to be autonomous and strong. Wei Xiao listened to the heavy rain pouring down and paced alone and forlornly. His younger siblings looked at him in disgust, not wanting to come close, and no one understood. Sadness pervades the rain. At that moment, he was still only one person. In the hospital room, Wei Pengsheng stared at the screen and suddenly felt his breath catch. Wei Solitary did not say anything. Her moth brows furrowed and she froze. The two watched in amazement as Wei Xiao's life retraced its steps and listened to the rain. Memories of 30 years ago appeared in his mind. That was the year big brother Wei Xiao dropped out of school. He went to the county seat alone, saying he was learning to fix cars and make money. When they returned, several of the siblings came together at the front door and stared at their brother. They wondered if their brother would buy them new books, new clothes, and socks with a few holes in them when he made money. So they had a lot of thoughts and they just leaned against the doorway like that and waited. Waiting in the wings was Wei Flaw with snacks and new clothes delivered to the calf. They were aggravated as they watched the calves rejoice. But now, the two of them stared at Wei Xiao, who had been reprimanded to the point of mumbling, but was alone and talking to himself. What was his state of mind at that time? Wei Pengsheng thought of the figure of the life and death struggle in the mine, only to protect his younger siblings. Suddenly shook his head, only to feel unbelievable. With a complicated look on his face, he turned his head to the hospital bed. No way. Would you really be that nice? Then why did you sell me when you came to the county? Shake Live pop-ups are also synchronized with the ward screen. Wei Pengsheng voice appeared, pop-ups surging. Wei Xiao is the only one left in the Wei family who is alone and sober. He protects his younger siblings too well. They don't know anything. Did Wei Flaw end up selling his brother? How can that be? Chapter 22, read to them and reassure them. The pop-ups rolled as the Wei Flaw life flashback screen reappeared with a new one. Returning home from the county, Wei Xiaoxiao took advantage of the time to start working in the fields, wearing rubber shoes every day, running in the ridge, dizzy, arms and feet often old wounds have not yet healed. New wounds again. Many blisters, calluses also began to appear. It's hard to imagine any of this happening to a 12-year-old, but every late night, Wei Xiao would wrap the quilt tightly around her, her face pale and sweaty. Waking up from her nightmares, he saw his parents collapsed in front of him, hideously scarred, still barely able to pull a smile on his face. It also seemed to see that he had failed to protect his siblings, and so they fell before his eyes. Don't! Wei Xiaoxiao got up with a cry of alarm, her eyes filled with fear as she struggled to rise from her lonely huddle. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then silently got up and quietly traveled to his parents' grave in the dead of night. It wasn't until he was leaning against two damp and muddy earth packs that Wei Xiao finally felt relieved not to gasp for air and have a series of nightmares. Because here, there's Mom and Dad. The young figure huddled in front of the grave, the only time he felt still snuggled in his parents' arms. It's like, Mom and Dad are still there. Dad. Mom, I miss you guys. I've recently dropped out of school, but I'm also studying on my own, and I've learned new poems, which I'll recite for you. East to Jeshur, in order to see the sea. The water is so tantalizing, and the mountains and islands are so horrifying. Look guys, aren't I awesome? Wei Xiaoyi muttered to himself, leaning wearily against the tombstone. 30 years later on New Year's Eve, many families watched the scene in awe, with young children watching the live broadcast and looking back at their parents in confusion. Dad, is this guy really going to be bad back there? Will he sell his siblings? The young parent's eyes were red and tears rolled out all at once, burning his eyes. I don't know, but Wei Flaw was only a 12-year-old at this time. Put it in the present, it should just be in middle school. This child is so pitiful, but it turns out that he is the strongest one in the Wei family. Only at his parents' graves did he allow himself to be weak. At 12 years old, he was already the one who covered the family. Nursing homes. Sun Ocean was staring at the screen as well, his posture pale as the new images in front of him began to overlap with his memories. Early morning market at the entrance to the village of Tai Tam. The frangipani piles were bustling with breakfast sellers and stalls selling candy and vegetables. It was not until the pickle-selling truck drove up that a bald man began hawking, and as he did so, he inquired about Wei's family. Suddenly, after a long pause on the side of the road, the mining van drove right up, ignoring the crowd. Like a maniac, the vehicle came to a stop. The van door slashed open, and a miner, clutching a shotgun, rolled out of the vehicle and walked straight toward the bald man. You want $500,000? You're a real daredevil, grandson. The miner in front of him pulled back the black cloth wrapped around him, and the black hole of the shotgun exuded an aura of danger. The bald man looked on, smiling kindly, but his hand quietly touched his waist. No, big brother, are you recognizing the wrong person? What $500,000? Taking advantage of the black miner's days, the bald man's eyes were fierce and vicious, and he pulled out his gun and fired. Boo! The black miner's face contorted as he received 2 shots to the chest, his eyes widening as he raised his hand and prepared to fire. But the bald man was obviously fast and once again pulled the trigger in quick succession. The surrounding crowd then screamed in terror and began to flee, knocking over many stalls. The shotgun eventually went off only once. In the pile of straw, Wei Xiao squinted his eyes and watched carefully through the cracks, his face expressionless, also start quietly and calmly drawing down bald features, slightly collapsed nose, 5 to 7 centimeters of scar running up and down the left eye, slight ground up features in the mouth, small ears, co-pilot black thin youth, deep set eyes, inch hair, prominent cheekbones, one ear piercing remaining in left ear. The battle was easy. The bald man was a good shot and solved the problem easily, then drove off in a panic. Treadmill. This trip has gone badly everywhere, and I've even lost a brother. It's either human traffickers or people coming out of the mines these days. What the hell? The bald guy got into the car with chills, panicked and extraordinarily puzzled at the same time. After a shooting in full view of the village entrance, the police quickly arrived at the scene and began a walkthrough investigation. After a round of forensics, inside the police station conference room, Sun Ocean looked cold, his eyes full of anger. Shootings? What are the guys in charge of registering the investigation for? The mining town had just been the scene of a human trafficking case not long before, and the killer had grandly killed and left under the watchful eyes of the police. On this matter they have not been set right. Above, the provincial parties are in a joint investigation. Now in the village of Daitam, there is a shooting. This is too wild. Investigate immediately. If we can't solve the case in half a month, we'll all be stripped of our clothes. The picture ends with a roar. Inside the sanatorium, Sun Ocean snapped back from his memories and withdrew his eyes. The teenager hiding in a pile of straw silently copying the killer's features kept coming to mind. He's counting everything, and the black minds start going after the bald guy. Everything Wei Flaw did was to make a big deal out of it, to keep the police involved, and, at the same time, to see the murderer with his own eyes and memorize the characteristics. In this round, Wei Xiao killed 2 birds with 1 stone. This kid, to have this kind of mind and means at the age of 12, is truly terrifying. Sun Ocean smiled bitterly, his eyes stunningly shocked. I didn't realize that the shooting case that shook the entire Dongcheng 30 years ago was all in the calculations of a 12-year-old kid from start to finish. Not only are the black minds in the game and the killers in the game, but even the police haven't found any clues to Wei Flaw's involvement in it. Who would have thought that the hidden dominant behind everything is just a 12-year-old child? The pop-ups keep coming as the jitterbug screen reaches this point. It's crazy that the shooting was right in front of him and he was quietly copying it on the spot. Memorizing everything, this man watched the other side kill each other, and a child was able to calmly fulfill his purpose. People like Baldhead are totally crazy, killing people in public and leaving, with 2 corpses right in front of them. Chapter 23, For the Sake of Purpose, You Can Do Anything. The new image reappears at this moment. Detan Village. Village headman Lu Jingwen's house. Loudspeakers blaring at midday. Attention all. There has been a murder at the entrance to the village. The police are investigating and all must cooperate to complete the forensics. There is a possibility that the traffickers have reappeared, and the village entrance is all firefights with guns. So during this time everyone should go out and be safe, and not go out into the wilderness alone. The village has organized patrols to start patrolling. Don't be afraid. Stay calm. I believe the police will solve the case as soon as possible. Patrols of young men with weapons began to appear at the entrance to the village, switching to 3 shifts, and the atmosphere was heavy. Pai Wei Flaw was at home, looking at the maternal grandfather. Once again proposed to travel to the county seat. This is the money I made earlier in the county. Mom and Dad said when they left that if they weren't back by New Year's, they'd let me take my siblings to the county with the money. Education is much better in the county, and younger siblings are more likely to get into good schools. Wei Flaw's childish face looks innocent, seems to really have this thing, and holds $500 in his hand. This is the money that was hidden by the 2 black mind Jia Shuebing before, and Wei Flaw got his hands on it before he left. Grandpa Chang Zhong smelled the fire. A hand to take away $500. To the county seat. To what? And can the county afford to spend money? Thinking good thoughts all day long. It's hard to go to the county town and live like you do, and raise younger siblings. And look at what you've mixed up. His younger brother Wei Pengsheng also sat on the side, staring disdainfully. What's the point of going to the county when we can take our studies seriously anywhere? If we can't feed ourselves, and we're not making any money, can we count on you? Wei Pengzheng coldly looked at this eldest son of the family. If you're really capable, you'd mind your own business first, and don't play around and cause trouble again. Why should we go to the county with you? And what would we do if we did? Several younger siblings, no one is willing to go. Wei Flaw, expressionless look, did not continue to speak. After dinner, Wei Flaw found Luo San, a notorious gangster in the village, and intentionally joined the gambling game, threatening to make some money so that his family could live a good life. On the gambling table, Luo San's men looked at Wei Xiao and opened their mouths with smiles. Come on, you've lost all the 100 or so you had on you, or we're not playing anymore. You see, there's nothing you can lose. Wei Flaw seemed to have lost his eyes, like a gambler that Luo San's few people had seen wanting to turn over their money on weekdays, and slapped his hand on the table. Asterisk 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 that. I don't have any money. Don't I still have a house at home? My grandpa's house. It's worth $3,000. Dare you? Luo San sniffed and a few people around him glanced at each other and snorted and opened his mouth. If you dare to write an IOU, what wouldn't we dare? At dusk, Luo San flung the IOU in his hand and sent the disheveled and hair-grabbing Wei Flaw away with a smile. Tomorrow our brothers will come to the door, but we can give your grandpa a heads up in advance. Take your time. We'll wait for you next time you want to flip a book. Until he left the line of sight of Luo San and the others, Wei Flaw regained his clarity, expressionless and calm to the core, and returned home to lock the door. Early the next morning, Luo San arrived at the Chang family with a dozen people, smashing glass, spraying paint, raging at the front door. Pay back the money. Pay what you owe. Wei Flaw, you dog don't want to rely on it. Nobody owes me money and doesn't pay. Cheng Zhong heard the sound of the door slamming outside and looked furiously at Wei Chou, who was coyly bowing his head and did not dare to speak. What have you gotten yourself into again? Meeting those bloodshot eyes, Wei Xiao lowered her head like she was afraid. I tried to make some money playing poker and lost my house gambling. Cheng Zhong almost turned his back in anger, lifting his foot and kicking Wei Chou over, trembling and pointing at him. You ah! Wei Pingxing's eyes reddened and he clenched his fists as he pushed on Wei Chou. We don't have a home anymore. What more do you want? Wei Pingxiang gave Wei Chou a straight kick, his eyes desperate. The two sisters burst into tears and choked on their anger. How could we have a brother like you? You're killing us. The door was opened. Luo-san with people pushing and shoving Chang Zhong, pickaxe in the hand almost put Chang Zhong head. The surrounding neighbors are also talking. Shaking his head and sighing, the old Cheng family grandson is not a thing. Wei Flaw was expressionless, calmly watching. He didn't care. As long as he could get away and make a quick excuse to leave while the cartel shifted its target to focus on the black mines. So the debt must be owed. And only then will Grandpa relent. Late at night, Wei Xiao was kneeling in the courtyard, and the grandma was whimpering and cursing in despair and anger. How could the Wei family have this kind of sins? Luo-san and the others left for the time being, but will come back. Wei Pingshang was 10 years old and Wei Pingzhang was 9 years old. One person holding Wei Blemish quilt, one person holding Wei Blemish clothes thrown in the courtyard, coldly opened his mouth. Get the hell out of here and don't show up. What else can you do but harm us? Please do me a favor and get out. At this moment, Wei Xiao lowered his head and didn't say anything. Grandpa Chang Zhong sighed and spoke helplessly. Go to the county town. Hurry up. Luo-san, these people we can't afford to mess with. The family packed up their things in the night, got on the tractor, and left quietly with their pots and pans without telling anyone. Wei Xiao also sat in the corner, calmly watching everything. Now that his purpose was accomplished, he cared for nothing. Yecheng Nursing Home? 93-year-old Cheng Zhong looked and froze. The cloudy eyes were complicated to the point of thinking about 30 years ago. At that time, he had just learned that Wei Flaw had gambled and lost his house, and he was almost angry enough to beat Wei Flaw to death. No one knows how hard it was with 5 children to provide for schooling and learning in those days. Turns out the house is still gone. But at the moment Chang Zhong was just staring at the calm child sitting on the tractor. Are you in debt on purpose just to take your family out of the village of Dayton, which is being targeted by the drug cartel? But why didn't you say so? Chang Zhong closed his eyes and once again spoke bitterly. So why did you sell your brother to another family when you got to the county? You've always eluded us. At this moment, Wei Flaw's calculations were too powerful, and Chang Zhong also watched in stagnation. Tai Tam Village. The village headman, Lu Jingwen, now elderly, coughed violently. He was also looking at the screen, staring at a familiar scene and thinking of himself as a young man 30 years ago. That day when he learned of a shooting murder at the entrance to the village, he himself turned on the village loudspeaker and started shouting. The whole village was on edge for a long time, and patrols were maintained for almost the entirety of the month. Immediately after that, he heard that within a few days of the shooting, that grandson of the old Cheng family, Wei Xiaogao, gambled and lost the old house of the Cheng family. At that time he himself knew the news and lamented with the village clerk. Said Wei family is really out of a retribution. First burned their own home, and lost the grandpa's home. This messed up the family on the street. But now, Lu Jingwen stared at the live feed stunned. It turns out that the village killings and shootings were just Wei Zhao's calculations to draw the true face of the criminal. Afterwards, the trouble was brought to the east, and he took the opportunity to leave the old Cheng family house. Is this really the mind of a child? But even after the new year, he's only 13. How could a person reach that level? Chapter 24. No matter what, he had to hold on. Twitter pop-ups appeared as the audience looked on with complexity. The boy is not mentally strong. He just has no other way to go. He just wants to live with his siblings. Who's to say this kid isn't scared? Having nightmares to the point where he can only go to his parents' graves in the middle of the night. He misses his mom and dad too, and he's weak and scared, but he can't help it. He can only go into debt if he can leave peacefully without protecting his family's knowledge. And he has to be tough enough on himself. Now Wei Xiao is doing something big. He can only carry so much on his back alone. He doesn't have time to work on himself and grow. Jitterbug. Nagako Comparative Psychoanalysis Live. Anchor Master of Psychology Chen Xiao Complex watched and also analyzed. Wei Flaw was forced to grow up the moment his parents sacrificed themselves. She thought about seeing the footage on the live stream earlier, where her parents had just died. Son, don't cry. You're the eldest son. It's time to grow up. The mother is dead and the killer is still out there staring at the Wei family. Wei Xia could only let the tears flow, grit his teeth and calm down, telling himself over and over again, I can't show my face. My siblings are still here. Can't be on their radar. I'm the eldest son, and the eldest son has to protect his younger siblings. At this moment, Chen Xiao stagnant also shocked to look at the child in the picture. Bear all the anger and scolding. The charge, silently protect the family. He really deserves the word firstborn. And he did force himself to grow up and fulfill his promise. Simultaneous appearances on Beep Live. Chen Shuiwen, a professor of modern psychology, also analyzed it in his own live broadcast. Wei Flaw is as terrifying in his purpose as he is in his execution. As soon as the purpose appears, he executes it immediately. This kind of person is scary. Like right now, In order to take advantage of the fact that the drug cartel was attracted away from the black mines, he really started to gamble, and also really owed debts, and owed straight away an amount that there was no possibility of repaying. Otherwise Wei Flaw Grandpa Chang Zhong may still borrow money to pay off the debt and not leave, so that instead of leaving, it continues to be dangerous in the future. Wei Flaw, in order to accomplish the purpose, back everything, but also completely sit down everything, so that everyone, even his family, cannot notice his silent means, no trace, that drug cartel murderer naturally cannot be detected. It's the people who fulfill their purpose in such a hard way that are really scary. Speaking of which, Chen Shuaiwen also became more and more curious. So why would Wei Xiao sell all of his younger siblings later on when he arrived in the county? This led to the eventual dispersal of all the Wei family into different families. Chen Shuaiwen also did not understand it, and it was difficult to analyze Wei Xiao. Could it be that Wei Xiao was so stressed out after so much that she really broke down? That's why he didn't want to take his younger siblings with him as a burden. At least with the way things were going, it was too much for him to pay to protect his siblings. It's the pressure on the eldest son's back. New images of Wei Flaw's life flashbacks appear. County. The sound of tractors faded to a halt. Chang Zhong carried his luggage and got out of the car with his grandma and the 5 children of the Wei family until he stopped at the Tianhe neighborhood. This is the house Wei Flaw said he rented in the county before, close to public safety family neighborhoods and also close to schools. Many of the neighbors living around the area were police officers and family members of police officers and seemed very relieved. It's just that whether it's Cheng Zhong, or Wei Pengzhang, Wei Pengshang, and the others, they all have gloomy faces and carry their luggage silently. There was only fried cabbage and dried bean curd on the table, and no one spoke, which became more and more dreary. Wei Xiao trembled and ate like he had made a big mistake with his gambling. Cheng Zhong cold eyes, Wei Pengzhang, Wei Pengshang and other younger siblings more and more resentful disdain. After the meal Wei Pengshang took his younger siblings to study while his little sister fell into a deep sleep. Chang Zhong called Wei Chou, spoke at length, and gazed at this great-grandson. Don't fool around anymore. Look at it now. Our family doesn't even have a home. You're still young. Even if you can't afford to go to school, you need to learn on your own, or learn a skill later. Didn't you say before that your parents told you to learn to fix cars before they left? When you learn how to fix cars, you can make a few $1,000s a month. Don't be ridiculous. Speaking of this, Chang Zhong sighed bitterly. Your siblings are still young, and what will happen to the family in the future when we are old? Hearing this, Wei Chou, who had always kept his head down, seemed to light up. Grandpa, why don't you give your siblings away? I've been to the county before, and I know a family that's quite rich, just without a son, and people are still willing to pay for it. I think the oldest 2 are just right, and I reckon they'll fetch a good price. It seems that the more he said. Cheng Zhong was so angry that his eyes blackened and he trembled and flung a slap at Wei Chou. You sinner! At the door of the room, 10-year-old Wei Pengsheng shed tears, lying on the edge of the bed sobbing. Wei Pengsheng reddened his eyes and gently patted his second brother on the shoulder. Don't be afraid, second brother. Grandmaster won't let that man mess around. Wei Solo also cried and clutched his second brother's hand. No, you can't sell Ergo. We'll protect you. In the living room, Cheng Zhong looked at Wei Chou, who had received a slap and covered his face without knowing what to do. Asshole, our old Cheng family, the old Wei family has never sold a child. Get the hell out of here. 9-year-old Wei Pengzhang rushed out with clenched fists and angrily shoved Wei Chuan. You go. From now on we'll pretend we don't have you as a brother. Who would sell their own siblings? You're inhuman. Go away. Wei Pengsheng didn't say anything, just raised his sleeve to wipe his tears and stared resentfully at Wei Chou. If before he still had a little bit of hope for this big brother, now he had nothing but hatred for Wei Chou. Wei Xia could only be pushed and shoved in a sorry state and leave the house. Jitterbug Live. The pop-ups to this point keep coming up with new ones. It seems that Wei Xiao is really scared. And yes, after all, he has to protect 4 children who don't have any ability to defend themselves, and he himself is just a child. How can he keep taking on this kind of pressure? Alas, it seems that after experiencing a succession of murders, Wei Flaw is about to break the defense. Now say so. Should be afraid of younger siblings to drag him down. After all, he is on his own. With his means surely can live a better life. Wei Flaw was ultimately afraid, now mentally broken and ready to hide from the enemy. So many younger siblings following him is indeed a burden. In the end he's only 12 years old. To be able to do all this is already very good. He's crazy? Then what's the point of fighting so hard like before? Doesn't he even want his siblings? The live feed continues. Wei Xia was kicked out of the house. The living room, Grandpa Cheng Zhong touched Wei Pengsheng head. Complex comfort. Son, don't be afraid. Grandpa is still here. It's not his turn to be the master of this family. Wei Chou, Grandpa won't let him sell you and your siblings. Speaking of this, Cheng Zhong also looked at Wei Pingjiang and his two granddaughters. The four children were obviously scared when they heard what Wei Fla said, and even though they were all stubbornly holding on, they were only children in the end. The fact that one was now holding hands and clutching them tightly was proof of that. Don't be afraid, all of you. Grandpa still has the strength to feed you. We are a family. No one should be separated. It was not until the grandmother coaxed the four children to fall asleep in the bedroom that Cheng Zhong sighed and looked out the window, his gradually aging face a little dazed. There are a lot of kids at home and a lot of stress. Usually you need money for clothes and food. You have to pay tuition to study, and you have to buy books, paper and pens. It costs a lot, but you can't always afford not to give. Grandma, asleep with the baby, looked at her partner, who was sighing, and also kept her head down as she took stock of the situation. Tomorrow it's time for Hangxing to pay his class fees, and Hangting to buy extracurricular books, and it's time for the little girl to enroll in school. Cheng Zhong held his old partner's hand and nodded his head. His gaze became more and more emotional, and it seemed that the whole person had aged a few points. I know, it's fine. I'll go back and find something to do. Can't save the kids money. Pie. The staircase slid down one level until his feet were on the last step. Wei Fla, who had been kicked out, appeared on the rooftop. It was raining heavily, drenching one's body with cold, and the wind was blowing so hard that the cold clothes were sticking to one's body, piercing one's bones with chills. Wei Xiao sat alone and lonely on the edge of the rooftop, crossing his legs. The seventh floor of the stair house was more than 20 meters, and from here, the man was about the size of a peanut. Wei Fla stared down at the people coming and going downstairs for half a day, letting the rain dampen his long hair and stick it to his face. At that moment he wanted to jump. Now, being a bad boy yourself, burning down the house, gambling, having to sell my siblings. He is in the eyes of his grandma and grandpa, and in the mouth of his neighbors and townspeople in the village. He is a retribution. 12 years old himself, Wei Fla raised his eyes, looked at the lights of the vanguard, fiercely threw his hand and gave himself a slap, gritting his teeth. I can't jump. I have younger siblings. I'm eldest son, Wei Fla muttered to himself, sitting on the edge of the rooftop as if telling himself, the enemy is strong, and younger siblings must be given to others, other well-endowed families to take care of. The enemy's ability to easily shoot the black mining gun-toting assassin shows that he has been professionally trained. Now they snooped, searched, and by all means must still find the family, so it had to be given to another family by no formalities, so that the younger sibling could escape this extermination altogether. As for myself, it doesn't matter. As long as my siblings can go to good homes, I can rest easy. At this moment, Wei Xiao stared at the heavy rain in front of him. Don't blame me. Don't blame brother. I'm scared. It's okay if I die, but what about you guys? My brother is going to find you a good home, and he must make sure that you grow up safe and that those people can't find you. Brother is incapable and can only do so much. The rain poured down, soaking his entire body, and on the rooftop, Wei Xiao watched alone. The rain was like a beaded curtain, completely transformed into a white haze that obscured all sight. Wei Xiao can't see the lights of 10,000 houses anymore, like he is the only one in heaven and earth. One man facing this raging storm. He didn't know if it was right or wrong to do so, and he was under a lot of pressure, but he had to go for it. Beep. In the live broadcast room, the psychologist Chen Shuiwen watched, and his color changed. The figure in the downpour was breathtakingly lonely. It took a long time to slow down before Chen Shuiwen began to analyze everything. When Wei Fla decided to give away his younger siblings by selling them, many viewers were saying that Wei Fla was scared, had too much psychological pressure, broke down, and refused to take a few more dragons with him. But it doesn't seem so now. He's not hiding. He's making sure he sends his younger siblings away safely, looking for families in good conditions to raise them and grow up safely. Then he faced the murderers' syndicate all by himself and alone. He was preparing to go and end the crime while cutting off the killer's chance of finding his sibling. Speaking of which, Chen Shuiwen also stared incredulously at the lone teenager. This man, does he really want to face those gun-toting murderers all by himself? That's the kind of maniac who would retaliate against a narc. Chapter 25, Only Brother. Many people remember this scene from New Year's Eve 25. At the end of February 95, during that heavy rain in Dongchang City, Wei Xiao stood on the rooftop as if surrounded by loneliness. 13-year-old Wei Xiao looked blankly ahead, the rooftop and the curtain of catching rain, like a deserted island. There are still enemies out there, and no one behind them understands. It was clear that he couldn't find his way, and he was still desperately resisting, determined to the core. Such a young man seemed to be engraved in the minds of many spectators, and this moment was unforgettable. Peter, the hospital ward. The 43-year-old middle-aged man lay disheveled and dying in his hospital bed. being watching the live broadcast, Wei Pingzhang also froze. In the pouring rain, the teenager stands, not seeing the light. You let us go and you face everything on your own? The drug cartel is watching and ready to exterminate the Wei family. He turned his head to gaze at the hospital bed, his eyes full of bitterness and complicated murmurs. Yeah, is that true? No one responded. Just as 30 years ago, that man always walked alone in the forefront, clad in thorns and resisting everything with his body. At that time, he did not respond either. A new picture emerges as Wei Fla's life retraces its steps, bringing his grandma and grandpa and his younger siblings to the county town. Wei Xiaoxiao didn't stop there. He knew that the cartel could find them at any moment. The February wind was chilling, and Wei Xiao, wearing a thin garment, wandered around the perimeter, observing. Like he said himself, he needs to find good families for his siblings. The first floor of a neighborhood outside a busy place in the center of the county. Wei Xiao's gaze fell on the well-tended flowers and plants, as well as the little dog that went out every now and then. You can tell that this family is in good financial shape and loves life. Wei Xia has been observing this place for 4 days and is also secretly visiting and investigating. The man who lives here is called Su Jiankong, a small section of the taxation bureau, usually very friendly to people. Gentle nature. Academic qualities are very high. 40 years old. No children now. Wei Fla wearing thin worn clothes like a beggar from the doorway. Su Jianguang called Wei Fla gave him $10. After repeatedly testing the person's character, Wei Xiaoxiao came over to Su Jiankong's neighbor and began to ask Su Jiankong how his character was. Old Su. This guy is really nice. But unfortunately, no kids. I don't know how many times I've sought medical help over the years, and I've kind of given up in utter despair. And every time he eats with us, the thing he mentions the most is that he wants a child. The surrounding neighbors were approving, mentioning the incident with a few obvious sighs. The color of the sky will be twilight. Wei Fla once again put on the old ragged clothes before. Looks like a beggar. I used the $10 and bought books for my brother, and a little food for my brother. I can't live with my brother. Can you adopt him? Wei Fla bowed his head in obsequiousness. Yet making the request caused Su Jiangong to frown. Seeing Su Jiangong's silence, Wei Xiaoxiao seemed to be in a hurry. My brother is a good student. It's just that mom and dad are gone and he can't have a good life with me. Su Jiangwang looked at the child's pitiful appearance, and his heart softened. It's not that I can't adopt, it's just that I'm not always able to take care of children now that my career is not stable. Looking at Su Jiangwang's warm smile, Wei Xiaoxiao nodded her head obediently and left. It wasn't until Su Jiankong went home that Wei Xiaoxiao arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood and started talking to the security guard. Old Su? That man is just a stick in the mud, kind and upright, always playing by the rules. The tax commissioner has long looked at this guy with disdain, so he won't give him a promotion even if there's a chance for it. So it's no wonder that this guy is only a minor section officer until now. Wei Fla sniffed, narrowed his eyes, and turned to leave. Late at night, Wei Xiaoxiao arrived at a neighborhood, endured the cold and hid in the grass for a long time, and finally turned into a fence. He grimaced and began to pull out his tools to pick the lock. This is clearly the home of the Commissioner of Inland Revenue. The old safe was violently pried open, and Wei Xiao stared at the 100,000 in cash and 2 gold bars in it, and directly took them all. It was only when he was outside the neighborhood again that Wei Xiaoxiao indifferently arrived at the phone booth and called the police. I'm calling the police to report a burglary in the Foley neighborhood where the home of the director of the Loco Hills tax office resides. Please immediately trouble the police to come out and solve the problem as soon as possible, because the alarm address is the home of the tax commissioner. Deputy Director Sun Ocean contacted the tax commissioner Chen Kaishan and arrived quickly. Receiving the theft alarm, Chen Kaishan, anxious, speedily arrived. Looking at the room full of wreckage and the empty safe after being pried open, Chen Kaishan's face was ironic. It was just the $100,000 in cash and the 2 gold bars. The contracts and all that he didn't dare tell the sheriff. Lost 3,000 yuan. Noticing the departure of the investigating police officer, Wei Xiaoxiao watched with cold eyes, and immediately arrived at the phone booth again. This time dialing, it was Chen Kaishan phone. Wei Xiao's tone was short and calmly stated. The leaders of your bureau are quick to order us to shut down and reorganize. Director Chen, I hope you can enforce the law impartially. After all, he took quite a few bribes, and we have all the evidence. You are trying to resist the law and fight against the tax authorities. I advise you not to make any mistakes. Chen Kaishan had already reacted to the fact that the person who stole the money was threatening him, and Chen Kaishan retorted in annoyance. Only the voice coming from the other end of the phone made Chen Kaishan stunned and completely chilled. Is that so? You don't care about his evidence, and you don't care about the $100,000 in cash and the 2 gold bars? If you don't care, there are plenty of people who are interested. The phone hung up. Chen Kaishan looked grim, also with a few points of powerlessness, fell into silence. Han. He recited the names of several section chiefs one by one, and for a while, surprisingly, he didn't know exactly who had offended the other party, so he could only open his mouth in annoyance, and then he clenched his fists. All of these people must be demoted or if they are found out. With the dawn of the next day, Han Jangwo was first transferred, followed by one, including Li Fa and others, and empty out the position. It began to be originally good performance old colleagues to replace. Su Jiankong is one of them. Watching a batch of new names appear, Chen Kaishan was helpless because there had to be a reason to do so. Jitterbug, Nagako Comparative Psychoanalysis Liv. Chen Xiao, a master's degree in psychology, looked at this scene in shock. Is Wei Flaw really only 13 years old? He has a really scary heart. In the face of Su Jiangwo's dilemma, he didn't choose to directly say who he was helping, so that even if the tax commissioner Chen Kaishan knew about it and wanted to retaliate he couldn't find a target. Now that the danger is all laid out, the director has no evidence to start suspecting everyone, so he can only mobilize everyone, which also leads to Su Jiangwo naturally completing his purpose of getting to the top. This man is so smart. As Chen Xiao analyzed it, new ones started to appear on the pop-up screen along with it. Wei Xiao's hand was indeed the most effective, able to achieve his goal without everyone knowing. Now that Chen Kaishan has no targets of suspicion and certainly no targets of retaliation, Su was able to complete his promotion in safety. The crux of the matter is, do you guys remember the gold bars and $50,000 in cash Wei Flaw obtained from Chen Kaishan earlier? After the goal is achieved, what will Wei Flaw do with this money? Now that Wei Xiao is in need of money, he should have gotten greedy himself. Chapter 26, Forward to the End. Never compromise. In a flurry of pop-ups, the flashback image of Wei Flaw's eldest son's life once again appears new. The doorbell was rung and a package appeared in the doorway. Tax Commissioner Chen Kaishan, the whole person seems to be emaciated a lot. After all, although it has been removed and mobilized all the section chief position, but as long as the handle is still in the hands of the other side of the day, he has trouble sleeping and eating. The other side can blackmail him into doing one thing. They can blackmail him into doing a million. Looking at the inexplicable appearance of the package, Chen Kaishan unwrapped it, and then his face turned blue. $100,000 in cash, 2 gold bars a penny, showed up at the house. Losing and regaining did not surprise Chen Kaishan, but instead made him more and more agitated. The stuff is in the hand, but the evidence stays with the other side completely. What exactly is the other party trying to do? Could it be that the person I transferred offended him and he's trying to use me to get back at the other guy for demoting him? Yes, definitely. Opposite sitting is Chen Kaishan wife. Sniffing frowned, took the opportunity to open. Anyway, things are solved. You just promoted up to change down. My little brother work history also meets the standard. Chen Kaishan was furious, grabbed the cup and shattered it. His eyes bloodshot. Alright, don't provoke right and wrong. It's alright now. Chen Kaishan was even more annoyed than his wife, but there was no way he could find out who the enemy really was. Now he could only follow the script that the other party had arranged in advance, step by step. At this moment, the irritation once again surged. Chen Kaishan only feel in front of these cash, gold bars as hot potatoes. Nursing homes. Sun Ocean was also looking at the screen, frozen. He could never have imagined that such a tactic would appear in a 13-year-old child. Wei Flaw is a man who does things perfectly. Instead of holding on to the money all the way through, he chose to return it, and that's the really brilliant thing to do. Now that the money has been paid back, the purpose has been achieved, and it also represents a clear message to Chen Kaishan that I know your handle, so you'd better keep the status quo. And after this tactic, Chen Kaishan definitely doesn't dare to make a big deal out of it anymore, and can only maintain the status quo, because the fact that it's not a problem now means that the other side won't reveal it, and he has to cover everything up perfectly to protect himself. Chen Kaishan can suspect the batch of section chiefs who were transferred, and it's equally possible to use those with vested interests in the upper echelon to suspect the batch of section chiefs who have just assumed their positions. So even if he suspects these people, he doesn't dare to offend any of them. This is the only way for Su Jiangong to grow peacefully. Analyzing this, Sun Ocean stared incredulously at the teenager in the picture. This kid, it's remarkable. Such tactics are unbelievable. And at the same time, in the live broadcast room, many viewers finally came back to their senses. This tactic, embodied in the total psychological quality and mental suppression. A 13-year-old kid can actually make it this far. This mental game, it's perfect. The screen appears new. The teenager's clothes were full of holes, and the biting cold of the early spring chill made him shiver. Wei Zhao's figure reappeared beside Su Jiankong. The small figure curled up into a ball, staring at the just promoted, springy Su Jiankong, still looking pitiful and powerless. Uncle, can you take my brother? You are a good man, and my brother can only have a good life if he follows you. Su Jiangong looked at the boy with excitement in his eyes. Wouldn't it be a double whammy to get not only a promotion but also a child at midlife? Okay, then bring it to me. Today he is not the junior section chief with a precarious job and no means of support, but the section chief of tax inspections, Chen Kaishan, the director who had previously been disliking himself and jamming his promotion procedures, for some reason, had also been much more polite to himself recently. Looking at Wei Yan, who was curled up in front of him, Su Jiangong frowned inside. You found a way out for your brother. What about you? Will you follow uncle? He liked Wei Xiao. At least he was understanding and knew how to take care of his brother. A child like that can't be too bad at heart in any way. Wei Flaw just shook his head. No, I have other siblings to take care of. When Su Jiangong heard this, he appreciated this child more and more. After all, he couldn't take care of himself, but he could still give up his glory and choose his family. This child is too good. The pop-ups appeared in a complex manner. Su Jiangong is completely unaware that everything is planned behind the scenes by this child. Without Wei Xiao, he'd still be the same little clerk. 25 years, Loco Hills Cadre Nursing Home. Pai Luoqiu original director's wife Lin Xiaopale. Bitter smile looked. The former 30-year-old director Chen Kaishan is dead and only she is left. Lin Xia had a complicated expression as she stared at the teenage boy. The only way to realize how horrible he was at the time is to see everything with your own eyes from the boy's memories. So it was you who blackmailed and threatened us in the first place. We suspected all kinds of opponents at first, except you. It turns out that everything was engineered by Wei Xiao, and the reason was simply to help Su Jiangong by allowing him to adopt his brother. So he chose to break into the safe, take the money, and mail it back on his own to accomplish his goal. Lin Xia didn't resent it. She just stared at Wei Chou inside and lowered her eyebrows. She saw the first half of the boy's life, all that he had endured alone. That's why she only felt sorry for Wei Xiao like that. Obviously bear everything for the sake of younger siblings. But why not be treated by younger siblings? Pai Luoqiu upscale neighborhood. Retired from the city tax bureau, Su Jiankong has 70 years old. He was now a scholarly man. His gray hair at the temples meticulously and neatly combed. He coughed, and his wife looked at the program footage and froze. Behind the two men on the bookshelf, there is also a family of 3 photos. One of the children smiling innocently. It is precisely the adopted Wei family's second son Wei Pingsheng. Su Jingguan thought of the scene 30 years ago, when he had just been promoted, when Chen Kaishan had approached him to talk to him. The director, who had always looked down on himself at that time, was rarely pleasant, to himself and to others. At this moment, Su Jingong was in a trance for a long time before he finally sighed quietly. So it's you. You, ugh. He thought of the beggar-like teenager in the past, but also thought of the memory from Wei. Saw how that child endured in the cold wind. How difficult to use the young body to climb over the wall. Pry open the Chen Kaishan safe, steal the wealth, and call the police. Think of how that child calmly threatened Chen Kaishan and how he reached his goal. These links, if he missed even just once, he would be faced with the fact that he would not be able to turn around. And he did everything the hard way, with one purpose in mind, to get a promotion, career stability, and a better mood, in order to allow himself to adopt his brother. Su Jiankong was very difficult, and his pale eyes gradually blurred, tilting his head. You kids. He couldn't imagine now how difficult life would be after this child. Chapter 27. I don't care about any storm. I'm used to it. Su Jingguang stared as the Wei Flaw Life retrospective image reappeared with a new one. The door was knocked on in the middle of the public safety office in the school. Inside the old police officer's family neighborhood, Cheng Zhong sat on the sofa, listening to the other parties coming. His face was ironic. They said they had heard that there were children here who were having a hard time and needed to be adopted, so they came over to check it out. Cheng Zhong's first thought was of that untalented bastard big grandson, Wei Xiao. This bastard, did he really sell his siblings? After experiencing the burning of the house and gambling to lose the old mansion, he now says that he believes in what Wei Chou is doing. Just looking at the opposite side of the well-mannered husband and wife, dressed elegantly, with a mild temperament, but also with a lot of gifts. Cheng Zhong didn't get angry after all, and his expression gradually became complicated. Especially in this recent period he noticed that his son was unreachable and became more and more aware that something was wrong. Yet Cheng Zhong didn't dare to think about it after all, because his son's job was inherently dangerous. Cheng Zhong hesitantly looked at the Su Jiankong couple. Wei Flaw just giggled and watched on the side without saying anything. When Su Jiangong left, Wei Xiao once again stopped the couple and offered them to take his younger brother Wei Pengsheng. Wei Pengsheng did not resist. He felt that the uncle and aunt were very good, gentle to him, and carefully brought gifts. Wei Pengsheng's several younger siblings shed tears, unwilling to watch. Grandfather Cheng Zhong also choked in red eyes. Wei Flaw insisted on taking his brother away, and the oldest, Wei Pingzheng, cried and angrily rebuked him. Do you have to make a bone of contention? You don't deserve to be a brother. His sister was also cursing, but Wei Xiao didn't care, and Chang Zhong finally sighed. Okay, follow Uncle Su and the others, and study hard in the future. It was drizzling the day Wei Pengsheng was taken away. Su Jiangwo held a large umbrella, wore a suit, and carried Wei Pengsheng's small school bag on his back. Su Jiangwo's wife smiled gently, holding Wei Pengsheng's hand and walking slowly. Brother Wei Pengsheng finally cried out, "Grandpa! Sister!" The two sisters sobbed uncontrollably. Wei Pengsheng is gone and will not belong to the Wei family. Wei Flaw took the time to quietly hide outside the cell and watch his brother. 10-year-old Wei Pengsheng would slide down slides and play soccer in the company of Mr. and Mrs. Su Jiangon. I would also listen to Su playing the mouth organ, applauding and laughing. Unlike at home, he doesn't have to worry about school fees, or that life is hard and his siblings don't have enough to eat. He lives like a real 10-year-old. That day Wei Pengsheng's birthday, Wei Xiaoxiao carried steamed buns to the window of Su's house. Only he didn't go in and watch his brother covered in cream, eating cake and singing birthday songs. Wei Flaw tightened the steamed buns in his hand and pulled out one to take a big bite, smiling happily. Later, when Wei Flaw went to visit his brother at school, Wei Pengsheng, wearing a brand new shirt, rubbed shoulders with Wei Flaw. Su Jiangong knew this child. If not for this child, to this day his Su family still has no children. So he looked at Wei Pengsheng, who had made a gesture of not knowing each other from across the room with Wei Flaw, and spoke in a low voice. Why don't you say hello when you see your brother? Can't be rude, okay? Wei Pengsheng sniffed for the first time to break free from his adoptive father's hand and looked at Wei Xiao with dissatisfaction. Burning houses, gambling, selling younger siblings, what kind of brother is he? Su Jiankong did not know why Wei Pengsheng commented on Wei Flaw in this way. He knew that this child was very understanding. Even in the face of the adoption opportunity, he let his brother. He did not believe it, so he was a little embarrassed and apologized and looked at Wei Flaw. Wei Xia stood forlornly among the group of students in his washed-out jeans and frayed t-shirt, smiling and unconcerned. He stood up straight and just watched from a distance as his brother was led away by his foster father, looking out alone in a crowd of students with brand new skirts, shirts, and books. 25 years, community room. 70-year-old Su Jiankong's eyes are pale and it's hard to look at the picture. The chest cavity felt like something was trying to break free. He thought of the memory of that child. 30 years ago. His brother rebuked and didn't even want to recognize him at all. Nor did he ever seem to look up to him. But the boy didn't care, and stood giggling in the crowd, content to watch his brother go away. Turns out he's been watching all along, and he cares about how his brother is doing and if he's being taken seriously. He never let go of his brother. Su Haiyan's eyes were a little hot, and he coughed hard. Inside the live broadcast, pop-ups surfaced at the same time. He's pathetic, standing in the crowd like a dog. Wei Xiao was never looked up to by his younger siblings, but he never forgot his responsibility as the eldest son, as an older brother. So he took on everything. The stigma is all over the place. He is the one who is not understood. He covers for his younger siblings. So tough. That's the eldest son. He's good. He's never let his parents expect anything from him. A new screen begins to appear. Cheng Zhong stared at Wei Chou leaving the neighborhood with anger in his eyes. In the meantime Wei Flaw had given away a younger brother and seemed to have subsided in the flesh. Didn't go around getting into trouble. Started dumping tapes, repeaters to make money. Before he and his partner could breathe a sigh of relief, they became even angrier. During this time Wei Flaw did begin to make money, but the money he earned did not take a penny to the family. All take to play cards, gambling. He even preferred to take several $100s to know a group of gangsters who fought and brawled, bought them clothes, took them to practice boxing, dined and drank, just to mix up to become the big brother in the mouth of these gangsters. Wei Xiao didn't come home again today. I don't know where he went to fool around. And Wei Flaw, who was mentioned by Chang Zhong, now appears in a tattoo parlor in the county. He's offering $300 to tattoo a bunch of punk kids who dropped out of school a long time ago. Several juniors became more and more respectful to Wei Flaw. And taking this opportunity, Wei Flaw took out several portraits. Go find out if these people are in the county. One of the minions took the portrait and nodded as he stared in satisfaction at the over-the-shoulder dragon tattooed on his body. Don't worry boss, the brothers are on their way. Before he could walk out of the tattoo parlor, Wei Flaw called someone back and stuffed $200. Take it and feed the brothers. With growing respect, several of the minions nodded and left to begin their investigation. Wei Flaw went home. Cheng Zhong stared at his shoulders tattooed with dragons and tigers, and shivered with anger. Asshole, you don't learn from the good ones. Now you're getting tattoos. You're going to piss us off. Wei Xia just lowered his head and didn't say anything. 25 years, the veteran police officer, Zhou, stared at the scene before him and froze. Wei Flaw mixes with society, plays cards and gambles, just to collect these punks' little brothers and start looking for people. He's not only the eldest son who takes care of his younger siblings, but he's also the one who shoulders the blood feud all alone. He never wanted to give up his parents' great revenge from the beginning to the end. The young dry police officer Chin Shaowen was also watching, with a complicated gaze. Just how stressed out is this kid? While hiding from the drug cartels with my younger siblings, I sent my younger siblings away to find a way back for them. All the while there is a lonely search for clues to the murderer in preparation for revenge. It's hard to imagine that such a person would be a 13-year-old. Chen Haowen sighed and continued to stare at the screen. Long hair, tattoos, drinking, gambling. The 13-year-old Wei Flaw looked extraordinarily mature, manfully arranging the minions under his command. These guys messed with me. Remember everyone. Secret investigation. When I find out, I'll make them regret offending my old man. A new image of Wei Flaw's eldest son backtracking appears. Now that half a year has passed, Wei Xiao still hangs out in society every day, playing cards, dumping goods, and investigating portraits. Now Wei Flaw, head of yellow hair, mouth with a cigarette, jacked up under the t-shirt. He has a large area of hideous tattoos, surrounded by minions starry-eyed. Pandemonium. At dusk, Wei Xiao took the $600, went home, and knocked on the door. Still with a cigarette in his mouth, he hangs back and waits for the door to open. Grandpa, I'm making money. Open the door. Chang Zhong unlocked the door and locked Wei Chou outside, his voice icy cold. Who wants your dirty money? I don't know where you stole, cheated, and robbed this money from. Get out. Half a year. Countless reprimands. Wei Flaw not only did not change, but even more and more degenerate. Cheng Zhong became more and more disappointed in Wei Flaw. Wei Flaw wasn't surprised. He just rolled up the money, shoved it into the doorway, and turned around. Wei Pingzhang with his two younger sisters looked at Wei Flaw's back as he left in disgust and viciously spat. What a disgrace to our Wei family. How could such a person appear in our family? Wei Flaw smiled and left, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. A thick fog spread out from in front of them until Wei Xiao coughed and choked out tears. A few of the minions gathered around and spoke respectfully. Big brother. Wei Flaw skillfully shook the ashes of his cigarette and narrowed his eyes. Did you find the guy? No news yet. Now that we've stepped up our search. Wei Flaw nodded, hanging back and turning to grin. Keep looking. When his little brother dispersed, Wei Xiao stood straight, and at the same time began to think about the way his younger brother Wei Pengsheng was being trained. Although Su Jiangong adopted Wei Pengsheng, his younger brother must also show talent, or he will sooner or later be disappointed in his brother. The younger brother needs to have his own point of light in order for Su to continue to cultivate with care and eventually have his own bright life. So one has to help one's brother become smart and start learning. Not only Wei Pingsheng, but every younger sibling must be nurtured. Wei Xiao in front of the desktop with a variety of books. Economics, history, physics. Most of the time he is alone to study. Lonely, desperately trying to enrich themselves. It's more like he lives for others. Since he smoked and gambled and drank and tattooed, Grandpa Chang Zhong never let himself go home again, worrying that he would bring down his younger siblings. So Wei Flaw simply rented a cheap little shabby rental house by himself, with cigarettes and books on the desktop. But behind everything is a photograph, old and yellowed, with 5 smiling faces on it, pure innocence. Looking at his younger siblings, the tired and lonely Wei Chou surged with renewed motivation and began to read, study and plan everything. Without his parents, his younger siblings were the only reason his eldest son was combative. 25 years, Karma City Nursing Home. Chang Zhong coughed, his gaze cloudy with disbelief. He stared blankly at the Wei Flaw life in front of him, retracing his memories. Thinking of 30 years ago, he locked the door behind himself, his voice cold and uncharacteristic of his own grandson. Who wants your dirty money? I don't know where you stole, cheated, and robbed this money from. Get out. Still, Wei Flaw slipped money through the doorway before leaving. At that point, one mumbled something about telling him to get the hell out of there, preferably never to come back. Thinking of this, Cheng Zhong complex for a long time, lying on the backrest of the hospital bed. Why don't you say so? Why? How are you going to carry it all by yourself? He was 83 years old. Cheng Zhong trembling up, watching the live pop up. He didn't tell anyone because Wei Xiao always felt that the fear and dread was enough for him alone, and he didn't want his family to live in fearful nightmares and dread as well. Wei Xiao chose to carry it all alone. He felt that it was enough for him to fall alone. He would drag those murderers down to the abyss with him. His family just needed to live well in this bright world. When Grandpa Cheng Zhong saw this, his eyes began to be blank. So, was Wei Xiao's fall afterward all because of that? He suddenly looked to the other side of the room, at his second grandson who was simulating the life of his eldest son. He couldn't imagine the expression on his face once the second one saw the scene after he finished his eldest son's simulation. However, Chang Zhong's gaze turned to the screen image once again and muttered something. So after that? After that, you went to jail, and even variously asked your siblings for money, and went so far as to blackmail this child's adoptive parents, Mr. and Mrs. Su Jiankong. And for what? Why? Did you really stress too much and go down another path? Chapter 28, From now on, you should all be good. For sure. A new picture emerges as Wei Fla's life goes back in time. The door of the old room was knocked. Chang Zhong opened the door. His eyes were gloomy, because on this day, Wei Fla came home. His long hair was dyed yellow, his tattoos were all over the place, and he was holding a cigarette in his hand. It wasn't until the door was knocked on again that Chang Zhong finally had a few moments of joy appear under his eyes. Come back. Heck, it was 10-year-old Wei Pingsheng carrying a couple of new sets of clothes, and cookies, and buttered bread. Grandma, Mr. and Mrs. Su Jianong held Wei Pingsheng's small hand and nodded to Chang Zhong with a smile and a gentle look. Behind Wei Pingsheng followed Wei Solyang, who was holding a book, and also held the youngest Wei Soling, who looked on excitedly. Ergo, family reunions are supposed to be joyful, until Wei Fla's voice rang out. Yo, this is living the good life. What's the use of just bringing these? Getting some money is the real thing. Wei Fla dangling unlit cigarettes, rummaging through Wei Pingsheng brought back clothes, bread, snickering and shaking his head, his eyes full of greed. Uncle Su, you've got such a big son for nothing. Don't you want to get some money? It costs tens of thousands of dollars to buy a child out there these days, so I'll count you in for a bargain and take 5,000? Look at the two old people. This child grows a few more years at least can earn a few $100,000 a month to the pension is not. Su Jiankong froze in embarrassment, looking at the former good behavior Wei Fla greedy look, pulling out 1,000 from his wallet. I didn't bring enough today. That said, it's time to take some for the old man. Wei Pingsheng looked at this scene and only felt his face was lost, clenching his fists. Chang Zhong looked at the money that Su Jiangwang pushed over and was ashamed and angry. Wei Fla, you're poor and crazy. Wei Fla did not care, reached out and took the money, spit a sheet of points, smiling and satisfied. Wei Pingsheng's face rose red and held the hands of Mr. and Mrs. Su Jiankong. Come on, let's go home. Seeing his second grandson leave, Chang Zhong angrily rebuked. Wei Fla, you have to upset Pingsheng, don't you? So short of money. Wei Pingsheng gritted his teeth and turned around with his sister. It's a shame. From now on we'll just tell the second brother not to come. Don't come back ever. In order to have a good life. Wei Fla silently watched his family leave, and the living room was left alone with a lonely opening. Complex stood. It's better if you don't come. You'll all have to go later. As he watched a text message come through on his cell phone. Little brother reports that someone paid them to find someone with a family of 5 children. Wei Fla looked on indifferently. The other side was still there, and he didn't want to involve the older two, and he couldn't involve them. Clutching his cell phone, Wei Fla muttered in solitude. You're going to go far away, and none of you are going to be involved. This matter, from beginning to end, should be carried by the eldest son. Dongchang City, in the old neighborhood. Su Jiankong and his wife looked at this moment and were silent. 70-year-old Su Jiangwang's mind floats back to the scene of that year, leaving Chang Zhong's house, holding Wei Pingsheng's small hand. Su Jianong's wife frowned. That Wei Fla, you can't go to the Wei family in the future. Look at him being greedy. The thought of her son having such a brother, with dyed hair, tattoos, and cigarettes, made her sick at heart. With more contact with such people, I don't know what Wei Pingsheng is going to become in the future. If we go back later, we may have to ask for more money from us. We're adopting, not a trafficker buying a child. At that time, Su just pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and thought of the well-behaved child of yesteryear begging to raise his brother, rather than give herself up to be adopted by a favorable family. No way. That kid is fine. He should be in some kind of trouble. But afterward he listened to the way family bosses fall, mix with society, and go to jail. At this moment, returning from his thoughts, Su Jiangong sighed and looked. Have you really fallen? Nursing home, Sun Ocean Pie Pale, but also think of the aftermath. Dealing with Wei Fla later. The kid was all in jail, for fighting and mobbing. He looked blankly at the lone figure and murmured something in a low voice. Have you really fallen afterward, or are you carrying too many unknowns? Wei Pingsheng simulates the life of his eldest son, screen appears. The enemy is still spying in the dark. Wei Pingsheng can only grit his teeth and move again. And he was not long before moving out of his aunt's house. Wei Pingsheng can only scrape together money. Just settled down. And even not yet slowed down from exhaustion. But the home suddenly fire. As the eldest son, already spend a lot of money, Wei Pingsheng can only be compensated again. The pressure is even greater. Looking at the unexplained fire, Wei Pengsheng only felt chills in his heart, often waking up from nightmares. He even saw his younger siblings waking up crying in the middle of the night in a nightmare, and Grandpa was often in a panic and in tears, and the whole family was under a lot of stress, because they both knew about the fire and the murderer of their parents. For this reason Wei Pengsheng can only guard the door with a knife late at night, lonely and tired. He finally felt the enormous pressure of his eldest son, but Wei Pengsheng frowned. Why was it okay to move into the city in the old days when Wei Xiao was the eldest son? Is it because of giving us away? Thinking of this, Wei Pengsheng began to hesitate to find a family to give the oldest to. That is, the era itself. He sees that the other family is well off and promises to treat the child well. Only when he went to visit his second, he found the other man hitting, scolding, reprimanding, and disliking him at every turn. Hurry up and do the dishes. Do you think we raised you for nothing? Useless thing. Wash the dishes and mop the floor. Then go do your homework. The second one started to have low self-esteem as a result. Wei Pengsheng was angry at the situation, but there was nothing he could do but pacify his brother and tell him to stay here for now. They're still looking for us, so let's wait for now. At this moment, Wei Pengsheng left, with great pressure, thinking of himself in the past. Why was the family I met so nice when I was first sent away? Shake it off live. The pop-ups keep coming. Because of your brother Wei Xiao has used almost everything to help Su Jiangong. How do you know how long Wei Xiao has been working on it when you simply look at it and give your brother away? He spent a long time just observing Su Jiangwang's family. That's why the Wei family's second son, who later led a good life. 25 years, police department. The young dry police officer Chen Xiaowen. The old police officer Lao Zhou is also watching. Chen Xingwen had a complicated expression as he opened his mouth. If Wei Pengsheng can't carry on afterward and quits the life simulation, how will he feel when he sees Wei Flaw's memories? The old constable, Lao Zhou, was silent inside, thinking of Wei Xiaoxiao facing the murderer, chasing the murderer alone, traveling on the edge of life and death in the black mine, just to protect his younger siblings. He even repeatedly pretends to be a degenerate, forcing away the basilisk and his family. And at that point, no one even understood. That firstborn was only 13 years old, yet he had already become a wall around his family. Even if you are hurt 1,000 times by your family, you still have to do your duty as an elder son. Thinking of this, old Zhou opened his mouth. Maybe the emotions will be mixed. But at this moment, old Zhou was also more and more curious as to what exactly Wei Flaw had gone through afterward to become like this. Chapter 29, I'm going to enter hell. But don't you enter because it's too bitter. As the two officers watched, the flashback images of Wei Zhao's life resurfaced. A new shipment arrived, handing over the tape and simple electrical appliances to the punks in front of him. Wei Xiao lit a cigarette and stared at the punks as they began to carry them. That's what he's been doing the most of this time. Upselling. Only in this way can I earn money to support my younger siblings' living expenses and tuition fees. Will be all the goods out. It is already evening. Wei Xiaoxiao quietly came to the neighborhood outside, silently watching his younger brother Wei Pengsheng reading in the window. He crouched silently in the corner and watched, smiling in relief. Sometimes he would go to the school to see if his brother was being bullied or targeted by any punk students. On top of that, Wei Flaw really mixes in with society and becomes a gangster. More than half a year, the group of gangster youths under the hand finally have news. We'll come to one of the portraits on the person to find. Boss Wei. This man is called Sun Bao. The brothers have inquired clearly. This guy has a date. In Loco Hills, a cabaret girl. Tapping the money Wei Flaw handed over, the punk was pleased to report the news he had investigated. Take your brothers to eat something nice. Don't be stingy. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, Wei Xiao reached out and patted the punk's head, laughing and cursing the opening. That year, Wei Xiao was 13 years old, with dyed yellow hair, like a real punk. Getting good news from Sun Bao Xiang, Wei Flaw began to follow the investigation until he saw the young lady named Xiaoyu come out of the cabaret and prepare to go home. Wei Flaw tracked to the alley. It was dark and a handful of stops. No Sun Bao? Jade looked at the brightly shining dagger on her neck and opened her mouth trembling. I know. That person's real name is Sun Xiaoli, and he often goes to Western Yunnan. Likenesses? All I remember is that he had a mole on his neck, liked to grow his hair in inches, and had a scorpion tattooed on his left hand. Wei Flaw recorded the appearance characteristics and identity one by one, before opening his mouth with a sneer. You know the mines in the north of the city? This grandson is in a mess, so you'd better cooperate and tell him to come here, or you're screwed too. The dagger gently tapped on Xiaoyu's neck, and Wei Xiao laughed harshly. South City Road. The Water family area of 6 buildings. No. 3. I remember you live here, right? Jade's forehead was glistening with cold sweat, cholerically looking at the yellow-haired punk in front of her, nearly collapsing as she cried and opened her mouth. Sun Xiaoli will be at the Lanyu Hotel in the mining area in 3 days. Leaving the alley, Wei Flaw did not call the other gangsters, but instead came to the phone booth and directly dialed the mine phone. His voice was hoarse, as before the murderer bawled. Maru Lu, 302 Lanyu Hotel, Mining District, talk in 3 days? Isn't it time to give an account of that time at the entrance to the village of Dathan? The message came from the other end of the line, which seemed to hold back its anger. It's you? Okay, it's in 3 days. Lanyu Hotel. Wei Flaw casually started to open a room with a punk ID card, naming 302, and carrying a suitcase in his hand. Here, because of the existence of black mines, there are also people who sell open mountain detonators and fish frying detonators privately. These are Wei Flaw's quietly bought, now placed under the bed, followed by cold eyes in the hotel 303 room waiting. The appointment was 3 days later, but he knew that Marulia's group would never keep the rules. Sure enough, early the next morning, a black Santana parked in front of the hotel, and Maruliu arrived 302 with his men early. Looking at the detonators seized from under the bed, Maruliu broke into a fit of rage. Treadmill. This group of out-of-town drug dealers really want to count me. That little brat was sent by these grandsons too, right? Then let's do it. Notify all of our men in the mine to come over here with their guys. Wei Flaw indifferently listened to the other party call out, but his gaze remained fixed on the window. On the morning of the third day, Sun Bao, or Sun Xiaoli, arrived at the door of the guest house, shaking his head and skulking about to come in. It's just that after years of dealing drugs, Sun Xiaoli was inevitably wary, and almost immediately noticed the dozen or so people waiting in the shadows at the edge of the hotel. Seeing the other party's hands wrapped in pieces of cloth within the long exposed gun barrel, Sun Xiaoli pupils shrinking, then decisively pulled out a clay gun to shoot, until he was held down and unloaded his gun by the 6 thugs rushing behind him. Sun Xiaoli raged and struggled and growled. Who the hell are you people? Looking for death? Know what I do for a living? Marulio's eyes filled with blood, and he grimly stomped on Sun Xiaoli's head. What are you doing? You're counting on me, aren't you? Hit me. After beating Sun Xiaoli to death, Marulio and his men buried him in the hills behind the hotel. Wei Xiaoxiao watched everything with an expressionless face until 2 hours after Marulio left with her people, before appearing in the wilderness and starting to dig. Sun Xiaoli's cell phone is still on his body, wallet in the back of his pants. Wei Xiaoxiao rummage, and finally get the evidence, by murder info in cell phones, phone calls, as well as the business card in the wallet, codenamed T-Traders Purse Company, which is also their contact location. Wei Flaw put away the evidence, thinking for a long time, cut off the left arm of Sun Xiaoli tattoo, rode in the night and arrived at the tea company, observed for a long time, before quietly dropping the broken arm and a piece of coal mine, turned away. 25 years, police department. Old Chow froze, witnessing everything with a complex expression. The young dry police officer, Chen Xiaowen, was also watching, stunningly analyzing every step of the calculations, and his expression was shocked. Wei Flaw's first step was to obtain information about Sun Xiaoli and subsequently notify the mine to create the illusion of settling accounts. The second step is to cause Maru Lu to kill by calculating his psychology and purchasing detonators in advance and placing them under the bed to plant the evidence. Step 3. Count on Sun Xiaoli to come over and cause a dog-eat-dog scene. Every step is interlocked until the end, not only to obtain their own need for evidence of criminal syndicates, but also woe to them, even if they are investigated. All the evidence will point to the black mines. This man, with his skill in calculating people's hearts, really doesn't look like a child. Chen Effect Man looked on in shock, his expression horrified, and the sanatorium, aged retired Deputy Bureau Sun Ocean thought of that scene of yesteryear. They were alerted to the discovery of a severed arm by a public phone call when they arrived on the scene with their own involvement in the case, saw the tattoo and started following the trail of investigation. At that time he also drove a police car at the intersection and saw Wei Xiao, the child of yesteryear who was taken away by the traffickers. It's just that he's at the intersection with a bunch of assholes carrying tape and holding cigarettes. He didn't even care at that point. Looking back now, Sun Ocean smiled bitterly. You designed the whole situation, knowing that the enemy was prying. So you laid out a layout for them to fight fire with fire. Everyone follows your script. He couldn't help but feel a chill when he thought of the invisible figure manipulating the two groups of people fighting. This kid, he's so mean. The mind is vicious and deep. In his time, the former Black Mines, after a series of changes, now belongs to the Crown. The owner of the mine, Maruliu, was found guilty of a number of charges, including suspected murder and private mining of a vein, a few years ago, and has been shot to death. Several of the mine's bosses are now also watching the live replay screen, frozen in place. Several people have been middle-aged, thinking of the past 95 years when the news came out that the mine boss Marulia stormed the summons. requiring each region to investigate a group of drug dealers coming from western Yunnan. They had also been involved in the search for those people, and there was even an investigation into the city of Loco Hills. At that time, Ma Ruliu cursed, saying something about a group of foreign drug dealers in western Yunnan who were coming to blackmail him. It was only now when they saw the live feed that a few people were finally shocked, chills rising from the soles of their feet. It turns out that behind everything, it's the 13-year-old who's doing the math. The son of the Wei family, who was exterminated, was like a manipulative puppet, calculating people's hearts. So mean. At this moment, these big bosses had chills down their backs as they stared at the screen. This kid has gone crazy trying to protect his siblings. Live. A new Wei Flaw life flashback screen appears. A body was found in the hills behind the Lan Yu Hotel, and the news of the alarm was passed to the police station, where it was taken quite seriously. The recent spate of murders, in particular, has also increasingly alerted the police. Soon, Sun Ocean led the criminal police to, in passing through the intersection, but also accidentally saw in the past their own advanced medical expenses that child. Looking at the now dyed yellow hair and dangling Wei Xiao, Sun Ocean frowned, a little annoyed. Being young and studying hard is the right thing to do. I thought you said your parents were away on business. What are you going to say when they get back? Wei Flaw always smiling and nodding. Also do not agree. Sun Ocean sighed and left. After all, in the hands of the broken arm tattoo case needs to be investigated. At that moment, no one noticed that behind Sun Ocean, the yellow-haired gangster stared at the police uniform, his eyes full of envy. Nursing home, Sun Ocean saw such eyes for the first time. His voice was a little husky as he stared complexly at the boy. You'd love to be a police officer? You're good for it, and your scheming to count those bad guys is strong, but you carry too much. You went to jail afterward, thinking that this child had not been able to fulfill his ideals throughout his life. Sun Ocean suddenly felt a slight lump in his throat. Everyone else may have been shocked at the kid's heart, but at this moment, Sun Ocean knew that the kid really loved being a police officer. But he couldn't. He loves his family, but he must also break it up. Everything he had truly loved, he hadn't been able to keep. And because of that, you've really fallen off the wagon later? Inside the hospital room, Wei Pingzhang was silent, and his heart was a little hard. He looked at it in detail, not missing a single detail. He watched Wei Xiaoxiao prejudge Ma Ruliu's early arrival and ambush the detonator under the bed. And it was because of this that Ma Ruliu became furious and mistakenly thought that he had encountered the drug cartel's calculations, and therefore directly killed Sun Xiaoli. Also watch Wei Flaw deliberately take a broken hand and send it to the tea industry skinners to make them dog eat dog. In fact, after watching all of them, the only one who was most shocked was Wei Pingzhang. Now that he is the deputy mayor and has spent half his life in the world of bureaucracy, only he knows how hard it really is to accomplish all this, because what Wei Flaw is counting on is the hearts of the people. When he digs up the body alone, the black mine killer could find it at any time. When he sends cartel Sun Xiaoli away with a tattooed arm, he could be discovered by the cartel at any time. He couldn't believe that Wei Xiao wasn't scared at that time. After all, he was just a kid then too. But he went ahead and did it anyway. Wei Pingzhang stared at the hospital bed, somewhat bewildered. Is this really you? But why did you send me away after that and greedily blackmail your foster parents at their home and take a large sum of money? Why? He saw the Wei Yan who turned his back to them, blocked all the wind and rain, and carried the enemies alone and alone. Think also of Wei Flaw, who later sold all his siblings in memory, went to jail multiple times, got into fights, and ended up resisting arrest with a gun. At this moment, Wei Pingzhang clenched his fists. Which one is really you? Chapter 30, I'm going to break up my family with my own hands. Mom! Wei Flaw's life goes back in time and the picture appears. From the official 95 report. A few days ago, there was a horrific hand amputation in Loco Hills that police are continuing to investigate. There was no follow-up to this news story. Meanwhile, the tea company in the area where the broken arm was found is under investigation. After the police officers left, the bald man's face was blue. Looking at his men's broken hands, which were sawed off a little bit, he could almost imagine that the other party's methods were cruel and vicious. And it was definitely not a simple revenge. Could it be the black coal mine from the previous firefight? The bald man frowned. No. Although we and the black mine have clashed before, there is no blood feud. What is going on here? The bald man looked on with complexity, and several of the cartel assassins talked. Twice now. Is there someone else behind the Wei family? I think we're being counted. Last time in Datan village that group of mining rats suddenly appeared, and this time Sun Xiaoli also died at the hands of the black mines. Are we being targeted? The several assassins only felt complicated, as if it had never gone well even once since they came to this place. Yang Daong, Sun Xiaoli, who came together died in this small place. More and more chilling. The bald guy's name was Lu Chang. and he always felt like he was being targeted. Yang Daong is dead, and so is Sun Xiaoli. The Black Hand mystery hadn't seen a shadow so far, and the feeling of the unknown made him extremely uneasy. Kill them all. Hurry up and exterminate the Wei family, then leave. Lu Chang was annoyed and narrowed his eyes. This Thai place. It's not right. The pop-ups began to appear as the Shake Shack went live. You have no idea who's really behind this. And that's a kid whose willpower is near the first echelon of humanity. When he is willing to accept his own degradation, to give up his ideals and all that is precious to him, such a rival is unimaginable. Wei Flaw has never considered himself a human being, and because of this kind of person is the most terrifying. Modern times, wards. With the explosion of the eldest son comparison program, the media began to seize the hotspot. Reporter Chu Shanshan is interviewing in the hospital room. Looking at the picture, also incredibly turned his eyes to the hospital bed. The ventilator was barely keeping his vitals up, and Wei Xiao looked weak. Even so, one could see the domineering spirit lurking between the brows of this middle-aged man. Chu San murmured and opened her mouth. How in the world does a person like that carry on? It's horrible. Is it true? Will he end up degenerating into madness with all that stress? With nothing to fall back on, straying on the fringes of black mines and drug cartels to protect his family, standing outside the bureau to open. More and more can feel this person horror. At this moment, Chu Shanshan's gaze was complicated as she looked at the new screen. Old rental house with dim incandescent lights. Wei Xiao sat alone on the edge of the desk, smoking a cigarette and still writing. Words began to emerge from the desktop. 1. The mine with an ambush. Intercepted Sun Xiaoli. The killer organization is now opening a tea-bagging company. As a stronghold, the current deaths, Yang Daong, Sun Xiaoli, there are still 6 people left. 2nd, the drug cartels are still insisting on exterminating the Wei family, and are spending money to search for families carrying 5 children, who must send away their younger siblings. It wasn't until he pondered until late into the night that Wei Xiaoxiao finally got tired, laid down on his desk, and fell into a deep sleep. The desktop was covered with organized materials, academic notes of all kinds, an ashtray stacked with cigarette butts. Modern nursing home. Sun Ocean is still watching. He looked intricately at the tired ambling figure on the desk and closed his eyes with a sigh. This kid, alas. He thought of the initial encounter with the Wei Flaw image. That year, human traffickers came out of the mining town and took the police car, and Wei Xiaoxiao happened to be the child who was attempted to be killed by the traffickers. No one expected that everything was a calculation by the boy. It was a cold and windy time, and he himself led the police officers and villagers to search the mountain. The boy then lay with his eyes open, covering the dagger wound in his chest and abdomen. In the cold, wet river valley, that firm gaze, that tenacious vitality, makes Sun Ocean unforgettable so far. And the figure of the child lying in the cold wind of the river valley gradually overlapped with the tired ambulatory figure. The picture continues. At 5 in the morning, Wei Xiaoxiao woke up from his desktop, casually turning off the incandescent light. Wei Xiaoxiao put away everything she had written and recorded and stepped into the bathroom. The faucet spat out cold water, and the piercing chill completely sobered Wei Chou. Letting the cold soak in, Wei Xiao forced himself to be filled with fighting spirit. Looking at his own appearance in the worn-out mirror, Wei Xiao clenched his fists, and the whole person had a lot of spirit and fighting spirit. Pushing open the old wooden door, Wei Xiaoxiao arrived at the casino and found the group of gangster minions, casually dispersing a few cigarettes. Wei Flaw opened his mouth. Go and find out if there are any officials in Loco Hills who have had children die young, or who have never had children. Boss Wei is willing to pay and is straightforward, and a group of gangsters sell their search. Boss, the head of the land reform construction, Zhou Kai's kid, fell ill and died the year before last. There's a deputy chief of the resource management agency here who's infertile. Yu Jianjun, the mayor of the old city district, also doesn't have a child, and the child was previously reported to have died prematurely. One by one, Wei Flaw recorded the information gathered by the mongrels, and then silently went out. The land reform construction is north of Luoqiao City, and Wei Xiaoxiao rode his bicycle all morning to reach it. He observed silently, from noon to evening. Cho, who had just gotten off work, went out, got in his car, and prepared to leave. Behind him was a section member wiping sweat off his face and chasing after him. Section Zhou, we stayed up all night yesterday to change 2 versions of the program, so take a look. The material had just been handed over when Zhou Kai narrowed his eyes and threw it on the floor with one hand. I don't know what you guys do all day. Take your programs, make 4 versions by tomorrow and turn them in for selection. Asterisk 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 off if you can't do it. Wei Xiao sat on his bike in the shade and watched, silently taking out his pen. Rude behavior and irritability to those around him. Then he crossed out Zhou Kai's name and turned to leave. The next day, Wei Xiaoxiao figure appeared outside the City West Resource Management Bureau, following the section chief Luo Ligong all the way to his home. Carefully. At midday, Wei Xiao nibbled on a cold steamed bun and stared at the figure carrying quite a few famous wines and a leather bag as he entered. When Luo Ligong sent the man out with a smile, the man had nothing in his hand. Wei Xiao once again put pen to paper, greedy for people. Sooner or later something happens. The name Luo Ligong was then crossed out again. Now there is only one last name left on the paper. Yu Jianjun. Wei Xiaoxiao watched silently, put the pen and paper into his pocket, and quietly came to the old city office building. Just after arriving, Wei Flaw was discovered by passing police officers. Seeing the yellow-hair-dyed Wei Flaw probing his head, the police officers directly brought the person to the police station. What? I can't just walk by? What's the law that says you can't walk outside the district office building? No matter how much the officers questioned him, Wei Xiao consistently relied on him and was finally released. The old police officer stared at Wei Chou, his gaze sharp. Be honest. Make trouble and sooner or later you'll be arrested and go to jail. At this moment, Wei Flaw didn't care, and continued to quietly help his brother search for a new family, traveling through the city alone. Jitterbug. Nagako Comparative Psychoanalysis Live. Anchor Qin Xiao froze. She looked at the screen and spoke complexly to the assistant announcer beside her. Wei Flaw is helping her siblings find homes. That lonely figure still weaves in and out of the picture with cold buns and cold water. And the money he earned before didn't spare any of it. Rain or shine, one searches in silence. The more this happened, the harder Chen Xiao felt. But the boy has no home of his own. With his younger siblings gone, he was completely left alone in the Wei family. He will fall into loneliness, carry the Wei family name alone, and face everything. A 13-year-old ready to tear apart his most cherished home with his own hands. Chapter 31, I'm going to be alone. Finally, the new image reappeared on the other side. The bike was parked on the curb, and Wei Xiao stood in the corner, silently looking at the information. Yu Jianjun, the mayor of the old city district of Luoqiu, is pictured with a figure with square eyebrows and eyes and a serious, dignified look. The man is extraordinarily soft on the people, but has zero tolerance for crime. The child died prematurely before because he was too righteous and angered the criminals, resulting in the child being kidnapped and torn apart. After observing for some time, Wei Xiaoxiao decided to start contacting. In order to get close to Yu Jianjun, Wei Xiaoxiao deliberately followed him very closely, tailing him all the way on the way home from work. Previously kidnapped children by criminals, Yu Jianjun more and more vigilant, directly let people heckle Wei. Young man, you've been following me for a long time. What do you intend to do? Wei Xiao stared at Yu Jianjun and deliberately lowered his head. I have a brother that I just can't afford to feed, and I want him to have a good life. Can you adopt him? I've been to a lot of people and they don't want it. Yu Jianjun smiled at his words and waved his hand to let go of Wei Xiao. I'm not planning on having kids for a while, so take care of your brother yourself. Looking at the dangling yellow-haired teenager, Yu Jianjun sighed and patted Wei Xiao's shoulder. Live hard and don't mix it up later. As he watched Yu Jianjun sail away, Wei Xiaoxiao didn't care as he began to wait outside the district office building. Facing the other people hung back, but as soon as Yu Jianjun came out, Wei Xiaoxiao stood straight and went forward to help open the door. Even often took the initiative to sweep the floor in front of Yu Jianjun's office to offer courtesy. Until the evening of this day, Wei Flaw watched Yu Jianjun off-duty schedule, counted Yu Jianjun off-duty time, deliberately brought his younger brother Wei Pingzheng to the old district outside the street. Useless punk. You can't even move something when I tell you to, and can't make money. What's the use of just knowing how to read, eating nothing every day, holding a few large cardboard boxes and struggling to move forward? Wei Pingzheng gritted his teeth at the words, and his rage was mixed with aggression. Mom and Dad didn't come back, and if you hadn't burned down the house and gambled and lost Grandpa's mansion, we wouldn't have had to move and sell so much stuff. You just know how to scold me. And what have you done? What kind of brother are you? Wei Pingzheng opened his mouth with reason, and even though he was in tears, he still gritted his teeth in defense. Having just finished his street inspection, Yu Jianjun watched from the building's entrance. Wei Flaw's small mind could not be hidden from him. This bitter trick was nothing, but he looked at that 9-year-old child's articulate defense and thought it was really good. Wei Pingzheng left forlornly. Yu Jianjun complexly stared at the back of this child, ready to get on the car. Wei Flaw did not care about his brother, once again attentive to come forward, to help Yu Jianjun open the car door. Fawning smile. I can't help it. I'm sorry to make you laugh. I really can't support so many younger siblings. At those words, Yu Jianjun stopped his steps in the car and took another look at the departing Wei Pingzheng. Then why don't you explain it to your brother? Explain? Explain what? What can this asshole do but waste rice? It can't make any money. It can't even move anything, and it's got a temper. seeing Wei Chou hanging around and not having a good word to say to his brother. Even though Yu Jianjun was good-tempered, he couldn't help but feel the fire in his heart. If you can't feed him, that's it. You're his own big brother. How can you be a big brother? And you deserve to be a brother? Wei Xiao didn't care, pulling the car door with one hand, and smiled at his words. Hey, this kid just lacks discipline. Just go back and beat him up. You don't care. I'll just teach him a good lesson. Yu Jianjun stormed into a rage and ruthlessly pushed away Wei Xiao's hand that was pulling on the car door. Come on, you don't give a beating people when you can't feed them. I've never seen a brother like you. Let the boy stay at my house for a while before you do. Bang! The car door slammed heavily. Yu Jianjun raised his head and left. Wei Fla just silently watched the leaving vehicle with a calm expression. A new scene unfolds. In Chang Zheng's rented house, Wei Xiao lies on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. The thick smoke made Cheng Zhong more and more irritable, and he coldly looked at Wei Xiao. Taking advantage of the fact that Cheng Zhong was not at home, Wei Xiao barged in, and no matter how much he reprimanded him, he did not leave, and he could not do anything about Wei Xiao. Asshole, look at you and then look at the dick. People get looked at by good families, don't you? Useless thing. Picking up the beer and taking a sip, Wei Fla continued to lean back on the wooden sofa, lazily staring at Wei Pingzhan with eyes full of disgust. Since Wei Chuan came back, the house is littered with dirty clothes, bottles of wine, cigarette butts are even stomped out everywhere, and it's a mess. The two sisters took their cold nests and gritted their teeth as they went to their rooms. The family had been unable to eat because the table was piled high with bottles of wine and the family had to eat a cold nest. Wei Pingzhang's small face was ironic, and he glared fiercely at Wei Xiao, his face filled with hatred, until there was a knock on the room door. Yu Jianjun was carrying several boxes of gifts in his hands and was neatly dressed. Chang Zhong opened the door, looked at Yu Jianjun some consternation, especially heard Yu Jianjun is the old city district mayor, more with a few points of constraint humble. Wei Pingzhang stared at the visitor's aura of majesty and righteousness, full of envy. He wants to be a politician too. Yu Jianjun stared at Wei Pingzhang and became more and more satisfied. The 9-year-old's reasoned argument at the street door earlier had been appreciated by him. Son, would you like to go with uncle for a few days? Yes, Yu Jianjun is not ready to adopt, so for the time being, he is just taking the boy for a few days in the name of fun. Earlier, when he heard that Wei Fla came back to teach this child a lesson, especially when he saw that the room was very messy, with cigarettes and alcohol all over the place, and the children were all eating cold nests, Yu Jianjun had some hard feelings. Before Wei Pingzhang could speak, Wei Fla first got up from the sofa, his eyes lit up, and he greedily opened his mouth. You're taking the boy? Our old Wei family's children are quite valuable. The last one who took them gave back more than 5,000. You watch and give some? Wei Pingzhang sniffed with increasing indignation. His face was iron blue, and he looked at Wei Xiao without saying a word. He turned his head, his gaze falling unwillingly on his two sisters before staring at Wei Chou with growing disgust. He really wanted to leave the house and never come back. With a brother like that, he can't see a future. Yu Jianjun was stunned at his words. Then his gaze fell on the smoke that hadn't dissipated and the messy bottles of wine on the ground, until finally, his majestic eyes stared at the 9-year-old, his gaze gradually softening. It would be nice to take the boy. At least now he hadn't been influenced by Wei Xiao and become as greedy and depraved as he was. Such intelligent children have a chance to be nurtured and not to be spoiled. Spinning around, he stared at Wei Yan inside in his heart. Wei Pingzhang, this child has such a brother. In the future will only be a drag. Even if Wei Pingzhang follow him really can blossom in the mud. I am afraid that he will also be entangled by such a brother for life. Yu Jianjun got up, holding Wei Pingzhang's small hand, and was polite to Cheng Zhong. Then I'll take the kids out for a while. Cheng Zhong with his old companion nodded, knowing that perhaps Wei Pingzhang is also going to be adopted. The heart, although difficult, still nodded. Wei Pingzhang looked forlornly at his two sisters and grandma and grandpa and waved goodbye. Wei Soliang held his little sister Wei Soling's hand, his eyes a little red as he watched Wei Pingzhang leave. Cheng Zhong sat in his chair with his head down. There's not much popularity in the house right now. Grandma wept, and her two sisters choked, looking at their shattered home in front of them. Only Wei Xiao smoked heavily, laughing and coughing. He was genuinely happy, and even though Grandma and Grandpa and his sister were looking at him with hatred, he didn't care. All he knew was that another brother was safe. Outside the door, Yu Jianjun held Wei Pingzhang's small hand inside. Go live a normal life from now on. Your older brother, alas, he has not done his duty. 25 years, New Year's Eve, Loco Hills, neighborhood. Yu Jianjun, now elderly, is sitting at the dining table making dumplings. The live feed was playing and he watched. Frozen. 30 years ago images came to mind. What was the boy like when you first met Wei Xia? He had dyed yellow hair, was dirty, and wore a t-shirt that was old and propped up to the point of distortion at the collar. Even when caught by himself, he still hangs back. Later on, he always came to himself with nothing to offer, and his small-mindedness attracted more and more of his own resentment. Especially when Wei Xiao said in front of himself that the 9-year-old brother was a useless thing. It made him resist. It was also because he saw the heartfelt dislike for his brother under Wei Xiao's eyes that he finally softened his heart and took away his current adopted son. At that point, he thought, at least by following himself, that kid could move on to a normal life and not have to struggle through the mud. It wasn't until now that he looked at the screen image and finally realized, everything is Wei Flaw layout. He personally into the game, with this bitter trick, just to let himself take away his brother. At this moment, Yu Jianjun smiled bitterly. The aged figure that was already 80 years old sighed and stared at the yellow-haired teenager. You're the only person I've ever been wrong about in my life. We've all wronged you, but you don't care. It's too bitter to carry a full load of curses. Yu Jianjun stopped in silence. He couldn't imagine what kind of willpower a person like Wei Xiao had. It's the only way to not hold on and not break down from the desperate situation of facing foreign enemies, family loathing, and no one understanding. For a long time, Yu Jianjun shocked stared, and his words carried a few points of heartache. You're going to send all your family away, and after that, you're going to face the murderer alone and decide to duke it out, aren't you? Loco Hills, police station. New Year's Eve duty. 2 people are also watching. Police officer Lao Zhou, the young police officer Chen Ziawen looked shocked. Jitterbug, the eldest son of the comparative psychoanalysis live room, Chen Xiao is also watching, with a complex expression. Nursing home, retired Deputy Bureau Sun Ocean stared at the screen and suddenly thought of new. Wei Pengsheng was led away by the section chief, and Wei Pengzheng was taken away by the old district governor. There aren't many people left in the Wei family now. Before, Wei Xiao was thinking about how to preserve this family, but now, he himself has taken this family apart with his own hands and torn it to pieces. He has decided so that he will not leave himself attached, only wanting to keep his siblings safe and fall himself. And then, a showdown with the murderer. At this moment, Sun Ocean was silent and only felt chilled. When a person gives up everything precious, such a person is the most terrifying. Wei Xia is ruthless to his enemies and even more ruthless to himself. Pepe's live streaming pop-ups also began to spring up. He's going to take the initiative by going head-to-head with the killer. Wei Flaw's whole madness. He has to carry everything by himself. This kind of person is unimaginable. Out of nowhere, more and more people seem to see an image. Walking in the darkness, Wei Flaw alone begins to cross paths with the cartel. Chapter 32, the yellow hair thugs of execution pulling all the strings. Comparison of simulated elder son's life, hot off the presses. On Shakeology, blogger Guzan looked at the screen and began to summarize. As you can see, after Wei Pengsheng, Wei Pengzheng, the third son of the Wei family, was also sent away. When sending Wei Pengsheng away, Wei Flaw poked around to find out that Su Jiankong was childless, and first chose to pretend to be a beggar to attract attention, and then threatened the director to help Su Jiankong with his career, after which he sent his brother to a safe area. Subsequently Wei Flaw through observation, understand the old city district mayor Yu Jianjun's soft-hearted upright characteristics. So the first step is to cause Yu Jianjun attention. The second step is to show the younger brother Wei Pengsheng advantages. The third step is to seize the Yu Jianjun's soft-hearted characteristics, intentionally in front of him to oppress the younger brother, show the depravity, so that the Yu Jianjun resolved to take away the Wei Pengzheng. Speaking of which, blogger Guzan looked complex and gutted. Wei Flaw is going to send away all his younger siblings one by one, and afterward fight the drug cartel murderers to the end. He would really take on the drug cartels and not let the rest of his family get caught up in it. For this he would rather fall and carry the abuse and everything. It's just that it's such a hard road. No one understands you, no one cares about you, and you'll be alone on it. The Wu Weiping growing sub-simulation screen begins to appear. Pi time Wei Pengsheng lying in bed, pale, still feverish. He has to earn money to support his younger siblings and put them through school, to solve the problem of living and studying with younger siblings, and to guard your family at all times from the prying eyes of the killer. Now he's so busy that he's finally gotten sick and can't carry on. Wei Pengsheng turned his head with difficulty and watched his younger siblings wake up in a nightmare, crying to the door of the room, afraid. This was the moment he finally began to question himself. Firstborn pressure, too much. Afterward, someone asked if Wei Pengsheng was too stressed to consider finding adoptive parents for his younger siblings. After thinking about it, Wei Pengsheng helplessly gritted his teeth and nodded his head in agreement. He chose to have his younger brother, Wei Pengsheng, who was himself in those days, follow one of the other district businessmen. The family, which he had seen once, was well-to-do. He just didn't realize that after his brother Wei Pengsheng left, He quietly went to see him and found that his brother was isolated by other rich kids and his foster parents didn't care about him, keeping him at home from time to time. He clenched his fists in anger, trying to get back to his brother, only to see the familiar van again on the way to the rich man's house. Wei Pengsheng gritted his teeth and had no choice but to give up and move again with his younger siblings. Afterward he found his adopted brother and told him, "Bear with me." Watching his young self humble and low, this moment, Wei Pengsheng is very difficult, but he had no way to explain it. He could only tell himself through gritted teeth, "I'm going to try. I'm the firstborn. I'm not like Wei Flaw. I'm definitely better than him." The pop-ups are surging and complex. Wei Pengsheng's simulation of the eldest son is very real. Unfortunately, Wei Pengsheng has no idea what kind of vigor a real eldest son should have. Industry City Nursing Home. Cheng Zhang was also watching, his aged self staring at his Sims grandson. Wei Pengsheng finally started giving his younger siblings away as well, because there was so much pressure. But unlike his previous life experiences, he sends himself to a very poor family. 30 years ago came to mind. At that time Wei Xiao also gave away his two younger brothers one after another, but their adoptive parents were very good. Su Jiangong did everything himself and taught Wei Pengsheng, eventually making him a rising star in the business world. Yu Jianjun also physically trained Wei Pengsheng to be such a young politician. Everyone thought it was serendipity and luck at that time. Until now, he didn't realize how much someone was paying behind the scenes. At this moment, Cheng Zhang was complexly stunned for a long time, finally turning into a sigh. Retrospect of the life of the eldest son of Wei Chou. A new scene appears on the live feed. 95. Late April. Cold spring. Wei Flaw's figure appeared in an underground casino. Inside a small room. Listening to the report. Boss Wei. The brothers saw two more people in front of the tea house today. A few punk minions looked at Wei Xiao with puzzled expressions. They had asked why before, but Boss Wei didn't say. Wei Flaw nodded and waited for his little brother to go out, arriving around the tea house while it was dark and lifting the trash can. This is the only trash can in front of the tea leather bag company. Despite the fact that it was laced with all sorts of putrid and smelly items, Wei Xiao didn't care and reached out to rummage through it while taking notes. 2 bottles of mineral water. Suspected contact by different characters. 3 boxes of disposable lunch boxes. It was not until all the items were recorded and organized that they were put into the back pocket, looking as if they were rag pickers. Load up the things. Wei Xiaoxiao did not go back, but took out his previous selling tape appliances to save $5,000. Bought a ticket to the provincial capital. DNA testing technology was not widespread in 95 and was still an expensive technology, charging $5,000 a time. Wei Flaw with the murder of parents before the murder weapon, and mineral water bottles and disposable lunchboxes and other items to the provincial hospital. Take samples, began to do DNA identification. Afterwards, waiting for the results, Wei Xiao figure reappeared in Luochou City. Nowadays he goes to the door of this tea company every day, in addition to dumping tapes and small electrical appliances, and peers across the street to take notes from afar. The number of travelers and the time of travel all appeared on the note in Wei Xiao's hand. Nowadays, late spring nights are still chilly, and the cold wind scrapes one's face raw. Wei Xiaoxiao lurked a few dozen meters opposite the tea company, behind a small fence, behind the abandoned toilet. A strong stench and chill filled the air, but Wei Chou didn't care. He had observed before that this was the only place that wouldn't attract attention because it was smelly and remote. This is the 10th day that he squatted here, and at that time, Wei Xiao's eyes were indifferent and motionless, an appearance of a gangster, downtrodden, poor image of him, at the moment indifferent, cold, like a statue that is always concerned about everything, staring at everything. He himself exudes an aura sweeping the whole scene. The other side, the tea bagging company. The bald man and a few of the surrounding assassins gathered together, looking complicated and frowning. He pondered arriving here to exterminate the Wei family all the traces. First Yang Daong is killed, and then son Xiaoli dies, and everything seems to be moving in an unpredictable direction. Not only the bald guy, but the others also sensed something was wrong and began to control the door. No, it's not a black mine. The bald voice woke up the thinking crowd, but he ignored it and continued to speak. This doesn't look like the black mine tactics, which inexplicably clashed with us before. That's when they send the killers straight in with shotguns. The black mines act simply and roughly, and would not use this kind of hand-breaking deterrent. We've probably been set up, and this isn't black mine taking revenge at all, but tramp. Who the hell is counting on us? Speaking of which, the bald man narrowed his eyes and grimaced. Previously, they were all misled by Sun Xioli's murder and associated it with the previous Ditan village, which led them by the nose. Now that it's finally coming around, I'm starting to feel the chills. The bald man felt a chill. He looked at the dark night now, as if he saw in the underworld, a mysterious and terrifying person hidden behind the curtain. Staring at them, ready to strike a vicious blow. On the other side, the black mine, the humble office. Maru-Lu, the owner of the black mine, stared at the previous news of the Daitan village and thought of Sun Xiaoli. After years of mixing in the black mines and calculating with each other, Maru-Lu also sensed that something was wrong. How could a drug cartel that had arrived in Lokcho City from outside the city and had no conflict of interest with himself at all provoke a local snake like himself for no reason? If I were myself, I would probably be careful not to mess with it. But first, Taitam Village was the first time, and Mission Hills Hotel was the second. The conflict between himself and the drug cartel happened inexplicably, and even the other side used open mountain detonators. What do you think of those out-of-town poison rats? A few of the juniors sniffed and began to analyze it as well. I always feel like the fight is inexplicable. Drug trafficking is more lucrative than we are. There's absolutely no need to sneak into the mines and extort. Something's not right. That's right. And that time in Datan Village you could tell that the other party was a good shot and had specialized weapons. So they didn't look like lowlifes playing blackmail. Blackmailing us won't do them any good except cause conflict and get the police's attention. And it shouldn't. I also think that if the other party wanted to ambush us that time at the Lanyu Hotel, it's unlikely that only one person would show up. Who the hell was that little pup taking pictures? Was it really a dog sent by a drug dealer? Not quite. And who is he? And for what purpose? As several black mine management in the office analyzed, several people in Marulia narrowed their eyes and were inexplicably silent. They all sensed that something was fishy. It seems like there is a big invisible hand behind everything, manipulating everything. But they never found their target. And the thought of 2 human lives was a little chilling. Chapter 33, My brother will be a business wizard from here on out. Modern. Nursing home. Sun Ocean bitterly smiled as he watched the two sides analyze each other with a complex tone. Of course you guys can't analyze it, because everything is in Wei Flaw's reckoning. This child calculates and is crazy about everything. Thinking of that 13-year-old boy? Sun Ocean sighed bitterly. He had seen the child many times before, but it wasn't until now that he realized just how tough this child's mind was. Counting black mines and dealing with drug cartels is probably more than many adults can do. On the other side, the village chief, Zhou Qiang, who was already old, was also watching, thinking about the fire of yesteryear and the inexplicable disappearance of Wei Chao's parents. And then there was the joint special crackdown that affected several municipalities. Sighing, it is only a child who wants to deal with you. He's pushing everyone towards his calculated course. That kind of pressure can crush a lot of people, but he won't be crushed. He's too strong in the spirit world. Today's headlines, pop-up scrolling. Wei Pingsheng is still simulating today, always difficult to dodge. Defense. So that although temporarily safe, but the pressure is great. Black mine disguised extortion, causing a firefight in Datan Village. A phone call, causing black mine to kill Sun Xiaoli. So far Wei Flaw, son of the Wei family, has counted on the other side twice. Retrospective on the life of Wei's eldest son. A new screen appears. Casino. Inside the small room, Wei Yan, who had dyed yellow hair, clutched the paper in his hand and squinted his eyes in excitement. The tests were finally completed on the provincial hospital's side. The report shows DNA confirmation and a match for one of the comparisons. Soon, Wei Flaw calmed down again and burned the test report, after which he called in a few punks. Starting today, you guys keep an eye on the tea company. Determine the number of them. Identify them. Wei Flaw indifferently watched a few punks leave the figure. Once he confirms who it is, he'll take it away immediately. The tea company has identified 3 unseen ordinary people in addition to the Miss Manners. Of the remaining few, there must be that murderer. Only after arranging for a few gangsters to take turns following him did Wei Flaw finally put down dealing with the murderer and hurried home. The old rental house is now a place where Wei Chou lives alone. Grandpa and his siblings don't want him to come home, and what he's doing right now isn't appropriate for him to come home. It would draw attention to him. A yellow hair hurriedly came and strangely handed Wei Xiao a pile of paper. Wei Xiao reached out and cupped his hand, watching as well. Hers is the younger brother Wei Pengsheng marking test papers and studying reports. Boss Wei, I went to the school a couple days before to keep an eye on the kids' teacher and asked for this. What do we need these for? In our line of work, we stopped studying a long time ago. Looking at yellow hair doubt, Wei Flaw did not say. Just stuffed a packet of cigarettes and a few money. Yellow hair did not ask, happily tucked things away. Wei Xia came to the desk with the test papers and study reports and began to look at them and correct them. The questions on the paper were all very simple and Wei Xiao had now learned the superlative stage. He analyzed, criticized, checked for causes, and then muttered something. It's time to figure out how to raise awareness. The oldest two are quick-witted and steady, and business is a good choice. It's time for Su to start grooming him toward business. Yes, he had said before that he had to help Wei Pengsheng improve himself, so that Su Jiankong could detect the flashpoint and cultivate his younger brother. Now, it's time. Wei Xia paid to hire an old man, slipped him a bunch of money, and then found the yellow hair who had delivered the information earlier. Tomorrow afternoon, on the way out of that elementary school, you'll set up a stall there to sell turtle. And yellow hair, you'll set up a stall on one side as well. After the arrangements were made, time passed briskly, and the next afternoon, Su just held Wei Pengsheng's small hand, leaving the school gate. The surrounding school, a lot of parents of students, stalls for small business is also increasingly lively. In the crowd, seeing Su Jianguang arrived with Wei Pengsheng, the old man began to greet the sale of turtle. A yellow hair is also selling turtle on the side. Heard the greeting immediately came over, weighing the turtle. The quality is good, old man. Those turtle of mine don't look too big. They only sell for $4. This one of yours mustn't sell for $6 a catty? Listen to me. $4 is a real loss. Yellow hair holding a cigarette and talking eloquently. For a time many people also noticed, including Wei Pengsheng and Su Jianguang. The old man heard, is happily ready to change the price? Wei Pengsheng stared at the yellow hair, timidly glanced at his adoptive father, stood out. Number 1. It's surrounded by old neighborhoods, and people weren't exactly rich in the first place. Second, your snapper is not much smaller than this old man's snapper. Once the elderly increased prices, you maintain the original price of the snapper becomes the most cost-effective. No cost reduction industry will also soon be sold out. The elderly snapper will be stagnant. You still made money, but this old man is afraid he'll lose money because the snappers are stagnant. Your so-called price hike wasn't even a kind attempt to help him. You just wanted to screw him over to make yourself profitable. Wei Pengsheng more and more confident, standing in the crowd, eloquent, organized. Adoptive father Su Jiankong satisfied to look at the child, bright eyes. He didn't think the kid had the economic acumen to even analyze the business environment. Yellow hair was revealed, fled. The surrounding onlookers students enviously looked at Wei Pengsheng. A group of parents is applauded. Bravo! This kid, thinking like an adult, good parenting. Wei Pengsheng stood in the crowd and felt the business charm for the first time, becoming more and more confident. Only no one realized that at the end of the crowd, the punk with dyed yellow hair and tattoos was also watching the scene. Seeing the teenager's proud and confident pair of eyes, Wei Zhao's smile grew warmer and warmer. Then one turned and left without a word. Inside the hospital room, Wei Pengsheng gazed at Wei Xiao in the picture, who was far away from the crowd. The love in the eyes of that mongrel-looking figure almost overflowed. At this moment, he froze completely, thinking of memories from his youth. The second brother was adopted at that time, and came to see him afterwards, telling him confidently that not long before he had seen a yellow-haired man on the road trying to bully the old man by price competition. Instead, he helped the old man selling turtle by analyzing the idea of the yellow-hair pitman through the business environment, market conditions. He himself was still full of envy, and had praised his second brother for his quick mind. I can't imagine that Wei Xiao is behind everything. Is this really you? Really? But you have that? Why didn't you tell anyone before? Murmuring and opening his mouth, Wei Pengsheng turned his head incredulously, staring at the disheveled figure's dying appearance on the hospital bed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Wei Solo pushed his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose with a complex expression. Wei Flaw is cultivating second brother's initial business mindset, and at the same time using it to create an interest in business. He's developing a training program according to the characteristics of the second brother. This will not only make Ergo's adoptive father appreciate him and teach him, but it will also be considered a way to help Ergo build a foundation and find direction for the rest of his life. But, why him? Wei Solidated looked at the picture in shock, and his mood became more and more difficult to calm down. Chapter 34, Behind What Must Become Great. Retrospective on the life of Wei's eldest son. A new scene appears on the live feed. The turtle incident seems to be just the beginning for Wei Pengsheng. Since then, when Wei Pengsheng passed by on his way to or from school, he always came across various economic disputes. Just after school, Wei Pengsheng left the school, looked ahead to build a shanty and came over. The shed across the street from the school was decorated with lights and a huge banner hung at the top. Buy a color TV, get free eggs, take a walk and look around. Name brand color TVs, buy it or lose it. The hosts were selling. Brand new color TVs were piled up around them, and crowds were gathered around them. Wei Pengsheng was able to see a corner of the backstage area because he was standing close to the backstage corner position. Two staff members picked up cartons of name brand color TVs and put them over some poor quality ones, then carried them to the front desk and started selling them. In this day and age, name brand color TVs for as little as 100 or so are naturally quite appealing. Coupled with the buy color TV free eggs, it has firmly grasped a lot of middle-aged and elderly people's sight. When the first person to buy the color TV opened the package and the brand new color TV appeared, the crowd began to boil. Wei Pengsheng stared at the crowd of coaxing color TVs, His brows furrowed, and began to analyze. First, rally the crowd in the name of giving away eggs to get attention. Second, it attracts customers in need through name brand color TVs. Third, assembling inferior color TVs with new packaging to earn the price difference. Fourth, perhaps with a single two, the crowd could be completely disarmed and cajoled. The bottom line is that they only used the name brand color TV name. They didn't say that each one was a certain brand. By doing so, they can avoid the risk of getting into trouble afterwards. After all, name brand is only a broad definition, not considered evidence, and they can absolutely say that the poor quality color TVs they sell are name brand. The next day, Wei Pengsheng again encountered a new scene on his way from school. The crowd gathered around and looked at the middle-aged man who was greeting them with a loudspeaker. The middle-aged man was wearing a purse under his armpit, a watch on his body, and even his clothes were brand name logos, and he looked extremely wealthy. I myself am from here and came back to my hometown with the idea of bringing everyone to common prosperity and for everyone to invest, make money and realize their life goals. The main business of this program is healthcare products. What do you mean by healthcare products? There's a medical term now called subhealth, and usually people buy medication when they're sick, and that's when the body falls from subhealth to another stage. So can we just boost our immunity, our physical fitness, and thus reduce the incidence of illness directly from the root cause? That's health food. This stuff is not a substitute for medicine, but in itself, to improve health, we wouldn't use medicine. We make money buying medicine, and we use the money we spend on medicine to buy food instead. You can also give it as a gift. People don't give away medicine, do they? You guys think about how big of a market this is. If I didn't have a conscience, I wouldn't even tell people how to make this money. Today, as long as everyone invests, we will register them one by one, and in the future, everyone will be a shareholder of the company. The company is right here. Everyone feel free to invest. The middle-aged man was so eloquent that many people could not resist the temptation to start registering. Wei Pengsheng remained cold-eyed and calm, and began to analyze. Only this time he did not analyze the means of that false investment, but the ends. The opponent's goal is to scam money. As for the company that acts as a guarantor, it may just be a skinflint company that turns around and sells itself. But how is the other side able to get money by such tie tactics? That's when the other side accurately captures the psychology of the target group, the need for wealth. And the most important thing in business is two things. Find the target audience. Feel the market demand. Wei Pengsheng's silent contemplation began to learn how to see through the target, began to commercial positioning development, but also from time to time will use commercial thinking to look at the surrounding things, even if it is only the most basic thinking. After that, Wei Pengsheng was on vacation and saw a new scene on the road. A banner was pulled up with a few words written on it. The black-hearted boss owes wages in arrears and uses gutter oil without conscience. A dozen waiters sat outside the restaurant in what seemed to be a silent protest. When Wei Pengsheng leaned over and asked why, one of the waiters bowed her head and sighed. I don't know if it's gutter oil, but last month's paycheck didn't get paid, and this month's didn't get paid, so we have no choice. Wei Pengsheng sniffed and pondered, and began to come up with ideas. You can dine at the store and eat as customers. Gutter oil, well, after eating it you guys say that you are not feeling well. You have to go to the hospital to check, report the official, and find the owner to ask for a statement. A few waiters got up excitedly at the words and thanked them, just so Wei Pengsheng did not expect. The store really cooking with gutter oil. A couple of waiters got sick from eating and managed to get their money. But there are also people who take this opportunity to start extorting their bosses, filing complaints and reports if they don't pay for the extortion. The owner had no choice but to come up with a new solution. Wei Pengsheng found the next day store entrance hanging out recharge discount dinner activities. He also knew that the boss this is to roll diners after the money. Ready to run. He contemplated this help. The greed of both sides. The concealment and deception of each other. Wei Pengsheng complicated to watch, but also more and more vigilant. Understand a truth. You can't trust anyone in business, and you can't underestimate the greed of the human heart. Wei Flaw watched from afar, to pretend restaurant owners and waiters to settle wages, as before the color TV scam, false investment in those actors. He then watched with relief and recorded Wei Pengsheng's growth. This is the last question my brother will teach you, the art of defense. After that, Wei Xiaoxiao quietly arrived at Su Jiankong's neighborhood, and took a look at Su Jiankong from afar, who was holding Wei Pengsheng's small hand. Su Jianguan was pleased to look at the child who was much more mature and more agile in thinking. You're good, much more mature than others your age. You've really grown. Su Jianguan watched Wei Pengsheng talk eloquently to other relatives about his insights into business, and became more and more pleased. Wei Pengsheng's performance completely crushed his peers, more and more mature. The most critical aspect of business is finding the right target audience and market demand. External environmental influences are quite important. With competitors, the first thing to do is to capture the core purpose of the other party, and starting with this aspect often yields good results. The nature of business is greed, both for those doing business and their customers, and ultimately a win-win outcome is often required for sustainability. Wei Xiao watched the scene from afar and was smiling as well. As the sky darkened, Wei Xiao stood in the corner, staring from afar at the laughter and the gradually maturing teenagers in the lights. He was alone and talking to himself. Brother won't cultivate it, but it's all I can do. Do you blame me? The voice paused for a moment, and Wei Xiao turned around despondently, leaving behind only a sentence that no one heard. I'm not a good brother. Hospitals, the smell of disinfectant is pungent. Wei Yan looked at the live screen. His eyes fixed in the darkness turned figure fell away. Silent speech. She didn't know what to say, just shook her head in a complicated way. The words still seemed to echo in his mind. I'm not a good brother. She didn't know how Wei Xiao held up at that time, and how she managed to silently carry everything behind her back. More than that, I wondered why the teenager of yesteryear had turned into the depraved gesture he had become later. Loco Hills, neighborhood. Su Jiangong was also watching, his mind thinking of yesteryear, when my son demonstrated his business mindset in front of his relatives. All of them inquired how on earth they had raised such a brilliant son. It has even been quoted that Wei Pingsheng understands business better than most adults. At that time he was also wondering. After all, he never taught this child. Then Su Jiankong thought that this child was born with a business sensitivity and a keen sense of smell, and he would become a great man in the future. However, I didn't realize that you were behind everything. At this moment, Su Jiangong stared at the teenager who had left forlornly with a complicated expression. Meanwhile, the city of Loco Hills. Aunt Wei Xiao was also watching, much older by then, but she froze, remembering 30 years ago. Everyone disliked Wei Xiao at that time, playing with fire and burning the house, gambling and losing the old mansion, not reading, dyeing yellow hair, getting tattoos, smoking and drinking, almost synonymous with depravity. But now, Auntie just felt a little hard on her chest. The boy was dealing with the murderer who was preparing to exterminate the Wei family, while at the same time he had to take care of and nurture his younger brother. Auntie clenched her teeth, bowed her head, and thought of how she had initially cursed that Wei Flaw shouldn't have been born in the Wei family and wasn't a thing. It was getting harder and harder for her. Jitterbug live pop-ups are also starting to appear, but he's really good at education, and that's the best in true education, teaching truth and falsehood, teaching right and wrong. He set values and paved the way for his brother's future. He is the eldest son of the Wei family, at least for now, and deserves the name of eldest son. Chapter 35, the official start of revenge. Now the number one word in the Twitter hot search is replaced. How the eldest son teaches his younger brother. Many people were watching. The words clicked on and a video screen appeared. Heck, it was taken from the hottest show of late. Firstborn comparison. Wei Flaw, a person in the rental house looking at business cases, all kinds of books. Late at night, eyes full of blood, but do not care. The paper laid out in his hand had been written all over one sheet with several subjects on it. They are how to achieve business objectives, the impact of the business environment on the market, and price wars and market supply and demand. I can see that Wei Flaw has been writing for a long time, and is sticking around late at night to read it. On the other side were cases of various economics books that had been turned so many times that the pages showed rough edges. The 13-year-old boy had a stunning posture and a silent layout. The screen then shifted to the other side. These are the lines. Your words are mainly aimed at tempting investment and pay 50. You people are the groupies. You're in charge of asking about the healthcare sales market and giving him something to talk about. You all watch from the side. 20 each. The scene switches again. Wei Xia stood outside the crowd, pen and paper in hand, carefully recording his brother's moves. Outside the hotel, more than a dozen waiters looked anxious, listening to Wei Pingsheng's support, and then smiled with joy. Seeing this scene, Wei Xiaoxiao giggled nervously as he watched his younger brother grow with extra delight. Commentary: complications arise. Is it true that such people will fall later? It's too bitter. What will happen to him after his life? Retrospective on the life of Wei's eldest son. New footage of the live broadcast appeared. It's the end of 95. A year after the Wei family's accident. The skinny teenager a year ago has grown much taller and is now nearly 1.7 meters. Just not the former student look. Wearing a flower shirt, open collar, hair into yellow, draped over the shoulders, mouth with a cigarette, revealing arm tattoos, looks greedy and grim. Right now Wei Flaw and the others are moving. This is the third time the Weiss family has moved. Sister Wei Solo struggled to carry her clothes and luggage, muttering with her head down. Moving again, 3 or 4 times a year. How am I going to get to school? The youngest Wei's solitary spirit also lowered his head, his face full of annoyance. Chang Zhong dragged the cabinet to the tricycle before he complained and opened his mouth. Move. Move. Move every day for the rest of your life. Sinning. Wei Pingzhang was taken away by Yu Jianjun, the governor of the old district, and was never sent back, and has been considered for adoption. Now hard to find the address of the new home. See the dangling cigarette Wei flaws. No reason to anger surged. Why are you moving again? What have you done to deserve it? Several people from the Wei family also had ugly faces. The Wei family moved for the first time because Wei Xiao had previously played with fire and burned down the old house. The second time he moved was when Wei Flaw gambled in the village of Datan and lost his house to the village mongrels. Now they're moving again. Isn't it because Wei Xiao is causing trouble? Being younger brother tugged at the collar questioning. Wei Flaw dangling a cigarette, gently pulling away from Wei Pengsheng hand, well organized the collar, which opened his mouth. If you lose money in gambling and you don't move, they may come to your door to collect the debt. I can't drag you guys down with me when I run away. Right. Pai Yu Jianjun was also there, looking at Wei Xiao open shirt revealing chest tattoos, as well as a few knife scars on his body. Complex expression. In the past, he knew that Wei Flaw was not restless, and taking away Wei Pingzhang might indeed be the right choice. Wei Pingzhang saw that Wei Chou didn't care and became more and more angry. Well, we don't care about your business. When are mom and dad coming home? Did you ask or not? Wei Shengyang, Wei Shangling, two people also stared at Wei Chou when they heard the words, and came up to ask about it. Hearing mom and dad, Wei Xiao seemed annoyed and casually flicked the ashes off his cigarette. I don't know. Asking every day. Annoying. The family environment is becoming more and more difficult. Wei Pingzheng knew that he could not ask anything, so he did not look at Wei, and held the hands of his two sisters in front of him. Remember, you guys, you have to walk out. There is no future with people like this at home. They must go out. Go as far as you can. Pei Wei Flaw listened and didn't say anything, after which he arrived on the rooftop alone and held out his hand. The wind blows like flotsam. It's the end of the year and it's snowing. He stared up at the sky, the smoke overcast and extraordinarily depressing. Ye shall come forth, it is as an abyss of mire. It's enough to have me in there. You can't do this. You have to leave. At this moment, Wei Flaw stood on the rooftop, looking up at the snow alone, and the sadness under his eyes was so strong that it could not be melted. He was in a trance, thinking of yesteryear, standing all alone. I walk east and west. Clothes are not as good as new, and people are not as good as they used to be. Son, and this means describing emotions. While speaking, his father stroked Wei Chao's head with a warm smile and listened to him recite. On the other side, the mother was making noodles and watching the father and son with a big smile. Okay, we're going to make dumplings later. Are you guys going to let me do it alone? The father and son grinned and began to help. The younger brother, Wei Pengsheng, Wei Pengzhang with his fourth sister is playing hopscotch and heckling. Wei Flaw smiled, his eyes through the smoke, seeming to see yesteryear. Just a moment later, his smile tightened and he was met with a new scene. Son, you are the eldest son of the family. Children. His mother looked at him with difficulty, her face blue and blood spilling from the corners of her mouth. Wei Xia seemed to be choking on the smoke, and tears came out of his eyes. Until the thought of now, Grandma and Grandpa, his younger siblings all think he doesn't deserve to be the son of the Wei family, much less the eldest son, the older brother. While trying to earn a living to support the family, they have to bear the brunt of angry accusations from their families. Too tired, but one must force oneself to stand up straight. You guys hate me? Hate me. Go away. Go far away. Don't come back. Back at the rental house, Wei Flaw listened to the punk kid report. Those guys showed up again. Someone paid $10,000 for a message who had 5 kids with them. The mongrels didn't know what Boss Wei was going to do, but all this time, they were always on the lookout for news. And Wei Flaw was not surprised. That's the reason he's moving. The cartel is still looking for them and never gave up. Wei Flaw's eyes were indifferent and his expression was ruthless. Sisters are sent away. Come and spell it out. Yes, he intends to degenerate and mix with society. Raise a group of people and fight it out head-on. Since his opponent was still pressing forward, he would not continue to defend. He's going to carry everything himself and fight these murderers head-on in a bloody battle. In modern times, in a sanatorium, the elderly Sun Ocean looks at the picture and feels nothing but chills. You're starting to officially retaliate. He thought of Wei Flaw's past reckoning with the black mine Marulu, stealing photos for blackmail, leading to a firefight in Ditan village. Also think of the Lan Yu Hotel afterward. Wei Xiaoxiao used Marulia psychology, advanced security detonator, resulting in the death of Sun Xiaoli. That's how well Wei Flaw can lay out. Before that he was operating in the dark. But now, he was ready to fight head-on. One can only imagine the terrible retaliation the cartels will face. Police department. The young dry police officer Chen Xiaowen was also watching. and the viciousness under the teenager's eyes made him inexplicably feel the pressure. In particular, Wei Flaw was always asking for information these times, and on the one hand, he began to keep an eye on the tea company, and on the other hand, he had his little brother search for something about someone buying information, obviously prepared. Now the two younger brothers are sent away, and when the younger sister is sent away, the showdown is about to begin. Old Constable Lao Zhou stared at the teenager's face hidden under the smoke, his voice hoarse. The man is going to start a confrontation. All by yourself against those cartel killers. The two men's faces grew more and more grave. Jitterbugs, live pop-ups are starting to appear. Wei Flaw is really planning to send away all his younger siblings and start fighting back. Those previous underhanded maneuvers have already resulted in the loss of two men from the cartel. What will happen to the head-on counterattack? Have you guys seen Wei Zhao's eyes? Such an aura is really too scary. Chapter 36, Walking Alone in a Blizzard. Luoqiu First People's Hospital, inside the intensive care unit. Beside the hospital bed, Wei Shengyang, Wei Shengling were all looking at the overbearing teenager. Wei Shengyang's clear and cold face was filled with disbelief. She stared at the rooftop snow, the teenager standing straight and full of hostility. When I think of the Wei Flaw of this time and his old impression, he was always holding a cigarette, wearing a flowery shirt showing tattoos and a hangdog posture. The mention of the second and third brother is forever muttering about the two adoptive fathers not giving enough money. Greedy, depraved, domineering, determined. For a while, she was a little confused as to which was the real Wei Yan. Were you really like this in the first place? Why don't we know anything? Wei Solitary Spirit was also watching, looking in a trance, thinking of the beginning of 96. When Wei Xiao saw them, he always smiled sarcastically and lowered his head as if to curry favor. There was no such domineering gesture at all. Wei Solitary Spirit was silent for a long time and took another look at the figure on the hospital bed. Is this person really Wei Flaw? He wasn't like that in the beginning. He would always just smile like he was pleasing. The pop-ups appeared at the same time. He's gentle with you because you're his sisters. If you are not his sister, how can a man of such a mind smile ingratiatingly at anyone? Wei Flaw is full of hostility. From the many layouts we can see just how terrifying this person's methods are. He's the son of the Wei family, and he hasn't forgotten, so his sharpness will only ever be outward. The live feed continues. In a year's time, Wei Flaw finally made a name for himself among the gangsters. Now, punks call him Bad Wolf, or Brother Wolf. The casino where he gambled before. The punk who was watching the floor announced that he was quitting for some reason. The gangsters all know that the venue is now under the control of the Bad Wolf. In the small casino room, Wei Flaw had a cigarette in his mouth and his feet were resting on a chair. Want to watch the field? Fine. Here you go. Let them teach you later. As he watched a few juniors take the newcomers away, Wei Flaw narrowed his eyes. He had already taken in quite a few punks during this time, but they had all been investigated beforehand, and most of them were dropouts with decent character. He began to teach them personally how to do business. It's not just buying and selling, it's also watching how the venue collects money. The newcomer was taken away, and Wei Flaw was looking at the desktop newsfeed. There were two desktop messages, one from a junior, about the tea company news. Wei Flaw opened the report and listened to the report of the junior who passed the news around him. Brother Wolf. The brothers have been squatting outside the tea company for a long time, as instructed, and keeping an eye on the tea company's people again. Afterwards, we got this teacup, which was confirmed to have been used by the middle-aged man. We sent it to the provincial hospital for an appraisal, and here are the results. This man's name is Chu Ai, age 37, from Jiangxi in the southwest, and has been in for fighting and assault. The report was flipped open, and Wei Xiao stared, nodding and squinting. The report confirms a DNA link between this person and the pesticide bottle handprints and other DNA kept by Wei Xiaoxiao in the past. Wei Flaw just sat there, rarely removing his cigarette. His expression grew calmer and calmer, and he didn't say a word. Yellow hair and fish seller 2 now Wei Flaw under the command of the steward, but noticed that it is not right. Only feel the pressure is huge. Forehead sweat. Wei Flaw is usually flamboyant and arrogant, full of hostility. The calmer he is, the more chilling it is to the two men. Only to see that within the small casino room, Wei Xiaoxiao was ecstatic and let out a loud laugh. Even tears came out of his eyes, and his clenched report fingers were white from too much exertion. It was a moment like madness. Wei Xia ignored the two henchmen and just clutched the report in a death grip. It's been a year. How much has he suffered? Squatting in the toilet to spy on the tea company, rummaging through garbage with maggots all over his body, robbing the field to the point where he was slashed multiple times and almost crawled back. Now, finally, there is news. In addition to Yang Daong, who had found traces in the hospitality of yesteryear, now, there was Chu Ai. Wei Flaw was excited and shaking a little. Go, immediately have someone keep an eye on this Chui. I want to know his every move. The fish seller left in a hurry, wiping his sweat. Wei Xiao turned his gaze back to yellow hair, his face as heavy as water. Go, tell someone to keep an eye on the black mine owner. Ma Chilio. Yellow hair leaves. Bang! The sound of firecrackers was loud outside, as families prepared to start the new year. Wei Flaw Complex looked at the firecracker fireworks outside and was in a trance. A year ago comes to mind again. The parents died horribly amidst the firecrackers. In that moment, he couldn't suppress a shudder. A growl. Wei Xiao soon returned home and the family began to reunite. Grandma was cooking in the kitchen, and Wei Pingzhang was talking about things with his two sisters. Hearing the door open, several people turned around, their eyes filled with disgust. No one looks good to this brother. Every day, apart from smoking and drinking, he fights and beats and mixes with the society. They mention this man and only feel shame. You still know to come back? You still know there's a home? Aren't you a gangster? Not spending New Year's Eve with your gangster buddies? Wei Flaw didn't care and smiled sarcastically. Only his eyes were full of reluctance as he looked at his three younger siblings. Cheng Zhong sat on a chair, adjusting the dish arrangement, his eyes not even looking at Wei Chou. All the children of the old Wei family are good, but it's a pity that there's a sinner. Your house isn't here. It's at the casino. Go back and pass. Originally coming out of the kitchen with joy, only to see Wei Xiao appear, his smile tightened, and the basilisk frowned as he returned to the kitchen. While walking, he also muttered, "It's bad luck to have to see a head of yellow hair on New Year's Eve." Wei Flaw didn't respond, just looked at his three younger siblings, his voice small. "You're all going to be okay, right?" The voice was soft and seemed to see several younger siblings in the future. Wei Pingjing stared at Wei Chou and opened his mouth with a cold smile. "We're sure we'll all be fine. The book says that if you're close to Zhu, you'll always be fine as long as you stay away from some bad people. Sisters, remember in the future that you must not become like him." The last sentence was addressed to his two sisters, but in a loud voice. Both sisters nodded coldly as well. Wei Xiao just smiled fondly, unable to take his eyes off his three younger siblings. "That's fine. All the best." In this moment, he murmured with complexity and a light in his eyes. The live feed appears new. It's New Year's Day again, with heavy snow and fireworks. His younger brother, Wei Pingzhang, holding a sister in one hand, came over to the window and looked up at the fireworks. Wei Xia did not watch the fireworks, but just sat on the old chair and watched his younger siblings. The smile is pure and innocent. He mumbled something, as if telling himself, "You're going to face the enemy alone, so you're going to learn the most important thing in life. Farewell. This quagmire is enough for you to face everything on your own. You are the eldest son of the family, the eldest son, with the responsibilities of the eldest son." The sound was muffled in the sound of fireworks exploding, unheard for the moment. Modern day. In the hospital room, Wei Pingzhan was incredulous, listening to those words. Is this really Wei Flaw? At the mention of the name, he would only ever think of the coldness of yesteryear when he was bullied at school and came back to tell his brother. Think of his never-ending reprimanding fury at himself, and his greed for his adoptive father. The parents aren't there, they don't have a brother in their lives to rely on, just one more scumbag. But now, he looked at the screen and clenched his fists. He doesn't believe it. Then why didn't you tell us? Why? Wei Flaw's life backtracks quickly, and it's still New Year's Eve of the 25th year. West Marine, Loco Hills, Yi Town, White City. A lot of people are watching this brainwave live memory program at home. In Karma City, a family sat together, and the middle-aged couple looked on with complex expressions. He's saying goodbye. He's taking his revenge on his enemies. He never hides, and as the eldest son, he will face everything. Chapter 37. 25 years, New Year's Eve. Many people remember this scene. The sound of firecrackers. The teenager looks cold. No New Year's joy, only loneliness. Wei Flaw Life Rewind, a new screen appears. Now it's New Year's Eve 96. Following the return of Wei Pengshang, Wei Pingzhang was also sent to the Wei family by his adoptive father, Yu Jianjun, to begin the reunion. Grandma and Grandpa were busy cooking and serving food. Wei Pengshang took his younger sibling's small hand and brought it to the sofa. Several small bags had been placed on the wooden couch. "Third brother, this is for you. I saw go outside and brought a Go instruction book with me. See if you like it." "Fourth sister, this is the physics and chemistry extracurricular book I got, along with the tutorials." Little sister's toy, a musical microphone that plays songs. Wei Pingzhang smiled at his words and took the Go and the book. "I have a gift for you too. Grandma's new clothes." "Grandpa, this is an insulated cup. It's perfect for making tea, and it won't get cold even if you leave it for a long time in winter." Everyone in the family received gifts and were overjoyed. The only thing no one cared about was Wei Chou standing by the window. Obviously everyone saw it. but it seemed to be treated as if the person didn't exist. Wei Pengxing turned his head and coldly glanced at Wei Flaw, noticing that he was looking at the gifts with envy in his eyes, and turned his head with a cold smile. Wei Xiao just smiled sarcastically until his family finished distributing the gifts. Then he came forward and stared at Yu Jianjun and Su Jiankong. My brothers are pretty smart. It looked like he had nothing to say. Yu Jianjun didn't say anything. Su Jiankong, being a gentle person, smiled and nodded his head instead. Wei Pengxing felt something was wrong and frowned. Both of these brothers would have made a lot of money in a few years if they hadn't given them away. When the time comes, the family will be able to subsidize the subsidies and not live as they do now. Would you two like to watch and give some more? Yu Jianjun frowned at his words, staring at this increasingly tall teenager who now had a few more scars on his body. The greed in the teenager's eyes was unmistakable. Wei Pengxing's face flushed red as he gritted his teeth and spoke. Wei Flaw, what the hell are you doing? Don't be ashamed, okay? Are you a beggar, always reaching out for money? With good hands and feet, can't you make money on your own? Even the always mild-tempered Su Jiangong frowned and didn't say anything. Previously, when Wei Flaw sent Wei Pengxiang, he had already asked him for a lot of money, and now it seems that his appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Wei Flaw sniffed and straightened his neck. Isn't what I said the truth? Don't forget the blood of the old Wei family flowing in your bones. Isn't it right to contribute some money and effort for our Wei family? What's so humiliating about that? As several people gritted their teeth, there was a popping sound from the window glass and the door was slammed. Surname Wei, hurry up and get out. Don't think I can't find you if you hide here. When will you pay back the $3,000 you borrowed from us earlier? If you want mange, we have ways to make this a bad year for your family. The gate was opened. 4 people led by Yellow Hair were aggressive, smashing things when they saw them, and then Yellow Hair pulled Wei Chao's collar and opened his mouth with a sneer. Yo, is this your house? Okay, this time I know where your house is. Where's the money? If you're not ready, I can have the brothers take everything here to see what it's worth. Wei Xia shrank his neck, seeming extraordinarily fearful. Huang, I'm getting it together. Money, money. Su Jinwang sighed and pulled out $3,000, handing it to Wei Xiao, seeing that he personally sent it to Yellow Hair. It wasn't until Yellow Hair left that Cheng Zhong sighed and bowed his head. It's so humiliating. The old Wei family and the old Cheng family have no face this time. Wei Pengxiang gritted his teeth and looked towards his home, which was full of wreckage. I really don't want to come back. With people like you around, sooner or later you'll tear the house apart. Wei Flaw didn't pay any attention at all and just watched Yellow Hair leave, seemingly relieved. Cheng Zhong kicked him out the door several times in succession, and he ignored it and continued to crouch in the doorway, until Wei Pengxiang left under the leadership of the 2 adoptive parents. Wei Solo Yan also held Wei Solo Ling's small hand and looked at him with annoyance. Remember, little sister, we don't have a brother anymore. As if he hadn't heard, Wei Flaw just stared at Wei Pengxiang and Wei Pengxiang and sneered. Don't come back? Don't ever come back if you can. Every time you say you won't come back, but you're still back, living a good life. Isn't it right to give your brother some money? The new screen reappeared. Yellow Hair stood in front of Wei Yan with a few people, looking respectful. It was none other than the several punks who had previously chased the Wei family for debts. Brother Wolf, the brothers have spied a message. Those people are still looking for the Wei family, and I heard that they even found their way to the previous mining town and to Tan village, but they don't move much. Wei Xiao drew on his cigarette and nodded. He knew that the other side was still waiting to make their move. Perhaps initially the father was not just offended by the other side, but immortalized. Doesn't matter though, then it's a fight. But the 2 younger brothers must not return. There were also 2 younger sisters that needed to be sent away in a hurry, never to be involved in this mess. Thinking of Wei Pengxiang and Wei Pengxiang's expressions when they left, Wei Xiao became more and more aware of the urgency. As soon as all the sisters are sent away, the 2 brothers will be reduced, if not returned. A new screen appears. T Company. Bald Lu Chang, nicknamed Chang Zi, was now holding the phone, his brow furrowed and his eyes annoyed. He's on the phone with a drug dealer in western Yunnan. On the other end of the line, the voice stormed. Chang Zi, why haven't we heard about the Wei family's destruction? How do you guys step on the horse's business? Do you know that the boss's brother is still in the hands of the narcotics police? And this won't be over until he kills the other side. Lu Chang breathed in sharply, obviously caused to fire by the split-faced anger. It was just that he didn't dare to offend the other party either, so he could only suppress the fire. We'll look for it right away. The phone hung up, and Keiko looked at the 5 outlaws under her command with a grimace. Find. Get it now. Asterisk. In the office, Lu Chang paced from side to side, rubbing his bald head in annoyance. He felt that someone in the Wei family must have sensed it. But so what? A bunch of pussies. How can they turn the world upside down? One has so many lives stained in his hands. What are you waiting for if you don't hurry up and do this single run? If we do this order, we might be able to get a few more tens of thousands of dollars. We must exterminate the Wei family, or else we'll be in trouble as well. They have offended people we can't afford to mess with. Lu Chang looked vicious, and the 5 people following him were all middle-aged and also looked vicious. These were all found by Lu Chang himself. One of them even had a middle-aged man who had killed the village chief's entire family of 7 in the first place, and had been on the run for 3 or 4 years. For this kind of person, Lu Chang is most satisfied. This kind of talent to mix with him. On Shakeology, pop-ups appeared, and many people watched the scene with trepidation. Wei Xiao is only 14 years old. He has to face the revenge of drug traffickers in western Yunnan, and all these cases are carrying human lives. So many, all of them are participants in the Wei family extermination case. These felons even have a powerful background behind them. I'm afraid it's difficult for Wei Flaw. Did you guys notice how humble this bald guy was on the phone just now? Even the other party scolded him and didn't dare to talk back. It looks like the other party is even higher in rank than he is. But the bald guy has been able to lead so many criminals to commit the crime of extermination. So who's behind him? This is the moment when the Shakeology live screen changes. On the one hand, behind Lu Chang, Western Yunnan drug trafficking, Southeast Asia drug trafficking industry chain, mysterious bald, official background. On the other side, there's nothing behind Wei Xia, just him, like a left/right corner chart comparison. Chapter 38, Spare No Expense. Retrospective on the life of Wei's eldest son. Live on air. New images continue to appear. After the new year, Wei Flaw reappeared in the casino. Only this time his arm was hanging from his neck, and his body was still vaguely oozing blood. Recently he started training more gangsters to compete for the casinos, bars and other area venues. Coming back bloody has been a family affair. Even more stab wounds appeared on his chest and abdomen, and there were still small holes in the palms of his hands that had not yet healed from the dense iron nails in his homemade wolfsbane. But he didn't care, and started calling Yellow Hair and Fish Seller to discuss how to grab the bar scene in the south of the city. It wasn't until a few days later that someone called the police during a firefight at a bar on the south side of town. The police arrived, arrested both parties and sentenced them to jail. In the interrogation room, last year's human trafficking cases to catch many. Now he is spirited and dignified. When he saw Wei Flaw, he visibly froze for a split second. Although Wei Xiao now had many more scars on his body, he had also seen the teenager with dyed hair and tattoos before in the case of the broken arm, so his memory was still fresh. The moment he saw the boy, he thought of the mining town human trafficking cases of yesteryear. The boy lay in the mud of the river valley, covering his wounds, with a light in his eyes and a great deal of life. Now what? Yellow hair, tattoos, fights and arms. Sun Ocean approached, and the escorting officers stopped and watched. How did you get like this? The old you wasn't like this. Where is the kid who went home with his wounds in the hospital rather than have them heal? Afraid of his family's worries? He didn't know, but Sun Ocean looked extraordinarily complicated. Wei Flaw, who was covered in tattoos and had scars on his arms, looked at Sun Ocean, stalking his neck, his face full of disdain. You don't understand. The brothers are on it. Can I not be on it? How can we still be brothers then? The most important thing when you're out in the world is to be righteous. Bull ****** sentimentality. Young age, fights and assaults, leaving a record. Your life is over. You know. Sun Ocean was a little angry, angrily pointing at him. How old are you? Do you know what it means to be a brother? In the face of angry scolding, Wei Xiaoxiao simply turned his head. A look of indifference. Sun Ocean more and more angry, but can only helplessly leave. Chang Zhong arrives, fishes for people, and looks at Wei Xiao, pointing at him in anger, his fingers shaking. The old Cheng family, the old Wei family never produced only readers, never had a criminal in over 100 years. You're humiliated here. You're going to piss me off. Cheng Zhong reached out to cover his heart, but Wei Xiao didn't care, turned his head and whistled as he walked away. Sun Ocean was also in the office at that time, looking at the information on Wei Flaw that was specially transferred. When Wei Flaw has dozens of minions, and large truck fleet, game hall beaters and so on, Luoqiu 7 districts. Now the old city. Changed the city underground forces too are in the hands of Wei Flaw, because Wei Flaw always fights the hardest, is covered in bruises, and gets the most money. While Sun Ocean was shocked, he was also a bit puzzled. Wei Flaw doesn't want money and is brash enough to have such a power normal. But isn't that what fame and fortune are all about? What does he want by doing this? Soon, Sun Ocean once again saw Wei Xiaoxiao in the detention room, this time coming in for the same reason of fighting and assault. What the hell do you want to get mixed up in? I've checked you out. Come out as a gangster. Don't keep much money for yourself. What do you figure? The young Sun Ocean's eyes were sharp, trying to find the answer in the eyes of the innocent teenager back then. Wei Flaw was still indifferent, hanging on for dear life and smiling. What's the figure? It's just a mix. See how powerful I am now that I can call in dozens of brothers with a single phone call? It's the only thing that makes me happy. Seeing his complete degradation, Sun Ocean leaves in disappointment. After being released, Wei Flaw began to open a private room in the nightclub next to the tea company. In the game hall is also arranged to have a lot of punk speeders stationed. Today they are nominally here to steal the show. At this moment, Wei Flaw was staring at the opposite street through the window in the private room, his eyes sharp. He's waiting for Choi, the one in the DNA results comparison. Until Chu AI appeared, Wei Xiao ordered with cold eyes. The two sides of the mongrels fought together. Nearly 100 people brawled and made a lot of noise. Yellow Hair was instructed to always follow Wei Flaw, and went straight to Chu AI, and pressed it down, put it in a sack, and took it away, unnoticed. Inside the small darkroom, Choi had some chills. He didn't despise these bottom-feeding gangsters, but today's events were clearly premeditated, and these gangsters weren't scary. What was scary was who was behind them directing all this. Especially Chu AI watched himself being tied up and masked, the other party madly beating his heart, head, and all the vitals down there, almost making Chu AI's pain to numbness. The other party's homemade wolf teeth stick along the thigh has been fighting. Each time can be tied out a dense cavity. Now the pain Chu AI even called a strength is no longer. Outside the door, Wei Xiao, expressionless, put on his mask and opened the door. At this moment, Chu AI looked at the mask and was completely chilled. It's not right. He thought of Yang Daong, the death of Sun Shouli's people. Thinking about somehow having two firefights with the Black Mines, he couldn't help but struggle to open his mouth. Who are you? You're behind all this, aren't you? Kill me if you dare. Kill me. Under the mask, Wei Flaw was expressionless, coldly looking at the bloodstained figure with only hatred in his eyes. This person, like Yang Daong, was one of the masked men of the past. Without speaking, Wei Flaw took out a medical mask and put it over Chu AI's face while changing his leather jacket for him, looking him up and down. Seeing this outfit, Chu AI only felt chills all over her body and knew everything. He opened his mouth trembling. Who the hell are you and how do you know about the Wei family? At this moment, Wei Xiao looked on coldly. Son of the Wei family, come and take revenge. Choi almost went into a frenzy, looking on in disbelief. Everything is being calculated by those little brats of the Wei family. 25 years, nursing home. Sun Ocean, now old and draped in a blanket, was coughing. In his youth he was always investigating cases and working all night long, leaving behind a trail of hidden problems. And now he is old and sick, but he didn't care. He just looked at the live feed and couldn't help but be emboldened. A picture unfolded in his mind. In the old prison, the teenager hangs open his mouth, playful and unconcerned. Later in juvenile prison Wei Flaw tells him to mix just to be happy and powerful look. And then there was the day when I saw Wei Flaw's profile and realized that he was starting to control more and more power, with dozens of gangsters in his hands. At this moment, Sun Ocean finally tied everything together. He looked at the mask and muttered something. So you're mixing it up to accumulate henchmen. Take the opportunity to make a big deal out of it, and take advantage of the chaos to get down and arrest people. No wonder you always fought the fiercest, but left no money behind, just to raise the real core and a group of people to take revenge with you. You're really going alone. You're going to face them alone. Sun Ocean's coughing became more and more violent, thinking of the whole process of recognizing Wei Flaw in the past. Initial mining town human trafficking case, followed by advancing medical bills, taking him for interviews, intersection reprimand for broken arm case, and 2 prison inquiries. It's all fake. All fake. Going to jail is what you're after too. Sun Ocean's voice was old and only felt shocked. Everything eventually dissolved into a sigh. You're under too much pressure to be this kind of person. It's horrible. Shake it off. The pop-ups are raging again. It's insane. This is not what a teenager should have the heart and guts to do. Wei Xiao has never forgotten that he is the eldest son of the family, and since he chose to fall into the quagmire, he was destined to face it from the beginning. Step by step. Interlocking. Before the human trafficking case, after the Black Mine firefighter like this, Wei Flaw layout is very crazy. Not only to the enemy ruthless, more ruthless to themselves. Chapter 39, Moving Forward. Memory traces back to the son of the Wei family, a scene in which Wei Flaw blacks out inside the dark room. Choi, one of the exterminators and a drug trafficker, is trapped in a seat, with the masked man standing in front of him. For 25 years, many viewers have been watching. Karma City, Lakhiu, Dongchang. It's still New Year's Eve, and the memory flashbacks play quickly, but as far as Wei Cho was concerned, more than 300 days and nights had passed. Now, it's late March 96. And he's caught one of the men who committed the murder last New Year's Eve. Underneath the mask, Wei Xiao almost trembled, his eyes glancing back and forth through the mask, pacing and walking around Chu Ai, who was dressed exactly the same on New Year's Eve last year. Hatred almost turned to madness in the prison of restrained reticence, and his heart raced with excitement. Immediately, he kowtowed to the other side of the nameless tablet, shivered, and muttered something. Found it. Found it. Revenge. Can revenge. Dressed up to look like last New Year's Eve, Shuai remains bound. The hairs on his body felt like they were exploding when he met those eyes under the mask. What kind of eyes are those? It was full of blood, scarlet and hideous. But on the contrary, it seemed to carry the ultimate calmness and rationality. It's a madman who doesn't care about rules and will do whatever it takes. New pop-ups appear on the live pop-ups. From Police Review. With the popularity of the Firstborn Life comparison program, it has generated more and more attention. Regarding this person, Shu Ai, there is also a record in the police file before. In the past, he killed 3 debtors because of gambling. After that, he robbed many times, stopping the road to take down the trucks. But after that, he suddenly disappeared. No matter how much the police tried to track him down, the man almost dropped like a stone. And it turned out that he was being targeted by Wei Flaw. The audience watched the picture as the atmosphere almost froze, and their eyes fell on that mask, and they couldn't help but be emboldened by it. Choi took a deep breath, suppressed his shivering body, and counted. I did slaughter a couple of big-name debt collectors before. Who are you with? Wang Qi, or Zhang Demao? Those were the only people he had offended back and forth, and Shuai gathered his courage to meet those eyes again, trying to seek a silver lining for himself. The mask just shook his head, his eyes scarlet and staring straight ahead. I'll give you the money. I've got $250,000 in my hand and some gold. It's all yours. Silence is often the most depressing, and Shuai's newly built mental defenses were finally cracked open, gasping for air like a fish about to run out of oxygen. He's buying a life. The masked man just snorted, like he was talking to himself. New Year's Eve 95. Mining town. 1 van. 1 Santana. 6 people, wearing leather jackets, masks, and scorpions tattooed on their arms. One of them took poison and forcibly poisoned a woman. As the masked man continued to describe the details, Shuai finally despaired. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Wei family. You're a Wei family member. Isn't it? Isn't it? Shu Ai was agitated. His struggling strength suddenly became greater, and he was a bit out of sorts, constantly pursuing the question. To this day they were still searching for each other, but since he had been found by the other side, the end was predictable. The masked man continued to describe every detail, bringing in a small stool, a whetstone, and neatly placing it to begin sharpening the knife. The rough sound scraped back and forth, unhurriedly, like a butcher's prelude to slaughter. The sound is much like the ancient water droplet punishment. Just the sound. It can break through a person's mental defenses. Shu Ai, in extreme fear, finally collapsed and completely lost all his strength. What do you want? Please, I'll go along with anything. Inside the small dark room, the sound of sharpening gradually subsided, and the masked man looked up, his 2 black sockets seeming to stare. No one could see that under the mask. The young face had long been in tears, but he still determinedly began to stab away. What are the facial features and names of the others? I say everything. There's Lu Chang, there's Luo Fei, there's Sun Xiaoli, Yang Daong. Nearly wailing, with a double psychological and physical collapse, Shuai accounted for it quickly. Half an hour later, Wei Xiao left the dark room and took off his mask. The tear tracks had dried, and he rubbed his face, regrouped, and began to look carefully at the records he had put together. First, the arm tattoo is a member of the same organization, but Shu Ai is not sure of the specifics. Secondly, the bald man in the lead is named Lu Chang, nicknamed Chang Zi, suspected to be a peripheral member of the organization. Third, the number of people known so far: Sun Xiaoli, Lu Chang, Shu Ai, Yang Daong, the other 2 named Luo Fei, Zhang Wei. Handpaper in accordance with all kinds of details organized. Wei Flaw successively crossed out Sun Xiaoli, Yang Daong 2 names, and then circled Shu Ai name. The cries from the small dark room behind him grew fainter and fainter, gradually overlapping with the sound of paper folding, hoarse and desperate. Ward, the instrument's sound. The live feed is framed with tear-stained faces. Wei Pingzheng froze and only felt chills. The transcripts contain killer organizations, a drug trafficking chain in western Yunnan, and even a mole in a high position. Wei Xiao was only 14 years old that year, and had 4 younger siblings with her. All he could rely on was himself. It was hard to imagine what kind of pressure Wei Xiao was facing at that moment, and how lonely and desperate she was. Wei Solo Yang's usual high and mighty expression was also completely converged at this moment. Just looking at that face. In 96, Wei Xiao completely changed. The whole person became greedy, cowardly, selfish, and even often went to jail for gambling and fighting. No wonder he used to look at us with that complicated gaze afterward. But why? You had every option to call the police. Peters, the sanatorium. Sun Ocean is now getting weaker and coughing, but still majestic. He told his erstwhile subordinates to call up the files, everything about the Wei family, until I saw the column for Wei Xiao's father, chief of narcotics. Yunnan faced drug trafficking line. Several drug trafficking routes attempting to enter the country have been eliminated. Sun Ocean looked complicated, put away the information, and his face grew paler. A narc. He finally realized why Wei Xia was reluctant to call the police. The narc has offended too many people, and there are even some Secret Service figures behind it, so you have no choice but to face it yourself? Sun Ocean sighed, thinking of how the figures had crossed paths time and time again in the past, and finally fell silent. A lot of people are celebrating New Year's Eve for 25 years. Fondue, New Year's Eve dinner, firecrackers, fireworks, and even watching the gala. There are also families who are watching their eldest son compare live shows, watching Wei Xiaoxiao's mad determination and calm sanity. Can such a person be a good person? Karma City. A full-time mother opens her mouth in a complicated way. Lok Cho. The two teenagers were also watching. Maybe he wasn't a good guy, but he was never bad. The teenager had a complicated gaze. How bad can someone who uses everything to avenge his parents and desperately protects his younger siblings be? The retrospective picture of the life of Wei Xiao's eldest son continues. A new scene begins. In the small dark room, Shuai is dying and bruised. He just slumped in his chair, showing no signs of struggle and panting slightly. Seeing the masked man come back again, Chu Ai didn't say anything. He didn't even dare to beg for mercy. He just despaired. The dark brown plastic bottle of liquid shook in the masked man's hand and was gently placed in front of Shuai. The medicine was specially picked out by him, as was the bottle that had been placed in front of his mother on New Year's Eve last year. Afterwards, Wei Xiaoxiao took the information and left, no longer paying attention to any of the noises in it. Midday daylight poured down from the branches, dappling the ground and bringing a little warmth to the body. It seems to age well. The more beautiful it was, the more Wei Xiaoxiao fell down and bowed his head. In the old days, his father wanted him to be a police officer, and his mother wanted him to enter the civil service, or maybe a doctor and lawyer would be good. But now what? Wei Xia raised his hand, which was tinted a few shades of crimson under the sunlight. It's dirty as hell. I'm sorry, Dad. Mom. I did not inherit your glory. I don't have a badge of justice on me either. Wei Flaw muttered something, looking down at the tattoos and scars and smiling. It seemed to mock his own life. The sunshine is grand again, and he'll always be stuck in a dirty mud puddle. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a lawyer. I'm nothing. At this moment, the sigh is long. The young man's back is vicissitudes, and he seems to have trekked 1,000 mountains. Chapter 40, He's just a madman. The picture continues. It's early April 96. You'll see in a few days, either in a cooperative capacity or by asking around in secret. Get me the address of the owner of the tea company. Amidst the smoke, Wei Xiao shook the ashes of his cigarette and spoke indifferently. Now that Wei Flaw has dozens of big and small punks in his hands in 2 districts, spreading across all bottom industries, the news spread and was quickly responded to. Wolf, their boss used to live here before and rent a house. The name on the contract isn't his. Yellow Hair stared respectfully at Wei Cho, and a few moments of fervor grew under his eyes. The 2 districts of Luoqiu. Now Wolf's reputation can be said to be calling the shots. Wei Flaw just calmly looked at Chu Ai once address and nodded, until Yellow Hair and the others left. Wei Xiao discarded Chu Ai with the scorpion tattooed severed arm at the door. After that, find a public phone booth and dial the number. On the other end of the phone, it was Chu Ai who explained the phone number left by Lu Chang. Old school family area. 3rd floor entrance. Come and see. The voice was icy cold, seemingly without a trace of emotion, and the husky voice pressed down to sound extraordinarily mature. On the other end of the phone, bald Lu Chang's heart was beating wildly at the sound. Who are you? Someone from the Black Mines? Or someone else? Speak clearly. Go ahead and take a look. This scorpion. The tattoo is average. You stepped on a horse. Before the words left his mouth, there was a busy signal on the other end of the line. Bald Lu Chang annoyance almost reached its peak and slammed the phone down hard. Tramp. Go. The address reported by the person on the phone just now was the address of Chu Ai. How could he not know? Inexplicably, Lu Chang's heart was a little apprehensive, thinking of the 2 people before, Yang Daong and Sun Xiaoli. It wasn't until he saw the severed arm tattooed with a scorpion that Lu Chang became completely furious. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He looked grim, but his heart grew bolder. Third one now. Yang Daong, Sun Xiaoli, and Chu Ai, who had suddenly disappeared late at night earlier. It's like a pair of big invisible hands are madly controlling everything behind the scenes. They couldn't see the enemy, and his brothers were disappearing one by one, almost breaking him. Go find it. Find it. Get them. Lu Chang forced down his fear and rebuked furiously. Evening, tea company, conference room, smoke. Brother Chang, there are a lot of people looking for us in Lakia City right now. There's a bunch of assholes over in Old Town asking around in underground establishments. And there's that group of groundhogs from the black mines that are also looking. Hearing his little brother report, Lu Chang narrowed his eyes. Following suit, the dozen or so ruthless men who actually carried the hits were talking and grimacing. Tramp. Them. Let's see who's still asking about us. A bunch of little brats. And they have the nerve to run into the door themselves. The atmosphere was oppressive for a while. They had seen kidnapping for ransom and the like in the past, and a broken arm didn't scare them. Just a few moments later, the original group was completely mute. Everyone stared at the table. The broken leg of a pair of black suit pants appeared next to the ashtray. It seems that the other person also left clothing and shoes for easy identification. Lu Chang sweated. Chui's leg. This was picked up at the door last night. The reporting junior's voice shook as he spoke with a trembling voice. At this moment, Lu Chang's face turned blue, finally understanding the other party's meaning. Who the hell is the other side? This kind of person is too ruthless. This treadmill. Such people are totally trying to be immortal with them. The group of guttering ground rats in the mining district only bullied some ordinary people, and they might not have the guts to take on them. Anyone who could do such a thing is a complete bunch of unscrupulous lunatics. Now, the other side is like a wild dog staring at a bug, constantly looking for an opportunity to strike. Lu Chang had enough of such unknown fear. The cigarette in his hand twisted out, fuming hard opening. Then do it. If we let the other party get it one by one like this, today it is Chu Ai. Tomorrow maybe his Lu Chang's hands and feet will appear in unknown places, but he can mix to today. Not all by Mang. Tea company momentarily began to shrink low profile. Late at night, staring out the window, Lu Chang gritted his teeth and thought and muttered something. Who the hell is it? Does the Wei family have any more friends? Or Wei family members? He looked at the information coming from Dianchi in front of him. The information clearly showed that the Wei family, except for the two families, were all ordinary people, and even pressed the identity of their two families. Wei family. Thinking for a long time, Lu Chang frowned more and more, only the sound of paper turning over and over. As for the Wei family's group of kids, the oldest is only 14 years old. So what the hell? 25 years, New Year's Eve, police station. Dumplings in the box has been cold. Young police officer Chen Xiaowen did not care. He was going over some of the previous volumes with Old Week. Ma Zhou, a native of Shiko Town, was involved in the Luocho gold bank robbery in '94 and fled after killing a security guard with a homemade nail gun. Chen Daiyu, a native of Huta village, robbed a cab and then accidentally killed the driver in '95, and committed several crimes afterward, killing 3 people one after another by the same means before fleeing. These volumes are clearly recorded in the past. Bald Lu Chang under the convergence of outlaw information. After comparing them, all of them are murderous maniacs. The more he looked through it, the more inconceivable it became to Chen Xiaowen. Formerly 14-year-old Wei Flaw had to face as murderous criminals that even adults dare not touch. And now, he wants to be alone to take revenge. This kid, what a nut. Old Week looked on, murmuring with complexity. Meanwhile, the firstborn comparison program is getting hotter and hotter. It came to the attention of the police because it involved a number of cases. Lakiu City Criminal Brigade Captain Wu Kangwen, Lakiu City Bureau Deputy Bureau Zhang Onshi looked on. This is a situation where I'm afraid it would be difficult for an untrained adult to accomplish revenge. Mental fitness is the most critical part of it. Wei Flaw's first step was to set up Yang Daong through the human trafficking case to get a partial confession and collect DNA evidence. The second step, on the other hand, is to use the explosion to cause retaliation from the black mining criminals, resulting in the death of Sun Xiaoli, while finding the tea company's stationing point. Step 3. Cultivate the gangsters for a large-scale armed fight. Take the opportunity to arrest Chu Ai and get Lu Chang's specific information. Each step is interlocked and lends strength to the situation, and the layout is brilliant, while also taking advantage of the opportunity to find new evidence. Not to mention the mental quality, just thinking logically and executing, are far beyond the average adult. More rare is the kid's big-picture view. He sees the situation through. After Wu Tsongwen's analysis, Zhang Onshi could not help but nod his head, only looking at the teenager with some regret under his eyes. It's a good one. Unfortunately, if he walks the right path nowadays, I'm afraid that his achievements are unimaginable now. With the airing of the eldest son's comparison program, the heat has gone crazy and is now high on the top of the hot search list. Live streaming room background update screen. On the left is Wei Flaw alone, slim, walking, although it seems to be a single force, but the aura is extremely strong. On the right, there are outlaws led by Liu Chang, with shadows looming behind them, labeled drug cartels, agents, and other words, extraordinarily strong. Both sides of the picture intercept comparison. The confrontation atmosphere stayed austere. Meanwhile, the pop-ups have started to keep coming in new ones. Is it really still possible to tell right from wrong for someone like Wei Xiao? He is too tired to carry not only the blood feud of his parents, but also the well-being of his younger siblings. He has given up his ideals, torn apart his most precious home with his own hands, and even destroyed his future and life with his own hands. It's bitter. His greatest pain is no longer the hatred he carries, but the loneliness that no one understands, the hatred of his younger siblings, the indifference of his family. Unrecognized, some are doomed to blossom and wither in the gray of their lives. Chapter 41 I am destined to decay, but you are not. Memory trace, firstborn comparison, and a new picture of Wei Flaw. Now comes April 96. Prison. The 1-meter-73 youth had dyed hair on his head, hideous green dragons tattooed on both arms, and a chest scar hidden under his shirt. There are scars on the forehead and shoulders, and they are hideous and vicious. There are still partial calluses on his fists. Be honest, Wei Xiao was arrested for brawling, and now he faces the officers heckling, hanging back and smiling, seemingly unconcerned. Cheng Zhong has gone through many changes in the past year, and now he is getting older and older, and his back, which has always been straight, is beginning to stoop. The first time he saw Wei Xiao, he looked furious. You have to break up this family, don't you? Asshole, look at you. What you look like now. If it wasn't for you, would the family need to move? Cheng Zhong was burning with rage, covering his chest in agitation, and his eyes blackened a little. But Wei Chou didn't care. He just laughed, and in the bottom of his eyes there seemed to be the smugness and pride of a teenage gangster. The young Sun Ocean looked at the teenager, signaling his colleagues around him on the case to go beforehand, and the complex stopped in the stairwell to stop. In the old days you were so tenacious, so alive. How it's come to this nowadays. Sun Ocean still remembers the child in the river valley posture, and the hospital afraid of family worry, with injuries when leaving the back. Today, only sighs remain. Sun Ocean's sigh Wei Flaw naturally didn't hear it, and after leaving the police station, he once again arrived at the casino and brought his clubs with him. Lockie of First Middle School, Black Internet Cafe. Wei Xiao did not bring open-edged control knives, kicked open the door of the Black Internet Cafe, straight to the back room. Sun Jian, the owner of the Black Internet Cafe, was playing a game, and the sticks were like a gale of wind and rain, and his shoulders, waist, and arms were bruised everywhere, and he wailed one after another. Who are you and what do you want? Nowadays, those who can open a Black Internet Cafe are not good people. Even so, they are still beaten to the point of curling up in the corner and kneeling down, not daring to get up, trembling and opening their mouths, having already been beaten by this inexplicable man earlier, and now again. He nearly collapsed. After leading his minions to beat up the people, Wei Flaw sneered and left, until he saw Wei Flaw's back walking away. Sun Jian shivered and got up, forced himself to endure the intense pain and dialed the police. I somehow got beat up again, by the same people as last time. This time Wei Xiao was detained for several days for education and even compensated the other party with a sum of money. But just after he got out, Wei Xiao once again went to beat up Sun Jian, before the wounds had not yet healed. Sun Jian trembled and choked, curled up on the ground, his eyes lost in thought. I won't call the police. I don't dare. He's really scared. These people are totally nuts. This time, Wei Flaw was surprised and crouched down, hitting Sun Jian's head with the club in his hand and sneering. Wei Xiao left again, and Sun Jian struggled to get up, silently pondering which people he had offended. Is it those kids from the 3rd grade before? Or the fat guy from the 3rd grade of the 1st grade? After thinking for a long time, Sun Jian gritted his teeth and called all the gangsters under him. Remember, you can't bully anyone in the future. He's scared. The man's crazy. He wouldn't dare bet on it. The news spread not only in the 1st high school, but even in the 3rd high school and other places. Wei Pingzhang had just gotten out of school, and watched Wei Flaw lift his stick and come out of the Black Internet Cafe, and a few moments of disgust grew in his eyes. Wei Flaw didn't notice Wei Pingzhang, but just had an almost scrutinizing gaze, staring at the surrounding mongrels, silently thinking. The gangsters who used to bully their brother Wei Pingzhang are now afraid to offend anyone. Now the punk students in all 3 middle schools are also getting the message that they can't bully because there's a madman out there with a vengeance. Even this group of gangster student big brothers were afraid, and they were naturally chilled. They don't know who was really behind the other side. Wei Pingzhang also didn't expect at all why Wei Flaw was fighting and brawling every day, but he didn't care. It never even occurred to him that just because he was being bullied, Wei Xiaoxiao started to beat up the other party like crazy. Following Wei Flaw out of the black internet cafe, Yellow Hair handed over cigarettes with a complex expression. Wolf, why didn't you tell your brother when he was being bullied and you went in there so many times for him? He could also tell that Wolf's brother seemed to look down on him, even a bit condescending. The smoke looked beautiful in the evening sunlight, and Wei Xiao just shook his head, speaking inwardly. I'm a lousy character. Don't involve them. I'm sure I'll die a horrible death later. But it's fine. They just can't be involved by me. Wei Xia appeared in various middle schools, from the first to the third. Hanging around, it really seems like a punk. Among the students of the first middle school, Wang Shuai, who had always been the most honest and had been bullied the most by the gangsters, looked on and summoned up his courage. Hello, big brother. At one point, a number of students who were usually much bullied greeted, Big brother. Wolf. Adoration and gratitude grew in the students' eyes. I heard that it was because of Wolf that the gangsters around them started to tighten up and stopped beating them up. Amidst the hoots and hollers, Wei Xiao playfully smiled and shook his head in greeting. The other punks only watched from afar, their hearts churning, thinking that maybe this guy was really crazy. Inside the ward, Wei Pingzheng froze, muttering under his breath. 96. Seemingly thinking of something, he gradually came back to his senses, his eyes growing more and more shocked. In 96, I was a junior in high school that year, and I was being bullied at school. The punks had daggers and stopped me in the school restroom and told me to beat me up if I didn't bring them money. After that, those people suddenly didn't want the money again and bowed and apologized to me. They said they were beaten up by the boss because he was beaten up by the son boss of the black internet cafe and demanded that they not be allowed to bully. It's rumored that there's a madman who beat up boss son many times for no reason. Speaking of which, Wei Pingzheng complex looked, seems to see the picture of yesteryear. The head gangster who runs the black internet cafe is wearing bandages these days. I hear. Young Wei Pingzheng sneered and celebrated. Black internet cafe social mixer beat up the school punks. Dog eat dog or not. In short, the school is finally quiet. No one bullies the students. Those punks aren't good people. People like that, there's no future for them. The schoolboy beside him nodded in surprise and also looked at the now quiet school. Yes, but that was nice of the guy who beat up Sun Ken, which is a big contribution to the learning environment of all three schools. Those punks are either extorting or fighting every day. A man who beat up Sun Jian multiple times, that one is truly my idol. Not only him, but the honest people who were often bullied within the school at that time, as well as the schoolboys, almost idolized him. Memory began to retract. Inside the hospital room, the image in front of Wei Pingzheng was almost frozen. The third son of the Wei family, now a rising political star and a powerful celebrity. Wei Pingzheng thought that in the first elementary school of Luoqiu in 96, Wei, who had dyed yellow hair, was silently watching himself go to school and leave school. Wei Pingzheng thought of that year, the Wei Flaw who was struggling to face a strong enemy, but also had to take the time to protect himself and his own growth. He said he would die without a burial. He said he couldn't drag his younger siblings down with him. He said it can't be implicated. Wei Pingzheng was silent, turning his head to look at the decadent figure dying on the hospital bed. And then what happened? So Wei Pingzheng froze. He wanted to see the end. Nursing home Sun Ocean is also watching, now retired and aging. His gaze seemed to pierce through the smoke and look at the yellow-haired kid from 96. At that time Wei Xiao was curled up alone in the corner, silently saying that he would die a horrible death. So don't involve his family. At that time Wei Xiao went alone to see his second brother Wei Pengsheng and his third brother Wei Pengzheng, bringing them up in the unseen corners and protecting them silently. He never bothered to come forward and tell his family. He dared not implicate them, so he preferred to be hated. Sun Ocean sighed, the more emotions under his eyes. For a moment it was impossible to tell whether it was regret or pity. That year, Wei Xiao was 14 years old. Karma City Nursing Home, the elderly Chung Chung is also watching. He froze when he saw Wei Xiao beating Sun Jian just to keep the neighborhood punks from bullying his brother. But why didn't you say anything when I scolded you then? Jitterbug pop-ups are complicated. So he set himself up for an ending from the beginning. He has nothing left but his family, and he doesn't want to see another parental tragedy. This man's life is too hard to ever be understood. So, what was his life after that? Chapter 42, My Brother is Always Good. A new screen begins. Wei Pingsheng simulates his eldest son, the screen appears. Relying on the buy and sell, especially in 96 years the rise of the electrical boom. Now Wei Pingsheng hand passbook a few $1,000s, is a small representative of the gray industry, can control the bottom of the take channels, but now he has moved for the fourth time. And with 4 younger siblings in the family, Wei Pengsheng and Wei Pingzheng have passed on to others. He was resigned, but even more helpless. He wasn't capable of protecting them in such a situation, and leaving was the best option. Wei Pengsheng arrived alone at the home of the adopted Wei Pingzheng. Outside the window, he quietly watched. No wonder no one wants you. You can't even do this much housework. At the adopter's house, the middle-aged woman, high on melon seeds, looked meanly at Wei Pingzhang, who was struggling to do laundry, and sneered, "Do a good job and remember to cook dinner when I get back from the poker game." Outside the window Wei Pingzhang, his fists almost clenched and bleeding, and his face was iron. Left, ride your bike and come back to Wei Pingzhang's adoptive home. The window looked far away and was eating. On the table was a family of 3, with beef stew with potatoes and a couple of eggs. Both the adoptive couple and the biological son are present. The only thing that is not Wei Pingzhang figure, until he saw a small table in the corner, a dish of pickles, a bowl of rice. Wei Pingzhang was much thinner and swallowed with difficulty. Outside the window, looking at his young self, Wei Pingzhang closed his eyes and his anger raged. The intention of rushing in to rebuke and take his brother away had been born in his mind several times. It was only a long time before his eyes opened to reveal dishevelment. He wouldn't dare, because the enemy is still snooping around. As mentioned by a friend who was dumping appliances together earlier. Why didn't I notice being spied on in the old days when Wei Xiao was the eldest son? Why were we all safe after being given away by Wei Flaw later? At this moment, Wei Pingzhang gritted his teeth and was under a lot of pressure. The pop-up surfaced on the other side. Because there's a maniac in the corner where you can't see him. He has no dreams, no future, and may not even have a tomorrow. But he has protected you all in the end. Because Wei Xiao always remembers that he is the eldest son. He dares not run away, and the consequences can only be borne by him in full. Wei Flaw's eldest son's life in retrospect, the screen appears. A new scene. Nowadays, Wei Flaw is already a famous big gangster among the underground gangsters in Luoqiu City, and many people know about the evil wolf when mentioning it. But after the Sun Jian incident, more people on the road called him Brother Crazy. Only he wasn't in Luoqiu City right now, appearing in a remote rural area east of Luoqiu City. The perennial trucking gangster introduced him here to find an old man with a fake ID. With this fake ID, Wei Xiaoxiao came to the door of the tea company. The receptionist politely stopped him. "You can't come in without an appointment. Who are you looking for?" "Sir, I'm the owner of that black internet cafe next to the first high school. Looking for your boss to talk business." This year the black internet cafes were extraordinarily chaotic, mixed with fish and dragons, in which naturally there were not only punk students. The receptionist looked on calmly, whirled around, and called for the manager. Tea is just a leather company gimmick. The real money, naturally, is their old business. Li Bin, the nominal manager, swept his eyes up and down, lit a cigarette, and greeted Wei Xiaoxiao and sat down. Brothers are a bit strange looking. Running a dark internet cafe and looking for our tea company to talk about cooperation? Wei Flaw leaned back on the sofa with a big grin, while silently sizing up the man in front of him who was around 30. "Tea? Didn't inquire about the name of my madman? Hurry up and get some goods." "Crazy?" Li Bin did really hear about it. Recently went in several times. Is indeed a gang leader. Greeting behind him, a mongrel student soon arrived at the scene, trembling and watching until he saw Wei Xiao, almost trembling with fear. The other party beat up boss son several times he witnessed, and now respectfully bowed his head. Crazy brother. Only after calling his men to identify them did Li Bin finally confirm it as Wei Flaw's identity and sent the punk student out. "Don't mind me brother, but I really don't dare to take these things out like this. You have to try." Li Bin's eyes were sharp as he stared at Wei Chou. A packet of poison was clearly placed on the table in front of him. "If you're afraid to touch it, maybe it's really an undercover agent poking around." However, Wei Flaw just disdainfully skimmed his mouth. His nails scraped out a little, inhaled familiarly, and whirled around and smiled. "Good stuff." Li Bin was grinning back, nodding his head. "How much do you want? But we don't have it in stock here. You'll have to wait." Until Wei Flaw left the number of goods he wanted. Sun Bin secretly called his men and opened his mouth in a low voice, and the smile in his eyes was swept away and turned into ruthlessness. "Call the police and tell them someone here touched the drugs. Everything's been transferred, right? Tell the inside man to keep an eye on it and see what kind of path this kid is on." He always felt a little fuzzy. A few moments later, just after going out the door, Wei Xiao was arrested. Police station. The young Sun Ocean heard that Wei Flaw touched the poison, hurriedly rushed to the police station. Angry eyes, face green. "Do you realize what you're doing? Fighting, gambling, all can be turned back. But this? There's no turning back. These things are the defense of how many lives of border guards and narcotics police have been exchanged for them. Don't you dare break it. Honestly, where did the stuff come from?" He'd practically witnessed the kid grow up over the years, so he was getting angrier and angrier. But Wei Flaw was just greasy and didn't care. And since he was underage and just sucking, he was quickly released. Sun Bin, who was secretly staring, returned to the tea company. "Kung, that kid really sucked it up. The officers arrested him. The officers even asked about it. And the insider reported back that the kid was so tight-lipped that he froze. Kind of. Bald Lu Chang listened to Sun Bin's report and nodded his head, seemingly satisfied. Give him some goods. It was a moment of raging Shake Shack pop-ups. Wei Flaw is really a madman. He did suck it up. This is going to be a body in the game. His father was a narcotics officer. How could he not understand what drugs mean? But he still touched it. This kind of person is crazy. Is he trying to resist with his willpower? How is that possible? That's poison. Now that Wei Flaw is really getting into the tea business, in his capacity as a big-time gangster, he'll have to get close in order to find a couple of other murderers because the other side won't give him another chance. But with Wei Flaw's ruthlessness, once he finds the murderers, he'll eliminate them once and for all. The live feed continues. It was late at night when he was released. Outside the countryside, Wei Zhao's face was expressionless as he looked in the direction of where his parents were and silently burned paper in worship. The wind was strong, mixed with a little snow, a few chills to the bone, and swirling the fire. Wei Xiao was dressed thinly, but didn't smoke because of the worship of his parents. Now that his parents have been gone for more than a year, Wei Xiao has never for a moment forgotten the scene he witnessed. More than that, he hadn't forgotten exactly how he had learned a skill these days, because the father was a narc. My father and mother spent their lives running for drug enforcement, even until the end of life. They disappeared silently, unnoticed, in the midst of guarding the bottom line of a great nation. And now, in the name of cooperation, he himself is starting to reach out to that group of drug dealers. With his shirt neatly buttoned, Wei Xiao holds a black umbrella, rises, and murmurs an opening. The voice was audible only to himself. Faint, but firm. I won't work with them, ever, Dad. I'm not a narc, and I'm not likely to be in the future. But what you're doing, I'm going to keep doing. The drug cartels of yesteryear that you failed to completely eradicate. I'll do it. I'm not in the light, walking on the edge of the mire like you, but we are the same. Never stop, even if it costs you your life. With the drug cartel and killer agents still snooping around, there was no way out for him to protect his younger siblings, which would have been impossible. But he was fearless. The promise was solemn, and the figure of Wei Xiaoxiao seemed to overlap with his father's in the past, and no one witnessed it. The fire raged, bright and dazzling, fighting to burn in the somber sky until it was reduced to ashes. Snowflakes fell on the umbrella, and the youth looked like a decaying lance, sharp and compelling. In the wilderness the wind and snow rolled. The firelight gradually extinguished, leaving only the oath and agreement. Standing alone with the figure. Nursing homes. Sun Ocean looked at this scene in disbelief. Even though Wei Xiao tried to touch those poisons before, he only thought that Wei Xiao was trying to take revenge. But the only thing he hadn't thought of was that Wei Xiao actually wanted more than just revenge. His aim is to uproot the drug cartels. How is that possible? Alone? You know what you're up against? It's tens of thousands of soldiers on the border. It's a criminal chain that countless teams of anti-narcotics police in a large country can't completely eradicate. Day and night. Even if it's just one of the drug cartels, it's not something that can be subverted by one person. Just as he looked at the faint glow of the fire in the snow, his eyes suddenly became a little sore. This kid, he's crazy. Industry City Nursing Home. Cheng Zhang was also watching, his eyes gradually cloudy from old age written with disbelief. So he realized his vision after all? In another way. How is that possible? He wasn't like this back then. Ward. Wei's solitary central. Wei's solitary spirit was completely silent, and the bottom of his eyes were bitter. Was it really that greedy and cowardly Wei Cho who chose such a bitter path? Live stream pop-ups appear. He doesn't just want revenge. He wants to be left alone to choose his own path. The right path. The path that is strong enough to protect many people. There are those who run in the darkness, holding torches high, but those lights may never illuminate themselves. And this moment Wei Xiao may not only be the son of the Wei family, but he will shine on his own in the mud. Chapter 43, Dreaming of an Ideal. At the end of January 25th, New Year's Eve had passed. Many people were visiting various attractions and others were in shopping streets, squares with their cell phones, watching the live feed. The scene shows heavy snow, streets, and people. The youth held an umbrella. His eyes were calm, but his breath was inexplicably sad. It was the police academy that Wei Flaw had watched from afar time and time again. Young men in training uniforms stepped into it in twos and threes, their spines straight and their postures high. Young students of 18 or 19 years of age lined up in neat rows and kept running through the school, sweating and shouting slogans. Establish the will to serve the country, forge the soul of loyalty, nurture the spirit of justice, and gather the righteousness of fairness. The youth under the umbrella spoke almost subconsciously. Establishing the will to serve the country, forging the soul of loyalty, nurturing the spirit of justice, and gathering the righteousness of fairness. Wei Flaw looked on sadly. his voice low. He dreamed of being part of it, standing in the sunshine, laughing and running just like them, setting a vision to serve the nation. He read it over and over again, in a trance, until the end. The youth's eyes were envious, and he knew that it was a dream that would be difficult to realize in his lifetime. But in this moment, he stared ahead at the badge representing honor and responsibility and listened to the students speak in unison. I voluntarily become a freshman in the police academy. I swear that I am willing to give everything for the badge on my chest. For the people, for justice. I will eradicate all the poisonous and dangerous things that jeopardize the people. The mountains and the rivers, that is the monument. History will not remember us, but under the green hills of the barren grass, our spirit lives on. The voluminous sound made his eyes soar and he followed word for word. The spirit lives on. Tears blurring her vision, Wei Xiao's body shook a little. He was overwhelmed with the desire to stand in the crowd and read out, or even yell those words. This is the life his parents planned for him in the old days. But now, he doesn't stand a chance, and there won't be any in the future. He can only fall sad and stand in the snow and watch from afar. That day, Wei Flaw looked for a long time, holding an umbrella in the snow, and his eyes were desolate and dead. Looking at the brass nameplate to the side, Wei Xiao saw what kind of image he saw. The yellow hair was a mess. The tattoos on both arms were hideous, and scars were all over his torso. How can such a person appear in such a righteous and hoary place? Outside the main gate of the police academy, the figure that had stood for a long time slowly took a step and stepped on the snow to leave. It's obviously moving slowly, but it's like falling away. It was the road to breaking free from the dream, and Wei Xiao walked hard, but didn't stop. 25 years in the commercial center of the old town of Loco Hills. The square was bustling with activity as the two students watched, and their eyes seemed to be colored with a bit of sadness. His aspirations were shattered, and that's where he aspired to be for the first half of his life. He looked at the badge with envy spilling out of his eyes. A security guard on duty at the Karma City swimming pool was also watching. Snow-covered, the footprints gradually left, and he had a complicated look on his face. This is the ideal of the Wei family's son. My younger siblings have realized their ambitions, but what about you? It's the last ones left that are the loneliest. Ward. Wei Pingzheng looked on in silence and opened his mouth in a complicated manner. So he had a career he loved, did he? But why an arc? Now when Wei Pingzheng closed his eyes, his mind was filled with memories of the Wei Flaw figure. Yellow hair, tattoos, scars all over, smoking and gambling, greed and cowardice, and the lone figure in the snow. Which one is the real you? Wei Solitary Central. Wei Solitary Spirit also complexly looked towards the hospital bed in disbelief. A narc, but why? Why have you changed since then? Burning houses are fake. Gambling is fake. Money grubbing is fake. So what's real? Wei Solitary was almost indistinguishable. That Wei family son in her eyes, and the picture of the forlorn and lonely youth, and that youth with the tear-stained reflection badge under his eyes gradually merged. She didn't know, and found it hard to believe, that the gangster who was a perennial brawler in the city of Loco Hills would believe in something so strongly, so precious and almost as if it were his life. Now in his hospital bed, Wei Xiao looks extraordinarily old, his body's old wounds making him nearly shriveled and desiccated. The host suddenly spoke slowly. I volunteer to be a freshman at the police academy and I swear to be willing to pay for the chest badge. Under the camera, the lips of Wei Chou, who was already nearly unconscious, suddenly moved, albeit weakly, but still followed the chanting. As in the past, the female host was only subconsciously opening her mouth and was completely shocked to see this scene. There was a long silence before he finally spoke with a sigh. His voice soft. All his life, he begged for it. Meanwhile, the pop-ups grew more and more shocking. To follow along with the chant even when nearly unconscious is not a promise to anyone, but simply the most devout belief of his heart. Ideal? It's too precious a luxury for the eldest son of the Wei family. Unfortunately, now that he's the eldest son, he has to hold up the family. Wei Xiaoxiao has fallen into a quagmire. He can be cruel to the classmates who bullied his brother. He can beat up the punks again and again. He can also take revenge on Yang Daong, Sun Xiaoli, Shu Ai, but his ideals are gone, and he can't realize them in this life. I didn't think a vicious, thoughtful punk like that would ever see this day. This is the real him. So what? What path did you choose afterward? The new picture continues. Mid-April 96. Wei Xia began to obtain Lu Chang's permission to have access to a small batch of ecstasy poison. These are not expensive and have a chance to be sold in game halls and black internet cafes. The next thing Kung said was that you can have all the goods in this batch. It's just a matter of how much you can eat. Manager Mabin smiled smugly and pulled open the suitcase. Wei Chi's pupils contracted slightly, but his expression was natural. A whole box of them, all of them ecstasy. New awe. This is a sample. You bring it back to try the goods first, and bring the money to hand it over then. Wei Flaw joyfully held the bag and kissed it, seemed to see the money in general. Ma Bin could not help but snicker. That's all you've seen of the world. Okay, 2 a.m. Mona's nightclub 302. Remember to pick up the goods. Seeing the other party go far away, Wei Xiaoxiao left until late at night, only to send something to Luoqiu Anti-Drug Brigade Captain Ma Taigang, also attached a copy of the address. About to meet. Ma Taigang, who had always been thunderous, saw the shaking pills and frowned slightly, sensing that something was wrong. But he didn't say no. Clues were hard to come by these days. Soon, Ma Taigang figure appeared in the alley next to Xiaofang barber store in the old town. Just when the other party appeared, Ma Taigang could not help but frown. A yellow-haired punk? Speak, what do you want for calling me out? He knows these punks well. Wei Xiao smiled sarcastically. Horse teen wise, I have the means to go undercover. But this, he rubbed his thumbs together, his eyes greedy. You can't beat a favor. Ma Taigang sniffed angrily. Do you realize how harmful this stuff is? Once it flows out and appears in the underground range of Luoqiu City, do you know how many people's families can be caused to die? If you don't think of yourself, think of your family. Ma Taigang's angry voice was lowered to a low level, and Wei Xiaoxiao smiled and just nodded his head, but his hand didn't stop, obviously still asking for money. Seeing this, Ma Taigang sighed helplessly and finally nodded his head. Then you'll be an informant. At this moment, Wei Xiao was incredibly excited, constantly shaking hands and nodding his head. Thank you, horseman. Are you crazy about money? Getting money from drug dealers? I can't protect you if something happens. Seeing Wei Flaw in this state, Ma Taigang was completely helpless and opened his mouth to inquire. Hearing Ma Taigang's inquiry, Wei Xiao just shook his head and laughed. Not so much. 2 a.m. Mona nightclub 302. Ma Taigang will not be so easily believed. Deliberately told Wei Flaws to stay an ID card used to check, then also turn money. Hearing the words transfer money, the yellow-haired punk happily offered his hands without a care in the world. Back in the team, Ma Taigang began to tune in. Wei Xiaoxiao left his identity, and found that it was the son of an old farmer in the rural area of Luoqiu City, and his frown became more and more tightly frowned. Why on earth did this person volunteer to be an informant and be so happy about it? Looks like a gangster. Don't you know it's dangerous if you get caught? Jitterbugs. Live pop-ups are surging again, because Wei Xiao knew it was harmful. That's why he went to work as an informant. He didn't want to fall. He just wanted to kill the bad guys and then give the clues and incriminating evidence to the police, so that he wouldn't fall. What exactly is Wei Xiao doing? Is it possible that he's gotten ambitious after 2 years of socializing? He has no ambition to count. He just wants to see his favorite profession, which he can only feel in his dreams. At this moment, as the pop-ups surfaced, many people felt heartbroken. Some people carry so much that their ideals can only be realized in their dreams. Chapter 44, he doesn't see a future for himself. Comparative psychoanalysis of elders, live. Shake. Anchor Yang Xiao tone a little heavy. Wei Flaw has been advancing on his own. The first revenge. On New Year's Eve in 95, after the murderer committed the crime, Wei Xiaoxiao assumed the name of child abduction and trafficking, luring the police and mountain people to search the mountain, forcing the other side to scatter and flee, using a police car to arrest Yang Daong, and after questioning the evidence, Yang Daong died in the cave. The second revenge was in Luoqiu City, where Wei Xiaoxiao triggered a fight between Black Mine and Sun Xiaoli by hiding a torpedo, leading to Sun Xiaoli's death at the hands of Black Mine. The third time he takes revenge, Wei Flaw captures Chu Ai by training gangsters to fight for turf, once again obtains new evidence, and finally kills Chu Ai to threaten to deter the drug trafficking organization. Speaking of which, even Yang Xiao himself got a little chilly and looked towards the camera. Did you guys think of that? Wei Xiao is not yet 15 years old today, but he's already been crazy for a year. In this year's time, carrying the mountain people police force, counting black mines, counting Luoqiu City gangsters, investigating drug cartels, lay out revenge. He did so many things, but he is only 14 years old. With Yang Xiao stopped, the pop-ups appeared with the same guts and started a new topic. Heck, it's exactly what Wei Flaw has been doing all year. Besides protecting his siblings and teaching them, Wei Xiaoxiao is all about fighting and socializing. He has calculated the black mine Maki Ryu, and the black mine is always a pawn in his hand. It's been a whole year of this kind of life with protecting his family and dealing with the drug cartels. Isn't he tired? These days are so hard, but no one understands him. How can he carry on, knowing that during this time not only is he counting on his enemies, but also guarding against them counting on him and finding him? After all, his family hasn't all been sent away yet. The live feed continues. Retrospective on the life of Wei's eldest son. It's 96. The end of May. A month has passed since the revenge Chui. The last time it made news in Loco Hills was when more than 100 gangsters in Loco Hills fought over turf on the streets. Now, at 2 a.m., a large number of police officers appear at Mona's nightclub, once again attracting a lot of people to watch. A young man with evil dragons tattooed on both arms is handcuffed and walks out of the nightclub, his head bowed in distress. Someone among the guests who were spending money in the nightclub recognized it and opened his mouth in surprise. Isn't this the crazy guy who's been all the rage in Loco Hills this whole time? What's going on here? Don't ask. I heard about touching the drugs and being tipped off by the narcotics brigade. The crowd murmured until the held-down Wei Flaw got into the car. No one expected that it was nothing more than a play. After all, a person known as the Iron Face of the Narcotics Brigade, Captain Ma Tai Gang. One is a notorious gang leader in Loco Hills. Through the car window, Wei Xiaoxiao saw Sun Bin figure in the nightclub and was also looking at him through the glass. At this moment, Wei Chou was expressionless inside the car window, while Sun Bin was striding slowly outside the car window, like a passerby. Sun Bin smiled faintly as well. He didn't know why the news had leaked out, but he wanted to see if the madman would shake them up. The interrogation room, with its bright light, was blinding. Even if you close your eyes, you still can't block it, and it penetrates extremely well. It is now the third day since Wei Flaw's arrest. Outside the glass window, 2 narcotics officers watched, frowning. How long? After 3 days of constant bright light, he certainly can't fall asleep. And no meal, just so much tea. Hiss, how long did that gutsy junkie last the other day? Like less than 12 hours. This kid, he's really a tough guy. The 2 narcotics officers looked at each other and both saw the chill in the other's eyes. It is important to realize that even they may not be able to last this long. The next moment, Ma Tai Gang in police uniform appeared outside the interrogation room. Horseman, head. Several narcotics officers greeted them, and Ma Tai Gang nodded, stepping into the interrogation room, avoiding the recordings, and looking at Wei Xiao in a whisper. I'm sorry, I can't just release you now. This double-cross has only just begun, and for the other side to come out unscathed. I suspect that someone within the narcotics community is in trouble. Having not slept for too long, Wei Xiao's face was pale and the bottom of his eyes were filled with blood, making him look extraordinarily hideous. But he just laughed. I know. Ma Tai Gang also heard that Wei Flaw had carried it for a long time, and his gaze gradually sharpened. A lot of second-guessers can't carry this kind of interrogation, and those wily middle-aged drug dealers have to spit it out. So who the hell are you? Wei Flaw laughed, preserving his strength, his voice weak. Physical pain is nothing, mental pain is real pain. So I think, it's okay. Watching Wei Flaw grin, Ma Tai Gang didn't understand, but Wei Chou is still smiling, tears floating in his eyes, silently murmuring something that Ma Tai Gang did not hear. It's just that 25 years, looking back at the picture of life, what countless viewers have heard repeated over and over again is actually such a passage. I swear that I will give everything for the breast badge, for the people, for justice, and that I will eradicate all that is poisonous and dangerous to the people. Inside the hospital room, the host shook and watched, his eyes watering a little. He thinks of himself as a narc, so he carries all the pressure with him because he feels it's his responsibility. But he's not, so he has to tell himself this oath over and over again to trick his brain or he can't resist. Pi, the city of Loco Hills. Retired former Spirited Narcotics Brigade Commander Ma Tai Gang is now watching. Years of fighting in his youth led to multiple gunshot wounds, stab wounds, rheumatism, and cervical spondylosis piling up on his body, which is now very sick. Sun Zi was watching the live broadcast, and as the familiar figure appeared on the screen, his vision faded into blurriness with the same disbelief. Seeing this, the grandson hurriedly handed over the paper. Grandpa, why are you crying? Ma Tai Gang reached out with a trembling hand, pointing at the murmuring figure, his nose sore. From start to finish, all he wanted was to be a narc in a profession where the average life expectancy was less than 40 years. I owe a man something. I owe him something. Ma Tai Gang thought of his contemptuous disdain for Wei Flaw in the past, and even had a thought about whether the other party would be a double-faced undercover agent, pretending to be an informant. That's why he didn't block his opponent's harsh interrogation of Wei Flaw, and also because he deliberately wanted to test it. The drug cartel Lu Chang Sun Bin does not believe Wei, so both sides are testing. Ma Tai Gang stared at the screen and suddenly spoke, his voice mellow. You're not a narc, but you think you are, so you start carrying it like a narc. Only because of the mission and responsibility you've given yourself, or you'd have broken down long ago. He looked to his grandson, bitterly. I have not believed in him and encouraged him since the beginning, and he has gotten nothing but reprimands from me, because in my eyes, he's just a greedy, exploitable informant, a being the gutter dares not meet. I owe him a debt of gratitude. Sun Tzu looked on suspiciously. What? At this moment, Ma Taigang is complicated and did not explain. You'll see afterward. The hospital. The wards grew silent. Wei Pingxiang was near stupefied, looking at his eldest son comparing another image. Wei Pengxiang is the eldest son simulation. Today, Wei Pingxiang is still hiding with his family, constantly moving, and has now even moved away from Lakia City. All the while making money carefully, hard and tired. As the same eldest son, Wei Xiao is now tormented by revenge, thinking about how to uproot the drug cartel. Wei Pingxiang was silent, his head bowed. It's impossible to imagine how Ergo should feel once he exits the simulation and sees Wei Flao's memories. After all, the two sides have had nearly diametrically opposed experiences. Wei Pingxiang glanced at the hospital bed and opened his mouth in a complicated manner. But after that you chose to resist arrest? He didn't understand, and just stared at the dying Wei Yan in silence. Do you really want to get back at everything eventually? Or do you completely fall into assimilation afterward? Wei Solo Yang carried the characteristic rationality of a scientific researcher, but her face gradually paled as she thought about before. Mid-96? It's no wonder that when we went to school earlier we saw that Wei Xiao hadn't grown taller and had a weak footstep. So you touched ecstasy back then just to be an informant. Undercover. Close to the murderer. Alone for revenge. And 4. The path that parents once traveled. She shook her head and straightened her glasses. Did you really choose this path? The Wei family's youngest Wei solitary spirit was equally incredulous, looking at the live broadcast screen and thinking of yesteryear. I remember the middle of 96, and that was the time when she was most frightened. Wei Flaw would often suddenly yell and scream at home, and she even thought for a while that Wei Flaw had gone crazy. Grandma and Grandpa don't want everyone to go near Wei Xiao either. So he touched the poison and his temperament changed. But this is poison what will you do in the future? Wei's solitary spirit mumbled in a trance-like daze. He didn't think about the future. He didn't think he had a future. Wei Pingxiang suddenly spoke, and he fell into silence. Inside the hospital room, everyone looked at the middle-aged man on the hospital bed whose breath was weak. He doesn't see a future for people like him. Chapter 45, he makes himself a ghost and makes others adults. Taken for questioning by narcotics police. Being released. In the vibrant spring of 96, Wei Xiao started home like a stray dog. Everyone avoids them like snakes and scorpions. His tattoos, scars, hideous images, glowing frail gestures, are scandalous. These live images were once again reflected in the gaze of Wei Pingxiang, Wei Solo Yang, and Wei Solo Ling. New footage. Wei Xiao is back home. Bang! The door was brought up hard. Wei Xia stumbled around, looking exhausted to the core, his eyes lifeless. Cheng Zhong looked on in violent anger. What the hell have you been doing all this time? Looking at Wei Flaw performance, Cheng Zhong's heart is a little uneasy. Seems to think of something, and then the bottom of his eyes become more and more furious. Did you touch something you shouldn't have? Viciously kicking Wei Flaw. Cheng Zhong was still not relieved and kept slapping Wei Flaw, almost bursting into tears from his anger. Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten what your parents do for a living? I can put up with you if you touch gambling, drink and smoke and get tattoos, and even socialize. How dare you touch those things? I'll beat you to death. How can you stand up to your mom and dad? Even the always silent grandma clenched her fists and gritted her teeth as she looked at Wei Xiao. Only a narc's family knows how hateful those things can be. Wei Xia just covered his head, trying to dodge, constantly shaking and dry heaving, nails embedded in flesh and blood in his palm, crimson surfacing. It's hard to bear. Ah! Wei Flaw roared angrily. He was like a mentally deranged madman. His weak and also pale face was hideously twisted on the ground, whispering gibberish and muttering almost asphyxiatingly. 5'7", bald, scorpion tattoo on his left arm. 6 men, bald with collapsed noses, 5 to 7 centimeters of scarring across the left eye, mouth with geodesic features, and small ears. Has a mole on his neck and likes to grow his hair in inches. DNA identification comparison results match. Old Fan Farmhouse, Springflower Guest House, Tea Company. Cheng Zhong couldn't hear it, and neither could Lulu. Or rather they couldn't understand what Wei Xiao was saying incoherently. They were already in a frenzy, and only thought Wei Xiao was going crazy. The beating continued as Cheng Zhong unclipped his belt and, with tears in his eyes, lashed out viciously. Grandma also wept in anger. How many times have your parents gone out and we were worried they wouldn't make it back? And how dare you touch these things? Sins? You're asking your parents and us to die. Wei Solitaire was so scared that she hid behind her grandma and watched, her little face white. Wei Xiangyang, on the other hand, reddened her eyes, gritted her teeth and went to the kitchen to bring a basin of water and ruthlessly splashed it on Wei Chou. That's enough. Wake up, Wei Flaw. Don't be crazy. Don't wreak havoc on your family. My second brother is gone. My third brother is gone. My parents are missing and haven't returned. My grandparents are old. And what more do you want? Don't be crazy. We're tired enough as it is. No one understands. At this moment, the drug addiction. Out of control Weicho has been powerless. Snotty. The whole person is more like out of control. Lying on the ground like a dog. The voice was already weak and blurred. Shouting out like a deranged lunatic. It had now been more than 3 days since Wei Flaw had touched the drug. And with no food to eat, the addiction was at its peak. This nerve-acting poison almost exceeds the limits of human tolerance. Arm tattoos for members of same organization. Western Yunnan route. Gray and white van. Santana. Medical cotton mask. Bald. Male. Gold-rimmed glasses. Leather boots. The cries were blurred and no one cared. No one knew what he was saying. What he was expressing. 25 years. Loco Hills Narcotics Police Brigade. 2 elderly narcotics officers were also watching. Frozen. It was clearly the 2 men who were responsible for interrogating Wei Xiao in the past. When they interrogated Wei Flaw, it was the spring of '96. They were almost 30 years old, and now 25 years they are about to retire. Almost all of their co-workers with them died on the front lines or retired early on disability, and they were the only ones left. Now the 2 men looked at their eldest son's memory retrospectively on the screen with complexity. Arm tattoos for members of same organization. Western Yunnan route. Gray and white van. Santana. Medical cotton mask. Balding. Male. Gold-rimmed glasses. Leather boots. Wei Xia was on the ground like a dog. Family members beat, throw water, and rage. He was still letting out vague roars of rage, interspersed with physical loss of control, spitting, and shaking his head, all typical traits of an addict, and they'd seen too many of them over the years. But Wei Flaw is still talking about all the data, evidence, and characteristics of the criminal. The man tried to fight the limits of physical endurance, only he hadn't succeeded yet, and that was all he could do to keep himself going. A veteran narcotics officer suddenly bowed his head with mixed emotions, knowing what Wei Flaw was talking about. Initially he was in charge of the interrogation, which consisted mainly of strong light exposure and long periods without food and drink. It was because of this that Wei Xiao's body was completely unable to carry it. But Wei Flaw, from start to finish, only wants revenge, only wants to take the responsibility that only a narc needs to take. Even though he wasn't a narc, he held strong and was determined not to reveal anything. The other veteran narc kept his head down, unable to bear to look at such an image. He's out of control, but still memorizing the killer's characteristics, the evidence, the various data over and over again. He can't forget. These are engraved in his heart. The words trailed off, and the old narc was silent for a moment before looking up again, staring at the ground figure. But he was less than 15 that year. Jitterbug, the live stream is hot again. Many viewers are watching and sending pop-ups. He's so young. He should be in high school at his age now, but he's got so much to carry. A child no one understands can be autistic, but what about him? He's facing the Western Yunnan drug cartel, and even killers, agents, and he wants to think of himself as a narc against everything. Can these really be resisted? Nursing homes. Sun Ocean did not continue to look alone. Now a group of retired old director of the Convergence. Complex eyes, but also choleric look. The chief of police of the Old Town police station was involved in human trafficking cases in the past, while the chief of the development area was involved in the investigation of the case of the broken arm of a tea shop. It wasn't until the live feed came on that it tied everything together. Now they're all staring, thinking of the images from the opening of several cases in the past. New Year's Eve '95. In that murder case, Wei Xiao desperately tried to memorize every murderer's characteristics, suppressing physical fear and teenage nature to hide his parents' bodies. At this moment, Sun Ocean murmured and opened his mouth, his voice pale. You remember it in your mind and keep torturing yourself over and over again, just to remember everything. It also becomes something you can never erase, even out of control. It becomes an everlasting memory for you, a constant recurring torment, but also a reminder, so that you can only be uplifted. You can only move forward. Elderly Sun Ocean suddenly gave birth to chills, thinking that Wei Xiao has been reprimanded by himself for many times in prison. Even though he had misunderstood Wei Flaw for so long, he never cared. He couldn't imagine whether Wei Flaw would choose justice or depravity in his life afterward. Judging from a couple of layouts, this kind of person is downright scary once he chooses to be completely rotten and depraved. Especially, at this moment, Sun Ocean raised his head and stared at the constantly blurring and hissing Wei Flaw on the ground, as well as the hideous veins that had earned their way out of his neck. This kind of person, endurance and stoicism, is too scary. He made himself a ghost and made everyone else a man. Chapter 46, Under the Sun, in the Mud. 25 years of New Year's Eve have passed, and according to network statistics, the ratings for the Nagako comparison program were up for a while. From the beginning of New Year's Eve to the 6th day of the first month of the year now, it has always maintained the North and South ratings. The number one of the jitterbugs. Microblogging. Headline heat. Popularity. Hot search. A lot of topics. And more viewers. Many people were watching the scene, their eyes unforgiving and sad. Sprawled on the ground, Wei Flaw was confused and out of control, yelling and screaming in a muffled voice. This is not the moment when he is counting the black mines and dealing with the people behind the drug cartels, not the Wei family son who protects his younger siblings. Ruthlessness, hostility, fierceness, calmness, all the auras were dispersed. He was just curled up on the ground, soaked through and shivering, like a baby with nothing to fall back on. Skinny, lonely, scared, the face was pale, but the eyes refused to close, still struggling to open their mouths to record all the features. His younger siblings can count on him, but he can be counted on. It was never just him. A new topic appeared in Shake Shack, even adding the eldest son compared to Wei Flaw retrospective phrase. Do you guys remember what he was like when he was powerful? Loco Hills, second middle school, dormitory. The student Lo family would look on, complicated to think of initially. That year, Wei Xiao was 11 years old. He secretly chased the murderer in a police car, crashing through the mountains like a madman without a second thought. Even when a man is beaten and bruised, he still has to help his brother out. The Luo family will be silent and complicated. Is it true that this man won't break down and lose control? At Loco Hills prison, several inmates were also watching the live feed. A burly prisoner clenched his fists, veins rippling on his neck. Tramp. If I were him, I would have collapsed long ago. I directly door-to-door first end of the tea company, or simply completely on a road to the black. The big deal is to fall to the bottom. Nobody believes the old man anyway. The mining town, now middle-aged, bolts and watches. Think of the days of yore when you were told to go out the door, and the subsequent joint case triggered by multiple provinces and cities to catch the traffickers. That was the same year that Wei Zhao's parents were killed in retaliation. The fire was so bright that he still remembers it clearly. Bolt's father was also involved in fighting the fire that day, and he was a little sad and compassionate. The boy is so powerful that we forget he ever went through. He actually broke down 1,000,000 times a long time ago, just like any normal person. A yellow-haired dyed gangster, imprisoned several times, involved in drug cases, greedy and cowardly. He just curls up on the cold, wet ground, unattended. The live feed is like a freeze frame, live screen switching, bathroom. From losing control of the shaking pill poison earlier, to taking a long time to regain some spirit, Wei Xiao is a little better now. He struggled up and stumbled to the bathroom, looking at himself in the mirror. He was getting paler and paler after the cold water was thrown on him, and he was still muddy and dirty from his footprints. Drool hangs on his face, still uncontrollably reciting incriminating evidence. The family had closed the doors to their rooms and gone to bed, and no one cared. After suppressing her emotions, Wei Xiao cleaned up and washed her face, pulling the corners of her mouth at herself in the mirror. Tsubasa hasn't grown up yet, and Tsubasa hasn't been completely accepted by his family. Solitaire hasn't found an adopter yet, and Solitaire is still young. Grandma and Grandpa are being targeted too. Where are all the enemies? I'm Wei Flaw. I'm the eldest son. I'm the backbone of the family. He murmured and opened his mouth, gradually becoming spirited from sluggishness, and his gaze began to sharpen from laxity. There is the deepest well underneath these withered bones. Just the moment he turned his head, Wei Xiao stared at the corners of his pulled mouth in the mirror. It's hard to smile. Looking in the mirror, he grinned again and nodded. Immediately Wei Flaw began to call. The phone dialed. The other end came Lu Chang's voice. Hello? How the hell do you guys do your job? You got me arrested. One shaker. Make it known all over town. And a secret deal my ass. Wei Flaw's voice was hideous, gnashing his teeth in anger. I'm sorry, we don't know when word got out on our end. But you're pretty good too. Pretty tough bones. Those narcs didn't even pry any useful information out of you. Wei Xiao didn't spoil the other party and opened his mouth grumpily. Don't bull asterisk. Hurry up and get the goods for me. No money gained, but also get into a mess. The scene appears at the tea company, the warehouse. Baldhead stood behind Lu Chang who was answering the phone and narrowed his eyes. In the face of Wei Flaw wanting to continue to take the goods request, Lu Chang looked behind him, flicking the ashes of his cigarette. The bald man spoke in an icy tone. A couple brothers died earlier. Lu Chang knew that the brothers he was talking about were none other than Yang Daon, Sun Xiaoli, and Chu Ai. Now the bald head is visibly annoyed. After all, nothing has been done yet. Now if we can take the Loco Hills market, we can still make up for some of the losses. Spinning around, the bald man reached out and tapped the phone. But this boy, there are tests to be continued. Whenever you're trafficking in this stuff, you have to be wary of undercover agents. And this kid can't be trusted straight away, even though he's initially passed the test. Pai thought of the 3 Western Yunnan drug trafficking lines that had previously been directly connected to the pot by the narcotics police officer surnamed Wei. A burst of meat pain. Getting a sign from the bald head. Lu Chang nodded his head. Okay, there's plenty of goods. End of May then. When that shipment arrives. On time for the deal. Many people were relieved when the pop-ups appeared on the Pepe Shake. It's getting better. At least he didn't go through all this for nothing. That's how he made himself strong. By giving himself faith. Because the moment his parents died, he had no faith, but he was paranoid that he would make his siblings safe and get his revenge. And now, the Loco Hills Anti-Narcotics Brigade. Young narcotics officers in their 30s are holding a meeting. Now he's the new narcotics brigade leader, Yang Jing, and the live broadcast screen. Communicate with the teenage Wei Xiaoxiaoluoqiu City Anti-Narcotics Brigade Commander Ma Taigang, is his master. Looking at the picture, Yang Jing felt complicated. Not right. In the 90s the narc didn't trust Wei Xiao at all. And the drug dealers even less. This drug dealer test is not going to hurt. Wei Flaw is under too much pressure. Only those of them who are narcs understand that undercover isn't all talk. It's the narcs who die on the way to gaining the trust of drug dealers that are the most numerous group. Yang Jing looked up, watching intricately as the new image appeared. Sitting on the chair, Wei Xiao took small bites of piping hot rice porridge. I have just recovered some, and my body is still weak. Wei Solo is organizing his book bag. The book bag is old and starting to lose its skin. It was Wei Pengxing's old back in the old days. Going to school? I'll give you a ride. Putting down the kanji and preparing to get up. But Wei Xiangyang almost reflexively raised his head and coldly looked at Wei Xiao. No. I can't let my classmates know that I have a brother with dyed hair and tattoos who is a socialite. It's embarrassing. Being rejected. Wei Flaw was not surprised. The past few days at home, Wei Xiao seems to have gotten better. Started volunteering to mop the floors, serve the groceries, do the housework, and sometimes clean the windows and doors. He was so meticulous in his work that it made Grandma think something was wrong. After that, her sister went to school and Wei Xiao began to run on her own and started looking for a good family. He inquired in one neighborhood after another, observing from afar. This family adopted one before, after which the child went back to the orphanage. Families are okay, but they neglect educational companionship and disregard their children. Wei Flaw left quickly and was still recording new ones until dusk. The owner of this house, surnamed Zhang, has a good family and will accompany the children, but the man has an explosive personality, beats his wife at every turn, and is emotionally unstable. No, the bike spun again. Wei Flaw was not in a hurry, gently and meticulously recording every detail, denying it, and rediscovering it. Yellow Hair was the one who initially followed Wei Flaw and was also the most loyal. There was some puzzlement scratching his head when he saw his big brother constantly recording. What are we doing? Taking revenge on them? Because of his previous involvement in the Chu AI incident, Wei Xiao brought him with him and trusted Huang Mao the most. Wei Flaw's voice was gentle and he shook his head. Call for a search. For families where the man and woman have no children, are mild-mannered, the most caring, and value their children. Yellow Hair nodded, just still unsure. Watching Yellow Hair ride away on his bike, Wei Xiao muttered inwardly. It's important to find good families to take care of your sisters. I don't know how long I'll live. Looking down at himself covered in scars, hideous tattoos, and bone-thin, Wei Xiao hung his eyes. There were a lot of punks who hated themselves right now, and they had offended a lot of people in the past few years of their social life. The narcotics brigade is onto me over there, and the cartel is ready to develop a drug line for me. I don't know about that day. Maybe I'll just die in the streets, but my sister is still young. You are still young. Your second and third brothers are growing up well. You must be like them. You must go, leave, and not rot with me. Absolutely not. The ground mapped. The sunlight was radiant and dazzling, so bright that it almost stung Wei Xiao. Future siblings, they will all live well in such warm sunshine, right? Definitely. Chapter 47, Time, please slow down. Modern. Windy Drug Police Captain Yang Jing looked at such a picture. Someone looked down and seemed to stand in shadow. Just beside him, the light shining brightly. A few of the narcotics officers around him nodded and murmured as well. The opportunity to penetrate the enemy came, and the family gradually began to settle down. Maybe Wei Flaw can really fulfill his dream. At this moment, Yang Jing just sighed and spoke only after a long time. Do you guys really think that Lu Chang's group of drug dealers trust Wei Xiao and recognize Wei Xiao? You guys didn't realize it. But Wei Flaw felt it himself, and he knew the drug dealers couldn't possibly trust him. He has sensed that something is wrong, and that is why he is in such a hurry to arrange for his sister. More like, arranging the aftermath. This is the kind of person who is scary and young, but has an extremely keen, almost top-notch sense of danger. He sensed something was wrong, so now, he's leaving himself open. Keep your sister and family safe and get them settled. He thinks he might suddenly die. Speaking of this, Yang Jing, who has always been sharp-eyed and like an eagle, had complex emotions and looked at the standing figure in the live broadcast. He didn't, it seems, think of himself through the whole thing. Now he's standing on the edge of a cliff, but he doesn't care. And no one cares. The self that even he doesn't care about. Several of the narcotics officers sitting on the sidelines were completely silent, rising in complexity and bewilderment for a long time. A new scene in the live feed. Ma Taigang now sat with difficulty, suppressing the pain coming from the old wound in his body. The teenage figure was reflected in the pale eyes. In the past, Wei Flaw was his informant, and he had suspected it, and afterward, he even told his grandson that he owed Wei Flaw. Because of that time Wei Flaw, teenager posture, Wei Flaw from the beginning to the end. The dream is only to become a narcotics police like his father, guarding the peace behind. Now, that teenager in the picture wasn't playful, or hangdog, or ruthless and ferocious. Memory traces back to Wei Xiao sitting in a small room, cigarettes after cigarettes, filling and choking. Wei Flaw was immersed in constantly looking over the family information that Yellow Hair had brought people to collect. His eyes were terrified. Afterward the Translost Review desperately searches for each question carefully. Ma Taigang knew that the boy's trepidation was not a fear of the drug dealers finding him. Rather, they are terrified that these families will not treat their sister well. In that case, this Wei family's son will not be happy even if he dies. Is this how you pay for your siblings? But now you're facing death yourself. Even the strong lifelong Ma Taigang could not bear to shed a tear. He suddenly struggled to his feet and stumbled to his feet, looking at his grandson. Drive me to the hospital. I'm going to see someone I've been ashamed of all my life. I'm ashamed of my life. Buddy. Ma Taigang's eyes reddened and guilt almost filled his chest, making him unable to stop his vision from blurring. Grandson panicked and assisted Ma Taigang to get up. Go out and get in the car. The vehicle sped. Ma Taigang wiped his tears, looked out the window, then closed his eyes, murmured and opened his mouth, his voice bitter and vicissitudes. Wherever he ended up going after that, but at least in 96, I owe him. I forgot he was a kid, a hero's kid. The eldest son comparing programs is now high on Twitter. Whether it's a New Year's message or a star releasing a song, the scandal heat has broken down and fallen. A lot of big V's are watching and discussing. Sociologist Ma Radium, TV host Sun Jing, and others are all watching live together. How's the simulation of the eldest son on Wei Pengsheng's side? Suddenly mentioning Wei Pengsheng, the camera turns again. Dongchang. Wei Pengsheng has been much tanned and wears cheap shirts with a tired and pale demeanor. He is moving for the 7th time with his sister and grandma and grandpa. Today he is no longer the spirited man he once was, with his eyes averted, suspicious and irritable. Whenever I see the gray and white van, Santana, I subconsciously shiver. It even went so far at one point that he even went out in the evening with a dagger in his hand. After an exhausting day, Wei Pengsheng's simulated eldest son pushed his way in. Wei Pengsheng and Wei Pengzhen, who were sent out, are now at home, crying about how the other side bullied them. Wei Pengsheng just growled angrily, and there were actually a few grimaces under his eyes. Hurry back and remember, this is not your home anymore. Get out. Wei Pengsheng and Wei Pengzhen left, leaving with their heads bowed and in tears. His two sisters looked at him angrily, and Grandma and Grandpa's eyes looked at him more like he was a stranger. They could not believe how gentle such a man had been before. The elder brother who defended his younger siblings in every way. The son of the Wei family who thought of his family in all matters. Where did he go? That look almost pierced Wei Pengsheng's heart to the core. He just silently clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and told himself, now that I'm the eldest son, I do everything for your good. Even if you misunderstand, I must do this. Jitterbug. Many viewers watched and sighed with complexity. Wei Xiao is ready for a duel, and now Wei Pengsheng is still hiding. He also began to be misunderstood, but it was much milder than what Wei Xiao went through, except that he seemed to be on the verge of carrying it off. What will be your state of mind once you quit the simulation and see how your brother is being a firstborn son? Retrospective on the life of Wei's eldest son. The new screen unfolds in tandem. Late at night, Wei Flaw stared at the new information under the light, and a few moments of joy grew under his bloodshot eyes. He finally found a passable home. Tang Rulong, 40 years old. His occupation is in the judiciary. His lover's occupation is a professor at Yeqing Polytechnic University. Both husband and wife are gentle and nurturing, love children and focus on education. Wei Flaw nodded in satisfaction, exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and called for Yellow Hair. Go on, tell someone to keep an eye on the Soup family and see if they have any favorites. As Yellow Hair left, Wei Flaw began to return to his senses, silently pulling out his cell phone and looking at the text message from the drug dealer. Northside Logistics Yard, Higashiyama Warehouse, out of sight. Out of mind. Pei Wei Flaw narrowed his eyes, his thoughts complex, and smelled a hint of danger. He knew that the drug dealers still didn't trust him, but this is all normal. Always carrying the head of drug trafficking, the bones have a ruthless and shrewd. Putting away his cell phone, Wei Xiao patted the soot on his body, straightened his shirt, and went home. My sister is still doing her homework. The light was dim, but Wei Solo Yang, Wei Solo Ling were both very serious. One stroke at a time, Wei Flaw looked at his two sisters gently, concentrating as if he was looking at some precious treasure. Wei Xianyang heard the sound and a few moments of impatience grew under his eyes. Go away! Don't interfere with my homework. The youngest sister, Wei's solitary spirit, didn't say anything, just lowered her head and turned a blind eye to Wei Xiao. In her mind, Wei Flaw was the bad guy who had sold her two brothers and was a socially promiscuous lunatic. Even if he was driven away, Wei Xiao did not care. Still smiling, staring for a long time, taking a deep look, Wei Xiao gathered his emotions, left the house late at night, and started for the East Mountain warehouse. Late at night, the logistics yard does not even have vehicles. Dim incandescent lamps hanging, emitting a faint glow. Wei Xiao had just arrived when he was held down. The figure at the head had a shaved-inch head and a hideous spread of arm scars, staring at him with a sneer. I've long heard that there's a crazy brother in Lakia City who actually dares to touch our market. He crouched down and reached out to pat Wei Xiao's face. Little bastard. You've got some balls. Tell me, where did all the stuff come from? Wei Flaw narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. Sure enough, the group of drug dealers were still skeptical, pretending to be hostile drug dealers. Under the frantic beating, Wei Xiao only felt his chest roll over. His ribs perhaps cracked with bones. The pain made him sweat coldly, while the pain in his internal organs caused severe discomfort and dry heaving. Boy, the bones are really hard. Inch grinned sardonically, carrying a syringe filled with LSD. The drug was pushed into the arm. Wei Flaw's pupils were wildly enlarged, and at this moment, the corners of his mouth overflowed with blood, and he opened his mouth with a fierce smile. Screw this. This is my territory. Bald and the others were on the other side of the logistics warehouse scrutinizing Wei Xiao's every expression as they narrowed their eyes and thought for a long time. For some reason, the bald head always felt that Wei Flaw was somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't always recall it. It wasn't until Wei Flaw vomited profusely that the bald head nodded faintly. It's okay. Wei Flaw came to his senses, changed his clothes, and finally met Lu Chang. How's it going, buddy? Don't blame me. In our line of work, it's hard to say if you'll live to see tomorrow if you're not careful. We can't help it. Wei Flaw sat on the ground, took the cigarette Lu Chang handed him, smiled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Not bad. Then let's officially start working together. With two hands held under the incandescent lamp. This moment, Wei Xiaoxiao became a representative of the nightclubs and KTV shaking head poison in the old town of Luoqiao City. All the field supplies, all of which are handled by Wei Flaw, under the watchful eyes of Lu Chang and the others. Wei Xiaoxiao limped on his feet and left the logistics field. He didn't go home. He didn't go for treatment. He just took Yellow Hair with him. Two silhouettes stood outside the door of the soup house, watching through the window. The lights were warm, and the soup family couple was cozying and laughing at the dinner table, reading a book. Wei Flaw grinned back, his eyes soft. How wonderful it would be if my sister grew up in this environment. Bruises piled up on his body, his arms trembled, his knees could barely support Wei Xiao to stand straight, and part of his waist was revealed to be rolled up in hideous flesh. Yellow Hair was in so much pain just looking at it that his crying voice trembled. Boss, why don't you tell your sister? Wei Xiaoxiao listened to Yellow Hair's thick nasal voice, and with great effort reached out, touched his head, shook his head and laughed. Don't cry. I'm fine. He looked away from home, this world, and all the lights. Send them away so I can do what I want. I can hardly wait. But time, please, you must be slow with her. Jitterbug, a viewer's nostrils flared. In the picture, the teenager gazes at all the lights, leaving only that one behind. Pop-ups surfaced, densely packed. What he wants to do. He wants to have nothing to hold on to so he can go crazy with revenge. He hoped that in the end the only one left in the muck would be himself, and that no one would know that his most precious light was about to be completely scattered in his hands, and that from then on he would have no home. Did you guys see that? The first thing he said when he saw the cozy scene at the Thompsons' house was that his sister should grow up here, because he felt in his heart of hearts that he owed it to his sister to make her live like this. To him, the eldest son, protecting his family, taking revenge, carefully guarding his father's ideals in the darkness. He's done everything. This way family's son has done everything. But who's going to feel sorry for you? The world held him back. He could have walked into another happily ever after, or Hall become a judicial officer and could have basked in the sunshine. Just he didn't choose that path. On February 1st, 25, The #1 hotspot on all platforms across the internet was a scene that many people will never forget. Dirty, covered with rolls of skin-chapped wounds, Wei Flaws and little brother squatting in front of the Tang family. The two big brother in the old city famous like a stray dog looking at the family's happy picture. They also followed the giggle. Like being there, like this warmth also belongs to them. Chapter 48, let's go. All the best. The eldest son contrasts the picture framed. Eldest son comparison psychoanalysis, inside the live room. Anchor Chen Xiao looked on with complexity. Another sister found a way to retreat. The second brother, Wei Pingshang, was sent to Su Jiankong, section chief of the tax bureau, for adoption, and was well educated and helped a great deal in business. Third brother Wei Pingzhang was adopted by Yu Jianjun, the head of the old city district, who taught Wei Pingzhang to learn about politics and develop a political sense of smell. Both sides of the family are well off and treat their children seriously. Now it's time for fourth sister Wei Solitary. Wei Flaw is sending every sibling away. The words paused, and Chen Xiao suddenly thought, haven't you guys noticed? Nowadays, Wei Pengsheng and Wei Pengzhang hardly ever return to the Wei family anymore. It also means that they are about to get out of the extermination vortex. Pop-ups appeared with mixed emotions. With Wei Yan's character, it's impossible to let them face danger. It's because Wei Xiao is always deliberately hurting them and lowering their sense of identity with the Wei family. It's just that Wei Xiao has been completely abandoned by his family in order to accomplish such a purpose, and he has no home anymore. The Pittsburgh Firstborn comparison program continues. Wei Pingsheng simulates his eldest son. The screen begins. Nowadays, Wei Pengsheng wears cheap shirts and deliberately dresses maturely. Having previously made a little money by reselling electronics, I started investing in the business. Boss, the people pouring gray matter outside have been inquiring about the family surnamed Wei, and they say that the family is worth a lot of money. There was a report from the minions who followed him into business. Wei Pengsheng was silent, thinking for a long time, and muttered to himself through clenched teeth. It looks like the fourth sister will be sent away as well. He shut himself away and stayed alone in his room, fuming, his mind drifting back to the old days when Wei Xiao was the eldest son. Wei Xiaoxiao's family was forced to go to the city of Luochao when he got into fights in the countryside and went into debt and gambling. Later Wei Xiao also sent herself to the family of Su Jiangong, a section chief of the tax bureau, to be adopted. The adoptive father was gentle, safe to go to school on his own, tutored, and lived in a good environment, and often returned to the Wei family to visit. But then he was reluctant to go back himself, because as soon as he did, Wei Xiaoxiao asked his adoptive father for money, leaving him spurned and disgusted. Thoughts back to God. Wei Pengsheng looked at now himself for the eldest son. Trance-like murmur. There was clearly no pressure in that life. So why is it so hard to simulate the firstborn? Wei Flaw clearly hung around and passed that time. What the hell is going on here? In the small room, Wei Pengsheng was stunned for a long time, and his heart was puzzled. Just a moment later clenched his teeth again. Looking weary. Carry on even if you can't. Inside the ward, the host looked at Wei Pengzhang and opened his mouth in a complicated manner. Because in those times, there were wise parents carrying everything, but not in the simulation. So everything changed. Because he carries everything? The host's words fell, and Wei Pengzhang's eyes were in a trance at that moment. From the initial extermination, Wei Xiaoxiao used the police and the mountain people as cover. Then he was tracked down and arrived at the black mines in person to count the drug cartels. After that, he even infiltrated the drug cartel and was ready to uproot it. In just 1 or 2 years of layout, Wei Flaw had already taken revenge 3 times, and had his younger siblings firmly protected behind him. This Wei family's son has tried everything, just not escaping. He suddenly looked to the hospital room. The dying, disheveled figure, which was only in its 40s this year. 30 years ago, Wei Xiao was just a teenager. And how did he live such a long life after that? He didn't know what path Wei Xiao ultimately chose to take. But it seemed that there was an unknown side to everything. Wei Pingzhang clenched his fists as a new image appeared in front of him. In May of '96, it was a hot day in Lot Kuang City, Dongcheng Province. Phone booths standing in the street are painted bright yellow and there are people waiting in line to dial. Young men and women carrying stereos and wearing bell-bottom pants, bobbing their heads together to dance. Extraordinarily fashionable. A number of teenagers in the gaming room gathered around, watching the joysticks wiggle and crackle. This was the era when color movies were on the rise, and there was a steady stream of ticket buyers. Street vendors sell belts, white shirts, dark sunglasses and pointy-toed shoes are everywhere, and city girls hold their heads high and broad-shouldered, cinched-waisted coats. Not far away, the hanging bells in the school rang out and the sound of books being read aloud came from the school. There were also sneaky, yellow-dyed, tattooed and scarred youths walking among the crowd. It was none other than Wei Flaw. Counting the time. As a professor, Tang Rulong should also go to work. He had checked earlier, and Tang Rulong had a class in the morning. Sure enough, book-clutching figures appeared in the crowd, buying newspapers and magazines. Wei Flaw also came together in the crowd to buy, as if by coincidence, looked at Tang Rulong's surprised opening. Professor Tang. Tang Rulong clamped the newspaper, turned back into the figure of yellow hair scar, tattoos hideous, let him subconsciously dislike. Cold voice response. Which one? Wei Flaw smiled and came to his side, opening his mouth. You don't know me, but I've heard your name. At that, he pretended to look around and lowered his voice. Professor Tang, I heard that you've been wanting a daughter. To have a child or not? Tang Rulong heard. His face changed, took out his cell phone and went straight to the police. Wei Xiao did not even have time to stop. The phone hung up before Tang Rulong angrily opened his mouth and pointed at Wei Xiao. Do you know what the crime of human trafficking is? Asshole. Doing these unconscionable things at such a young age. Waiting for the police to come. Wei Xiao was not afraid and waved his hands in a hurry. Hey, Prof. Tom. I'm not a trafficker. Look at the picture. This is my sister. Obedient as can be. Only the family is too poor. I have a bad hand at gambling outside, and I owe too much. Tang Rulong didn't say anything, only coldly watched. The yellow hairs in the crowd received a signal and came forward, grabbing Wei Xiao's collar. Grandson, you're quite capable of hiding. Hide. Let's see where you can hide. Is this your family? He's dressed like a dog. If you have money, pay him back quickly. Speaking of this, Yellow Hair deliberately also glanced at Tang Rulong with a vicious look. Yellow Hair went along with the act, but when he brought up his fist for a moment he couldn't swing it down until Wei Xiao gave him a vicious glare. Yellow Hair had no choice but to throw a punch at Wei Flaw. Bang! Pay back. I'll pay back. Brother Yellow Hair, there'll be money soon. My sister is worth it. With his face swollen up to a high piece, Wei Flaw still smiled and bowed, fawningly nodding his head. Seeing this, Tang Rulong couldn't help but angrily rebuke. Asshole! Trading your sister for money. What are you? My sister can cook and wash clothes and study well, so maybe she can be a housekeeper for you in the future, isn't it? It won't cost much money. Wei Flaw just covered her face and smiled. He looked at Tang Rulong and knew that he had a compassionate heart and had always wanted a daughter. Saving a little girl and fulfilling her dreams. He didn't believe that he couldn't impress Tang Rulong. Get out! When Tang Rulong angrily rebuked, the police have also arrived, and when they were taken away, Wei Xiao shrugged his shoulders and opened his mouth indifferently. Then get it to the countryside and check it out. There's always money to be made. At this moment, Tang Rulong's anger was raging, and he had no choice but to cancel the police and give Wei a business card. Take it and get out. Late at night, Wei Xiao with yellow hair reappeared outside the window of Tang Rulong's house. He squatted at the mouth of the alley for 3 consecutive days to count the family drying children's clothing. The Tang family's house stands at the east end of the residential building, with lace curtains drying on the 3rd floor tile veneered balcony, ponchos that don't change every day. And yesterday I even saw the hostess hanging a pair of red leather shoes on the clothesline. That belonged to the former daughter of the Tang family. 10 years ago the eldest daughter of the Tang family died of an accidental illness. Prof. Tang's wife fell into paranoia, and has been airing out her laundry, always thinking that her daughter is still around. At the moment the stamped business card was curled into sharp edges in his pants pocket, constantly stinging his thigh through the coarse cloth. Wei Flaw looked on. It's the only kind of family that treats their sister well. She was long overdue for a life of being loved, cared for, and taken seriously, rather than staying in a home that was always in danger. That's so nice. Chapter 49, Accounting for Yourself, What Will It Be? 25 years of Wei Flaw ward. Initially eloquent, no one inquired. Now more than a lot of living breath. The former uninvited Wei Flaw does not realize that there are many people watching him. At this moment in the ward, the golden glasses suddenly slipped a little. The scientific research star Wei Solo Yang, known as the flower of scientific research and high knowledge. She has a gentle temperament, a strong intellectual and rational aura, and is responsible for international scientific research for many years, which makes her a bit authoritative. Now it was pale, with a flash of disbelief in his eyes. Live images come to mind, conjuring up memories from 30 years ago. She thought of her first contact with that adoptive father, the university professor Tang Rulong. The middle-aged man was full of books and his every move was gentle and decent. Because of the elegance cultivated by years of reading, she could not help but feel close to her. But the first time she saw herself, she remembered it well. The adoptive father was in tears, and he looked at himself with heartache in his eyes. At that time, I was still wondering why someone would cry at their first meeting, as if seeing where they were as if they were in hell. No wonder. So it was all you describing, telling them that if they didn't want me, they'd sell me in the countryside for money. You've made them think I live in such a deplorable situation, haven't you? Wei Shengyang muttered. Growing up in such an unappreciated, not even treated as a family member, and having to exchange himself for money at every turn. It was no wonder that his adoptive parents would love him so much later on. Thinking of this, Wei Solo's Juanqiu eyebrows furrowed, suddenly feeling in a trance. The past is being overturned, and what she didn't know officially appears. Wei Xiangyang looked up, into the eyes of the sickbed of the vicissitudes of the middle-aged. Behind the tattoos, there is clearly a wing pattern. The Pittsburgh Live retrospective screen reappeared with a new one. Leaving from Tang Rulong, Wei Xiaoxiao returned home. His feet are still weak, because of the previous hard-to-carry the poison backlash, coupled with the beatings by drug dealers' wounds have not yet healed. The color of the face is particularly pale, but nobody cares. There was no preparation of his meal or even a chair on the table. Wei Xiao raised his head and looked at the old house, with cobwebs on all sides, and the rain falling from the roof's raggedness with a slight chill. He crouched down wearily, his knees crunching. Wei Solo heard it inadvertently, her brows furrowed. Hesitating for a moment, she looked at the sickly Wei Flaw for a long time before handing a piece of sweet potato to Wei Flaw. Wei Xiao watched as the sweet potatoes appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw the fourth sister figure, his fingertips still carrying a few dampness. At this moment, Wei Xiao reddened her eyes. For the first time, my own loved ones are treating me so well and sharing a meal. Solved. The sweet potatoes were a bit cold, but Wei Chou did not turn her head, swallowing in large mouthfuls, cocking her head, but she could not restrain the tears from slipping down. The rain was cold and fell on his face. Wei Flaw's voice was a little muffled, with a few sniffles. You should have flown higher. Wei Solo didn't hear it. The voice was too muffled. Even if she heard it, she didn't care. She just lowered her head to study. She just wants to change her current life as soon as possible. Wei Zhao's eyes were red, staring at his sister who was still trying to blossom under the harsh environment. His voice had a mixture of relief and dismay that only he could hear. Solitary you should fly higher. The corner cobwebs are pocketing the raindrops that are leaking in. 1 drop, 2 drops. The live streaming pop-ups kept rolling in. This time to find a family and 2 younger brothers are different. Both Wei Pengsheng or Wei Pengzheng, ultimately looking for civil servants, suitable for the development of strengths, so that the 2 younger brothers get excellent resources to cultivate. But the younger sister is different. He wants his sister to get a cozy family, love and care, can live a warm and comfortable. In addition to being ruthless and determined, Wei's eldest son is really attentive and cares about every loved one in his family, even if he's almost without a home. Nursing homes, retired Sun Ocean is now watching, and he's in very poor health, with a violent cough and a heavy gong. The son opened his mouth with some complaint. Dad, stop watching and take a break. Sun Ocean was as if he hadn't heard it and was just staring at the live screen in a daze. Did you guys see that? Wei Xia just ate a little sweet potato and cried. His voice was mellifluous and complex. It seemed like the first time he'd gotten some warmth, and even though it might have been just an inadvertent gesture from his sister, he'd been moved to tears. Facing the narcotics police interrogation did not cry. Facing the drug dealer's beating did not cry. He even dared to drive a car full of Scar's ferocious pursuit of murderers. In the black mines in life and death to wander. You see, him cried? But now, what brought him to tears was a small piece of sweet potato given by his sister. Why? Because that's what warmth is to Wei Flaw. The image is almost frozen in time, as the aged and retired Sun Ocean looks at Wei Flaw 96 with red eyes. At this moment Sun Ocean was annoyed, inexplicably feeling sad. He was tempted to curse damn fate and damn the initial extermination. The live feed continues. In a few days, Wei Zhao's body was better, but the scars were still there. During the day, the figure in a sling begins to contact drug dealers to communicate, traveling to tea warehouses to see their goods, and later joining them for a drink, hooking up with a few drug dealers and coming out of the nightclub. Wei Xiaoxiao wobbled and was assisted by Yellow Hair, still laughing. Keep it up next time. See, these fields, they're our market. Several of the drug dealers were also drunk, laughing and sticking their thumbs up at Wei Chou. You boy. It's this. It was only until the drug dealer left far away that Wei Xiaoxiao withdrew his hand that was being assisted by Yellow Hair, his complexion regaining its calmness. After making sure no one was there, he arrived at the soup house again with Yellow Hair, sneakily hiding under the small attic, staring at the balcony children's clothing. Tang Rulong, who was about to close the window, subconsciously glanced at the 2 men and frowned. What are you planning on doing? Stalking into my house? What? To steal or kidnap? The angry reprimand was loud, and Tang Rulong's brow grew more and more disgusted. He hated these early school dropouts and squandered their lives as assholes from the bottom of his heart. It is also basically the same people who go on to commit crimes afterward. When Wei Flaw heard this, he just looked at him helplessly and pointed at Yellow Hair behind him. It can't be helped. Brother Yellow Hair is chasing debts very tightly. I finally look at Professor Tang. Do you want a child? Do not, I will take my sister to the countryside. A few years in advance for the bride price money is not a loss. Prof. Tang, who was originally gentle and knowledgeable, couldn't help but be furious, and was shaking even as he reached out and pointed at Wei Xiao. What you are? I thought you said your sister was only a couple years old. Do you have the face to be a brother? The two of them, Wei Flaw and Yellow Hair, just lowered their heads in the face of Professor Tang's angry rebuke. Just like elementary school students, the two men stood obediently and did not retort, and they did not seem to care, making up their minds to use the Wei Flaw sister to sell money. Tang Rulong finally had no choice but to take a deep breath, his tone raw. Give me the address, and tomorrow I'll go to your house and see if your sister wants to follow me. Only then did Wei Xiao sneer, her eyes bright. Finally, the opportunity. Tang Rulong agreed to arrive home only tomorrow. Wei Xiao home in the middle of the night, deliberately rummaged through the box, even the grandma's wooden suitcase. The sound was so loud that it quickly alarmed Grandpa Cheng Zhong, and the two younger sisters were also held by their grandma and looked at them angrily. Seeing Wei Flaw holding his old partner's gold ring and silver bracelet in his hand, Cheng Zhong had a gloomy face and was now dressed in shabby clothes. Stealing money? Are you out there getting into trouble again? The incandescent light was blinding, and Wei Xiao smiled sarcastically. I borrowed some money from a professor earlier, and they said they needed a daughter, so I thought I'd find some money to see if I could cover it. Wei Solo heard. His little hand hugged his little sister and he nervously yelled at Wei. Fifth sister can't be taken away. We have no one left in the family. At that time, Wei Shangyang's nasal voice was thick and his eyes were red, but he still protected his fifth sister behind him. Wei Solving Spirit was still small and scared, hiding behind his grandma and shedding tears. Grandma was trembling with anger. Cheng Zhong even directly copied the stick and beat Wei Chou headlessly, gnashing his teeth and cursing angrily. Wei Xiao held his head. The pain was excruciating, but he still smiled and only stared at Wei's soliloquy. At this moment, the reactive Wei Solitary innocently looked up and looked at his grandma. Grandma, is Wei Xiao going to deposit me in someone else's house, like a piggy bank? Wei Qi suddenly froze, an uncontrollable pain filling his chest. His sister's innocent words made him nearly bleed through his gums. Sinning, Grandma finally couldn't hold it together and hugged Wei Solo and cried loudly. Dawn. Wei Xia lying on the damp bedpan. He heard his spine knuckles squeezing and making noises. The third-grade student awards on the wall are curling up in the mold. He listened to the raindrops dripping from the broken holes in the house, gradually spreading and diffusing the dampness, becoming one with the rotting moss. The knock on the door sounded, and Chang Zhong, who was still holding the stick in his hand, was angry that he had not slept all night, and he opened the door grumpily, and his tone was gloomy. Who? Tang Rulong, who had just arrived with gifts, frowned absently, becoming more and more certain that this family was too bad. That little girl should be rescued. He was courteous and polite. His eyes fell on Wei Solitary. Wei Solitary sat upright and well-behaved. His eyes were a little moist. This kid is so good. It's a shame to be born into such a family. Son, would you like to visit my home? Auntie and I are going to treat you well and never let you suffer in any way. Kind, gentle and polite as the sunshine on a wet winter's day, Wei Solo was extraordinarily calm, as if he had made up his mind. For the sake of my family, for the sake of the debt I owe, I can go with you. She knew that she could sacrifice herself, if only to protect her sister. Debt. When Tang Rulong heard this, he revealed a gaze that was surely so and angrily looked at Wei Xiao. Wei Flaw was still lazily watching, and there seemed to be a few moments of delight between his brows. Nowadays, Wei Solo doesn't care. She did her best for this family. Grandpa Cheng Zhong trembled, looked at the now nearly empty home and offered to follow Wei Solo, until they arrived at the small three-story building. The hall was wide and the bookshelves were filled with all kinds of tomes, even threadbare orphan books. The floor was bright and the sunlight filtered through the window, warm and dazzling. The house was very nice, and after learning that it was a professor's residence, Cheng Zhong became more and more shocked and satisfied. It was hard to imagine that such a high-level intellectual would actually take the initiative to take Wei Solitary. Wei Solitary was also a bit agitated, lost in thought and murmured, "Can I really live here?" Tang Rulong looked at the trance-induced child and was glad. It's a good thing they took her, or that cranky granddad wouldn't have treated her well. In Pai Wei's house, the grandma wiped her tears and cursed under her breath. The only one left in the house is the youngest sister, who cries into tears as she hugs the bunny doll that her sister left behind and has torn holes in it. Wei Xiaolu leaned back on the couch, relieved, and just stared at the moldy ceiling and smiled. The wounds on his body were vaguely painful, and he muttered something in sudden disgust as he sniffed the smell of poison on his body. Go, all good. Wei Xia was smiling, incredibly happy. He was really happy that his younger siblings would be safe and all very well. That'll do. Wei Flaw suddenly no longer detested sniffing himself, and when he sent his younger siblings away, he would give himself an explanation. Ward. Wei Solo froze, back to the memory of the picture almost in stark contrast. A leaky, moldy house on one side and a bright, warm little building on the other. The man was still behind what he thought was a noble sacrifice. Since when? The first, while being forced by drug dealers and targeted by narcotics police, is still desperately running through a bunch of families looking for them. Second, quietly observing the Thompsons against the cold wind, prying for any details. Thirdly, he deliberately entered the game with his body and allowed himself to be abused and denigrated just to attract Prof. Tang's attention. Fourth, let Professor Tang witness the family's nastiness, take himself away, and complete the layout. Wei Xiangyang suddenly thought of himself who had just arrived at the Tang family, looking at the bright sunshine and books, celebrating my good fortune, and enjoying the tenderness of my adoptive parents as they ply me with food. Always heartbroken. It's like being back with mom and dad. Even she didn't know why they were so heartbroken. Everything, it turns out, is because of him. Eyes fell on the lonely figure curled up in the moldy home. He planned everything behind the scenes and gave himself a cozy, thoughtful and pampered family of professors and high achievers. In the end, it was attributed to his own sacrifice for the Wei family. Are you going to send us away and fight the killer? At this moment, Wei Xiangyang was stunned, unable to imagine the pain of Wei Fla's intentions. She was stunned. Is this really still the same Wei Fla? Wei Solved the center suddenly looked at the frail middle-aged man on the hospital bed. Her brother. Wei Solo murmured. Or rather, this is the real you. The spring festival of 25 years has passed, and the old Professor Tang Rulong, who has been reappointed, is in the classroom, lecturing to several PhDs. The recent hot comparative analysis of the eldest son is very analytically sound. Until he saw the memory retrospective image, he fumed for a long time, oblivious to the questions from the students on stage. Images of yesteryear began to appear in Tang Rulong's mind. In what mood did he arrive at Wei's house in mid-95? A savior who saves people from themselves, high and mighty, with a heart of compassion? He looked at several students with a complicated expression, his hair already gray and his voice pale. At that time, I thought I was the salvation of the Wei family, or at least, of my daughter. I spit on such a bad Wei family. He glanced at the live feed and was silent for a long time, his voice bitter. This time, his eyes fell on the teenager left behind in that moldy family. Now I realize how stupid I was. It was a teenager's sincerest plea for help, begging his sister to get out of the muck. But he himself headed deeper into the muck. Tang Rulong paused and began to gather his textbooks. He suddenly didn't want to lecture. I'm going to the hospital. I'm going to see him. He was tempted to compliment the boy, though, no one has ever complimented him. Chapter 50, Showdown. 25 years of the new year has passed. Changzi memory, more and more hot. Luochou People's Hospital Intensive Care Unit ward door was once again pushed open. The emergence of a weathered face, trembling step. That's retired Loco Hills Police Chief, Sun Ocean. He was also the man who brought Wei Fla out of the mining river valley in the past, and the main person responsible for catching human traffickers in the past. The nurse froze a little. She had seen this face from the flashbacks of Wei Chao's life. But now, Sun Haiyan had aged too much and was completely devoid of his former spiritedness. Wei Pingzhang and Wei Solo Yang. Wei Solo Ling's three gazes followed Sun Ocean and saw behind them. The old man with the gold-rimmed glasses is still all bookish, elegant and gentle, but pale at the temples. That was Wei Solo's foster father, Tang Rulong. The two old men were both in a trance looking at Wei Chou on the hospital bed, and were momentarily speechless. What kind of broken body is that? What decades of willful suffering lie beneath the depleted body? No one knows. After a long moment of silence, he finally just smiled bitterly. Tang Rulong's voice was a little hoarse and sighed. He's dropping off every kid. And after that, going off to do what he wants to do. The aging Sun Ocean coughs and nods. That would be revenge. And after that, death. Memory tracing continues. Retrospective of Wei's life? A new screen appears. The teenager with dyed yellow hair had a bright smile and was humming an unknown country tune as he cooked. It's June of 96 and the kitchen is getting more humid and stuffy from the steaming water vapor. Cheng Zhong was a bit bored and closed his eyes, not saying a word. Wei's solitary spirit was very young, clutching her sister's rabbit doll in her hand and sobbing. Why whisk a brother and sister away? She's afraid. She's afraid that one day she'll be taken by strangers too. Wei Xiao took the time to turn his head, grinning. It's not chucking out. That's making a good life for all of you. Unfortunately, the water vapor steamed and the blur of smiles made the family feel more and more hideous and disgusting. Wei Solitaire looked down in annoyance and some trepidation, wiping her tears. No one knew why Wei Fla was happy. Maybe it's because there's money to pay off the debt? Wei Fla didn't care, just quietly made good rice. After that steamed eggs, fried cabbage, and left after drying his hands. He knew that as long as he remained in the house, no one would be happy, much less eat. Outside the door, Wei Xiao smiled, excitement in his eyes, and murmured in opening, "It's all almost gone, at least they're safe." Wei Xiao was alone in the hot summer crowd, staring at the address book, to find the name of Lu Changjiang. Yellow hair, come over here. Yellow hair's name is Lu Changjiang, and unlike himself, he has a home and parents. But Yellow hair's real parents were divorced, his stepmother abused and beat him, and his father just stood by and watched with cold eyes, the same as if he had no home. So he ran away from home and became what he is now. Yellow hair arrived quickly. "Big brother, is anyone still inquiring about the Wei family now?" Hearing this, Yellow hair looked grave and stressed. Only the black car driver piece received a message looking for the Wei family before. Now the big truck drivers, the chicken feather merchants, the country pickle stands, the mines are looking for them, and along with the contractors, the black agents, they basically spread out across all walks of life. The situation is getting more and more rotten. Dogs jump over the wall. Then when they have no way out, they are left with only one last option. Think of all those traces and how it's time to erase them. Wei Flaw narrowed his eyes. Come, the other party can't wait, ready to hurry up and destroy the Wei family to deliver. As the crowds passed by, Wei Xiao stopped and paused. Father, you make them angry, and I, for one, am going to make them afraid. At this moment, Wei Flaw's eyes were icy cold, and his former ruthless and violent breath completely exploded. Yellow hair looked, the bottom of the eyes hyperactive, like back in the old days when Wei Flaw took him to mix with the society, robbing the territory, smashing the scene, that kind of maniacal to go to war. He didn't care who he fought, he just wanted to follow his big brother to the end. Especially, it's cool to fight those underground sins. Just a few moments of heartache under his eyes as well. He thought that Wei Xiao was good to each of his brothers, and he had even seen with his own eyes how Wei Xiao protected his younger siblings. He was a good big brother who took care of himself like his own brother before him. But unfortunately his own brother was stabbed to death in a fight. And Wei Flaw, he's living too much. Old black cars bumping along the road. Dyeing his hair back to black and covering his tattoos, Wei Flaw appears in the countryside in the middle of the night, followed by Lu Changjiang. He would go back and cut through the traces of his previous existence. In the mining town, there are Wei family clan shrine preservation materials and paper archives, a network of social relationships in the Wei clan. Upon seeing the document, Wei Xiao narrowed his eyes and began to burn it piecemeal. This is because it contains information about my grandfather's aunt's cousins in Jianu, Fujian. Wei Flaw did not completely incinerate even his own aunt's share of the information, but only burned a hole in the information with a cigarette. The aunt who married in Whitehurst, Loco Hills, is now only in Whitehurst, while the other side of the profile holds documents from Whitehurst. Fujian. Lu Huangmao looked like he was in awe, which was to mislead the enemy and mislead the other party to go to Fujian to find someone. It was especially difficult to organize the data in the dark and to worry about not being discovered by the village clan guardians of the ancestral shrine. Wei Flaw and Yellow Hair carefully, little by little, erased the records about their aunt's ancestor. It was as if the Wei family had suddenly become fragmented overnight, with all key information hidden. The four fields were dark, and the light reflected in Wei Xiao's dark eyes, only a little, but extremely dazzling. Yes, he's all about the showdown. The next time the enemy reacted, they must have come to the town's ancestral shrine and searched for the Wei family tree, because they can't poke around in the outside world right now. They don't have a choice. Ruthlessness surfaced in the bottom of his eyes, and in the smoke, Wei Xiao watched silently. Earlier they thought they had finished off the narc and only had a few kids left to run. Now, as you can tell by their increased efforts to check around, they're panicking, and according to Chu AI's explanation, this was still only a peripheral organization, and the people behind them would definitely rush when they found out that they were late in completing their mission. Then showdown. Tell them there's still someone alive in the Wei family. Go for the kill. At this moment, Wei Xiaoxiao seemed to return to the madness of the initial lone pursuit of the murderer. In the old days he had regard for it, but by now, soon he will not have regard for it. He'll be crazier than before. Under the lights, the teenager's eyes were cold, and underneath the extreme rationality, a madman was suppressed. After the information was quickly organized, Wei Xiao turned off the lights, took Yellow Hair and exited the shrine, and began to return while the night was still young. In the ward, the aged Tang Rulon looked on, with vicissitudes in his eyes. The dark-haired teenager was stunning then. He gently reached out and took hold of the middle-aged man in the hospital bed. The palms of his hands were nearly temperatureless and cold, and he could only feel the ups and downs and heartaches he had experienced over the years from the crevices full of calluses and scars. He looked on with complexity, thinking of yesteryear, When the hangdog teenager had smiled and given his sister to himself, he said that if he couldn't give it away, he would get it to the countryside. Until now, Tang Rulong still remembers the asshole kid that made him hate his guts. He couldn't read it then, couldn't see that the teenager was consigning himself, because he, Tang Rulong, is trustworthy. Pai Tang Rulong pointed at Wei Xiao's roughened old hand and murmured, "He's going to start a showdown." After sending his siblings away to fight each other head-on, the camera also panned to the hospital bed and landed on Wei Xiao's hand. What kind of hands are these? Calluses, cuts, burns, curls and pallor, and large swaths of texture almost too corroded to be seen, with nearly no intact flesh. Memory retrospective images. Once again. Chapter 51, Lose the Trace. You won't be remembered in the future. How did the scars appear all over Wei Fla's palms? The retrospective memory screen continues. After Wei Xia and Lu Wanmao returned from the mining town, the first thing he did was go to the dark rental house. A muffled grunt sounded. Wei Xiao's forehead was sweating, but his eyes were meticulously applying the potion evenly. Yellow hair watched from the side. The man who was like his own brother. Almost every muffled grunt made his heart ache. Big brother. He knew the enemy they had to deal with was horrible, but the scene before him made his heart sink. Back in Luochio City, Wei Xiaoxiao first went to the pesticide store to steal a little caustic soda. As my father once taught, there were many such similar ways of destroying traces in the 1980s. This is followed by caustic soda in water, diluted to 50%, which causes the skin on the back of the hand to burn, turning the original scar into an ulcerated scar. The hands were very flexible human tissue, equally rich in nerves, and the intense pain coming from the burning made Wei Qi pale, but he didn't care. When the hand was basically finished, almost shaking violently, Wei Xiaoxiao, by the light of the lamp, began to wrap the iron nail with tin foil. Afterwards, it is silently swallowed. Iron nails scratch the throat while causing the vocal cord's original voice to be destroyed, but it hurts like hell. But the role is there. You can disguise yourself, and after that, even if your loved ones have not seen you for years, and you hear it again, fingerprint detection, and familiar voice, you will not be able to recognize Wei Fla. Wei Fla's eyes were almost filled with hideous blood. He didn't dare to cough loudly, just gently coughed for a few moments, then spit out blood foam. The shocking blood froth made yellow hair shiver. Fearing to open his mouth dramatically and affect Wei Xiao, he just quietly raised his sleeve to wipe his tears, his eyes red. He had never seen this side of his big brother before, or at least his big brother's previous ruthlessness was only to outsiders. Now, he's even harder on himself, really like a madman. Wei Fla laughed and cursed. What are you crying about? You kid, get lost. Don't throw your tears at me. The voice was hoarse, not continuous enough, gasping for breath, because the pain Wei Chuan could no longer say much. With more tears in his eyes and shaking a little, Yellow Hair turned and pushed the door open, shaking his fist as he left. Only Wei Qi was finally left in the room, struggling to lean back in his chair, his back already drenched in sweat. It hurt, but he just laughed fast. Comfort. When we send off my little sister, we can start killing. The pale face grinned, and under the incandescent light, the teenager was hideous and maniacal. He murmured and opened his mouth, looking at the lights outside the window as he looked at the Wei family today, his voice hoarse. Will you recognize me later when I'm old? Will those fingerprints, later on, find any trace of me? He misses his younger siblings and wants to see them grow up and have families, but he quickly smiled, a bitter smile accompanied by a slight cough. Nope, I'm not getting old. I won't get old. At this moment, Wei Xiao's eyes were a bit lost in a trance and smiled. What a shame, I can't wait to see you guys grow old. The teenager leaning back in his chair gasped, dropped his eyes, and grinned. Ward, the nurse who had initially been impatient to put on the ventilator for Wei Chou, looked on in shock, her hands shaking involuntarily. Because of this? She thought of Wei Fla's awful voice and the scars on her fingers where almost all of her fingerprints had been destroyed. It also occurred to him how badly he had treated this middle-aged man before. She had only silence. Complex. Sun Ocean also turned his head tremblingly at that moment and looked at Wei Chou, recalling to the beginning. No wonder in the old days the Tao said that crazy people have an old crow's voice. It turns out that from this moment on, he is officially in disguise, and a whole new executioner emerges. Now he was going up against the Western Yunnan drug cartel and its downline, and even the shadow of the agents that might come afterward. Tang Rulong was also looking on with a complex expression. The professor, who was full of books, used to despise such punks from the bottom of his heart. But now, there was something he couldn't imagine. The body was gradually crippled, but the will was like steel. What kind of teenager is this? This was the year he was not yet 16. Shake it up. Pop-ups are starting to appear new. For the first time, I've seen someone's life force literally bursting forth from within. vast and infinite. Remember the original Riverdale, when he was already marvelously vigorous. If one is this crazy about oneself, what will Wei Xiao be like when the duel actually begins? Wei Pingzhang was also in the hospital room. He looked at those hands and felt a chill. Is this what Wei Flaw really looks like? The memory tracing screen begins again. A new scene. Karma City. As one of the first small towns to be laid out for industrial development, there is a lot of traffic and the transportation industry is quite advanced. Wei Flaw appeared with yellow hair, holding a bag in his hand, watching the big trucks speeding by one after another, and opened his mouth indifferently. Call the drivers of the big rigs that are looking for people and tell them that they found traces of Wei's kids jumping overboard. Yellow hair immediately understood, nodded, and dialed the phone. There are all three religions among the big truck drivers, especially when they recently heard that the price of inquiring about the Wei family on the black market had gone crazy for a while. The voice on the other end of the line was visibly excited at the news. 2 miles east of the Yellow Water Marina. Are you sure? What was the other guy wearing? The largest size is a blue cloth midriff, and the clothes are 3 boys and 2 girls. Remember to pay. On the other side of the phone, the driver of the big truck was so excited that he hung up the phone after 2 perfunctory sentences. Wei Xiaoxia's silently moldy blue cloth suit wrapped in mud to the bottom of the river, which is still stuffed with an old pen engraved with his school number and undeveloped film. These were brought from the old home, together with the clothes and related old things of Wei Pingshang and others. The driver of the big truck came with a forensic pathologist, and their initial judgment was that Wei's family had been killed or thrown themselves into the river. As for the corpses, they had long since been dispersed by the current. After all, there was a lot of current in Blue Mud Bay. As he left, Yellow Hair looked at the messy riverbank and stuck a thumbs up at Wei Qi. Big brother, this trick of faking death in showdown is brilliant. Wei Flaw didn't say anything, and his words became fewer and fewer after his voice became hoarse. Now that death judgments weren't too strict, he had to take advantage of the opportunity to build a network of dead people to defend himself. Soon after, the driver of the big rig received word and arrived in a hurry, looking at the salvaged remnants of the items, and even found Wei Flaw's former school number, but not a single bone. The driver and others began to wonder if the Wei children were really dead, but they also suspected that someone had deliberately set this up and were a little apprehensive. Until this moment, watching the river raging, gradually bewildered. Hospitals. There are a lot of people standing in the ward today. Wei Solo pushed his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and stared blankly. Watch Weixel corrode his own fingerprints with his own hands. Look at Wei Flaw destroying the vocal tract resulting in a hoarse voice. Look for Wei Chuan to come to the clan to process all kinds of information. And then there's this time, arriving in Karma City and creating the illusion of several deaths of siblings. Wei Solo suddenly thought of those narcotics police, those walking in the darkness, the figure to the sun. If you were a narc, you'd be happy, wouldn't you? But now, you're doing everything as a punk. Wei Solitary was a bit complicated, staring at the teenager in the picture. The picture continues. Leather boots, glasses, baldness. It's the same as the murderer who first appeared in Wei's house. The vehicle bumped, shook, and sped through the mountains. The bald middle-aged man stared at the bald Lu Chang and spoke coldly. Originally, our mission was to support years of ravaging Western Yunnan, followed by disrupting the local economy and finally reaching a level of drug legality with Southeast Asia. Now over there overseas, the people behind it have also invested a lot of wealth to support it. The original plan was peaceful, but unfortunately the narc named Wei knew about it, so he had to die. Bald Lu Chang didn't say anything, but his heart had already turned over in shock waves. Now he realized that the other party was not a mob vendetta at all, and the water behind it was much deeper than he had imagined. But he understood the importance of this extermination even better. In case the narc surnamed Wei still left any important evidence, even they, the underlings, couldn't get away, and that narcotics police is too hateful, just because of him alone. Several routes are all ruined. If he does not die, the future drug cartels cannot stabilize the hearts and minds of the people. The vehicle shaking finally stops and a group of people begin to appear in the mining town. Yes, now they had no way out and had to look for it at the Wei family clan house, only to sneak in overnight and get almost all of the important information burned and mutilated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The balding middle-aged man dropped his cigarette and spoke in annoyance. A few people were a little gutted amidst their annoyance. Is there someone else from the Wei family? Those little brats, or some old guy? White Crane Town, chanting, a few people grew more and more cranky. Karma City, or Hokkien. As he left, bald Lu Chang received a call and lit up. The Wei pups or drowning deaths were found in Karma City, maybe in the town of White Crane in Yecheng. Excited, several people hurried there, gave the driver of the big truck a sum of money, and began the difficult salvage. Pens engraved with school numbers, film, clothes. These little brats are definitely dead. Lu Chang was excited, but the balding middle-aged man felt more and more wrong and frowned. Don't forget how Yang Daong, Chu Ai, and Sun Xiaoli died. All he felt was chills, as if he was being watched. Wei family, a few children dead or not, the clues to here completely messed up. Careful, keep checking, maybe. Flicking the ashes of his cigarette, the balding middle-aged man's eyes glazed over. I always felt something was wrong. Hospitals. Wei Solitary Central. Wei Solitary Spirit Sisters too suddenly silent. Frozen. Thinking about how Wei Flaw is laid out. Reach the clan and destroy the remaining clues. Travel to Karma City. Drop your clothes, and warn of interfering enemies. Now that the drug cartel is focusing on Yecheng, it is gradually letting down its guard on Luocho. And taking this opportunity, Wei Xiao began to disguise himself as other identities to get closer and even penetrate them. Such calculation, layout, execution. Wei Solitary Spirit couldn't help but murmur in shock. Wei Flaw was even thinking about a few moves afterward before the other side even made a move, almost completely leading the other side. The pop-ups are shocking and synchronized. The battlefield was chosen in Yecheng? Why not Lakyu, where he has fighters and power? Because there's someone he loves in Loco Hills, so he will draw away the enemy, even if he has to fight. Far from his family. Chapter 52, he waited until his battlefield. Ward. Sun Ocean stood for a long time and his back hurt, but he just looked at the hospital bed. Calm. Until the door to the hospital room opened and a new face appeared. Old, tired, debilitated. It's the now retired wheelchair-bound figure and the former spirited leader of the Loco Hills Narcotics Brigade, Mate Harbor. Pushing him to arrive as the new head of the Narcotics Brigade, Zhao Jing. Now Wei Flaw is perfecting his fictional identity and preparing for a showdown. Hearing Sun Ocean open his mouth, Ma Tiegang's eyes drifted off. Thinking of the case that set the city on fire in '96, the case of the Industry City drug dealers. Yes, it also has to do with Wei Flaw. Wei Flaw purposely asked me to solve the case. It turned out to be a way to hammer the bald heads and tell them that Wei's family is still around. It's also a war cry. The rest of the ward looked on in bewilderment as the eldest son's memory retrospective image officially overlapped with Mate Harbor's memory at this moment. Now Wei Xiao is back in Luocho City. In the first instance, Wei Flaw began to look at the false identities and slowly set about perfecting the details of the false identities. That's an ID he stole from the crematorium records. He Xiaodong, male, born in 1978, with a deformed left ankle bone, died in 1996. Nail crescent whiteness, a symptom of hereditary porphyria. The teeth marks are evident. He has remarried several times after his mother and has a violent personality. The left ankle bone deformity is the most important bit of characterization of this new identity. Wei Xia had previously been reproduced one-to-one in a plaster-in version at the crematorium. 10 years of natural wear and tear on ID cards. Used for too long, black and white ID card edges will appear wear marks. Wei Xiaoxiao began to use sandpaper to rub the edge of the ID card. Hereditary porphyrias are well characterized. For 20 consecutive days, Wei Xiaoxiao was blackening his fingernails with kerosene lamps, and then he sneaked into the laboratory section of the Chinese hospital through a window in the darkness of the night, taking the blood of jaundiced patients and mixing it with indigo dye to carve crescent whites into his fingernails. A pathology report was later obtained, masquerading as hereditary porphyria symptoms. My father once told himself that the family registry section still has traces of dentition topography, and after being cremated, it will blow up the two molar structures. And Wei Xiaoxiao caused a mismatch result by burying the dentures in homemade borax pills. Starting June 7th, from the initial fingers, to the throaty voice afterward, to the coloring back to black hair, the flighty, yellow-haired punk from before disappeared. In his place was the dark-haired man with a good disposition, taking the mongrels and other development of the urban area brawl. It seems to be more than ruthless. Wei Flaw grabbed the glass and chewed and swallowed it in a big mouth. In fact, all of them are pre-prepared special items. This also explains the origin of Wei's flawed voice breaking. Everything is traceable. At this moment, Wei Xiaoxiao incarnated He Xiaodong. The background of his identity is now that of a young man of 20, a porphyritic patient who has run away from home because his mother has remarried several times. And now, it's August 96. Yellow hair is reporting back. Big Brother, Shakehead and the other poisons all showed up in Yecheng. The local gangsters in Yecheng all got their goods from Baldhead. It seems that the other side has completely spread its stall in Karma City. Wei Xiao watched coldly, smoke filling his fingertips. Begin. He flipped out his cell phone and dialed the captain of the Lakia City Narcotics Brigade, Ma Taigang, for an appointment. Still in the same alley as before, Ma Taigang looked at the now dark-haired and well-behaved Wei Yan and smiled flirtatiously. Yo, changed your hair? In a good mood? Wei Flaw did not care. Just come to the yellow hair to investigate the news and dish out. Ma Taigang color is also more and more solemn. At the end of August, there will be a fire in the Karma City's 2nd Avenue Heezy place. After that, Xiochan Road, Tianhe Road black gambling houses can be arrested, all of which are filled with addicts. Matek Harbor nodded, then hesitated a bit. Why are you working so hard? Lack of money? How did that go before? Did you have to go to rehab? Wei Xia finally laughed, his voice hoarse. There's no need for that. It's what I've been doing all my life. At this moment, Ma Taigang was rarely a bit angry. What do you mean it's just like that? It's never too late if you're willing to turn back. He was truly intolerant. The dark-haired teenager grinned a complicated smile. Not going. I don't have time. Time to eat and drink, but no time to learn? Ma Taigang rambled. Wei Xiao just turned around and left forlornly. He was actually talking when he left, but no one was listening and only his memory retroactively recorded it. I'm sorry. I'll move towards innocence in the future. Ward. Now the windy Ma Taigang trembling up. Zhao Jing assisted the master, but also listened to the vicissitudes of the complex voice sounded. I hated it then. It just feels like you're trying to sit back and take advantage of us to knock off the other side and take over the market, or simply trying to use us to threaten revenge. I never thought you could quit on your own. Back then, you were a self-absorbed teenager in my eyes. His voice trailed off, his pale eyes fixed on the figure in the hospital bed. Yeah, you don't have time. Your sister Wei's solitary spirit is still around, and you're still worried about the other siblings' homes. Loco Hill's drug dealers are still focusing on your market outlets. Everything is pressed on you alone. You just want to do everything and go to your death clean. Take your life and get your innocence back, right? Marty Harbour was in a bit of a trance and finally closed his eyes. Jitterbugs, pop-ups are equally shocking to the surface. What a terrifying tactic. Wei Flaw is really crazy. Now he's not just the son of the Wei family. He's also a madman guarding his father and his own ideals. The clan destroyed the clues. Yecheng lost his clothes. All the clues are messed up. The other side must have guessed that there is still someone alive in the Wei family. Moreover, it's a comparable opponent. There is still Wei's solitary spirit not sent away, but he has already begun to lay out, telling the other side, don't chase, now I will chase and kill you. New images continue to appear. It's August 96 now. In the fall, the wind was blowing dry and swirling up huge swaths of yellow sand that hurt one's face. Wei Xia came home with black hair. Pushing open the door, the table Grandma and Grandpa took Wei's solitary spirit to eat, and the meal looked a little shabby. Wei Xiao swept the table and didn't say anything. There was no place for him and no dishes for him. Solely sitting on the old wooden sofa, staring at Wei's solitary spirit eating, with some trance under his eyes. The youngest sister is adorable and just won't let go of her sister's bunny doll even during dinner. That was the last evidence of her existence in the Wei family. It looks a bit shapeless, despite being disgusted and even a little afraid of Wei Xiao. Wei Solitaire still held the small spoon and turned her head, as if she had summoned up enough courage to pray. Can I meet my brother and sister? I missed them. Wei Flaw coldly and calmly shook his head. Not allowed. The voice was hoarse like a raucous old crow, startling Wei's solitary spirit. Cheng Zhong slapped his chopsticks and angrily rebuked Wei Xiao. Since when are you in charge of the house? Look at you now? What's the difference between dressing up and those social dregs? Listen to your voice. Smoking and drinking. Now it's all wasted. Do you still look like a child? What kid is as literal as you? After being angrily rebuked for a long time, Wei Xiao shrugged his shoulders indifferently and suddenly smiled. Okay, it's okay to meet. Grandpa, hurry up and call someone. I almost forgot. I haven't had any money on hand again lately, and it's time for those 3 adopted families to give us some money. Granddaddy, get on the phone. Looking at the greed and fervor in the eyes of this Wei parent's son, excitedly urging himself, Chang Zhong looked like he was completely dead, putting down the phone, with nothing but disgust in his eyes, so intense that he couldn't dissolve it. Hatred appeared for the first time in the young eyes of his younger sister Wei's solitary spirit. Seeing Grandpa put away the phone, Wei Xiao seemed a little disappointed, but he didn't care, and started eating his family's leftovers with a big mouthful. Now this time, those siblings who have left can't come back. That's why Wei Xiao is willing to be the villain. Eat your fill and leave again. Now he appears outside the school where Wei Pengsheng studied. Now that Wei Pengsheng has been groomed to be keen on business, it's hard to be counted out. Wei Flaw deliberately invited a group of people. Bumper stickers, poor people, black-hearted restaurants. Oppression of employees and other images began to appear in the Wei Pengsheng go to school after school must pass through. But this time Wei Pengsheng did not go up to help in righteous indignation. He just stood intricately by the side of the road watching the agonizing loss of voice, watching the tears of despair. Later in the classroom, when a teacher asked about the ideal, Wei Pengsheng voice gradually firm. Report teacher, I have a new idea about the essay on ideals. I have seen too much injustice and pitfalls. So in the future I want to be a conscientious entrepreneur and help more disadvantaged and poor people in society. From afar, Wei Xiao watched and smiled. Yellow Hair's voice was soft and seemed to carry a sigh as he looked away from the classroom. At the smiling Wei Pingsheng, his classmates flocked around Wei Pingsheng as his teacher gave him an award. Big brother, your brother lives in the sunshine. He was a little envious, but when he saw his big brother, he felt some pity. There are people here, having a hell of a time, and he, with his own eyes, witnessed it. Wei Flaw's voice is hoarse and scaly, but he looks at Wei Pingsheng with a bright smile and proud satisfaction. He was meant to live in the sun. Jitterbug. A video quickly made its way to the hot seat. It was 24 years before the chairman of the board of directors of Yecheng Glass Industry, Mr. Wei Pingsheng, was interviewed for a picture. At that time, Wei Pingsheng sued decent, mature and stable. Corporate culture? In fact, the corporate culture of our company stems from an experience I had as a child. Back in the 90s, when I was still a student, I used to witness many poor people who were being squeezed. I was struck by how desperate the people were who were carrying the burdens of their families prostrate and begging for their lives. From that point on, the business I want to do must not be one that oppresses its employees and bullies the community. The biggest difference between a businessman and an entrepreneur is conscience. The host nodded in amazement. That's right. Chairman Wei's contributions to society over the years are obvious to all, and he is indeed called an entrepreneur with a conscience. The video ends and the comments stack up at the bottom of the video in moments. Your brother is fighting drug dealers, and before that, he's quietly finding a way for his brother to shine. Wei Xiaoxiao's long-term intention, decades ago, has created a new star in the business world today. A man can be so far-sighted as this. It's a scene many people remember. At the end of June 96, Wei Flaw was ready to run to the invisible battlefield between him and the drug dealers, and before he left, he looked at his younger brother bathed in sunshine, well-educated, and warmly cared for. Wei Flaw smiled extraordinarily brightly and happily. He hadn't smiled like that in a long time. Pupils of his eyes gentle, grinning, sitting in an inconspicuous corner crouched with willow yellow hair. There's a pop-up floating out there all by its lonesome. Then, he's going to die. Chapter 53, Life is like a burning train. Jitterbug. Comparative psychoanalysis of elders, live. Anchor Yang Xiao just stopped recording and looked at the camera. The astonishment under her eyes almost hard to hide. What exactly has Wei Flaw been doing all this time? First, take yellow hair to the clan shrine and destroy any traces of the family to mislead the drug dealer's tracking direction. Second, go to Karma City and discard your clothes to create the illusion of death and keep the drug dealers suspicious and guessing. Third, locate Matthew Harbor and prepare to dismantle the drug trafficking chain in Yecheng's urban village to deter the enemy. Fourth, refuse to allow the younger siblings to return to the Wei family again, so that they can stay away from the place of wrongdoing. Fifth, to establish the correct business outlook. Values for Wei Pingsheng. Pei Yang Xiao looked bitter and looked at the pictured teenager. Each one of these is enough to take one's breath away. But Wei Flaw accomplished all this while still desperately trying to perfect the details of his new identity. On the beep station, a Dr. Chen Shuiup owner is also analyzing it. Right now Wei Xiao's body is very damaged, and his previous touch of drugs, combined with old injuries from the beatings, have left him very stunted, and he's starting to have problems with bone growth. He will be thin, short, and sick more often than not, with all kinds of complications afflicting him later on. In the future, he will have to rely on painkillers and sleeping pills every day if he wants to fall asleep comfortably. Chen Shui paused and looked on with complexity. The man can only advance. It's like a fast-moving burning fire train. Once it stops its death, if you go to the end, you will take your enemy with you. A new screen appears. Wei Xiaoxiao rarely woke up early, and his torso was sore, but he got up, washed his face, and looked at the calendar. August, the day of the appointment with the head of the narcotics brigade, Ma Taigang, was approaching, and it was time to go to Yecheng. Wei Flaw turned her head to stare at herself in the mirror. Dark hair, but looking a few years older, weathered and long past his teenage years. He silently made his way to the kitchen and began making breakfast. Steaming sweet potatoes. Seeing Wei Flaw suddenly selling his cooking, Chang Zhong was impatient. He felt that this eldest grandson was putting on a show and probably wanted to cheat money again. There's no money in the house. Stop pretending. Chang Zhong's voice was loud, and Grandma and Wei Soling looked at the deliberately pleasing like Wei Xiao with disgust. In the past, whenever Wei Xiao was out of money, she would deliberately make herself look obedient. That way Grandma and Grandpa will think he's learning and going the right way. It's also much easier to ask for money. Wei Xia did this a few times and no one would believe him after that. He's just a puddle of mud that will never hold up the wall. Only after placing the sweet potatoes did Wei Xiao turn her head, smiling good-naturedly, especially when he looked at Wei Solitaire. There was a trace of imperceptible doting under his eyes. Cheng Zhong coldly grunted and turned his head to leave. And the grandma felt that Wei Xiao was a little different today, but she just frowned and didn't say anything. Walking to the front door, Wei Xiao suddenly turned his head and reached out to pat Wei Solitaire's small head. Little solitary spirit. In the future you must live a happy, all-conquering, bright life. Wei Solitary Spirit looked down and clasped the rabbit doll broken and dirty. She impatiently avoided Wei Xiao's hand. What about you? Mom and Dad used to say you were the best. The child's eyes were black and white, questioning everything. Wei Flaw scratched his head, his voice raspy and sharp. I'm going to fight in a ring that I made an appointment for ages ago. He looked out the window. The sun was shining, but not warm. This is something I've been waiting for a long time. Wei Flaw's voice was so small that Wei Solitaire didn't hear it and didn't care, letting him talk to himself. In this world, there are many people smarter than me, so there's too much, so you can hide, you can retreat. But on this heap of rotten things, Wei Xiao suddenly smiled, and looking at the sun reflecting in his eyes, bright as starbursts, he said, but on this heap of rotten things, I'm going to show you a funny thing. I want to show how a man can die for his original purpose. Pushing the door open, Wei Xiao was ready to head to Yecheng, carrying his bag quietly and weaving his way through the crowd like one of the uncaring multitudes. In front of the cell, the squatting Willow Yellow Hair appeared. Big brother, do you really want to go to Yecheng? Now that the lines are well developed over there, a person going alone is likely to die. Willow Yellow Hair's eyes held a few moments of supplication or request. His voice had never been firmer. Big brother, I know everything you're going to do. I'll go. Luo Chou can live without Lu Changjiang, but not without Wei Xiao. Wei Xiao laughed, shook his head, and patted the yellow hair on the head. Stay home with your brothers and keep an eye on my siblings. The teenager's voice was husky, and he turned away with a bright smile. Willow Yellow Hair wiped his tears, but found that he couldn't dry them. Big tears rolled down. He felt that he had cried more than he had in his entire life. Wei Xiao's firm voice came from the crowd. This has nothing to do with you. You can't be implicated in this. You have a future. And the future. Yes, Wei Flaw doesn't even consider Yellow Hair among them. His layout is big and dangerous, and Karma City is not his territory, so he couldn't protect the man who was willing to follow him to the death, especially since he's not like himself. The teenagers in the crowd grew more and more silent, and Yellow Hair stood behind Wei Xiao and asked in a low voice, what about you, big brother? Until this moment, Wei Xiao turned around, grinning with confidence in his eyes. I'll be fine. After a few years of being all over the place, what can they do to me? Ha ha ha. At this moment, the crowd is getting more and more crowded and is about to reach the street. Wei Flawhorse's sharp laughter gradually dissipated. The voice ultimately seemed too strong. Laughing false, Wei Flaw began to turn around decisively. Ward. Wei Solitaire stared at her childhood self and the rabbit doll with the broken hole. Thinking of the memory of yesteryear, Wei Flaw left the picture. There had never been a moment when she was as complicated as she was right now. So you were getting ready to go up against a drug dealer that day, and you've staked your fate as leverage. You're laying it out, and so are the drug dealers. From the beginning, you knew everything. So, Wei Flaw was there because he knew that might be the last time he and his sister would see each other. That's why he told himself that uncharacteristically. Be happy and live with a bright and radiant future. He never considered his own future and how muddy it would be. The young narcotics police captain Zhao Jing was also watching, and when the teenager turned around with determination, he was in a bit of a trance. Almost to himself, he spoke in a low voice. There are too many people smarter than you in this world. He has long known that he has other options. As Wei Pengsheng simulated the eldest son, can retreat, can hide, can escape. There is no need to carry the responsibility. There is no need to be bound by the identity of the eldest son. But he didn't think about it or choose it. He will always remember the words his mother told him before she died. He's the big brother. He's the pillar of the Wei family. How can an elder brother abandon his younger siblings and run away alone? So let the battlefield change cities. At this moment, looking at the teenager in the live broadcast screen who was traveling alone to Yi City, Zhao Jing finally sighed in a complicated way. Chapter 54, Just Missing. May 2nd, 25. High-speed rail stations converge with many commuters who are returning to their workplaces. There were also a number of students getting ready to go back to school. Looking down at their cell phones, the eldest son compares the program in the hot search again rising heat. Cliff lead, and at that time, the mining town of Luochu City, Dongchang Province, a car began to arrive. They are all the people who come to live in the neighborhood, and they look at the abandoned area in front of them, where the old Wei family house is overgrown with weeds and only broken walls remain. Someone watched the screen, gradually overlapping with the initial image of the live broadcast. 30 years ago, this was the place where a horrific murder occurred. There were even forensic science students who, from memory, began to simulate the process of dragging a corpse by Wei Xiao in the old days. Nowadays, apart from the people, the place is just barren with weeds everywhere. The elderly Cheng Zhong came out of the nursing home and went to the mountains with Yang Xiao, a master's degree in psychology and also a jitterbug, and an assistant to help him. The cave was covered with cobwebs, and Cheng Zhong looked at it in a trance, seeming to see the interrogation images of yesteryear, 30 years apart. Here was a shivering teenager shedding tears and telling himself over and over that he was the son of the Wei family. Others have found 2 unmarked gravestones in the mountains, alone among the trees of the mountains. The grave is decorated with flowers, greeting cards, and photographs, which gradually lose their color under the dampness that soaks them. Vaguely recognizable, there are photos of Wei Pengsheng growing up, photos of Wei Pengsheng's progress, Wei Solyang getting a scientific research award, and Wei Soling who was holding a microphone and shining on the stage. There was also a letterhead, an envelope that Wei Chou had placed in front of the tombstone months ago, and now the handwriting was mottled and nearly faded. Wei family's son informs his parents of the following recent developments in the siblings' upbringing. Second brother Wei Pingsheng is now the representative of outstanding entrepreneurs in Dongchang province, advisor to the provincial economic office, and president of the Dongchang Chamber of Commerce. Fourth sister Wei Solo is now involved in international scientific research projects, as a key scientific research leader, with a promising future. Cheng Zhong, now old, sat trembling on the ground, fuming for a long time. Yang Xiao, a master's degree in psychology, also looked blankly in front of him. One can only imagine just how many times Wei Xiao came alone to tell her parents that her younger siblings had grown up. Even if can imagine how proud he was at that point. She suddenly felt a little hard. To think that the teenager Wei Xiao came to bury his parents was alone. In his youth, he left the mining town and went to Luoqiu City. And even after Yi City Wei Xiaoxiao still arrived alone. Afterwards, in the year of his life, the tattooed, hoarse and pale voice of Wei Yin. Then how he was pleased to tell his parents that he did not fail their hopes. He, the son of the Wei family, is also qualified? Trance, time and space are intertwined. Yang Xiao squatted on the ground, fuming. The memory tracing program continued, and she watched, along with many others, as new images appeared. As the twilight of the fall of 96 roamed across the alleyway, Wei Xiao bit the zipper of his black punching bag between his teeth, the rusty taste of metal spreading across his tongue. Wei Xiaoxiao looked at the Luoqiu train station in front of him. Wei Xia is leaving. He didn't call up anyone, and all his minions, including Yellow Hair, didn't bring any, only himself. But looking at the 6 minions sneaking around behind him following him, all of them were the most capable of fighting with their hands and the most desperate. It wasn't hard to guess that this was arranged by Yellow Hair to protect himself. This bastard Lu Huangmao still didn't listen to himself, and still sent a few of his most capable fighters to follow him. Hurry up and get lost. Wei Flaw was annoyed. This wasn't a fight. This was a tussle. How could he joke with other people's lives? Everyone who lives is not easy and is precious. But the 6 shadows arranged by Yellow Hair always wandered 10 meters away, like a string of magnets that couldn't be shaken off. You bunch of assholes. Get back to watching the field and don't follow me. Wei Flaw became annoyed and angrily rebuked his men. These outlaws, picked up from the streets, are now hanging their heads to be disciplined, like stray dogs caught in the rain. When old me went on a spring trip, Wei Flaw kicked over the cans on the side of the road, and the sound of metal crashing startled the teenagers into a collective cower. They would never know how much warm bitterness was hidden in the violent scolding at this moment. I follow everything I do. A follower. Ha! If you guys leave, who cares about all that territory you fought off before? Cursing angrily, the 6 minions left helplessly with their heads bowed, while others sighed in resignation. Watching them drift away, Wei Xiao smiled bitterly and muttered something. I don't know if I'm speaking to them, or to myself. The opposition is terrible. You're different. You have a life that belongs to you. Mom and Dad say that people's lives are important, so how can I hold you back? It seemed that because the sun was shining on his body and it was comfortable, Wei Xiao thought that he should smile at this time. So he grinned. It's just talking so quietly that no one hears it. When the last footsteps disappeared around the corner, Wei Xiao suddenly stumbled due to his weakness and held onto the pole. The setting sun pulled his shadow into a thin blade and nailed it to the mottled wall. What's the point of showing off? Wei Flaw murmured into the void, the knots of his throat rolling as he swallowed all the unfinished trails. Those joyous syllables that should have been leaping in the throats of 16-year-olds had dried to grit a year earlier between their parents' blood-stained fingers. To leave, Wei Flaw was a little reluctant, quietly turned around and came to Wei Solo's current residence. Prof. Tang Rulon's small 3-story attic. Wei Xiaoxiao squatted downstairs with the package until the sky was drizzling and cold. He looked carefully and never saw his sister. I learned from the neighbor's gossip that my sister had followed my adoptive mother on a trip. leaving only Professor Tang at home. Patting the rain-soaked, clinging clothes on his body, Wei Xiao smiled, the package flung on his back. At the moment, Wei Chou was curled up behind a holly bush, rain seeping down his hair and into the back of his taut neck, but he was greedily counting the lights on the third floor in the warm yellow glow. His sister's ponytail swung by with a brand new pink bow at the end of her hair, fingernails pinched deep into his palm, and pain was the only anchor that stopped Wei Xiao from rushing into that warmth. There's still a lot going on for myself. These warmths don't belong to themselves. Wei Flaw jumped up and left suddenly. He's happy. My sister is finally living happily ever after. Now Wei Xiao looked at the word yetching on the ticket in his hand. Wei Flaw suddenly remembered his mother's last unwilling eyes before her sacrifice. That New Year's Eve his mother's bloodstained hands had clutched the corner of his coat. A flaw. What should you do in the future? How to do? Mom, I missed you guys so much. Sitting on the train to Yecheng, Wei Xiao let his face press against the cool glass of the train, as if his mother was hugging him. It was also like Wei Xiao was burying all her softness into the frozen earth, letting her hatred harden into sharp bones. Only then could she have a chance of surviving, for facing a group of sinister forces from the dark side of society. At the moment, tens of thousands of viewers send pop-ups every minute on the Jitterbug platform. The boy cuts his soul in half, feeding kindness to the rising sun and burying severity in the eternal night. Notice how he always holds the knife in his right hand? That's because his left wrist is tied with his sister's discarded hair tie. He's really different. The man is unimaginably kind, but when he's ruthless, he's also outrageous. What is he, really? It's probably both sides of him. This year's Wei Chuan, just under 16. He was just a teenager. He should have laughed, but all his laughter was reserved for his younger siblings, only not for himself. Chapter 55, Never Compromised. New memory retrospective images appear. Get off the train and arrive at Wei Flaw in Yecheng. Like most of the migrant workers who came to the city to work in the 90s, the dyed black-haired Wei Chou was inconspicuous among them, except that he was so thin and weak that he didn't stand out in the crowd. In the 90s, the city of Yecheng Erdo Hezifang was very prosperous after 30 years. But now if you look at the city from the sky, this piece of land belongs to the junction of the old and new towns, urban villages, migrant workers, all kinds of people pile up here, all kinds of private houses. Privately built houses are countless, and this place is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Wei Flaw cold eyes into, before the willow yellow hair prying news, and a variety of acquisition news to know. This is not only the industry city's largest black casino is located, but also Attic's Convergence Place. Late at night, outside the Baihua Shan Black Casino, the watchman was a very large wolf dog with eyes that flashed green and fierce in the night. Wei Flaw narrowed his eyes, took out the dichlorvo-soaked fried ribs from the package, and quietly threw them over. A few moments later, the wolf dog gagged completely. Dichlorvos diluted in soaked fried ribs can both poison wolf dogs and eliminate the special odor of the human body. My father initially taught himself a lot, but he later read even more books, confirmed that there is no problem. Wei Xiao finally quietly tumbled into the black casino courtyard, began to take pictures to record the warehouse information, record each of the production of Ecstasy Nest. What is ostensibly a casino on the outside is actually a shakedown drug processing plant in the middle of it. And this is exactly where Lu Chang and the others opened in cooperation with the Yecheng local snake. Carefully storing away the information, Wei Xiao rolled out of the yard and continued on his way. According to the records, there were 2 more on this road in Erdehezi Place. If it wasn't for the heartless expansion of Lu Chang and the others, these poisons simply wouldn't have been able to spread to the entire Yi city in such a short period of time. The second black workshop producing ecstasy does not have any signboard outside, like an ordinary warehouse, and in fact, it is only a small casino. The gamblers coming in are not too many, and most of them are old acquaintances, and it is easy for raw faces to arouse suspicion. The perimeter is likewise guarded by dogs. Wei Xiao bought a lot of chloramphenicol eye drops before coming and soaked his linen shirt with them. This, on the other hand, has the advantage of not attracting the attention of the wolf dogs and avoiding encounters with pursuit. The situation inside was unknown, but Wei Chou followed the route, tossing snake scale vine seeds at the roots of the courtyard's damp walls every 300 meters. This seed has the property of swelling and flowering within 72 hours once it has been flushed with urine, showing that it has been recently occupied. It was also an important basis for him to know the lines and numbers of the other side's patrols. After spending a few days in the Black Hotel until he confirmed the number of patrols on the other side, Wei Xiao cautiously sneaked in and started taking relevant photos and started recording them. It was cold in his time, and the damp clothes clung to his body, almost numbing Wei Chou, and the corner of the wall, because people urinate here all the time. The smell is very pungent, and the cold wind blowing, like pouring into the nasal cavity, inducing people to be nauseous. However, Wei Yan did not care, and every move was extraordinarily meticulous and calm to the core. Investigating 2 locations in a row, Wei Xiaoxiao went to a dark internet cafe to rest this time, and also began to organize and think about the last location next. Again, it's a black bookie, but this is obviously larger than the 2 areas where they were previously located, and the staffing arrangements are different. It's hard to sneak in and record evidence, so in the end, Wei Flaw decided to just appear in it as a gambler. Play 2? Boss. The black gambling house's beaters had viper tattoos on their necks, and the obese beaters swept Wei Flaw with ruthless eyes, making sure Wei Flaw had the money before letting him in. Wei Flaw looked young and showed up at the casino strutting around in deliberately bought clothes. Hearing the greeting, he nodded faintly, like a disdainful glance at the surrounding gamblers. He frowned. Find a quiet place and play big. I've heard that the further you guys get in here, the bigger the game gets. Is that true? It doesn't look like it will work either. Because his voice was raspy and looked much more mature, the black casino steward frowned for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and nodded. He also signaled to his side beaters to quietly put a bug on Wei Flaw. There's no way around it. The stuff the workshop has been getting lately inside the casino is going to be the end of them in case someone finds out. Wei Xiaoxiao with a wiretap arrived at the closest inside piece. It wasn't until he couldn't see the hitter that he squinted, carefully compiled an anti-communication jamming cap out of burnt copper wire, covered the bug, and began to record. This moment was like an agent meticulous, cracking every means. Ward, the Narcotics Brigade's present-day brigade leader, Zhao Jing, was incredulous. How is that possible? How does he know so much about intelligence types when he hasn't had any training? Now aged and retired, Ma Taigang is increasingly sad in size, because he has been reading and thinking and practicing simulations. He has never given up on moving forward over the years, studying economics for my younger siblings, political science, all kinds of intelligence skills for revenge, physical chemistry. Zhao Jing was silent, and the live broadcast images of the past appeared in front of his eyes. Wei Xiao bowed his head and immersed himself in various types of books throughout the night as he continued to make calculations. He even took Willow Yellow Hair through various tests on how to go undercover, snoop, hide, and escape. Exercise yourself one at a time. The ward was rocking. Many people in the small mining town of Luoqiu, in front of the unmarked graves of the Wei family's parents, were also marveling. There are a lot of people at Nameless Grave today. They all come to mourn and pay their respects, carrying wreaths. Yang Xiao, Chang Zhong, and even a young police officer, Chen Xiaowen, and many local people pick up their cars and come to pay their respects. And they take out their cell phones and look at their memories retrospectively, and watch how Wei Xiaoxiao searched for drug dens to photograph evidence in the fall of '96. Watching Wei Flaw seed tossing to determine drug dealer beater routes, self-programmed anti-bugging setups, chloramphenicol eye drops to mask the odor. The Wei Flaw on the screen was like a ghost, appearing in various heavily guarded areas, recording information and organizing it while placing it in hidden locations. Shocked to the core, the live feed reappeared at that moment. All the 3 casinos' news to find out. Wei Flaw began to deliberately lose money, until he owed the casino tens of thousands of dollars. The steward forced him to find his family to get money. Wei Flaw began to use the casino phone to dial Ma Taigang phone. The 2 thugs stared at this new fat sheep, their gazes grim and ever vigilant. Don't talk nonsense, just deliver the money, or I'll chop your hands off. Holding the phone, Wei Flaw anxious to open. Big brother, you hurry to send me money. My previous money hidden in the store. Our family that funeral home red wreaths below a broken bottle, which is my passbook. Hurry to get money. The hitman frowned, not really caring. On the other end of the phone, Ma Tiegang's brows furrowed with a serious expression. Although there was no prior communication between the 2 parties to set any secret word, but he still keenly perceived the words. The phone hung up, and Matigang rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes. Go to the wreath store at the nearest funeral home to the Narcotics Brigade and look under the red wreaths for clues. Clues. Less than an hour and a half later, the team flew back, clutching a miniature glass bottle. A wooden stopper insulates the air, while inside is a piece of paper. Through the open fire, the information quickly became apparent. A secret note that recorded the address, road, front and back door details and approximate room mapping of the production workshop of the Sanfan drug dealer's den. Lemon juice-coated paper that appears when exposed to fire. Ma Taigang narrowed his eyes. The bottom of his eyes grew more and more stunning. Even he couldn't help but open his mouth. Good boy. Thought he'd only be a socialite. He's really good at it. Now immediately notified the Yecheng Narcotics Police Brigade to collaborate with us on the case with immediate effect, and prepare for the siege immediately. This time, we must uproot this group of shake peddlers in the city center village. The headlines. Many viewers did not get the awesomeness, but many professionals were incredulous. A professor scholar was the first to speak up and post an article. The fact that lemon juice-coated paper will show up when exposed to an open flame isn't that difficult. Anyone who has taken a chemistry class basically understands that it's just the simplest form of dehydration and carbonization of organic matter when exposed to heat. But everyone should realize that Wei Xiao is just a teenager who gave up studying for several years. He even learned so much while socializing, dealing with drug dealers, and protecting his family. Jitterbug. A bio blogger also looked on in amazement, explaining to the livestream. Snakescale vine. The plant generally grows in the two regions, and it has the property that 72 hours after encountering urine, it will rapidly expand and germinate, and is considered to be catalyzed. And the fact that there are only people here, growing at an abnormal rate, means that there are people here on a regular basis. I can't imagine that Wei Flaw tested the locations of the drug dealer patrol teams harboring and urinating through that seed, thus projecting the number of hitmen, time, harboring locations, and obtaining their routes. People are kind of seeing the importance of biological knowledge. There were also beep station up owners hanging the title at the time, on the interference of copper wire metal mesh caps on communication equipment. Can we all see a detail as to why Wei Xiao was not bugged? Totally because of this little mesh cap. The wiretap likewise accomplishes data transmission by capturing radio waves in space, especially this simple wiretap without a mine-type probing point deployment structure, which can easily be interfered with to capture the signal. As a group of anchors explained, many viewers were more and more shocked by the details. Biology, physics, chemistry. This 15-year-old performed a textbook secret agent level infiltration in front of them using the most basic of various disciplines. Stunning. Meanwhile, all kinds of website headlines are popping up. Agent level disguise identity, stealing in secret. Wei Xiaohua's methods are ruthless. Smash drug traffickers strong behind the industry city trafficking line, deterring the enemy to tear their faces off and begin to kill each other. This is the moment. Jitterbug, the main broadcast room of the program. A viewer, however, sent out a pop-up. But is it really easy for him to do all this? Silence fell over the live feed. The memory retrospective image reappeared. 2nd Avenue Place. Casino. Losing gamblers keep yelling. But in reality, this is one of the biggest producers of shakedown drugs in Karma City. Now that Wei Xiao, a fresh face, had lost a lot of money, he naturally attracted a lot of attention. Inside the small room, there were constantly casino stewards coming to interrogate them, and in fact, Wei Flaw was already under control. Someone passes the shaking head poison and the interrogation begins. Wei Flaw did not refuse and ate skillfully, shaking his head and laughing. Taking advantage of Wei Flaw being a bit disoriented, the steward narrowed his eyes. They had long ago contacted the insiders and obtained some information about Wei Flaw. Now taking advantage of Wei Flaw's mental disorientation, the steward took the opportunity to interrogate to make sure. He Xiaodong, male, born in 1978, left ankle bone deformity, hereditary porphyria. The knife scar on his body is from being cut by someone in the previous turf fight in Luoqiu City. His voice is from swallowing glass in the middle of the turf fight, damaging his vocal tract, and his fingerprints are badly worn. Steward Jean. It's alright. The doctor in the white coat looked at Wei Xiao's fingerprints and left foot to make sure. The steward, now codenamed Jean Yao, narrowed his eyes at this and shook his cigarette ash in relief. He also sent someone to Loco Hills to investigate, and the results came back. There's nothing wrong with this guy, either in terms of identity or lock show. It's just a big punk, but he has to pay when he loses. And this isn't Loco Hills, it's not his turf. Today Wei Flaw is controlled in the casino, eating poorly, drinking, bouncing and shaking his head, getting weaker and weaker, depressed and in a trance. The headache was throbbing, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of alcohol and stomach acid. After gradually coming to his senses, Wei Xiaoxiao frantically dry-heaved and desperately tried to clear his head by rinsing his face with cold water in the cold wind. Taking advantage of the fact that no one is paying attention, Wei Xiaoxiao unloaded the toilet window and climbed up to the rooftop of the private house with great difficulty, and the sound of a car slamming door was heard in his ears. Several vans blocking the exit. Anti-narcotics police with the police will almost come here surrounded. Kicking the door. The sound of shouting. Wei Xiaoxiao slumped weakly on the rooftop and watched as they began to take control of the scene and shoot according to the route he had provided. And at that moment, he struggled to get up and held onto the bucket on the roof. The body is too weak, hard to bear. Especially the other party gave himself a large dose of ecstasy, did not go through the extraction, so that the person's head almost exploded, coupled with the cold wind choking into the chest cavity. Wei Xiaoxiao violent coughing. At that moment he looked up at the sky only to feel that the sky is spinning. Listen to the sounds of alarm coming from the casino and the drug manufacturing plant, and the sounds of gamblers scurrying around as people take advantage of the opportunity to light fires. Wei Flaw began to slap his face to wake himself up. He slapped it vigorously several times and finally regained some of his sanity. He began to jump off the rooftop. Wei Flaw put a garbage bag on himself, wrapped it tightly, and then jumped the whole thing into the garbage can. The second half of the night had been filled with sirens blaring. Senior Captain Ma Tai-gang had people look for a long time, but they couldn't find Wei Xiao. At dawn he looked at the 3 smashed drug-making workshops. Ma Tai-gang was puzzled. Why didn't you kids show up? What are you jealous of? Ma Tai-gang suddenly felt that something was wrong. Wei Xiao seems to be very cautious about informant relations. Even the police others he did not dare to trust. There are a lot of pop-ups watching this scene at the moment. He doesn't dare to gamble. He's not naive. Wei Xiao has always faced the worst, so he's incredibly scrupulous. That's the scary part. No one knows how many insiders the murderer has corrupted, but it's proving the depth of Wei Xiao's calculations. All ruthless, one crazier than the other. Many who watched the pop-up also saw a new scene of Wei Flaw. At the end of August 96, the Yecheng urban village Erdo Hezafang arrests lasted a day and a half. Wei Xiaoxiao stayed in the garbage cans the whole time. He began to have a fever. Hungry, parched, Wei Xiaoxiao hid inside a garbage bag and talked to himself in his dizziness. Salve, how are you traveling? Is this world good to see? The farthest place I've been to is Yecheng. You need to travel more in the future. Tsubasa, have you been slacking off? Did you learn the basic function formulas? Pangshang, you have a flexible brain. But if you want to start a business in the future you must be able to stand up to your conscience, so that you can have a more ambitious future. Solace, your bunny doll's cotton is leaking out. I want to buy you a new one. Chapter 56, People Like Him Shall Not Die. Nagasu Memory Retrospective, the heat of the program continues to burn, and it's starting to spread to countries. In 25 years to the average person they saw in just a few days that Wei Flaw spent a year and a half in 96 taking care of his siblings, stoically laying out his plans, and risking life and death to make a ferocious attack on the drug dealers behind the scenes. This is not like assassinating drug dealers before. This is starting to destroy the drug dealer supply chain system. At this moment, 25 years late on February 7th, many people watching the program feel no relief, only heartache. Because at this moment within the memory retrospective, Wei Flaw is too miserable. Jointly with the anti-narcotics police, they destroyed 3 ecstasy production workshops in the urban village of Yecheng. But Wei Flaw did not meet with the narcotics police. He hid inside the trash can without making a sound. The corners of his mouth withered and dry, until the police lifted the alert. The garbage trucks began transporting, and the garbage tilted. Wei Xia was dumped into a garbage truck, after which the garbage truck went out of the city, on an inconspicuous road. Wei Xia tore open the garbage bag and jumped out of the car while it was slow to turn the corner. Despite the slow speed of the car, the weak Wei Flaw still felt pain in his body. A few days of nothing but booze, physical weakness, and blackness before the eyes. There were also various types of poisons and drugs that made his body almost reach its limit. Wei Flaw arrived at the small clinic with strong support and dialed Huang Mao's phone with difficulty. Chung Kong, come quickly to the Lei Ming clinic outside the Yecheng Triple Hospital. When Yellow Hair arrived at the clinic, Wei Xiao had already fainted. His face was pale and bruises were all over the place. Looking at Wei Xiao's mouth chapped, his eyes almost deep set, and his withered chest almost difficult to see the obvious rise and fall. Yellow Hair's vision blurred a little. How is he? The clinic doctor frowned, staring at Wei Chou on the hospital bed. I've never seen so many problems with the same person. There are traces of stimulant-type drugs and some traces of drug allergies, as well as possible long-term nutritional deficiencies leading to gastrointestinal damage, possible mental hyperactivity, and some impairment of cardiac function. Let's start with a simple infusion of nutrient fluids to replenish your functions, and then we'll give you an injection for treatment afterward. The doctor shook his head and left, and Yellow Hair stood by the hospital bed, barely able to bear to look at it. What kind of gesture was that? Stinking, with limbs almost on the verge of thinning to dry bones, his hair disheveled and bearded, he huddled in his hospital bed. He never understood why his big brother insisted on taking this path. It's the right, but barely a glimmer of hopeful path. He just murmured sadly, going against this crowd. They're all asshole scum. They've got their hands so far out, even the officials have their people. Except he also knew a fact through gritted teeth. People like Big Brother can't be persuaded. He could only follow his big brother next time. Wei Flaw woke up and got up with difficulty with Yellow Hair's assistance. Today he is still weak, but with a bit of spirit. Alcohol seemed to linger in his stomach, and the drugs continued to take effect, still leaving him constantly dry heaving and unable to eat. But he insisted on taking big bites. It was hard, but forced himself to swallow. He was celebrating. He was glad he had survived, and now his eyes were a little brighter. You can't meet your siblings until you've had enough. Otherwise they'll laugh when they see such a weak Wei Chou. After a period of treatment, the doctor looked at the lab results and frowned. Young man, some things are better left untouched. Wei Flaw nodded amiably, seeming to have the opposite temperament to the group of dyed hair punks around him. After briefly washing up, Wei Xiaoxiao appeared on the train returning to Luoqiao City with yellow hair. On the window of the car, Wei Flaw clutched his classical economics book in his hand, his thin to bony hand constantly flipping through it, taking notes. Yellow hair sat off to the side, frowning. Boss, it's been a strange year. There's been a lot of arrests, and on the road Scar and the others have gone in back and forth. Wei Xiao nodded, narrowing his eyes. It's a good thing we're not gangsters. They were just hired to protect the nightclub. Sort of gangster security guards with darker hands. No bullying, much less hiding control devices. But he also knew it was time to take his brothers and transform them. The train arrived at Luoqiao. Wei Xiao dragged his tired body and began to think about the way back for his brothers. A lot of previous Luoqiao City road gangsters have found that the group of people under the hands of the madman gradually do not compete for the work of watching the scene. More than 24 youths with their hair dyed back to black were collecting kickbacks from liquor vendors at the convenience store they were originally looking at. At the same time, Wei Xiaoxiao took yellow hair and started to go in and out of various nightclubs, signing contracts, contracting security training and welcome training, and contracting the nightclub parking lot as well. At the same time also contracted a billiard hall in the old city. From the investment to the service personnel all arranged by the previous group of brothers. Lu Changjian, still dyed yellow, but starting to dress formally, looked around, excitedly following Wei Chou as he patrolled the security team, the welcome team, the parking lot and the pool hall, the video room. These are all their properties today. It was just that yellow hair was staring at the signs with some dissatisfaction in his eyes. Central welcome team, Spirit billiard hall, Little Life video, Little government parking lot? Not too dominant and not foreign enough. Big brother, I see a lot of places are either called something like Mona or Hayes. We're not changing the name, are we? Wei Xiao stared at the crowd coming and going from the pool hall and shook his head. Not good to hear. At this moment, yellow hair finally reacted. Aren't those the names of the oldest sibling? He grinned and stuck out his thumb. Big brother preaches. Watching yellow hair's arrogance, Wei Xiao lost his smile, but his eyes were bright. It is now the end of October 96. He left Loco Hills at the end of August and arrived in Yecheng to help the narcotics police detect drug lines. It's been almost 2 months now since I've been home. But he took his brothers and began to transform them from the hired thugs of yesteryear to now. All of them are beginning to have formal careers with formal channels of work and income. In late fall, the daylight was bright and warm. Wei Xiao looked at the former followers of the brother. His smile was converged and his eyes were calm. Ward, billiard hall, video hall. The extremely contemporary industry made Wei Pingzheng freeze, and then thought of yesteryear. In 96, when my foster father, Yu Jianjun, was driving myself to and from school, I heard them talking in the car. Said the black forces are too many and too rampant, causing Dongchang province to crack down. At that time he would still worry about whether Wei Xiao would be shot, but he also just gritted his teeth and told himself that the asshole deserved it. He did pass through the old town once after that and saw a strange video hall that was actually called Little Life Video Hall. He and his classmates were still curious. I remember afterward, when he was passing by Xiaozheng's billiard hall, he even said to his classmates with his backpack, I don't know who named it. It's awful. The classmates heckled and scoffed, saying they must be rich, uneducated dirtbags. A live flashback image came to mind. Wei Flaw smiled nervously at yellow hair, looking at the names with soft eyes. At this moment, Wei Pingzhang was lost in thought. Xiaoshang, Xiaozhang, Lingling, Yan Yang. So, it's under our names, right? He never forgot his younger siblings, and he never forgot that he was the eldest son, the older brother. Inside the hospital room, Tang Rulong also looked at the complex, his voice trance, full of heartache. There were so many opportunities for growth in those days that it was better to accumulate money quickly by straying to the gray edges. If he doesn't care about his younger siblings, he should be able to do exceptionally well with his mental abilities. People like him, doesn't care at all about these exterior vanities. But such people, generally, do not die well. Chapter 57, What do you want? The eldest son's memory retraces an image. The 96 crackdown on gangsters intensified. Luoqiao City, tea house, bang, hard kick to the sound sounded. Lu Chang with a furious rebuke. You guys are cuties. Treadmill police are touching the eye and still producing your mom. The figure in front of him in the whale was already covered in blood. Now that they have just rolled out the ecstasy market in Karma City, the money, people, and connections they invested up front are almost ruined. The call came in, and the Dianan side was equally furious. If there's another problem like this, you guys won't be much use. The bald man of course understood what the other side meant, and grew more and more fearful, shocked and angry. After a long time, the phone hung up. While wiping the sweat, the bald man trembled and lit a cigarette. Began to think, with such a big show, Someone must be behind it. Who's targeting the Yip City ecstasy market? Who the hell is it? Inexplicably, the Wei family tree in the Yecheng drowning case came to mind. Could it be the Wei family? It can't be. Apart from the old losers, there's only a bunch of little brats left in that family. Who the hell is it? Bald Lu Chang was furious to the extreme. His bloodshot eyes turned to his men. Rush to find this mastermind behind the scenes, and at the same time start investigating the Wei family clan with all your might. If we can extinguish the Wei family, maybe we can put out some fire over there. Snuffing out his cigarette in annoyance, the bald man narrowed his eyes, feeling as if there were large invisible hands around their throats. A moment later, the voice grew huskier. Let's stop the poisoning of Loco Hills for a while and wait until the end of the year to do it again. Destroy the Wei family first. The pop-ups reappeared with new ones, and many viewers stared in chills. Backed by the Western Yunnan drug cartel, all of you are outlaws. You are strong and scary, but who let the other side is a madman. Wei Flaw is indeed a reckless madman. You guys are just ruthless, but he is more ruthless to himself than to his enemies. This man really does not stop at anything. Now the eldest son comparison program is not just limited to the internet. It's completely hot. No. One in Weibo hot search. No. One in Shake Shack hot search. No. One in WebClip clip data. No. One in traffic. Even various local TV stations have begun to broadcast it and the ratings have risen dramatically. The more the full live feed heats up, with all eyes on us, a new image appeared. In November, on Wei Zhao's birthday, he planned to go home. There is a small commodity street on the north side of the old town where things are cheap and there are many stalls. Wei Flaw was followed by a dozen figures with tattoos on their arms. Looking for something at the moment, the teenager crouched down, grabbed two bunny dolls by the ears, and muttered in a low voice. This one's a little hairy. This one is too small and the stitches are a little open and not very good. Yes, he's looking for bunny dolls. A dozen other punks on one side each rushed over with bunny dolls. Willow Yellow Hair hugged a white rabbit doll. Boss, this one is okay with me. Soft and gentle. I'm so big. One of me can take on three of him. Look at this one of mine. Boss, it's made 1-to-1 with real rabbits. The stall owner was a bit intimidated, staring at Wei Xiao, who was clustered in the middle of a group of punks, and Wei Xiao had also just handed over a piece of money. I don't need to. Big brother, you see what you guys like, take. The stall owner's voice shook a little, and he barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Wei Flaw smiled and stuffed the money into the boss's hand, still tugging on the ears of that rabbit doll as he did so. This one is real cute. Better looking than the one at home. Solitary Spirit will surely like it. She likes Bunny the most, and her character is the same. AI. Girl too well behaved is not good. In the future if I'm not there, what will she do? Other people bully her how to do it. Wei Flaw muttered to himself, sometimes frowning and clenching his teeth. Sometimes his eyes were worried. The stall owner looked nervous, until Wei Flaw suddenly smiled. Boss, please sew some words on it for me. Trouble writing cute words. She likes nice words the best. Without even having to think about it, Wei Xiao smiled, his eyes narrowing together. Just right. For the most splendid little princess, Wei Solitary Spirit. In this moment, the sunlight scattered on the dark-haired teenager's face, and despite his raspy voice, his smile was warm enough to make the stall owner forget his fear. The stall owner began to embroider the characters in earnest, and Wei Xiao sat next to him, watching with a smile on his face. Now he was happy. Taking away the rabbit doll, Wei Xiao did not go straight home. Because of the previous nightclubs and other aspects of the investment of funds, began to cooperate. Wei Xiaoxiao also counted in the Luochio City land snake businessmen have a little fame. The person in charge of the nightclub told him that this was a drinking game for several directors of the economic office and the commercial office, who wanted him to accompany them. Wei Xia frowned and carefully put away the rabbit doll before arriving at the private room. Late at night, at Mona's nightclub, outside the gates Wei Xiao stumbled on his feet, holding onto a tree and throwing up in a terrible way. A captain of the Loco Hills police, who had just left the house, looked on and laughed out loud. That's all the booze? A few people hooked up and Wei Flaw yelled that he'd turn around and take the next one on him until the others left one by one, and then braced himself hard on his knees. He didn't want to drink, but there was no way around it. He had to pull those strings to keep the pool hall, the parking lot business going. His brothers have to eat, and that business has to be used to fight drug dealers. Shaking off his dizzy head, Wei Flaw took the doll and returned to Wei's house in exhaustion. Chang Zhong looked at Wei Qian, who smelled of alcohol, and crossed his eyes. Wei Flaw didn't care and just handed the rabbit doll to Wei Solitaire. A family thought Solitaire was cute and gave it to them. Wei Solitary Spirit curled up next to her grandma shivering in fear. She was afraid that she would be given away as well. Grandpa Chang Zhong also changed his face. What do you mean? You're not going to send away Solitary Spirit, are you? Wei Flaw, however, did not say anything, but just dizzily went back to his room and stumbled to lie on the damp bedpan, until Wei Flaw went to bed. The living room, Wei Solitaire carefully held the doll and looked at it. It's very soft, dry, clean and cute. She felt cozy, hugging the doll and talking to herself. They also wrote the most splendid little princess. It's supposed to be very nice people, right, Ward? Wei Solitaire looked at the little girl holding the doll in a trance. Is that the doll? Today she lives in a mansion, but she will always have this doll by her bed. Even though it had been washed until the color had faded a bit and the bow had come apart, she had mended it herself several times. At that time, older siblings were sent away. She spends her days looking out at the children in her old, faded clothes, carrying a bunny doll that her sister has left torn holes in. Each one is shiny, with lots of toys and new. It's all she has, this doll. She's afraid to even talk to them. She's very self-conscious. It was because of this new doll that she felt like she was important too. So it was only later that I grew confident. So that's where this doll came from. Wei Solitaire lowered her eyelids and suddenly murmured, Wei Flaw, what do you want? It's like no one ever gives you a gift. Chapter 58, Shamelessness. The memory flashback screen continues. It's early December 96 and it's even colder. Little Shang Video Hall is now open to the public, and Shaojiang Billiard Hall has begun to be frequented by regular customers. The welcome team's reputation hit the city of Loco Hills, and customers became more numerous. The parking lot and the security training business has taken off. Old Town, Loco Hills, Junior High School. Wei Xia is now focusing more on Wei Pengsheng. That year, my brother was 13 years old. In his second year, Willow Yellow Hair followed the boss and didn't feel surprised. The oldest has never valued his younger siblings more than his life. My brother is gradually growing up, but there's too little flash now. He needs the opportunity. Opportunities are given to people. I'll give them. He would raise his brother well, not just let him live in peace and die out. Wei's children, to shine. Early in the morning, the owner of the grocery store opened a breakfast store, collected money from Wei Chou, told the old man and the family a few words, and began a show against Wei Pengsheng. Wei Pengsheng had not yet reached the school entrance. He saw the old man on the side of the road covering his chest, gradually paralyzed, breathing rapidly. What's wrong with you, old man? Heart pills, my house at Prosperity Grocery. Heart attack. Wei Pengsheng looked at the school door that was about to close late, gritted his teeth and picked up the old man and sent him back to the grocery store. After that, the middle-aged shopkeeper red-eyed, clutching the palm of Wei Pengsheng. Little brother, you are our family savior. From now on, when you come to my store, no charge for breakfast for up to 50 people. Make sure you come. Don't be polite to us or I'll go to the school and get your teacher to buy you dinner. Back to school. Wei Pengsheng looked at the students who could not afford to eat breakfast, thought about this matter, and arrived at the grocery store with them. When they saw that the breakfast is really not charged, a dozen poor students' eyes a little red, know that Wei Pengsheng is actually deliberately take care of them. So in the selection of the class president, competing for the first vote Wei Pengsheng. On the weekend, near the end of the school day, Lu Huangmao brought a few punks under his hand to stop a few schoolboys from the 6th class of the second year. As long as you are willing to tutor Wei Pengsheng in his homework, each of you will receive 30 game coins per week. A few schoolboys, despite their good grades, enjoyed going to the game hall, and with $30 of game coins in hand, they instantly agreed. In the class, many people looked at the school bully who was tutoring Wei Pengsheng and flirted. Offering to help someone study? Did the class president pay you? The school teacher smiled and waved his hand. What's money or not? The squad leader is really nice. Haven't you seen how everything is taken care of for us? In just 2 weeks, Wei Pengsheng's academic performance was visible to the naked eye, and he began to move forward from the middle of the pack. Many students also genuinely began to recognize the class president. Wei Flaw looked at the name progression table sent by Yellow Hair and nodded in satisfaction. Go to the tutor at the breakdancing class out there and pay some money. On Monday, Wei Pengsheng was stopped outside the school gates by a stylishly dressed man who slipped a business card. Your form is really good and your temperament is perfect for breakdancing. If you're interested, you can come here and learn. Free of charge. Thinking of the upcoming school recreational performance, Wei Pengsheng not only began to learn breakdancing himself, but also came back to teach his classmates and prepare for the rehearsal program. Earn some honors for your class before winter break. The weather was even colder, and now Wei Pengsheng had almost become the second-year man of the hour, having just returned from dance practice with a few of his classmates. In the alley, Yellow Hair looked at the oncoming Class 7 student gangster Luo Xiong and nodded to the gangster beside him with narrowed eyes. The other punks turned around and held their sticks against Luo Xiong. Get the money out. Quick! The ferocious gesture caused Wei Pengsheng and his party, who saw the scene from afar, to freeze. The two timid students tugged and pulled. ready to go back and tell the teacher. The stick raised. Wei Pengsheng's brow furrowed and he dropped his book bag. It's too late. Let go of me. Courageous Wei Pengsheng's stick knocked the arm several times. The other two students also boldly stepped forward. The robbery gangster fled. Looking at the rescue of their own is actually their own always despised Wei Pengsheng. Luo Xiong face fear dispersed. Complex opening. Wei Pengsheng. I'm convinced. Luo Xiong, will work with you from now on. At the end of the recreation show before the winter vacation, Wei Pengsheng received an award with his dance troupe and was also presented with a medal for bravery and courage. He shone brightly in the crowd and was famous. Teachers praise. Students are also convinced. Wei Pengsheng more and more confident. Wei Xiao watched from the crowd and turned away. Afterward he waited in front of the school, waving from a distance. Tsubasa. Seeing Wei Flaw, Wei Pengsheng's smile tightened and he raised his head in condescension. With some dislike under his eyes, Wei Flaw's raspy voice was exceptionally hard to hear. What are you doing here after you sent me away? Remember, we're okay from now on. I only have a brother and 2 sisters. No brother. Wei Pengsheng walked away, and Wei Flaw just watched the teenager's back drift away. Yellow Hair also stood to the side, angrily clenching his teeth. Second-year representative? What's with the godliness? Can you be it without the boss? Only he knew how hard it was for the boss to do all this and how many people he had to find. Wei Flaw just smiled in relief. Yangtze River. That's actually how things work sometimes. It's normal to be abused and not understood, as long as there is no shame. Wei Xiao smiled. At this moment, Yellow Hair was silent for a long time and just sighed. Ward. Wei Pengsheng was now completely frozen. The live flashback screen is diametrically opposed. On one side, there is a teenager full of honor in the radiant sunshine. On one side was the husky-voiced figure in the shadows of the corner. The image is as frozen. After that he looked the other way. The Weiping growing sub-simulation screen appears similarly. What's he doing now? By the end of 96, Wei Pengsheng had also sent his 4 younger siblings away, but was still alone and hiding from the murderer, while struggling to do some small business. In the dilapidated room, the bitter liquor was swallowed in a big gulp, and Wei Pengsheng was extraordinarily irritable. Boss, Wei Pengsheng is being bullied at school. Wei Solve today was forced to do housework again. That family took their children out for a trip. There's a lot going on and it's very disorganized. Bang! Stomping down the bottle hard, Wei Pengsheng opened his mouth in annoyance. Got it. It's out of control and extremely stressful. He couldn't help but think of himself at this time in the past, in his second year of junior high school and in the prime of his life. In those days I was at the top of my class, admired by everyone in my class, and was an honors-addicted man of the hour at school. After that it was even more of a smooth ride, becoming a true newcomer to the business world. Why is it like this now? Ward. Wei Pengsheng was silent for a long time, his voice bitter. Wei Pengsheng was really strong at that time, but you're so powerful that you're practically stepping on Wei Flaw's back. He helped time and time again before he lifted you up to junior representative. The man the students adore with all their hearts. That's what really makes you strong. Behind the dazzling light, someone is carrying everything and making everything, but he never knew it, so credit where credit is due. Wei Pengsheng froze and finally sighed. He wondered what would happen if Ergo came out and saw this. Chapter 59, it's here that he doesn't feel alone. Retrospective of Wei's life? A new screen appears. It's almost winter break. Nowadays, families start to prepare for New Year's Eve, and many New Year's Eve goods appear in the neighboring merchants. Couplets, lanterns, fireworks. Wei Flaw continued to look at Wei Pengsheng and began to call the 4 Luoqiu City cooperative merchants, so that they could reward Wei Pengsheng in their personal names. Soon, the school's director of instruction called Wei Pengsheng out of the classroom in the early morning with a big smile on his face. Classmate, you're good. The word got out about your bravery earlier, and these gentlemen, all local entrepreneurs, have prepared a batch of gifts for you as a reward. One of the merchants wearing glasses smiled at Wei Pengsheng and nodded in satisfaction. Our students in Luoqiu City are meant to be rational, bloodthirsty, and insist on justice. Only then can they contribute to society. These Audi sneakers are a small gift to you, so be sure to continue to be a role model for your students in the future. Many students looked on, eyes full of envy and admiration. Audi sneakers, they cost a couple $100 a pair. Wei Pengsheng's reputation has spread outside the school. See, Wei Pengsheng nodded with equal excitement and began handing out sneakers to those he recognized. The good ones, not only in the second year, but also in the first and third years. There were also officials and others who received sneakers one after another in response to Wei Pengsheng's call to form an intergrade soccer team. At this moment, Wei Pengsheng influence has not only in the second year, began to expand to the whole grade of junior high school. Boss, that shipment of sneakers smuggled from Hong Kong Island are in his hands. Yellow Hair stood outside the school and reported to Wei Flaw. Wei Flaw nodded and likewise began to arrange for a new one. A stall appeared silently outside the school. Just finished training. Wei Pengsheng backpack. Some surprise staring at the stall. Above the Hong Kong Star gossip books. The business-minded man's first thought was of the Hong Kong Star characters that were all the rage in video halls. He remembers that a number of the schoolboys in his class enjoyed the discussion. Thinking of this, Wei Pengsheng will buy all the books. Began to privately open Hong Kong Star Gossip weekly underground circulation service in the school. Many schoolboys come to the school and promise to tutor their studies in exchange for passing them around. Wei Pengsheng's grades are up again, and progress is visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the influence is no longer limited to the second year, but vaguely has the ability to influence other grades. Yellow Hair arranges for someone to show up again, and a new scene begins in the billiard hall outside the school gates. Soon, some junior students return to school with a sad face. There is a billiard hall outside the school to increase the price. The students who previously filled the card blood loss want a theory but was driven away. Angry at the news, Wei Pengsheng arrived alone. There were two yellow-haired gangsters present who had been notified by Lu Qingjiang and were smoking. Price increase without notice and no refund of the money previously pre-deposited. Do you know what kind of behavior this is? Disrupting the market. We can totally call the price department to inspect it. The other party, seemingly shaken by the angry rebuke, threw away his cigarette resentfully and muttered about collecting the price increase sign. After this battle, many students in the junior high school were shocked to see Wei Pengsheng, who single-handedly broke into the billiard hall, and began to spread the rumor that he alone deterred the strong aura of the group of punks. Nowadays, Wei Pengsheng is getting more and more windy and grand. Wei Flaw began to find the director of instruction. What? Say organize a contest? What about the budget? The director of instruction frowned unhappily until Wei Xiao promised to cash in a billiard hall to him, and he nodded triumphantly. Soon, a knowledge contest on the return of Hong Kong Island, organized by Wei Pengsheng of Junior Class 6, was in full swing. Today, Wei Pengsheng is a representative of the second grade, a judge of the school's knowledge contest, captain of the school's soccer team and other various names of the wind winner. Every time he appeared in the crowd he drew a lot of comments from his classmates. Now the school auditorium is filled with whispers. Wei Pengsheng broke into a pool hall full of punks all by himself, and the other party was too hard to talk and gave the price back down. All those junior varsity guys on the soccer team have to listen to him. I heard that the head teacher named him for that Hong Kong Island return knowledge contest. The magnificent figure of Wei Pengsheng appeared on the stage, confident and proud. Students are the new backbone that thrives under the times and should inherit from the ancient times. Fear no power and stand for justice. As the mainstay of our time, we should play a role, be positive and carry on. The teenager shone brightly in the sunlight, springing to life and at one point becoming the idol of many at school. Even many of the teachers looked sideways frequently and admired such students. Applause thundered, and among the crowd listening to the speech, the dark-haired Wei Xiaoxiao was inconspicuous, looking at his brother's glowing appearance, quietly applauding. The applause mingled with the crowd and went unheard. New Year's Eve 96, Sue received a lot of letterhead at home. Looking at the letterhead invitations sent by the mailman and the phone calls received, Su Jiangong smiled and opened his mouth. Football captain, student representative, competition host judge. Ooh, you kid, you're really something. Even the head teacher and teacher's party have invited you to go there as their representative. Nowadays, Wei Pengsheng was considered the man of the hour at Luoqiu Middle School and smiled proudly at his words. Su Jiankong also looked at the child with his wife and became more and more satisfied. The boy is still smart. I've heard that not only is he the president of their class now, but the other upperclassmen obey him as well. The last time I saw the righteousness of the one who still does not deal with him, broad-minded and good grades, how much to save people. The adoptive mother blankly glanced at Su Jiangong and also smiled and opened her mouth. Alright, you two couples stop looking. Hurry up and serve the food. It's time for New Year's Eve dinner. Wei Pengsheng responded, getting up and moving to the kitchen. For a while, the family was happy. The Wei family. New Year's Eve firecrackers barely stopped, and all the houses were lit up with dazzling lights. But Wei's house was cold. The New Year's Eve dinner had gotten a little cold, with only one meat dish and the rest vegetarian. Grandma was lost in thought as she looked at the moldy, damp walls, much older than before. Wei's solitary spirit just hugged the brand new rabbit doll and took small bites of the meal that had gradually gotten cold. Grandpa Chang Zhong pushed open the door, took off his hat and old cotton coat, and sat down at the dining table. All he could do to make ends meet over the years was sneak around and set up stalls to earn a little money. After all, many factories and places weren't hiring workers of that age anymore. Sweeping a glance at the somewhat cold home, Chang Zhong's smile was forced. Let's eat, Wei Solitaire muttered in a low voice. Where did Wei Flaw go? He's not home yet this day. There were also some gifts placed in the house. which were sent by Wei Pingzhang and Wei Solo, but none of them came back. Fearing that they would be pestered for money by Wei Flaw again, Wei Pingzhang didn't even send anything back at all. Where's Tsubasa? Hearing Grandpa ask, Wei Solitaire sighed. Ergo is a junior high school sensation now, and he doesn't want to get involved with us. The dinner table is getting more and more lonesome. Wei Soling suddenly thought of when he was a child. His brothers and sisters would all gather together and follow his mom and dad. She clutched the bunny doll. Homesick. Another mining town, Chilian Valley, nameless monument. A teenager stood alone. On New Year's Eve, Wei Xiao came to spend time in front of his parents' tombstone. He took out a bunch of photos and started burning them in front of his parents' tombstones. These photos are Wei Pingzhang award-winning photos. Wei Pingzhang is lifted up for a photo by Mr. and Mrs. Yu Jianjun. Wei Solo is wearing a brand new puffy dress photo. Wei Solitary Spirit hugged the rabbit, her eyes smiling into a crescent moon photo. These were taken without them being photographed. Tsubasa is very influential now, especially confident. Tsubasa's foster parents love him. Solitaire even went out on a trip, and when she came back I heard she was very happy. Now Solitaire has her own doll. It's new and she seems to like it. Wei Flaw rambled on, the photos gradually turning to ash and the tongues of fire in front of him. Firecrackers sound. It's 97. It's been 2 years since the Wei family extermination. At this moment, Wei Xiao was in a bit of a trance. He was born in January, a year when he was 17 years old. Dad, Mom, I miss you guys. Voice hoarse, loneliness this moment like a barren net, dead wrapped in the teenager. He doesn't fit into any group, only here, in the cold valley, in front of the tombstone. It's what makes him feel warm. It's snowing. Wei Xiao began to build a fire. He was busy cooking instant frozen dumplings in front of the tombstone. After cooking the first plate of dumplings he put it at the tombstone. Fireworks rise in the sky, and fallen leaves are in the air. The young man looked up, holding his saucer in his hand. The sky had a firework glow reflecting in his eyes, and Wei Xiao exhaled a mouthful of white air in the snowy mist. Happy New Year, Dad, Mom. Chapter 60, Wei Pingzhang can't bear it first. February 8th, 25 years. A lot of people looked at 28 years ago. Beyond the valley fireworks lingered, like a sea of clouds. Wei Flaw ate the dumplings alone in a mute and mechanical manner. The mining town is just as lively as it was 2 years ago, and in 97 it's getting busier and busier with firecrackers. Except that it's patrolled from time to time by militia squads because of the 95 human trafficking case. Memory tracing continues. 97. Valley, tombstone, putting down the dishes. Wei Flaw alone began to take notes. 97. Age 17. False identity Zhao Xiaodong. Age 121. Old city of Luoqiu. Opened billiard hall. Video hall. Welcome team. Parking lot. Security training place. Yang Daong, Sun Xiaoli and Xu Ai are dead. Destruction of a drug production chain of drug traffickers in Yecheng. Sibling situation. Wei Pingzhang sent to the tax section Su Jiangong adoption. Wei Pingzhang sent to the old city district mayor Yu Jianjun adoption. Wei Solo Central sent to the university professor Tang Rulong adoption. Wei Pingzhang training, is currently teaching his younger brother Wei Pingzhang to gain influence. Now Wei Pingzhang for junior high school student representatives. Captain of the school soccer team. School level tournament judges. Support to continue. In the faint glow from the fire and fireworks, the teenager faces the tombstone and records everything about his sibling in minute detail, word by word. A cold wind pierced the bones in the barren wilderness. Live pop-ups have mixed emotions. Everyone can only see the other children of the Wei family in all their glory. But no one ever cares about Wei Xiao. Not even him. Wei Xiao never cared about his own everything. All he recorded was the growth of his younger siblings. That's what he wanted. The 25-year-old ward is now brightly lit and running with two-person memory retrospective machines and equipment. Except for the cardiograph. The body of Wei Pingzhang linked by the brainwave device suddenly trembled, seemingly having a hard time. Someone's eyes turned to Wei Pingzhang's analog firstborn life and looked at the screen. Yes, Wei Pingzhang couldn't carry it. In 97, Wei Pingzhang chose to give up completely in the firstborn simulation. Being the eldest son, he has been exploited and cheated many times. Although he has made a little money pouring in business under the profits of the times, he doesn't have ruthless tactics. Why? Why is everything remembered differently than before? The scene is at the drinking table. Simulating the eldest son of Wei Pingzhang is vain 17 years old. But he is disheveled, bearded, and his eyes are full of blood. Empty bottles of wine were strewn about the table askew. He was still gulping, his drink soaking through his clothes as he gradually broke down emotionally. Wei Pingzhang still didn't stop under the physiological limit. He couldn't carry it. Years of hiding had kept his nerves so tight that they had almost pulled out. And then there's the younger siblings and all sorts of things that feel like a big mountain pressing down on my chest and making it hard to breathe. The eyelids were heavy, and the heartbeat in the chest was gradually weakening. Closing his eyes eventually, Wei Pengsheng was still breaking down and asking himself, something's not right. Why wasn't it like this in the old days when Wei Xiao was the eldest son? Too much pressure. Wei Pengsheng closed his eyes and finally chose to give up on the simulation and began to withdraw. The decision was made, and Wanya sighed with relief. In this era, he thoroughly loathed those younger siblings always winding up and dragging himself forward at a pace. If it weren't for them, maybe I could have gotten by in this day and age. With 4 kids, there's so much going on. It's exhausting. My life is clearly supposed to be spirited. Not like this. Wei Pingzheng, Wei Solo Yang, and Wei Solo Ling were all watching with complex expressions. The youngest Wei Solitaire closed her eyes and sighed, her voice soft. Ergo, you can't carry it. On the live screen, the pop-ups didn't taunt, but icy statements. The situation of the sons of the Wei family in this era is really cruel. How can Wei Pingxing carry it off? He thinks that in this day and age he's successful because of himself, so go to the 90s and he'll be able to stand up just as well. But he fails to notice the most crucial point. In an era of both opportunity and danger, there are too many real stormtroopers. Not to mention, he has been facing the pursuit, always hiding, not daring to face it, and finally dragging himself down hard, leading to a collapse. The audience is paying attention, and on the hospital bed, Wei Pengxing's body stops trembling, fingers shaking. The rising star of business in Karma City opened his eyes and looked around tiredly, almost weakly, as he was helped up by the nurse. He looked at the analog machine that was still blinking lights, and his eyes were bloodshot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't know what's going on with this simulation. It feels exhausting and not as good as my initial life. The host is silent. Wei Pingzheng, Wei Solitary Spirit siblings 3 also do not speak. Tang Rulong looked at the comparison with complexity, and Ma Taigang turned his head likewise. Wei Pengxing, almost the first time to realize that the atmosphere of the scene is not right, stumbled and broke free from the supporting hand, began to watch the live replay. Memory of the eldest son of Wei Chiu retrospectively, covering up the bodies of his parents and faking the scene of the fire. Under the guise of a human trafficker, the police and the public were united in searching the mountain, stealing a police car, chasing the murderer Yang Daong, and later obtaining evidence of other people, disguised gambling, forcing Granddad to move and hiding from enemy searches, use the black mines to hold the killer and set up Sun Xiaoli, mangle a gangster in a brawl and take advantage of the opportunity to get revenge on Chuai, change your face, officially declare war under a false identity, and infiltrate the drug dealers. Multi-designed investigations to find nurturing families for themselves. Wei Pingzheng and Wei Solo Yang secretly set up to teach themselves business sense and develop influence. In 2 years, Wei Xiaoxiao has almost ruined everything for himself, and the people have turned against him. But he's done a lot. Wei Pingsheng froze and collapsed, dropping to the ground and looking at the screen image. The scene eventually settles on the dark-haired teenager alone eating dumplings in front of a tombstone on New Year's Eve. He seemed to want to say something to Wei Chou, but 1,000 words ended up choking in his throat. How is it possible? How could you have done all of this? It can't be. That's not how I remember Wei Flaw. He's just a cowardly, greedy, selfish asshole. But the facts were in front of him, and Wei Xiao told him, the eldest son, what to do. At this moment, Wei Pengsheng eyes disheveled, spirited swept away, no longer noble. What are you doing? The hospital room, the only one left to break down, mumbled something. Chapter 61, all want to be famous, all want to try. Murmuring, Wei Pengxing's disoriented eyes reflected a new image. Memory of the eldest son of Wei Chiu retrospectively. Early February 97 was windy and dry and cold. Students are finishing up their winter break and are starting to return to school. What is Wei Xia doing now? Busy shuttling to and from various drinking parties. From the business office to the police station. All kinds of drinking parties appearing in daily rounds. And drunkenly dry heaving every night. Meanwhile, during the day and opening more stores and thinking about operational investments. Bunny video parlors and Sang Sang game parlors have popped up in various downtown areas of Loco Hills. At noon, Wei Flaw called Yellow Hair and commanded in between meals. Find out, what are the shortcomings of the school teachers? Boss, the head of grade and head of instruction needs are all over this. Some people need mobility tools, others have always wanted to buy a name brand. Wei Flaw's gaze sweeps across the room, swallowing his boxed lunch in one big gulp and nodding his head. Send them all they need, and tell them to support Wei Pingsheng to become the general representative of the student body at the next opening meeting. Yellow Hair nodded complexly and left. After that, the yellow-haired figure traveled through various areas, the teacher's dormitory, the entrance to the neighborhood. For the opening meeting, The two listened to the radio off campus. Unnoticed, youthful voices came from the playground loudspeaker. Next, I announced the final candidate for the Student Council General Representative Judging, Wei Pongshan. Applause. Under the shade of the trees, Wei Xiaoxiao wrapped his cotton coat tightly and applauded. Then came news of flooding in counties outside of Loco Hills. The Mona nightclub, the owner of a chain of sidecars in Loco Hills, and the owner of a garment factory in Loco Hills were all there, as well as a TV reporter. Wei Flaw was full of smiles, his voice hoarse as he weaved through the crowd, promising all sorts of benefits. The tabletop was full of guests and hosts for a while, until the crowd dispersed. Wei Xiaoxiao appeared to be white because of his physical weakness, and he was often lost in thought and dazed. The next day, the school's registrar received a visit from several businessmen. Ping Sheng, these entrepreneurs heard the news of the flooding next door and are ready to donate supplies in the name of the school, naming you as their representative. Overjoyed, Wei Pengsheng nodded his head and began to take the supplies and organize the students to go to the fundraiser. At the scene of the flooding, a reporter from Loco Hills TV station also gazed in admiration. Why did you choose to come and donate supplies and participate in disaster relief at this age? The teenager's posture was straight and his eyes sparkled. Doing your social duty on behalf of your school, and on behalf of the youth in general now. The news was featured in the Loco Hills morning paper and on television, and the young man's powerful voice in the picture was cited by many parents as a model of education, and his reputation spread rapidly. Now Wei Pengsheng has finally become the most famous student in Luoqiao City, with all kinds of honors and scenery. Junior Student Council Representative, Disaster Relief Representative, and Outstanding Teen of Loco Hills. Mr. and Mrs. Su Jiangong were so excited watching the newspaper news that they walked with the wind in their sails when they went to work. This year Wei Pengsheng Jr. officially become the first wind figure in the school. Many pricks convinced. Where's Wei Xia? Years and years of traveling through various drinking establishments, plus previous beatings, touching drugs, multiple injuries, and disguising his identity. Now he was getting weaker and weaker, with a perennially pale complexion and a stagnant height. Tea House Lu Chang and others greeted drinking parties from time to time, and there was a constant need to maintain relationships across the commercial office. The two images are as different as the sky. One is a spirited teenage student representative, sunny and bright. One is a speculative businessman who travels through the gray area with a grim smile. The image-tearing sensation is completely spread out. Inside the ward, collapsing and falling into a sitting position, Wei Pengsheng froze, and then became irritated. Why are you helping me? Emotions run out of control for a moment and fall into long memories. He thought of yesteryear, when his life seemed to have blossomed since his second year, and he was on his way. Initially rescued the elderly and became a squad leader. Afterwards, he saw the right to take over his opponent. Soccer captain, middle school representative, student council representative. He remembers giving all kinds of interviews, and the letters of confession barely fit on the table. At that time, my complacent self even thought of the joy of going into politics in the future instead of going into business. Turns out he's behind everything. He thought about returning to the picture. Wei Xiao asked the old man word for word to disguise himself and not be seen to break. Teaching breakdancing teachers how to compliment without showing. Ask the pool hall punks to pretend to be annoyed first, and then make a bluffing face afterward, so as not to be seen through. Then there's the downpour while smuggling Audi sneakers, and the rejection in the face of a high-priced offer. It turns out that everything is just to train yourself to be the man of the hour in Loco Hills. He then used his adoptive parents' background to build momentum for a career in business. At this moment, Wei Pengsheng hard to hold the wall, looking at the hospital bed decadent figure, speechless. Ward. The aged Sun Ocean breathed with a pale murmur and coughed hard. He again looked at the nearly disoriented Wei Pengsheng in a complicated manner, his tone in a trance. What do you think Wei Flaw is doing? Wei Flaw isn't just helping you alone. His eyes turned to the screen, and the earlier Wei Flaw record came to his mind. He never intended to give up a sibling. Wei Pengsheng gritted his teeth and swept his gaze over his younger siblings. So Wei Flaw will have to go head-to-head with the drug dealers next. Thinking that in the simulation he had already broken down just by dodging and couldn't care less about his younger siblings, he didn't believe that Wei Flaw could do any better. How could he do it? I've felt it myself and I know how hard it is. Pai Wei Pengsheng's eyes were full of blood, staring at the black-haired teenager in the picture. He could see that Wei Xiao was now very weak and his ability was close to reaching its limit. So, shake it off. Live pop-ups raging. He underestimated his older brother and never realized what kind of determination Wei Xiao had to lay out a path for his younger siblings. His brother, the son of the Wei family, is a madman. The kind of man who was ruthless to his enemies and even more ruthless to himself. Limit of ability? No, he never considered the ability problem. Wei Xiao, this kind of person, and normal people are different. He will every day, as the last day to live, so he does not count the cost. by any means, and only such a person, from the drug cartels and killers to save them. In the midst of the argument, voices suddenly appeared in the ward. Dull, but firm. Let me try. In the crowd's astonished gaze, Wei Pingzhang reached out, pointing to the now half-empty two-person testing apparatus. I'll simulate the firstborn. Yes. Wei Pingzhang decided to participate in the eldest son life simulation as well. Wei Solo nodded as the staff installed the sensors. The next simulation will follow Wei Flaw's memory retrospective timeline synchronization. In other words, you'll be replacing yourself in the body of the previous sim who has died of alcoholism and continue the chaos plot. Wei Pingzhang nodded his head and looked grave. Second brother can't carry it. So I'll do it. I'll be the big brother. The wards converged on reporters from all over the world marveling and murmuring quietly. Wei Pingzhang is not an ordinary person. Dongchang Province political rising star. Has been involved in many times in the industrial reform of prefecture-level cities and other various work. Outstanding political achievements. This is the kind of person who, once they start getting involved and decide to change, the layout might actually be amazing. Discussions noisy. Wei Pingzhang wore all kinds of sensors, ready to enter the simulation. He wants to feel being the firstborn. He's not like his second brother. Ergo is confident. But he seeks more composure. Wei Pingzhang simulates his eldest son. The screen appears. Very confusing. But Wei Pingzhang, the first time to deal with younger siblings by the family cold violence, encountered campus gangsters bullying matters to deal with finished. After that he started thinking about how to make a big deal out of it and get the leaders to look into drugs. He began posing as a leader to report a drug dealer and took his family into quick hiding after an investigation into drug dealers began in Dongchang Province. A number of people at the pop-up marveled. Some tactics, worthy of a rising political star, quickly sorting out the situation and starting to respond to the crisis. After that, Wei Pingzhang began to call Wei Pengshang, Wei Pengzhang, Wei Solo Yang and other younger siblings to gather. He taught Wei Pingshang and began to encourage him to cheer up and keep his mindset. Nowadays, at meetings, as the eldest son, he was confident and handled all matters with a clouded head, except that he was also always frowning. He knew that in another time and place, the Wei family's son was very strong. He must show new ones. It's a world of contrasts. And he's a high-ranking official in Dongchang Province. He wants to show what he can do and gain the attention of the world. Chapter 62, is lifelong? Wei Flaw's memory retracing new images appeared. March 1997. Wei Zhao's hands had already taken a large portion of the industry in the old town of Luoqiu. Today half of old town's parking spaces, billiard parlors, and security teams are in the hands of, or involved in investments in, Wei Flaw. The other portion was given to the Dean of Faculty and others as a resource for Wei Pingshang. Now Wei Flaw is still known locally as Brother Black Wolf, even though he has taken his brothers out of the hit circle. This year, he looked more and more aged and withered. At the false age of 17, he looked like 30. As a child he had looked so clean-cut, but now there was only the pale face, and the godly posture of an eternal teenager. The yellow-haired Lu Changzheng stood to the side. He had the appearance of a teenager, so he looked radiant. He gazed through the smoke and watched worriedly. Brother, quit? The ashes of the cigarette shook off. Wei Xiaoxiao knew he was talking about shakes. Nodded, but also smiled bitterly, looking out the window. The other side has to let me touch it again, or don't believe me. Yellow hair gritted his teeth and looked grim. Tramp. I'll lead the men to split them. Wei Xiao reached out and almost stumbled as yellow hair pulled him back, coughing through the smoke. No, not yet. From time to time, police cars wailed outside the window, looking much more peaceful and calm than last year, and Wei Xiaoxiao narrowed his eyes. That sweep in 96 made them back off their scruples and start shrinking their power as well. I haven't caught them by the tail yet. Now you need to send someone to continue, but just investigate and don't get any closer. Remember, those who followed Wei Flaw nowadays were the most loyal batch of juniors in the past, and when they heard their boss speak, they immediately scrambled to sign up first. It seemed that it was not a dangerous place to go to, but heavenly riches awaited. Looking at this group of brothers, Wei Flaw felt and began to choose, considering the character and heart, as well as engaging in the investigative profession. Wei Xiaoxiao finally chose two people. One was called Manhwa, a Mongolian with a large frame. One is called Fishy, very clean-cut, fine-minded and daring. Wei Flaw then began to calmly analyze how to investigate. The other side now has its own chemical plant and must need raw materials. Manhwa. Next you use your status as a chemical plant safety standard bearer as a driver to provide them with raw materials. I'll frame your picture inside the chemical plant glass as a disguise to fool the chemical plant. Afterward, arrange for someone to interface with you and gain the other party's trust. Fishy, you are responsible for infiltrating the other side's underground casino, acting as a shuffler, presenting yourself, and utilizing mahjong to pass on drug transport information. This is the mahjong I prepared for you. Remember to take it with you. There is a compartment inside that hides potassium cyanide spray. If you are in danger, use it immediately. Everything must be safe first. Remember, you too, never touch the poison. The last sentence, Wei Xiao said heavily, also coughing, his eyes sharp. If the other side forces you to touch the poison, you can use acupuncture silver needles dipped in phenolphthalein reagent, which touches alkaline blood. The body will appear lines, disguised as a drug addiction seizure gnarled posture. Wei Xiao then turned his gaze to yellow hair. CK, you need to do things next as well. Get in touch with the Loco Hills City Kennel to get a hold of the Dogo dog breeding channels, and then intervene in the poison pond to utilize the dogfighting dog training system to get a head start on tracking down the other side afterward. Start tracking each other's warehouses and drug caches through dog training. Wei Fla's voice was hoarse with a hint of sharpness. The small room was filled with smoke. Yellow hair, Fish Boy, and Manhwa nodded their heads with steely eyes and upright postures. They knew exactly what was on the other side this time. The three of them have been wanting to do it for a long time, and they say it's the moral thing to do. If Wei Xiao won't let them go, they'll go on their own. Wei Fla was tired, but his eyes were bright as he watched the gradually departing figure. Soon, all three parties began to pass on the news. Yellowhair reserved a blank page for tracking by forging a canine vaccine registry and taming it while waiting to document the drug lord's stash of warehouses. Manhan also officially became the driver of the chemical plant's exhaust gas treatment truck, borrowing a tanker truck to secretly start transporting hydrochloric acid, ether and other primary raw materials needed for the poison. After being introduced to the bald nephew by someone in the road, the other party double-checks and even sends someone to the chemical plant to investigate. And when the chemical plant people find that Manhan is registered on the wallet compartment as a chemical plant standard bearer, they finally start to believe it and allow Manhan to try to provide the raw materials. Fish arrived at the underground casino, with a hand of 1,000 tricks, quickly gained the casino head appreciation. In a short period of time, became the casino head of the personal assistant, usually responsible for maintaining the order of the casino. Every day, all kinds of drug transportation news will be passed through Mahjong Southeast, Northwest and other code words. At the same time, Wei Fla began to spread out various channels, prying information from the tea house where the big drug lords in Luocho City were located. Boss, the company behind them checked out. It's Dongchang Province Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company. This company belongs to foreign capital. From Hong Kong and Macau injection of capital to set up. Listening to his little brother's report, Wei Xiao narrowed his eyes. The opponents are really big in terms of volume. It's not just the Western Yunnan poison chain that we have to deal with now. There are also foreign pharmaceutical megacorporations as camouflage, behind-the-scenes agents. Southeast Asian drug lord figures hide in the shadows. Thinking of how his father had once ended 3 opposing lines in one fell swoop at the edge before, Wei Xiao looked up silently. Father, I'm proud of you. No one thought that the forces behind such a huge situation, just 4 punks in this small place of Luocho City, dare to be so crazy as to begin to pass through various identities, mixed with the investigation. The moment was bright with daylight, but the small room was dim to the core. The teenager stood alone facing the darkness. Inside the ward, Ma Taigang was now aging beyond recognition, but he still looked on with his disciple Zhao Jing with a shocked expression. Zhao Jing thought about the news from a few years ago. Dongchang Province's Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company has been hit with an investigation. The case of the Western Yunnan standoff in Southeast Asia. The news is endless, with stakes springing up, seemingly unrelated, yet thundering at the same time. At that time they also wondered what seemed to be a large invisible hand converging. Now, Zhao Jing looked at the lonely figure of the teenager and opened his mouth in a complicated manner. You're going to fight this kind of organization. They are destructive forces supported by other countries. With the involvement of Southeast Asian drug lords, the unimaginable energy behind these people has arrived at another level. Just a little bit of aftershock is enough to completely tear anyone apart. Mate Harbor looked back, also incredulous. It wasn't until this moment that he realized just what the teenager of yesteryear who had hung back and told himself he was willing to be an informant was up against. Just thinking about it, he even started to feel chills. Can he really do that with an enemy of this caliber? How dare he? Exiting the simulation. This was the first time Wei Pingsheng had seen Wei Fla memory flashbacks. Now he stared in disbelief and muttered something. Is this the kind of enemy our father is fighting against? He sacrificed, and you're back to choosing to continue his path. How is this going to be fought? They're pervasive bottomless lunatics, backed by offshore forces, an entire Southeast Asian drug cartel involved, and assorted assassins down the line. It's simply not humanly possible to fight against this. The pop-ups were complicated. You guys saw that? Wei Pingsheng seems incredibly confident, but he's always trapping his mind and guts. This is his weakness and sadness. He doesn't have the extreme heart of Wei Xiao, who is always fearless and dares to fight in the face of anyone. Wei Flaw is fighting, and a new one is starting to appear in the other timeline. The third son of the Wei family, the eldest son of Wei Pengzhang, simulated. Now Wei Pengzhang has taken over the situation and started planning and organizing. On the one hand, he teaches his younger brother and gives confidence and encouragement to Wei Pengzhang. And on the other hand, he also starts to show his eldest son's courage by disguising himself as a grassroots official and starts to report drug dealers. Gradually, people in Dongchang province began to pay attention and investigate. But the progress was slow. Pop-ups are surfacing today as well. Indeed, better than Wei Pengsheng handling. After all, the planning and management of well-organized. But such a short period of time is difficult to see the results. He doesn't realize that he's about to face a truly formidable foe made up of offshore forces, Southeast Asian drug lords, assassins, and agents. Meanwhile, a number of people looked to the other side of the screen. Retrospective on the life of Wei's eldest son. Timeline synchronization. Now Wei Xiaoxiao is closely watching the progress of the investigation of Fishy, Manhun, and Yellow Hair, while also bringing his brothers to other urban areas of Luoqiao City in the form of investment. He has almost formed a chain of billiard halls and video halls under his name. Now, Wei Xiaoxiao looked down at the newspaper, on which often appeared Wei Pengsheng figure. He became famous at a young age, creating a successful momentum. His eyes then turned to another photo. Wei Pengzhang, late at night, private room at the Golden River Hotel. Li Ziqiang, the section chief of the economic office of the Urban Reform District, was a little puzzled, leaning back in his chair and staring at the young man. Investments in construction are counted in the name of our economic office pulling the strings. Commit to investing over $1 million a year. What do you really want? Now that there's an empty spot up there, everyone's competing for it, and $1 million isn't a small number for a district. Even this political achievement might take him further. But Li Ziqiang still didn't agree and looked at Wei Xiao curiously. There's a kid at Chanhua Middle School in the old city called Wei Pengzhang. You take the time to bring him along and dip your toe in the political aura. Arrange for him to be a grassroots official. Wei Flaw muttered to himself. He spent money to invest and find various leaders just to start paving the political road for Wei Pengzhang. Section Chief Li Ziqiang squinted his eyes. A little strange. Is a child worth investing so much in developing a political aura? But he chose to say yes, because this investment must get his hands on it, and he didn't want to offend the connections behind Wei Flaw. Li Ziqiang began to take the note, and went to Wei Flaw's request. After arriving at the school, Li Ziqiang used the excuse of training outstanding students. He selected 10 students, among whom Wei Pengzhang, a junior, was among them. Li Ziqiang began to personally take Wei Pengzhang in front of the county party committee compound, teaching him to walk and talk, get off the car rhythm, adjusting the body posture, exchange of nodding angle. Afterwards, in the name of learning, he took Wei Pengzhang to urban villages to give speeches, read the evening paper to the grandparents, and taught Wei Pengzhang to start changing his dialect accent. Wei Pengzhang was very excited, because the dialect accent was always his inferiority complex, especially because he loved the feeling of being a leader. He loved politics. Less than a month, in the face of a variety of chambers of commerce, meetings, today's Wei Pengzhang, although very young, but well-spoken, generous and stable. In April, Li Ziqiang met with Wei Flaw and asked curiously, I think this kid is average. What do you think? Train him? Wei Xiao smiled, but his eyes were full of seriousness. He must be strong. Why? Li Ziqiang didn't get a response and shook his head to leave. Until the darkness of night, Wei Xiao muttered to himself, after I die, someone must hold up the Wei family. Pengsheng is too confident but not strong. Solitary Central doesn't know the human condition, and solitary spirit is too fragile. You can only choose ping-pong politics, so you'll have to brace yourself. You sure can. Wei Flaw's expression rarely shows anxiety. His brother is investigating drug dealers, and he does not know when he will suddenly storm the thunder. He may not have a tomorrow. After he dies, the Wei family will need someone to hold it together. How else can I explain to my parents? Ward. The disheveled-looking Wei Pengsheng was stunned for a long time. Wei Pengsheng's eyes turned and landed on the other side of the brainwave device. That's Wei Pengzhang wearing an instrument and being simulated. Senior, do you know what he's doing? Can a person's will really reach such a point? Wei Pengsheng asked as if he were asking himself, and as if he were inquiring about the dying figure on the hospital bed. On the one hand, they have to send people undercover to investigate drug dealers and fight against the Ponzi forces behind them. One side of the coin is to nurture your childhood self. He also had to train Wei Pengzhang to become the top pillar of the Wei family after him. Solitary Spirit is also still young, and is relieved that he has not found a way to retreat. Wei Pengsheng didn't dare to substitute into Wei Xiao's life, because it's so desperate that all you can do when you open your eyes is move forward. Inside the ward, The host of the Loco Hills Evening News suddenly spoke to the camera. A lot of people feel that Wei Flaw is crumbling and in disarray. Think Wei Flaw is epileptic. But not at all. Because if the grief is close to breaking down, Wei Flaw goes to see her parents and get motivated. And he only helped pave the way for his younger siblings and didn't care at all how he was treated. He had no negative emotions. Misunderstood. Vilified. It doesn't matter. The words stuttered. And the Evening Standard hostess belted out a sob. That's what to do about him. Life is long. What about him? Chapter 63, A Hat. April 97. The Old Town. Opening a new area with more and more stores of all kinds. With the general trend of economic development and market demand, business is becoming more and more prosperous. It has been noted that the small raw video parlors that used to be only in the Old Town are gradually becoming multi-district chains. Meanwhile, Wei Xiao was arrested several times for fighting, assault, ecstasy and other arrests. The market-grabbing offended local merchants were reported to be under investigation by the Business Development Unit, BDU. Business Cooperation Concessions. Local representatives are not satisfied. Direct investigation and arrest. It was also seized by a tax representative in the new district of Kaishin and a number of fines were paid. In just a few short months, Wei Xiaoxiao has repeatedly experienced the official and business Sichuan events, and has just now been released. Opened the office of the new district's Cozy Eye Video Hall. Lu Huangmao took a new piece of clothing for Wei Chou to change into and angrily cursed and opened his mouth. Treadmill. This group all want our money. Arresting people if they don't pay, and arresting people even if they pay less, is darker than the Tama Road. Wei Flaw didn't care and just looked at the new information during this time. Boss, there's news from Tianhai now. Seeing the information, Lu Huangmao's expression tightened and he reported in a grave manner. That group of drug dealers intends to build a factory on the northern outskirts of Luoqiu, claiming to the public that they are building a new factory to support the local economy and solve the population's employment. Willow Yellow Hair frowned as she pointed at the newspaper photo. Now the Commercial Development Group, the Employment Bureau have officials to go, and even which also involves the opening of new districts and other district chiefs, the size of more than 20 officials. The relationship is very hard. At that time, Wei Zhao's eyes were deep, gazing at the various officials among them. Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company, Ltd., has a large volume, belonging to the future taxpayers. These officials hold very normal. No one knew that behind the front of the pharmaceutical company, there was actually poison and overseas forces intruding. By building a factory here, the other side simply intends to let the poison run rampant and turn Loco Hills into Colombia. What's the situation over at Fishboy and Mangan now? Fishy passes on the news quite a bit, and Manhan's side has mapped out some of the storage locations in the meantime, but it's all poking around the periphery now. Hearing this, Wei Flaw nodded his head and his hoarse voice rang out. Stay close, just know the general location. I'll take it from here. His teenager's eyes were sharp with a bone-chilling chill. His business, he'll settle it without bringing anyone else down. While Lu Huangmao continued to arrange for people to keep an eye on the tea house, Wei Xiaoxiao started dialing the phone number of the Narcotics Police Brigadier Sun Haiyan. Captain Sun, I'd like to report that the following locations now have suspected drug processing storage sites. If left unchecked, I'm afraid that Lakiu City will soon become the second Yecheng, where poisons are rampant, and it is recommended that an investigative team be set up on the same day to investigate immediately. On the other end of the phone, Luoqiu City Narcotics Brigade Captain Ma Taigang sounded puzzled. What? Did these people offend you too? He had also investigated what happened in Yecheng last time, and Wei Xiao had even made a personal trip just to uproot the Yecheng drug dealers. A mongrel, who enters the palace more often than not, must have ulterior motives. The other party's unconcerned tone caused Wei Xiao's voice to gradually turn cold. Offend me? You know better than me what these are. And even if you can't find out the information, now that the information is provided to you, you still don't act? What kind of narcs are you? Wei Flaw's state was clearly not right, but Ma Taigang also came to fire and angrily rebuked the opening. Who are you to question me when you touch this stuff yourself? Who knows if you guys are trying to kill each other with a knife? Phew, the smell of gunpowder was heavy, and Wei Xiao took a deep breath to calm his mind. I'm sorry, Ma, but this kind of thing has to be caught. This stuff can hurt a lot of people if it spreads. Inside the small room, Wei Xiao seemed to see her father's back once again. Her knuckles clenched a little white. This is more than 4,000 kilometers on the edge of the southwest. Hundreds of anti-narcotics police warriors take their lives to guard what? The teenager was lonely, worried, and hissed with mixed emotions. Mate Harbor was puzzled. He could hear that the punk was not in the right mood. What the hell is this kid doing? So worried about the poison raging, but he still touches it? Alright, I'll start the investigation on my end. What kind of help do you need? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and his voice changed a little. A narc suit. Or a hat would work. Or shoes. Whatever you guys send. Ma Taigang was silent, not knowing what Wei Xiao wanted to do. Got it. We'll leave it next to Little Life video on Spring Flower Street when the time comes. Get it yourself. Thank you, horseman. The sound of the horses, for some reason, didn't seem quite the same as before. In the hospital, the aged Ma Taigang kept his head down. He didn't have the face to look up. The memory of that raspy voice was exact. He said, "Whatever you guys post is fine." At the moment it seemed that the rasp was almost sharp enough to rip through another dimension, until he saw the memory flashback to a new image. An ordinary police officer's cap issued by a narcotics brigade. But, the end is square and carries the insignia on it. Solemn. Sacred. Yes, that was the year that Marty Harbor only gave that punk a hat. That's all. Small room. Sink. In the mirror. The wrapped hat was placed on one side end first, and Wei Xiao rubbed his hands vigorously. Scars and calluses washed clean from his hands, but he didn't stop there. Scrubbing desperately. These hands have been stained with the blood of criminals, have been exposed to poison. It's dirty. He has to wash up. Only afterward did he tip his hat and stare almost reverently at the insignia on it. The moment he put it on his head, the teenager tugged unsatisfactorily at the flowered shirt he was wearing. The floral shirts look cluttered and the mongrel vibe is strong. Wei Xiaoxiao buttoned all the buttons, the corners of his coat tied into his belt and stretched, carefully organizing herself until she was meticulously organized and free of any wrinkles. She looked at the figure in the mirror. The smile from his heart faded, and he raised his right hand in salute. The atmosphere suddenly became serious. The raspy voice resounded. "I voluntarily become a freshman in the police academy. I swear that I am willing to give everything for the badge on my chest. For the people, for justice. I will eradicate all poison and dangerous things that endanger the people. The mountains and the rivers are monuments, and history will not remember us." Word by word, Wei Fla said very slowly, and the young man in the mirror who raised his hand in salute had a straight back and a high fighting spirit. This was the moment when he felt like he was truly alive. Instead, they are the sons of the Wei family, walking corpses who are out to avenge and protect their families. It's a narc's hat, just like Dad's. Same man who took out 3 Southwest cartel routes in one fell swoop. The teenager muttered to himself, excitement about to spill out of his eyes. Report, code 2943, Narcotics Officer Wei Flaw, requesting to return to duty. Like a child with a few teenage moments, Wei Xiao thought of the memory of seeing that police academy's officers, bouncing around, carefully organizing their hats over and over again. He turned on the music, which played solemn songs. March, attention, at ease. No one knew what a punk teenager was striding about in this shabby little room, but with his solemn demeanor, he really seems to have found a faith in this world that he can fit into and dedicate his life to. Juvenile solemnity, badge solemnity. At this point, he was Wei Flaw, not a vicious wolf, not an informant, not a businessman mingling in a drinking game. It's a narc. He knew he could never be a narc, but he had a hat the narc had issued him. Inside the hospital room, the memory recalls a firm voice. Report, code 2943, Narcotics Officer Wei Flaw, requesting to return to duty. Matek Harbor suddenly shivered, his chest churning with emotion as he looked at his almost uncontrollable arm. The tears in his eyes completely collapsed in this moment. Fee with a nasal voice and hot tears slipping down his face. He just watched the teenager salute solemnly. The floral shirts are out of place with the stately hats, favoring them as if they had found a home in the middle of nowhere. He said that Narcotics Officer Wei Flaw applied to return to the team. No one knows. Loco Hills Narcotics doesn't have your name, but your name will be remembered by many people in the future. Ma Taigang broke away from Zhao Jing's assisting hand and stood up trembling, his old voice trembling and firm. 2943, authorized to return. The voice rang through the ward. In the hospital bed, the tattoo-strewn middle-aged man's breath is weak, the fog diminishing under the ventilator. It seems that even the chest no longer rises and falls. The doctor in charge looked at the various types of data from the electrocardiograph and was silent. He's getting weaker and weaker. The heartbeat is slow and oxygen saturation is steadily decreasing. Inside the hospital room, the host scrutinized the middle-aged in front of him, and suddenly saw Wei Flaw's scarred fingers on the hospital bed trembling and moving. Chapped lips murmured, "No sound," seems to say, "Copy that." At this moment, the middle-aged figure gradually overlapped with the teenager in the memory flashback. Narcotics Officer Wei Flaw. Copy. Chapter 64, Lack of Time. A new screen begins. April, now early spring, is chilly. Wei Xia was still wearing a heavy cotton jacket, looking down at the information. These were all compiled by Willow Yellowhair with her people, the information of various families in the surrounding area. This won't work. You see, This family has had children die of illness before because there was no one to take care of them and they lost the best time to treat them. This family is in good condition, but rumor has it that the two are not in a good relationship, and there is a good chance that they will divorce afterwards. The East End? It's pretty messy over there. There are a lot of jerks at the beginning and end of the school day. Yes, Wei Flaw started looking for a new family to adopt for her little sister. Wei Solitaire. Solitaire. This child has a fragile character and is prone to low self-esteem. She needs to find understanding and supportive, stable family, otherwise what if she is bullied in the future? Who will be able to protect her when I'm gone? While rummaging around, Wei Xiao muttered something. The voice was hoarse and hard to hear, but tenderness almost overflowed in the words. This was already an unknown number of times to say this. Lu Huangmao reddened his eyes and seemed to have a kind of inexplicable repression. He wiped the tears from his eyes. When the boss is gone, so am I. The oldest, who had lived life more bitterly than anyone else, was more like his own brother. At this moment, Wei Xiao frowned and fiercely flung Lu Huangmao. Immediately, Ling Li's gaze gradually softened. I'm sorry, but don't ever say that again. Meeting Lu Huangmao's stubborn eyes, Wei Xiao remained serious. You shall live well, and afterward you shall live to be 100 years old, to see the world well. Let's also see if there are any traces of me in the future. Speaking of this, Wei Flaw's gaze suddenly darkened. His voice paused, and he turned his head to continue looking at the information. Forget it, it won't happen. Loneliness almost filled the room. Wei Flaw's voice continued, whispering as he rummaged through the information. Make sure you find the kind of family that's warm, but full of strength. At least that will hurt Solitaire a lot. This child, she grew up timid. She should have grown up in warmth and been loved in order to love the world. The dark-haired teen looked down attentively, rambling and softening his brow a few times as he chanted about his little sister. Willow yellow hair, still red-eyed, nodded her head earnestly. I will also continue to send my brothers to inquire. In the afternoon, near the end of the school day, outside the school, Wei Xiaoxiao coughed and listened to Li Ziqiang respond. That kid is starting to get a little bit of an aura. Not timid. City. It's kind of primed to work. Hard work. Wei Flaw smiled and nodded his head, then swung his hand and started calling people over. Wei Pingzhang has been reading the evening paper to the damsel in distress in the city center village area lately. So next you'll send someone to spread the word at the school that you'll be pretending to fight at the Tianji Internet Cafe over at the intersection. Let's see how he handles conflicts. Soon, Wei Pingzhang and the school inadvertently learned that today two groups of school punks in the Tianji Internet bar about the fight, which there are many classmates. He gritted his teeth and went forward. Although the clothes are very common, but Wei Pingzhang backhands walking, pace of grooming gradually have some temperament, and regulating ideas from the interests of both sides to start. Grabbing both sides of the mongrel students do not want to have a physical conflict and a part of the idea to start posting mediation. Soon both sides lay down. So Wei Pingzhang received the Outstanding Youth Award from the Loco Hills Board of Education. Afterward, Wei Xiaoxiao once again arranged for the abandoned lime pond in the suburbs, where the safety fence had long become loose because of the previous heavy rain. He arranged for a couple of punks to start as a disguise to play by the lime pool on a stormy day. Under the political arrangement of Li Ziqiang, Wei Pingzhang also came here, and he noticed the safety fence at first, knowing that the other side is very dangerous if they fall, so quickly lured a few punks out of harm's way by treating them to a game. Because of the rescue people, Wei Pingzhang naturally gained the other parent thanks. Is facing the Luoqiao City reporter interview. The issue of security and prevention is a top priority, and the next step should be to continue to strengthen the infrastructure and maintain. Wei Pingzhang did not get carried away, asked questions, talked about a board, and gradually had an aura. This interview also led to Wei Pingzhang being dubbed by the Loco Hills Daily News a minor official. Many newspapers and magazines forwarded the story and praised Wei Pingzhang for his natural temperament for politics. And after the newspaper was issued, the media soon received the relevant fees sent by Wei Xiaoxiao, and continued to start selling publicity. Li Ziqiang witnessed the whole thing and watched in awe. You're horrible. This kid is so young and you're raising hope. In the twilight, Wei Xiao looked at the school and shook his head. It's too slow. It needs to be faster. It was not until Li Ziqiang left that Wei Xiao was alone and rolled up his sleeve, looking at his arm that was as withered as tea. Pete was covered in pinholes and scars. Ward. Wei Solo looked on and began to sort out the whole thing in his mind. Now, Wei Xiao is starting to cultivate Sango. It involves assholes, officials, the media, and all sorts of other things. This kind of calculating layout, the depth of intent, made her not even be able to help but have a momentary trance. After that, she also turned her head and looked at her third brother, Wei Pingzhang, simulating the eldest son picture. Eldest son of Wei Pingzhang simulation. In the same timeline, at that time, Wei Pingzhang set out to report the drug dealers and lay out a counterattack. While starting to teach Wei Pengsheng began to learn business planning and market development, environment prediction, as well as business competition, how to divide the conflict, how to disassociate rivals. It seems to be working just fine, but Wei Solitary just smiled bitterly and opened his mouth. What will happen when you quit the simulation, third brother, and see all the things of your former youth? It turns out that your path to politics had initially been designed to pave the way. Jitterbugs, life pop-ups appear as well. Have you seen Wei Flaw's business during this time? Apart from the people under his hand who deserve it, all of it has been used by Wei Flaw to give gifts, billiard halls, parking lots. All of these were given to school leaders, businessmen, and officials to pave the way for Wei Pengsheng and Wei Pengzheng to become businessmen and politicians, and to cultivate their reputation. He barely left himself anything. In the other live room, Yang Xiao, a master's degree in psychology, was also watching, complexly analyzing. The most important thing is that even if the cultivation fails, the worst result Wei Pengzheng is exposed, and the enemy does not dare to start, because these two children's adoptive parents, on the one hand, is the head of the tax section, on the other hand, is the mayor of the old city district, and small Pengzheng, they themselves are all as the Luocho city teenager's windy figure. Once the accident, the impact is very big. Wei Flaw is so tactful, openly and secretly, calculating to protect everything. Chapter 65, How will you go on for years to come? The new picture continues. It's now around summer vacation 97. During this period of time, Wei Flaw didn't come home much, but every time he came home, he would find Wei Solitary Spirit, looking at Wei Solitaire, who was hugging her new rabbit doll. Wei Flaw's voice was low. Solitary Spirit, in the future you must be more bold. Fiddling with the rabbit doll, Wei Solitaire looked up innocently. Why? Wei Flaw narrowed his gaze and didn't look at those innocent eyes, just looked out the window. You'll grow up to be bold from now on. You can't always back down when things go wrong. If you have a goal or a vision, go boldly, go after it, and realize it. What is your dream? Cocking his head, Wei Solitaire thought for a long time, his eyes shining brightly. Sing. I want to be a singer and want everyone to like me. She loved to sing, her gaze pure and longing. Then go boldly and sing. Wei Xiao was almost encouraging, telling his sister with a bit of unnoticed heartache. Just saying this, Wei Solitaire didn't say anything, looking down at her old clothes and pinching the two ears of the rabbit doll. She wouldn't dare. There will be a lot of people listening to the singing. She's afraid people won't like her. She was more afraid of being bullied. Wei Xiao just looked on, his gaze that worried. Wei Pengzheng character are very stable. Even self-confidence, even the fourth sister Soling Yang, is also strong inside, can top the pressure alone to meet the difficulties. Self-regulation ability is very strong. Only Soling is his most worried. This child is timid. Character is very fragile. No self-regulation ability. Once encountered blow setbacks, perhaps very difficult to pass. Thinking of this, Wei Xiao squatted down and looked at the apprehensive little girl. Want to know about mommy and daddy? Want to know when they're coming home? Mom and dad. On the chair, Wei Solitaire's eyes lit up, and the little hand clutching the rabbit doll tightened a few points as she nodded her head. Then wait. Mom and dad left a tape recorder, and when you can sing into it and fill the room with tapes, mom and dad's messages and voices will come out of it. Wei Solitary Spirit was a little disbelieving, but still looked at Wei Xiao expectantly, after which he began to lock himself in his room alone and timidly began to sing. She was looking forward to seeing her mom and dad again, and for her, maybe there would be nothing to worry about or be afraid of. While his sister started practicing, Wei Xiao returned to her room and shut herself up as well. He took out the only relic his parents had left, recorder. First, the small tape indentation to the back of the tape compartment insulating rubber pad, after which forcefully break the replacement tape initial, clip into the picture written with a magnifying glass to see the pad. After that start tin soldering link breakpoints on the board. The only way to stop the heads from melting is to trigger here first. Get the content. Next to the desk were many specialized books, which also featured tape recorders and tapes of all types of disassembly. It was almost like watching and learning while installing and setting up. Wei Xiao was busy until late at night, and was already bloodshot and exhausted, setting everything up. Wei Flaw muttered to himself as he welded the final details of each place. Spirit, when you hear this, you must be a great singer. When the tape recorder tape meltdown is damaged, it will play my hidden tapes. Mom and dad are most comfortable with you because you're the smallest and timid. I'm relieved for you, too. Let me sing you a song. It's the song mom and dad used to sing when you were little. The tape recorder turned on and Wei Xiao put in the hidden tape, organizing his voice with extra care. After that the screen disconnected and Wei Xiao had taken the tape recorder and appeared in the living room. Wei Solitaire hugged the rabbit doll and looked at the tape recorder and tapes left behind by her mom and dad, her eyes bright with anticipation. Pei Wei Flaw shook the Journey to the West tape in his hand and began to teach his sister how to disassemble it. During the demonstration, the magnetic head was broken open with great force, in which the written note was plainly interspersed. Afterwards, when he pressed the play button and the Journey to the West theme song cassette, Wei Flaw pressed the volume button in front of Wei Solitary Spirit. 3 long and 2 short. That's what the Morse code hints at unraveling the glue mean. Wei Solitaire didn't pay attention, but Wei kept demonstrating. He knew that his sister was still young now, and when she grew up, she would see and understand. Getting the tape recorder left behind by mom and dad, and even have the chance to get the news from mom and dad. Wei Solitaire was rarely happy and smiling, hugging the tape recorder, and the tender voice babbled and started to sing along with it. At this moment, Wei Xiao just listened and closed her eyes. That's the youngest sister, the person he was most at ease with. Ward. Wei Solitary Spirit looked at all the details in the memory flashback. Thoughts fade back to yesteryear. At that point, she was full of anticipation. Turns out he's laid so much thought into it. She instructed her assistant to remove the broken tape recorder from the house and bring it in. Looking at the old tape recorder, which is full of engraved marks and marks of the era, Wei Solitaire's delicate fingers rubbed the mottled traces of it, and the bottom of her eyes were complicated. Skillfully place the tape in it until the Westward Journey song cassette. Press the 3 long and 2 short buttons, and uncover the adhesive pad. The hospital room was silent, and there was a raspy sound coming from the old tape recorder with its electric current. The period feel is strong. The moon is bright and the wind is quiet. The leaves cover the window lattice. The crickets chirp and clang, like the sound of the strings. The moon is bright and the wind is quiet. The leaves cover the window lattice. That's how mommy sings it, too, little spirit, and now I'm going to teach it to you. It was the teenage Wei Flaw voice, tired but gentle. It was the exhaustive worry of an older brother, almost doting on his youngest sister. But that year, no one knew but himself. Wei Solitaire listened, in a trance, and the sound of the tape recorder in his hand kept coming out. She thought of herself in the old days. She was afraid to sing at that time. It was from getting her parents' recorder that she started to sing and record alone, because then she felt like her mom and dad were there for her, encouraging her. But she just waited doggedly for the tapes to fill the room, saw mom and dad, and didn't see the problem. Afterwards, he graduated and was even busier with his career. And although he still kept the tape recorder, he didn't remember what Wei Flaw had said before, so he hid the words of his heart here. To be precise, she never used it again after that. The old tape recorder current came in a song looped over and over again, and the ward fell almost into silence. Only after a long time did Wei Solitary Spirit open his mouth. We haven't seen him since 97. How did he live after that? Wei Pengsheng nodded his head in a complicated manner, also thinking of the past. Yeah, I didn't see it after that either. He's leading undercover drug cartels, as well as sending people to secretly fight against Tianhai Pharmaceuticals. Some people began to support Xiao Zhang, cultivating his temperament and reputation in politics. Solitary was taken away for adoption by Prof. Tang Rulong, and you were also given away that year. After that, how did he get through it? In 97, the dark-haired teenager left everyone's sight. When I saw it again, it was already the middle-aged man who resisted arrest with a gun, dying and lying in a hospital bed. They don't know what happened in between. Now, everyone is looking at sickbay. Chapter 66 reading is his hobby. September 2nd, 25. For others, it's just the most unusual mid-January through February. This time might just be the time they used to visit friends and family and face the usual life that doesn't change from day to day. But now, the live feed, February 95 to early August 97, is a life of people turning off a cliff. Mining towns are visited by many people today to pay their respects. The untouched creek is covered with weeds. But now, people are starting to put down paper boats. The paper boat carries candles, lights the light, and goes with the flow. There are teenagers with backpacks looking up at the caves of yesteryear. To think that 30 years ago, a madman his age had appeared here. The valley was barren and many of the car parts were rotting, mottled with rust and moss over time. Deep in the valley, the unmarked tombstone has been weathered, but you can tell it has been tended to. What was once only a mishmash of wild tobacco and sprawling grass is now also full of flowers. Someone showed up at the Wei family home that was burned in a fire 30 years ago. After years of disrepair, the broken walls have disappeared, leaving only ruins in which weeds flourish. They thought of the day the fire went out and the gray teenager knelt, looked up, and told his family. He started this fire. His parents are far away. At that moment, the teenager's eyes were calm, not rippling. He also didn't know what to do with his life after that. He was 13 years old. The Phoenix reporter bowed silently and said nothing. A reporter for the Loco Hills Morning News, a reporter for the Southern newspaper, and a lowered eyebrow when seen. Local villagers saw for the first time to bring together so many journalists from all walks of life. Cannot help but think of the former traffickers to search the mountain scene. The old village headman also arrived trembling, wiping his tears, bowing constantly, rambling and whispering under his breath. Thank you for remembering them. The Phoenix reporter suddenly smiled, his eyes cold. In the past, that teenager was stuck here alone, and no one was willing to help. Now that Wei Flaw has gained fame, he has instead come to play the good guy and honor Wei Flaw's parents. The reporter spoke in a low voice, his eyes falling on the ruins. He's dying and the world is just starting to know? Ward, elderly narcotics officer Ma Taigang is watching, as his apprentice Zhao Jing, Professor Tang Rulong, police station Sun Ocean, nurses, Wei Peng Sheng, Wei Solo Yang, Wei Solo Ling converge. 8 eyes converged on the hospital bed almost simultaneously. For at the moment, the cardiograph made a piercingly shrill sound. Wei Yan, whose original breath was weak and whose chest had almost collapsed, looked like he had been stimulated by something. Decreased oxygen saturation and weakened vital signs. The nurses and doctors looked serious and quickly began to deploy instruments, medicines, and resuscitation. The picture retrospective continues. The staff member in charge of tracing the brainwave device looked on, frowning. Perhaps next Wei Flaw arrived at one of the conference's toughest moments. It's the only way to make him have such a huge mood swing that he even has thoughts of giving up on life. Wei Shengyang turned his head and met Wei Shangling's gaze, seeing the shock in the other party's eyes. What the hell is? What can make even the disaster of extermination? All the rebellious family have carried through Wei Flaw's cannot survive. Pi, the brainwave device. The picture appeared. It's 97 and winter vacation. As the New Year's Eve atmosphere shifted to fall, Wei Flaw flipped through the newspaper. Loco Hills Evening News. The front page takes up nearly a third of the page and is titled 15-year-old junior officer rescues children. There are also a few newspapers on the lower tabletop, also covering news about the Wei Ping administration. Armed brawl breaks out at Tengi's internet bar, involving dozens of people, before being stopped by a student. The newspapers were all full of praise, with some praising the student for his young age and his remarkable speech. Others praised the student for carrying on the spirit and following in the footsteps of their forefathers and setting an example. Wei Flaw smiled in a rare moment, put away the newspapers and magazines one by one, and began to study. Stacked on the desk are modern economics, classical economics, and various geography and political books. Covers a wide span from middle school to college. Wei Flaw was struggling to learn, but he didn't give up and watched carefully. The pages have been turned to the point of being torn and the handwriting is clear. Every time Lu Huangmao and the others came, Wei Xiao would immediately lock the books in the drawer. That's why Lu Huangmao was especially curious as to what the boss was hiding. After that, Wei Flaw left to go out, and Lu Huangmao used to sneak a look. Pages full of notes. No one to teach. Tough to learn on your own. He could almost imagine how hard and exhausting it was for the boss to study. It was clear that he had to deal with so much, and he didn't even know if there was a tomorrow. But he was still studying, not only for confrontation after myself, but also for counseling to help my younger siblings. It's hard, but he always carried it alone. Yellow hair vision gradually blurred, a little acidic. Continue to look through the new. Now Wei Flaw folded. A book for judicial exams is a must for civil service exams. General legal memorization, jurisprudence, criminal procedure, business law. Flip the fold-out page with the judicial exam questions. Case, defendant, A, male, 33 years old, Russian, co-driver. On December 19, 1985, defendant A, together with Captain B and other crew members, flew the I-24 civil aircraft No. 234 in the territory of Russia Airlines airliner on a CAA Flight 101 mission. When the airplane flew to, the defendant took advantage of the opportunity of the pilot to go to the toilet, on the grounds that there was a mechanical problem in the cabin, tricked the mechanic out of the cockpit, then locked the cockpit door, twisted the autopilot, and held a knife to force the captain, who was piloting the aircraft, to fly in an easterly direction, and the captain was forced to change the direction of the course, and the aircraft landed in a farm field in the countryside of another country. Question: whether the criminal law is applicable to crimes committed by A in our territory. Below is an analysis of Wei's case. This case involves the spatial validity of criminal law, and although A is a foreigner, the judicial authorities are entitled to exercise jurisdiction over his criminal acts. First, by hijacking an aircraft, A has violated the 3 conventions. At the same time, it is in line with the treaty obligations stipulated in Article 9 of the Criminal Code. That is to say, in respect of the crimes stipulated in the international treaties concluded by or with the participation of the big powers. Secondly, Article 6, Paragraph 13, of the Penal Code stipulates that this code shall apply to all crimes committed in the territory of the Great Powers, except where specifically provided for by law. Lu Huangmao did not read a lot of books, but he looked at Wei Xiaoxiao made many papers. Analyze clearly. All kinds of judicial exams need to memorize the terms of almost familiar and flow. The font is beautiful. In block letters, dang. In addition to these, there are many historical questions, including views on historical figures such as Yuan Chonghuan. Willow Yellow Hair reached out and touched the words, her eyes tearing up. He didn't know exactly how much time Wei Flaw spent on these. He just saw that on weekdays Wei Flaw's arrangements for his younger siblings and dealing with drug cartels had taken up most of his life. He suddenly thought of something. What would the boss be like if he hadn't gone through this? Footsteps sounded outside the door, and Lu Huangmao wiped her tears in a panic, red-eyed, and put everything away as if she didn't know. The door pushed open and Wei Xiao returned with a smile and confidence in his eyes. Next, arrange for the fish seller and his men to go to open a new area for dinner. Today's reunion is considered a celebration of the brothers' careers gaining new development, but I have something to do, so I'll leave you to take them. Wei Xiao was serious again and returned to his room. Willow Yellow Hair didn't ask what he was going to do this time, because he knew that the boss was short on time and he was learning. The mind drifted back to the unconscious seeing the boss's anger and hatred for the poison. He really wanted to be a narc, but couldn't. He can't be a narc. At this moment, Willow Yellow Hair lowered her eyelids and turned around forlornly. Where is the man who paves the way for others with his own life? Chapter 67 Times change, but things will always be the same. Modern hospitals. Zhao Jing was young, and his always sharp eyes were now frozen. He suddenly thought of earlier. The snow. The teenager, umbrella in hand, is based outside the police school and stares into it. The look of the oath is desperate in its loneliness. Now Mate Harbor coughs, shivers, and ages like a dry bone. He reached out and pointed at the screen, his voice weak. You boy. He suddenly smiled bitterly. You kid and me say ah. You. Zhao Jing assisted his master and lowered his eyelids, unable to bear to look again. He won't talk, because he still has to avenge and kill. How can such a person want to drag others down or make them obsess over him? He doesn't even want to owe people favors. Becoming a narc was just a dream he held onto, but soberly tore it apart. The words paused at this point, and Zhao Jing was silent for a long time. But he's really good material. I've never seen such good material for a narc in my life. He'd be the best tough guy if he was a narc. Hunan Police Academy in early 25. Two freshmen who had just joined the school sat in their dorm room and watched the live stream. The scene is framed with the image of a teenager alone shutting himself up in his room to prepare for a judicial exam. A freshman picks up a police cap, examines the badge on it, and thinks of the dizzying brush-ups of yesteryear. What was an inexorable scene for them was what the teenager had dreamed of. He's obsessed, enamored, and even happy about it. Without life's ups and downs, perhaps he would have been the most stunning of the group in the police academy and the best narcotics officer, right? The two freshmen looked at each other, their eyes falling on their badges. The solemnity of the atmosphere grew more and more solemn. Establish the will to serve the country, forge the soul of loyalty, nurture the spirit of justice, and gather the righteousness of fairness. Twitter. The OB screen appears. The pop-up seemed to have too many emotions brewing at this moment, appearing in an unprecedented surge. Many women saw it and were heartbroken. Let him be. Why? Why can't even his last dream come true? How can a man fall into the muck like this for the rest of his life? Can you make him happy for once? Just once? Since his parents left, the last light in his life, besides his family, was only his dreams, but he couldn't even fool himself that it took someone who was too sober to be so cruel as to tear his last light with his own hands. Wei Flaw doesn't like being a punk, never has. Can you let him live just once? Just for himself. Just once. The new images continue. Now Wei Flaw left and did not continue to study and do the questions. He was busy. Boss, our tamed dogs have now found several suspected locations in Loco Hills. The farming planning area in the open new area of Loco Hills. A large area of abandoned farms here. Smells terrible and is perfect for poison cultivation and refining. The Old Town Welcome District. One of the most upscale neighborhoods of the last decade. Expensive. Requiring detailed records for entry and exit. Is now completely occupied by the Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company. Nominally a high-level management apartment. Willow Yellow Hair reported. Looking grave. It's easy to see from these few suspected locations that the other side has a heavy heart. Difficult to access, or strong odor areas that are difficult to troubleshoot. It might take a lot of work for even a narc to investigate. Willow Yellow Hair continues to report new ones. Secondly, the pharmaceutical company has begun to develop and is now being rolled out. A bunch of newspapers, magazines started to appear in front of Wei Chou. Loco Hills Morning News with the headline Pharmaceutical Giant May Settle in Loco Hills, will be newest taxpayer. Southern newspaper reported that Tianhai Pharmaceuticals is expected to put into production and build plants, and the related industry drive will solve 100,000 jobs for the city of Luoqiao. The numbers aren't exaggerated, they're all based on previous Tianhai Pharmaceutical statistics. Thus it has also attracted various media stations and competing for coverage. Wei Flaw casually picked up a few newspapers and scanned them, in which a business card slipped. This is from a representative of Tianhai Pharmaceuticals, saying that the boss is invited to the banquet. Thirdly, the tea house in Luoqiao City where Lu Chang and the others converged before now disappeared to be renamed the Luoqiao City Tea Sales Base. Everything is changing to meet the times. Pai Lu Wangmao's temperament was calm and steady, and his expression gradually became grave. They're hiding even deeper. And even Tenkai Pharmaceuticals is trying to use this time to mix with official positions as a businessman. Speaking of which, Yellow Hair even carried a few moments of worry. Once the other party gained contacts in the officialdom, it would be more difficult to deal with them. Wei Flaw didn't say anything, just looked amongst a group of materials, searching, categorizing, and identifying. Hog farms, welcoming neighborhoods are each placed under observation. His posture was silent and patient, his eyes firm and calm and confident. Yes, even if the other side was powerful and ever-changing, he wouldn't be afraid. No matter how times change, no matter what the future holds, I will find him and catch him. At this moment, Wei Xiao looked up. The black-haired teenager's voice was hoarse, but his gaze was stern and resolute. Judge him. The new screen reappeared. The manpower Wei Flaw had arranged began to head to the welcoming neighborhood, camouflaged and observing from afar. There are also people on the pig farm side who are responsible for 3 shifts and are always watching. Now, in the old house he rents, the walls are yellowed and moldy with dampness, but Wei Cho didn't care, just staring at the densely packed photographs, relationship network diagrams, and all kinds of evidence on the walls. Includes fingerprint information, photos, and clothing taken from Spring Flower Guest House, Old Fan Farmhouse in the past. There are also various types of DNA comparison reports from provincial hospitals, various photos of poisons, yesteryear storage records and delivery routes. There's even a handprint from the old Wei house. For this reason, Wei Xiaoxiao spared no expense in purchasing the relevant equipment and began to recognize the characteristics: capacitive sensor, denoising processor, self-learning contrast enhancement and binarization. Now he looked at the palm print extraction photos he had taken from the Spring Flower Hospitality Center in the past. After a brief processing to convert the image to a black and white binary map, look closely at the stripe endpoints, the bifurcation points, differentiate between bow, ring, spiral and many other different shapes. Every detail is enlarged and processed until it is fully preserved and clear. And on the other side, a brand new computer sat. There are also algorithms running in it. And although there is no database for matching, Wei Cho creates simple comparison models on his own, just waiting to find each other's fingerprints and start comparing them. Similarity and threshold setting is difficult, including balancing misrecognition and rejection. This is not a simple project. The contrast is difficult. Just Wei Xiao never gave up. After that he packaged the information and put it into the craft paper bag he had prepared earlier. The yellowed craft paper bag was sealed with a coil wrap, and 3 words were written boldly on it. Ryu CK. Yes, that's Yellow Hair's name. He Wei Flaw rose, now a perennial alcoholic, forced to touch drugs, plus the scars left by early fights. He wasn't very tall, and he looked paler and weaker than his peers, but he didn't care. He just talked to himself. Chung Kong, if I die suddenly, take the bag and go to Luoqiao City Drug Enforcement Brigade Captain Ma Taigang. Give these to him. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, but only not in this room. The walls were covered in mold and mildew, and the teenager coughed and dealt with everything calmly, like an explanation of the aftermath. Now the hospital ward. Pei looked at the scene, the healthy and stout Wei Pingxing a bit of a trance. What was one doing in 97? After being adopted by Su Jiankong, the head of the tax section, he becomes a school sensation himself and forms a soccer team that plays well in Dongchang province and is taken on a tour to the south. Wei Xiangyang was also watching, his eyes unconsciously drooping. My own self that year still seemed to be immersed in the joy of having endless books. Every day in the sunny living room, curled up on the soft couch, reading and studying. There was even a time when I thought I was seriously hardworking. From time to time there are foster parents who care and are warm and happy. At this moment, Wei Solitaire looked at the tape recorder on the side and clenched her fists. That year, she was still singing, accompanied by a tape recorder, and began to get into the joy of singing, fantasizing from time to time that she was becoming a great singer. Do they remember Mom and Dad? Someone's face started to turn white. They don't seem to remember. Wei Solitaire's spirit's eyes were in a trance, because no one wants to remember sad things. No one wants to live in a constant torment of memories. Times in the big change. Wei Xiaoxiao has not changed one iota. He always lived in 95 years. That New Year's Eve has never come out. Chapter 68 The Path to Tantalus. A new scene from the Memory Trace program appears. The summer vacation of 97 was almost over when Wei Xiaoxiao made an appointment to meet Li Ziqiang, a section-level cadre. Looking at Wei Qiu, who had found himself again, Li Ziqiang picked up his teacup and took a sip. You've got to have sent tens of thousands of dollars to the southern newspapers. The Phoenix, the Loco Hills Morning Post, and the Morning Post before and after this, right? These days, big tens of thousands of dollars is not a small amount, even enough to buy 5 nice houses in Loco Hills. And that might just be the tip of the iceberg he's seeing. Just counting all these political achievements given to myself, before and after, it adds up to nearly $100,000 invested. You're really laying it on the line. Why? Li Ziqiang was curious. Hearing Li Ziqiang open his mouth, Wei Xiaoxiao smiled. Next, Wei Pingzhang will be received by the leaders. This investment, it's a good deal. Hearing the prophecy, Li Ziqiang couldn't help but frown. Even he, a member of the government, hadn't gotten the news. And Wei Xiao dared to make such a conclusion? On what grounds? He would like to know what makes that kid Wei Pingzhang get a reception from the leaders. Wei Flaw didn't explain, picked up his teacup and drank his tea with a smile. Leaving from Li Ziqiang, Wei Xiao came to a hotel room. There were already 7 middle-aged men sitting in the private room, with different clothes and different identities. If a reporter had been there, he or she would have recognized that these were the parents of the nearly drowned punks that Wei Pingzhang had saved in the old days. Among them were also 2 journalists from various newspapers. Piles of money were sent to several people separately, and Wei Xiao began to arrange the planning. Soon, a banner was welcomed to Luoqiu No, 2 middle school with a message thanking teenage hero Wei Pingzhang. When a large prize appeared in the hands of a teenager, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Wei Pingzhang also excited, blushing, forced to suppress himself not to show, taking pictures of the camera, nodding. Afterward, someone asked how the prize money would be spent, and a parent deliberately mentioned it to Wei Pingzhang. If it wasn't for you, maybe my kids would be done for. It's bound to be just like the flooding in the next county. Broken families. Frowning for a moment, Wei Pingzhang faced the camera and opened his mouth. I want to donate it all to the flooded counties. This is the responsibility of the youth of our new era, and it is also the inheritance of the great nation for thousands of years. When one party is in trouble, 8 parties will support it, and people will win. The voice was firm, and for the first time, verve appeared on his brow. Words are generous. Many of the foreign journalists who came to cover the story are scrambling to report the praise. 97 years has been holding the outstanding new teenagers. As bonus events and donations emerged, media outlets around the world began to clamor for coverage. Loco Hills Morning News, a modern version of Dayu's scientific flood fighting spirit. The Phoenix Gazette, a new era of youth, passing on the spirit of struggle, and so on and so forth appeared one after another in the press, in which Wei Pingzhang photos continue to spread. Fame is growing. Many people call it a natural-born material for the official in charge of the government, not afraid of power, not afraid of the hardships, and have a forefather's temperament. Loco Hills too began to lead the way for a while. Wei Xiao watched from afar and frowned. He was running out of time, and had to continue to accelerate the progress of Kamesa's growth. He called again and made arrangements. Next, you make appointments to meet the fake liquor dealers and expose their itinerary. Let Wei Pingzhang lead the students in arresting the fake liquor dealers. After arranging everything, Wei Xiao handed over a pile of money, patted a few people on the shoulder, and turned to leave. Soon, Wei Pingzhang heard the wind from other students. Have you heard? Those vans at the gate are counterfeit liquor dealers. They're waiting to make a deal with someone. Wei Pingzhang now has some fame, powerful posture and temperament. Many students are also willing to listen to him. He has enjoyed this sense of political leadership. So in the face of such problems, he waved his hand. Follow me. We cannot let the smuggled outside the country of the fake wine poison our people. He took his classmates to take advantage of the fake alcohol vendor's departure and simply emptied the van and called the police. Bold, under the first, behind the teenage students also gradually fearless, bold and excited. And the scene happened to be captured by a passing TV reporter. The image was framed and began to be uploaded to the front page of various newspapers. For a time, Luoqiu teenage hero following the rescue of drowning. Donations to fight floods. Once again meritorious news spread. Luoqiu city education, culture and other aspects of the leaders are also quite satisfied. The news spread. Many people are praising the Luoqiu city education in the virtue of second to none. So specially held a new era of teenagers conference. Invited is none other than the Loco Hills Junior Hero of the Year. Mr. Wei Pingzhang is also at the top of the invitation list. Li Ziqiang sat in the seat of the officials, watching the young man on the stage spring, still calm and steady, suddenly froze. He thought of the dark-haired young man's answer when he questioned Wei Xiao in the past. Now he realizes, this is all a setup by Wei Xiao. From donations, to catching smuggled booze, he calculated everything and helped Wei Pingzhang to raise his hopes. Good boy. The depth of the layout and the far-reaching intentions. A teenager with political prestige in the community. No one would want to offend in 97 or even afterward. And even many veteran officials were willing to support a handful as a talent pool. The news scene continues. Now that Li Ziqiang was fully committed to bringing Wei Pingzhang to study, he was also curious about how far Wei Pingzhang could go in the future. According to Wei Fla's request, Li Ziqiang brought Pingzhang to the agricultural machinery factory. Visit the workers here and take pictures together. After that, Li Ziqiang showed up at the nursing home with Wei Pingzhang as arranged by Wei Xiao. The people who live here are retired veterans with many honors and medals. But now they're old and a little deaf. And they can't even walk. Wei Pingzhang's gaze gradually hardened as he saw those badges. He stepped forward to assist the veteran. His gesture respectful and heartfelt. They will even accompany them and help them understand modern military, technological developments. The pictures belonging to Wei Pingzhang and the veterans gradually became more and more frequent. When the news reports came out, on the school's anniversary, several veterans stood on the school's high platform and personally presented Wei Pingzhang with the Progressive Third-Grade Student Medal. Many of the veterans' descendants, now officials everywhere, also watched the teenage figure on the news with admiring eyes. In the early September of 97, one of the top 10 youths of Luoqiao City, Wei Pingzhang was selected as the first, and the host pointed to Wei Pingzhang, and passionately recounted. Persistently collects scrap steel in order to help reinforce heating at town nursing home. He helps the elderly in the war resistance. In the reporter's interview flaws, many veterans on stage face the camera and hold out their fingers. This kid is great. A good kid. We're old, but there are people who remember us. The young Sun Ocean of the police department was also invited. And when he saw Wei Pingzhang, he couldn't help but stick out his thumb. This is the attitude that our new youth of Luoqiao should have. Li Ziqiang, who was sitting on the side, was completely shocked. From the inside to the outside, Wei Ping's political reputation, political background also began to pave the way. The future as long as the natural course of the examination of the public, with the previous curriculum vitae and background of the future potential is very high. Now in late September 97, for the first time, Wei Pingzhang was praised by Dongchang Youth newspaper by name, while photos began to appear on Phoenix, Southern Morning Post, and Yeqing Daily. The media is all lopsided and effusive. And in another place, Wei Xiao traveled alone to the valley, carrying layers of newspapers in his hands, until it stopped in front of the unmarked tombstone. Lighter sounds appear along with bright yellow flames. He opened his mouth in solitude, and the valley was silent and alone. Dad, Mom, Masa is brilliant nowadays. The veterans who went to war, they're all praising him. And all these people are encouraging Xiao Zhang. Some of them are big leaders of Luoqiao City, the deputy director of Luoqiao Public Security Bureau, and the head of Luoqiao Ministry of Education. Mom, Xiao Zhang has the look of being a big brother. Dad, Masa has the look of you when you were young, doesn't he? He can carry it later, too. The teenager rambles on, lighting up the newspaper as he recounts all kinds of details. They're all pretty good. I'm about to find the bad guy you've been trying to catch. They're hiding deep, but that's okay. I'm almost dug out. After that, Wei Xiao's voice stuttered. Mom, let me make you a set of papers. Look, I'm getting over 80 points in my essay now. If I take the exam, I'm sure I can be a civil servant. Wei Fla proudly tilted his head as he pulled out a set of test papers from his backpack and started working on the questions in front of his parents' tombstones. This was the time Wei Fla enjoyed the most, because it's like going back to being a kid. At that time, his father was busy working all the time in the field. His mother often watched him at home to do the examination paper. Wei Xiaoxiao's favorite is to do the examination paper. The family briquette stove gurgling stewed meat and vegetables. The aroma of the four overflowing. My younger siblings, on the other hand, were gathered around the fireplace chattering and discussing something. Chapter 69, A Teenager Who Only Belongs to Him says. Monday, October 2nd, 25. Some people were on their way to work. Some were going to school. And there were also Chinese nationals who were in Malay and other places watching the scene. End of September 97. The body of the withered Wei Fla holding the door of the rental house. Dry heaving sound violent. Alarmed the waiting Lu Huangmao. Boss. See Wei Fla hands on the knees. Can not straighten the waist, even with a pale face. Eyes bloodshot. Lu Huangmao grit his teeth to assist. They took you touching again? He had seen this many times before. It's touching a more powerful poison. Wei Zhao's arms were still shaking, wiping a handful of uncontrolled tears and snot, and smiling bitterly. They're taking me to the others. You can only eat if you want to keep taking the goods. Until he washed his face with cold water and was barely awake, Wei Xiaoxiao dialed Ma Taigang and began to report. Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company, perhaps, is heavily implicated in the Yecheng drug case? I suspect they are likely the source of that poison chain. On the other side of the phone, hearing Wei Fla's tired and hoarse voice, Ma Tiegang's complexion gradually changed. Caution. It is important to know that Tianhai Pharmaceuticals is an enterprise personally introduced by Dongjiang Province, which provides great support in paying taxes and providing jobs every year, as well as being a key project for the city's development and construction in the past few years. Whether it's taxes or all aspects of economic development, it's never allowed to be jeopardized. Don't make any wild guesses without evidence, or the narcotics brigade won't be able to protect you. Sure enough, Tianhai was implicated behind the scenes, unimaginably large. Unsurprisingly, Wei Fla's voice remained calm, and his weakness was hard to hide. Got it. By the way, I'll introduce you to a new informant, Willow CK. Ma Taigang was stunned, and then his tone grew heavy, as if he had some bad premonitions. What do you mean? It's nothing. Afterward, if I'm suddenly captured, Ryu CK can be trusted to butt heads with you. At this moment, Ma Taigang was silent for a long time. What the hell is your name? He checked, and those previous identities, well concealed. The kid's ID might not be real either. He didn't know what the other man really wanted. I'll tell you later. Before hanging up the phone, Wei Xiao's voice was weak to the core. Right now he's getting shots and is in poor health, so poor that he can't hide many old injuries. After the doctor administered the bottle, Wei Xiao leaned against the wall, drank half a bowl of millet porridge to sort of catch her breath, and returned to her own little house. Only Willow Yellowhair knew about this place, and no one had ever been here, not even the most loyal of the other brothers. It wasn't until he came back here that Wei Xiao was completely alive. At the top of the old wooden cabinet, there is a proper narcotics police cap, and the badge is shiny because it is always polished. The desktop is still stacked today with all kinds of exams, judicial exams, essays, and various specialized books. On the walls, on the other hand, there are several relationship charts hanging. This includes the first evidence of the Spring Flower Guest House, the Old Fan Farmhouse, and others. Industry City 3 casinos. The second installment of evidence in the land poisoning chain. The latest today is a third body of evidence of farms, chemical plants, etc. Close to one side of the bed, the atmosphere changed. It was filled with all kinds of photos, newspaper cutout sections. 15-year-old junior officer rescues drowning child. Contemporary young Dayu on scientific water management. Representative of Lok Kwang High School Student Council leads the soccer team to kick out Dongjiang Province. Most of them are all kinds of news reports of both Wei Pengsheng and Wei Pingzheng. And some of them are photos. There are photos of Wei Solo reading seriously in the living room of Prof. Tang's house, wearing a fluffy skirt. There are also images of Wei Soling holding a bunny doll and singing earnestly to a tape recorder. The rooms were shabby, and even because they were cheap, it wasn't surprising that water and mold seeped through the walls and smelled like rot. But it is only here that feeble Wei Fla flourishes. He feels like this place is his life, everything he had, and a reason to live. Wei Xia lies comfortably on the ground. Countless stars seemed to manifest around them. The siblings smiled. Warmth surrounded them, and there was the narc oath echoing in their ears. The withered Wei Cho stared at the ceiling. A few pieces of putty were wobbly and curled up in the mold. In this moment, the pupils of his eyes were no longer in a trance. There was God. He suddenly wanted to call his siblings. Turned over from the ground hard to climb up. Wei Fla dialed Su Jianong home phone. No one answered. Wei Fla's and dialed Wei Pingzheng phone. The other end of the phone Yu Jianjun called Wei Pingzheng. Get the other side is not available message. Hang up the phone. After that, Wei Fla was silent for a moment and dialed Wei Solo. What for? I'll give the money to Grandpa, so don't even think about it. Wei Solitary's voice was clearly tinged with annoyance as he quickly opened his mouth. Why don't I recite a text for you? Wei Xiao didn't care. His sister was the only one willing to take his calls these days. The person on the other end of the line sneered in disdain. You've only been in first grade. What can you memorize? The hoarse voice rang out. Therefore, the responsibility of today does not lie with others, but all with my youth. If the youth is wise, the country is wise. Busy sounds rang, and inside the small townhouse, Wei Solo looked on impatiently. What's the madness? I guess I want money again. On the other side, Wei Xiao didn't care about the busy tone and continued to recite. The red sun rises, its path is bright. The river comes out of the ambush. A flood of water. Small room voices rang out, as they had when they were children and their parents took the five of them together to recite. Inside the ward, dressed in a long trench coat, his posture was upright and his breath was cool. Wei Solitary looked and suddenly murmured. Therefore, the responsibility of today is not on others, but all on my teenager. After 30 years, she finally thought about the day she was almost forgotten in the corner. Wei Flaw remembered. And it turned out that up until that time, Wei Flaw hadn't forgotten. That mom and dad used to bring them together to memorize it. Like a family crossing over in the mapping era. You never forget. But then, you're the only one who hasn't forgotten. Wei Solo suddenly felt a little sad. She didn't dare to think how bleak the situation was when no one got through to Wei Xiao. Even she, the only family member who would get on the phone, didn't hesitate to hang up. The host, a representative of the Phoenix newspaper, was a bit forlorn as he watched the teenager rasp his voice and recite word for word. It's like he can't help but turn the tables on his enemies. It's going to be a showdown. He's held back for so long that hatred has never been buried deep in his heart, taking root and sprouting. Now he's probably going to do what he wants to do. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the hospital room grew heavier. Wei Pingsheng watched the scene and froze, searching in his mind. So it was that day. Memories began to overlap with the live feed. It was a year of springtime for myself, wearing designer sneakers, training constantly and planning and organizing all kinds of school events. Just got home and the living room phone rang. He looked down at the string of numbers and frowned. The bell was so loud that his adoptive father, Su Jiankong, came over to look at it, his brow similarly furrowed. It's Wei Flaw. Pai himself reached out and pressed down on his adoptive father's hand as he tried to get through to the phone. Don't answer it. This guy is annoying. I'm not going to be on the same page as him from now on. There's no need to answer the phone. He was a little impatient, and deliberately stared at the phone that had been ringing for a long, unrelenting time. Thoughts turning back, Wei Pengsheng looked at the memory retrospective. Small room. One's Wei Flaw on busy sound reciting texts. One wall is a younger sibling. One wall is a blood feud. Wei Pengsheng suddenly got a little out of breath and leaned against the wall in a disheveled manner. The springy, powerful nobility he had simmered down over the years dissipated a few points. Chapter 70. Do you remember? Up. The red sun rises. Its path is bright. The river comes out of the ambush. A flood of water. Inside the small room, the first image was a hoarse voice ringing out in solitude. The scene rotates as the dark-haired teenager wastes away, flipping through his judicial exam books late at night, taking careful notes. The screen turns again. DNA-related knowledge learning, fingerprinting and database comparison basic structure learning, until the picture appears at the end. Time and time again, in the cold winds, on stormy nights, teenagers with pale faces, huddled in toilets, around garbage cans, watching for the enemy, beaten and drugged by the enemy at the logistics warehouse. The image freezes and a pair of arms appear, densely packed, pinholes, scars, a pattern of wings emerged. It was a moment of lonesome loneliness that almost tore the picture apart. Raging but silent, a new one appeared in the comments section. This kind of person, born at the wrong time, he should be a stunning genius, or the most iron-blooded narcotics police officer. Only, he was bound by his younger sibling's wings. This is, the son of the Wei family, the brother of the four, a highly intelligent, well-executed, ruthless being like him should have been on the front lines, fighting for his ideals for the rest of his life. Picture contrasts appear. The third son of the Wei family, Mr. Wei Pengzhang, simulated the eldest son, possesses considerable political experience, coordinated planning and eunuchship. Now in late September 97, same timeline, Wei Pengzhang started to become the son of the Wei family. On the one hand, reporting toxic threads through false official identities. On the one hand, it is also because the officials have seized the political achievements and gained a short period of shelter and deterrence. Now this brand new Wei parent is leading Wei Pengsheng to reach out to all kinds of vendors and try to set up stalls. Starting from the very basics of business. He knows how amazing Wei Pengsheng will be in business in the future. In the face of hawkers threatening to set up stalls, he directly reveals the sheltering backing behind him. At the same time, the other side is helping Wei Solo to change his family. Start shocking the other side into caring more about your sister by faking an official relationship. Now, Wei Pengsheng, a person can walk alone and tired. The sun sets on the street, the shadow of the people. Too tired. It seemed as if everything was handled with ease. Only he knows how much hardship is involved. The pangs almost overwhelmed him. Wei Pengzhang reached up and rubbed his forehead. Frowning, the enemy is still snooping around in the shadows. He's under a lot of pressure, and he's still planning to take the public exam. The siblings were like chains wrapped around him and he had to change. Exhaling a breath, Wei Pengzhang regained his composure and spoke confidently. No harm done. Now I'm the big brother. But he was also frowning in thought, thinking of another timeline. What was Wei Xiao doing at this time? After 97, he seemed to have disappeared. The pop-up surfaced on the other side. Your brother is ready to fight the enemy. Wei Xiao never said he was tired, because unlike you, he doesn't know what the future holds. A new screen appears. Retrospective on the life of Wei's eldest son. Now refreshed and renewed, Wei Flaw began to travel in search of Wei Pingsheng. Because of what happened before, now Wei Pingsheng is not only the Luoqiu Junior High School student representatives, Luoqiu Youth Soccer Team representatives, or school all kinds of events student judges, all kinds of newspapers and magazines one after another, began to interview. Wei Xiaoxiao stood in the crowd with Lu Huangmao, looking at Wei Pingsheng who was being interviewed on the stage. And are there any other factors that have influenced you to be where you are now, other than your own efforts? Like environmental or family influences. The cameras are aligned on the high stage, and the crowd around them waits. Wei Pingsheng spoke confidently, almost without thinking. The family certainly has a part to play in that. First and foremost, it has to be a good family and at the same time be attentive to the educational side of things. My father, Su Jiankong, has a firm grip on this piece, taking care of every aspect from learning conditions to material life, psychological counseling, and physically setting the right values for me. Because of being in such a family, I had the courage to say no when I faced all kinds of injustices before. It's also the righteousness that comes with the right values that deters wrongdoers. Many thought of Wei Pingsheng's earlier lone trip to the pool hall to shock the punks and demand a price reduction. It was a moment of thunderous applause. Willow Yellow Hair stood in the crowd, clenching her fists, a mouthful of father. Is Su Jiangong really your real father? It also deters outlaws. He likewise thought of what had happened in the pool hall earlier. If it wasn't for the fact that the punks in the pool hall at the beginning were all people he had arranged according to the boss's thinking, and replaced with real punks, this kid would dare to go, and he would be able to break his legs directly. This kid really doesn't know how messed up 97 is. Wei Flaw didn't care. He was just content to stand in the crowd and watch. The young man on the stage was so springy that he actually had a bit of an aura. Go. After looking at it for a moment, Wei Flaw was satisfied and pulled on Lu Huangmao, turning to leave. The smiles began to tighten on the road as well. Go, hire a middle-aged man and give this notebook as a gift to Wei Pingsheng. Wei Flaw pulled out his notebook, brand new cowhide leather surface, also with a pen buckle, and turned to leave. Willow Yellow Hair is very efficient. Wei Pingsheng was satisfied with his brand new notebook. The middle-aged man had heard that he was also one of the parents of the students and had bought it as a thank you for taking care of his child. I just saw another chart in it when I was doing the questions afterward. The footer has a triangular formula that is marked by a dashed line. Also in the accidental scratch tape, there was a bit of 2B pencil lead. With his grade soaring he began to crack the question and later found the notebook final. It was a city map with area codes and codes. 1995. 1. 30. Zip code 352123. The time and place were familiar, but Wei Pingsheng did not care after breaking the title, and did not know what things the other party wanted to express. He just thought the little game was kinda fun. Casually putting away his notebook, he turned to leave the school, fixing his hair and clothes. There are interviews this afternoon. Now he felt intoxicated. This feeling of being blown away was really good. He even sometimes fantasized from time to time how radiant he would be when he grew up. Wards now. Wei Pingsheng now leaned against the wall, looking stunned for a long time. The air of decadence grew heavier. He thought back bitterly to one thing. In the old days, when his father was still alive, he had taught him and Wei Flaw how to scribble disguises and break codes. It wasn't until now, seeing the string of deciphered numbers, that he truly understood. That's the date and address of the parents' sacrifice. New Year's Eve 1995. Zip code. Mining town. You gave me this thing to remind me of what was at some later time. You're trying to tell me to remember my parents and not forget them. Wei Pingsheng's voice was hoarse and his eyes were empty. But by then he had long forgotten New Year's Eve and his parents. Images seemed to appear before his eyes. Late at night, Wei Xiaoxiao hid the quill a little bit and talked to himself. The youngest will always know. Just don't know too soon. It's not good. Just know that later. Wei Pingsheng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He could even imagine how worried Wei Yan looked at that moment. Inside the hospital room, Tang Rulong complex, voice pale. Wei Flaw hopes that you will know this after you have had some experience and power in your radiant life. He doesn't want you to make early contact, because this whole thing is so hard. It can really break you down. He can know, but you can't. It's something that will drag people down for the rest of their lives. Chapter 71, You're strong, but the other side is crazy. The picture continues. October 97. Now that Little Life Video is really starting a chain. The headquarters office. Mangan pokes his way out of the chemical plant in the night, and Fish arrives under some other guise of being out and about. All looks serious now. Reporting new news. Boss, the state-run collapsed motorcycle factory in Kaishan district is the latest delivery address. Large quantities of chemical supplies were sent into it. We just got word that they're about to start delivering. I wrote down the final turnover time for the chemical plant stockpile over here on a note. Fishy nodded back. Now they've transferred me to the underground casino and that gaming parlor on 3rd Ring Road in the Kaishan district, which has a lot of raw faces coming in, as well as some of the mechanical parts. Delivery time on their side is here as well. Wei Flaw got the message and nodded. After instructing a few people to pay attention to safety, Wei Flaw also learned about the current status of the narcotics police in Luochao City from Lu Huangmao's report. Efforts are being made to investigate the growing problem of drug dealing. One of the teams that Ma Taigang personally led the investigation is at the guest house next door to the Shaozheng billiard hall in the old city. But now, Wei Xiao was also being watched by Lu Chang and the others who had been sent to keep an eye on him. And the other party still didn't completely trust him. So messaging needs to be secret. Wei Flaw shut himself up in his room and finally appeared after a long time, handing over a freshly encapsulated ping-pong paddle that didn't look any different from any other paddle. Go on. Have a load of ping-pong paddles delivered to the little political pool hall over in Old Town. Isn't there a new ping-pong court installed over there? Just in time to use it. When you deliver, send a copy to this address room number as well, so no one sees it. This side of the little brother nodded and left, and Wei Xiao began to write a new one. A notebook to start recording the coal accounts. Coal for commercial heating in January, 1 ton, 2 blocks. February, 1 ton for 19 bucks. The records were fragmentary, but Wei Flaw just calmly wrote them down. After which he gave them to his little brother, pretending to deliver coal to the guest house, and purposely dropping them when Ma Taigang and the others passed by. In the meantime, arrange for your little brother to speak up when the time comes and tell the person that the hat they are giving away is very nice. Only after arranging everything did Wei Xiao continue to arrange new drinking games and maintain relationships with various officials. At the reception, Mate Harbor looked at the van driver delivering the racket in front of him, froze, and frowned. Faced with the sudden delivery of something that had not even been notified in advance, Ma Taigang took his men to study it for a long time without any information. Could there be some kind of contact inside the beat? Shall we ask the deciphering experts from Dongchang province to take a look? Soon, a middle-aged man wearing glasses appeared with a majestic look, and Ma Taigang carried a few moments of respect. The other party is one of the famous 8 tigers of serious crimes in Dongchang province, Dong Ting. One of the best in the entire province of Dongchang in terms of code-breaking and DNA technology. After observation, Dong Ting quickly found the problem. Slight marks on the bottom rubber. After ripping the adhesive off the backing of the racket, under the logo layer, there was a truck license plate copied on carbon copy paper. A copy of the dark coordinate data was obtained by applying a caustic soda developer to the backwood grain. Dong Ting's eyes were in awe. That's probably the drug dealer delivery license plate and location. First, there's the vinegar-soaked baseboard adhesive. And after that there's the coordinate data from the caustic soda application. Such tactics are not normally available. Ma Taigang also frowned because he didn't know and just laughed bitterly. Right now there's only location and vehicle information. There's no time. At this moment there was a noise at the door, which appeared to be a delivery of coal to the boiler room, accompanied by a small argument, and a presumed disagreement as to price. Mate Harbor got up and prepared to close the door when a ledger fell on the delivery driver, who whirled around and was shoved farther away by his boss. He frowned, ready to pick the thing up. The ledger dropped. The driver just frowned and looked a little impatient. Nice hat you sent. At this moment, Ma Taigan's original disinterest turned into austerity. Hats. He thought about the location of the deal and the license plate he had just deciphered, and about the dark-haired teenager. Is he? He solemnly clutched the ledger and closed the door. Dong Ting also saw the bills of various colors in his hands, squinted his eyes, and began to analyze them, day and night. And after a few days, the two were finally exhausted. January 1st tons 2 blocks. That's the time of the deal. January 1st at 2 a.m. February 1st tons 19 blocks. It's February 1st at 7 p.m. Dong Ting was all a bit shocked. Is this really your informant? A punk? Combined with the racket information, it's clear that there's a complete supply chain of drug production in there, from the unregulated Minglan bar, to the farm, to the docks, and finally to the nightclubs. Chemistry. Code breaking. This kid's a genius. Can I meet him? Ma Taigang laughed bitterly. Probably won't see it. This kid was weird. He was an informant and only asked for a hat at me. Dong Ting sniffed and thought for a long time. Maybe this guy has a lot of respect for narcotics, from the bottom of his heart, but he's got something on his mind. He's strong, and I suspect that the DEA and him are being watched, and that's why he's using it. At this moment, even this 8 tigers of serious crimes had a complicated opening. I'm looking forward to this guy. He's got the shades and skills of a first-generation narc. Ma Taigang is even more looking forward to the investigation to be launched immediately. He will wait for Wei Chi's news, after which he will take on this batch of drug dealers and kill them all in one fell swoop. Dianon. Border patrols and narcotics officers were watching from the mountains with mixed looks. Code breaking. Delivering messages between life and death. You see, these are the tactics of a primitive narc. It was even more chaotic then than it is now. There weren't even any instruments to check. They were on their own. If Wei Flaw is really a drug lord, it is indeed scary. The narc stationed on the edge of a great nation sighs and rejoices. Because this kind of person is too intelligent, thinks very clearly and comprehensively, and the layout is very deep, and it also has extreme anti-surveillance and camouflage capabilities. But at least for now, he's not. The border patrol nodded and the two watched expectantly. Memory flashbacks. After 97, he disappeared from his family's view. And what happened after that? What did he go and do? The memory flashback picture continues. Now Wei Flaw had arranged to send away the message and was now listening to Yellow Hair's report. Boss, when you went outside earlier to smuggle Audi sneakers and had dinner with a couple of open new district officials, you were followed. There were also 2 men outside the booth at Mona's nightclub back there. Fish sellers, and all of them have been followed. And so have I. Willow Yellow Hair narrowed her eyes as she reported. He wondered if the other side had already found out something, or had sensed a problem with the undercover investigation. Wei Flaw also noticed that Lu Huanma was worried, thought for a moment, and shook his head. It's not that we've been discovered. Now they're expected to make a big move. It's important to realize that the impact of that 96 crackdown was huge, because new opportunities for market development were coming, and reform and opening up were imminent. But this is also a time when drug dealers need to shift, prepare for large quantities of drugs, and start preparing for development from various forces overseas. Times have changed. Willow Yellow Hair returned to her senses, growing more and more impressed. The boss has a fine mind, with a broad view of the layout, but he doesn't spare the subtle environmental observations. Ward, Wei Pingxing watched the scene and rose up in shock. Tang Rulong, Ma Taigang, 2 sideburns gray old man, also shocked to watch. The other side isn't going to lay out a groundswell now. They're going to invade the big markets. But these drug dealers are blissfully unaware that they are dealing with the hysterical and cool as Ice Wei Xia. On the other side of Yecheng's high-class residential neighborhood, Dong Ting, now retired and nearly 80 years old, watched the live broadcast and waved his hand. Get out of Grandpa's way. He looked at the screen, took off his old glasses, and smiled at the thought of those 2 code-breaking records of yesteryear. The eyes settled on the dark-haired youth. Finally met you. Dong Ting had never seen Wei Yin in his life. He'd seen the way he deciphered his cipher. He'd seen his fonts, only he hadn't seen this man. It's as if the man doesn't exist. You are the comrade in arms. Dong Ting resounded. The others were questioning, doubting, and even denying. Dong Ting didn't feel that. From the time he saw the secret message in the old days, he knew how difficult it was to obtain that message, and how much danger the other party had risked to send the message. Dong Ting looked at the memory retrospective and also saw Wei Chou and his loved ones in the hospital bed on the screen. Dong Ting suddenly felt a silent mourning. This kid, from 95 to 25, it never seemed to get a word of recognition, whether it's a loved one, from the narc brigade, or from the folks. No one is recognized to believe him for once. Human beings are animals with social attributes. Dong Ting suddenly murmured. If the world does not know it, then the puppet is independent between heaven and earth without fear, and it is the upper courage. Chapter 72, The Moment of Life Force Burst. Nowadays, Dong Ting has long been old. He witnessed the changes in the 90s criminal investigation force. In his simple study full of all kinds of certificates. Certificate of Honor for Criminal Investigation in Dongchang Province. Certificate of Technical Innovation in Criminal Investigation in Dongchang Province. Certificate of Contribution to Criminal Investigation. City of Loco Hills. Honors of all kinds fill almost the entire study. Bookshelves, medals and more. But in 97 this was the House of Honor. Now extraordinarily old. Wooden sofas, chair legs mottled paint, as if the former honor hidden in history. The youngest grandson pointed to the TV, a little taken aback. Grandpa, do you know him? Hearing his young grandson speak, a flash of memory flashed across Dong Ting's brows. I'd only seen various cryptic messages from him. Never knew him, and at the time I always thought the man was sad and gave me a powerful but illusory feeling. I always had the feeling he would suddenly disappear. He seemed energized and combative. But the man was too sad in his undertones. Or the times were absurd, to deserve him. As the words fell, all sorts of stunning means surfaced in Dong Ting's mind, about the means of that one. Physics, chemistry, biology, cryptography, like the mysterious figure of the original first generation of narcotics officers mirroring the times. The moment plunged him into remembrance. The memory tracing screen continues. It's early October 97. Lakio City meets the open development. Integrated planning. The old town. Open new areas and other areas to start construction and development. The industry blossomed and prospered for a while. Wei Xia stood at the street-level window of Mona's nightclub and watched. Standing behind him, there was also bald Lu Chang, Sun Bin and a few others. He still hadn't seen the person behind the other side. Wei Flaw picked up his glass of wine and swallowed it in one big gulp, letting the alcohol sear his esophagus and set off a fiery stinging pain. His face expressionless. Good thing it wasn't for nothing. He swept his gaze across the private room. Many regional representatives are present today. All of them ruthless, epileptically touching poison in large mouths and letting themselves go without care. Good. This batch is pure. I want 200 pounds. I'll take 200 pounds too. But Wei Chou was even crazier than they were, drinking and listening at the same time. 500 pounds of shakes. Fatally opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse, and his breath was sharp, carrying a bone-chilling chill. As the words fell, many people in the surrounding area turned their heads, their eyes scarlet as they stared coldly at the black-haired figure. There's just so much stuff, and when someone takes more, they have to take less. 500 pounds if you say so? The He City representative grinned with a grimace, the dagger in his hand planted hard on the table with a popping sound. Little brat, not afraid to hold out. If you want to grab the goods, play the knife in the finger game first. Wei Flaw put down his glass, and in the dead silence of the room, turned his head to look at each other. What kind of eyes are those? Extremely rational, yet also extremely maniacal, like a true coyote. The representatives of Yeqing, the representatives of Baiqing, and the brothers of the Lu family all narrowed their eyes, their hearts aghast. A moment later, Wei Xiao laughed and took out 3 cups. You're not having fun with that one. Play with this one of mine. Win the bet and my share goes to you. Slowly and methodically, concentrated sulfuric acid was poured into one glass, and white wine into the other 2, after which the other glass was used to counterbalance it, and the 3 glasses were swirled alternately. Pick a drink? Hands propped up on the tabletop, arms unfolding, Wei Zhao's smile gradually twisted a bit. The originally ruthless He City representative's eyelids fluttered wildly, gritting his teeth and not daring to make a move. Wei Flaw remained calm, skimming his lips. I'll do it then. The words fell out of his mouth, and he casually drew a glass and drank it. At this moment, Wei Flaw drew out the remaining 2 cups, one of which landed on the ground and made a corrosive sound, with an appalling sour odor. Representatives from all over Yeqing, White City, and He City looked at the grinning black-haired youth in front of them and only felt their scalps go numb. This is a real nut job. The representative was grinning too, nodding his head epileptically. Give the goods. All of them. Next reform and opening up. We can give as much as we want. Take all the neighboring markets for me. Drink. Wine glasses clashed on the tabletop until late at night, and representatives from all over the world had greedy excitement in their eyes, looking forward to the riches that would follow after taking all the neighboring markets. Only in the corner, Wei Zhao's eyes were bleak as her gaze swept over. He made a mental note of each man's features and watched their paper-crazy gestures as they wrapped their arms around women. Afterwards, he picked up 4 or 2 glasses of white wine and drank them all. The other representatives from all over the world were also watching. Wei Xiao was indeed ruthless enough, and they were also frightened at the bottom of their hearts. But the other side doesn't play with women or engage in market discussions, and they just feel disdain. You've gotten to this point, so why are you pretending to be so noble? The He City representative narrowed his eyes and cursed angrily in his heart. Until drunk and completely passed out, Wei Xiao was assisted to leave by his little brother. He City representative pushed down the chaperone, sprinkled poison on her back, sucked hard and had a sardonic laugh. That crazy dog, finally rolling. The representatives of the other cities similarly stared coldly at Wei Chou. They're all from the road, just more than ruthless, and they're not lacking. The only difference between Wei Flaw and them is that the man is completely insane. At least they don't dare gamble with sulfuric acid. If they fail, they die. This kind of person is often also the existence they are most afraid of, having already lost face by being shocked by Wei Flaw earlier. Now that they heard the He City representative open his mouth, several of them sneered and nodded their heads. The silver-white van, sure to leave. Wei Flaw opened his eyes, forced himself to be awake for a few moments, and began to hyperventilate. His face flushed. The van seats had been disassembled and there were tubs at the far end, and after throwing up, Wei Xiao soaked his entire body in the ice in them and began to cool down. At the same time he suppressed a headache with a rope that trembled and strangled dead on his forehead. After doing so, Wei Xiao gasped violently, took out his drawing board with difficulty, and started sketching. He is going to record the characteristics of all the regional toxic representatives who came this time. Representative of the city of He, middle-aged, horse-faced, balding, hairy black mole at the corner of the mouth, deep-set eyes. Representative of the White City, about 30 years old, wearing black-rimmed glasses, about 5'7", with symptoms of disability in his left foot. Yeqing representative, about 50 years old, with a piece of his left ear mutilated and a visible scar on the bridge of his nose, about 4 centimeters long. Wei Flaw recalled and drew the image while his body cooled down. It was hard and his head ached. Lu Huangmao got in the car and sat in the passenger seat, turning his head to look at Wei Xiao, clenching his fists. In the ice cube bucket, the formerly mild-mannered boss forced himself to stay awake for a few moments to record the other criminal's characteristics. Strangulation marks were evident on the forehead's ghastly white face, deep into the skin. Because of the excessive drinking and touching of drugs, even the ice cube water stimulation still left him stumbling and shaking on his feet, especially now that it's the dead of October and the cold is biting. He wiped the tears from his eyes and didn't say anything. Afterward the portrait was finished, the van lurched forward, and Wei Xiao stepped out of the bucket, draped in a blanket. Dear, little sister, please don't cry. The characteristic 90s disco song comes on, and Wei Flaw grimaces, shakes his head, and switches to another song. We are the patrollers of a great nation, and we will root out all dangers. The song is thick and firm, majestic and resolute. It wasn't until he heard the song that a small smile appeared on Wei Xiao's wolfish face, happily listening and humming. Also continued to remove panels from the rocking van to add new details to the depiction. Chapter 73, Spring in Jiangnan. Inside the ward, the new generation of Luoqiu City Drug Enforcement Police Captain Zhao Jing squinted his eyes, looked at the screen, and suddenly began to mobilize the file. There have been many previous appearances of already published files. In 2002, they began to arrest these drug dealers and also filed a record of all the evidence. All of this evidence was provided by a mysterious informant. At that point none of them were sure who this informant was. But now, upon seeing the portrait of Wei Chou inside the van, Zhao Jing came back to his senses. It really seems to be you. These guys were in deep hiding and some of them were even polished entrepreneurs on the outside. But because of the portraits, they all revealed their identities. Murmuring, Zhao Jing became more and more emotionally complex. He's really doing his job and fighting to the end since the beginning. Staring at the portrait of the dark-haired teenager shivering in the cold, uncomfortable but smiling and listening to the song, Zhao Jing sighed with downcast eyes. An old voice rang in his ears. It was Master Ma Tiegang's. He's almost physically finished. Ma Tiegang's gaze fell on Wei Yan. Nowadays, he has many pinholes in his arms, is thin to the bone, and shivers a lot. The body almost collapsed, arriving at the limit. Wei Soliloquy stared blankly, thinking of Wei Xiao's appearance during that time period in his memory. He met me once in October 97, withered and dead. I almost didn't recognize it. At that time I still resented him and thought he was completely decrepit and kind of a wreck. Pop-ups also appeared in complexity at the time of Pi. Underneath the dead exterior, there's a heart of the hottest kind. The images resurfaced in Wei Solitary's memory. 97, October. The metal stand extends all the way from ceiling height, and inside the potion bottle, the medicine drips down the line and is injected into the skin along the needle. Wei Xia is on a hangnail and is also looking at new investigative information. These were obtained by the minions from their school teachers. This composition was written by the fourth sister, Wei Solo. Wei Xiaoxiao turned over an essay and looked at it calmly. My teacher said that science is the ladder of human progress, and that I will be a useful person to society. Now that I have been studying physical chemistry and biology, another essay. The study process is boring and hectic, but I won't give up on my ideals. This is followed by a video of a speech recorded by my little brother. Wei Soliloquy stood on the stage and gathered his courage. In the future I will become a research scholar and add to the scientific research of a great nation. Wei Flaw watched and put everything away. So Solitaire wants to be a scientist. That's good. However, Wei's bright eyes are full of expectation, and it is really good to be a person who is useful to the country and the people. At least it makes sense. Wait for the hangnail to finish and start traveling to the school where Wei Solo is. Prof. Tang Rulong is driving there to pick her up from school. Along the way Wei Xiao was also changing cars to avoid being discovered. From vans, to Santas, cabs, because of the recent expansion of the market by drug dealers, all the way to the representatives of the districts. He is also under surveillance. He couldn't implicate his sister in any of this, until, sitting on the passenger side of the van, Wei Xiao got out, wearing a hood that revealed a bony face underneath. Like a gesture of complete exhaustion of life force, he smiled and waved at Wei Solo, who had just gotten out of school. The smile looked extraordinarily hard, too. Wei Solo froze, then somewhat disgusted, opened the door of Professor Tang's car and muttered in a low voice, "Dead air. I don't know where I'm hanging out again." Wei Soliloquy ignored it and closed the car door, closing the window in the process. The black peep-proof film gradually hit it, as if tearing the two apart, completely stripping them from the same world. As he watched his sister's face fade away and the car start up, Wei Xiao didn't care that she was ignoring her, and a few moments of excitement were evident in his eyes. See? That's my sister. My sister can be a scientist later. Wei Xiao was like a child, looking excitedly open and chanting. She's definitely more promising than Lao-san, who's just too rigid. And my sister can contribute to mankind in the future. Excited rambling for half a day with no one around to respond. Wei Xiao turned his head and looked at the absence of the yellow-haired figure beside him before returning to his senses. The Yangtze is not there. Yeah, he went out. Wei Flaw was in a trance for a moment, subconsciously dulling his smile. After that he regrouped and began to set up the arrangement. Go get a couple of people in contact to buy books from all over the world, including some of the harder to find materials at home and abroad, especially biochemistry. Buy them all. Now Wei Flaw's various types of billiard halls and other business is very good, but also to open the new area. The old city taxpayers' money was used to open the way, and a large collection of materials was quickly gathered, ranging from basic to top research journals and tutorials. Wei Flaw deliberately allowed his little brother to befriend several of the school's materialization teachers to help them solve the problem of access to medical care for the elderly. Requests were also made. Send this information to Wei Solo in various ways. Between classes, Wei solved to look at the teacher's surprise to send, because the grades progress of the reward material. My dad has been looking at this material for a long time. So thank you, Mr. Teacher. There is a lot of information. Originally interested in scientific research, Wei Solo is more and more obsessed, and at the same time there is a real channel of contact. Wei Xiao watched from afar and nodded in relief. The tutorials are available. He then called his little brother again to inquire about the situation of the junior high school's physical chemistry teacher. Now their chemistry teacher kid got busted for demolition, right in Old Town. Things can be big or small, but it's a pain in the ass for the other side to hold on to. Wei Flaw personally stepped in and apologized in lieu of making amends, and afterwards sent 2 billiard hall shares. The chemistry teacher was excited and promised to send a portion of the laboratory apparatus, including beakers and test tubes, reaction vessels, and petri dishes, as Wei Xiao instructed. Wei Solo has now begun to do some small experiments independently. After that Wei Xiao began the third step. Inside the drinking party, there were several education representatives from Dongchang province were present, pushing the cups until after Wei Flaw promised to donate $100,000 worth of teaching equipment and books in the name of a few people. The other party has also finally agreed to hold the youth research and experimentation competition at Loco Hills. At the same time, with what seemed to be a fair draw, he deliberately drew Wei Solitary. Learning the news, Wei Solo almost jumped up in excitement. Many of the students around him were also watching with envy. Pai Wei Flaw with people watching from afar. An old neighborhood. There are punks are on a room door splashing water, cursing. It wasn't until the group of punks were far away that he brought his minions forward. The family lives with a retired university physics professor, Niu Qingyun. The family is now blocked from leaving the house because the children are in debt. I'll help you with your debt. Wei Flaw's voice was hoarse, and his first words caused Niu Qingyun to freeze. Why? In exchange, you go and take Wei Solo to learn physics-related knowledge. Inside the school, looking at the note in his hand, Niu Qingyun was puzzled, but did as he was told, pretending to extract Wei Shengyang as a student and began to teach. This is the moment when the material, the tools, the tournament, the instructor, the 4 steps are complete. Wei Xiao stood in the corner, looking at his sister from afar, his eyes full of gentleness. A new scene emerges. Off-campus counseling room. Wei Xiao watched through the window as her young sister carefully did the experiment, and later began to calculate the formula. Niu Qingyun, on the other hand, was serious in his guidance and very attentive. He turned away and returned to his favorite little house, pushing the door open. The hat was always placed squarely at the top of the closet, as if waiting for the day when Wei Xiao put it on, carefully polishing his hat. Wei Xiao also muttered to himself with satisfaction. Xiao Sheng will become a new star in the business world afterward, with a bright future. He should be a big entrepreneur now. He is very conscientious. He should be good to the workers and to the society. Xiao Zhang will step into politics in the future. And now that his abilities are gradually being cultivated and his 3 views are set up correctly, he will probably benefit society and be able to carry the Wei family as well. Solve is studying now. Her learning ability is very strong. Niu Qingyun is beginning to look forward to her blossoming in scientific research in the future. Solitary spirit. This little child will probably be the brightest singer and star of the stage in the future. Wei Flaw rambled on, just mentioning the names of several younger siblings, all unable to suppress a warm smile. The live pop-ups were a little depressingly heartbreaking. What are you going to do with yourself? Have you thought about your future self? Wei Flaw, do you really intend to press yourself to death in these sludges? Holding up your younger siblings? People can't live like this. The new picture continues in the meantime. Putting down the paper on which he had wiped his badge, Wei Xiao was silent for a moment. The rambling hasn't stopped yet. Thinking about myself. As for me, what should I do when the time comes to root out the criminals? After a brief moment of confusion, the teenager turned his head. The room was humid, but outside the window the sun was warm, and even the grass and trees were bright and colorful. Suddenly expectant, he gazed through the small window. When the time comes, just go to a warm place in the south of the river and bask in the sun. It's too cold up north. Wei Flaw turned back, examining the hat he regarded as a treasure, carefully placing it upright. Sitting here by myself. So, would love to visit the south. Look at the tenderness of the landscape, the warmth of the sun, and the dappled light falling between the branches of the treetops. Go south. Chapter 74. All green mountains are the same. July 10, 97. Noon. Billiard hall office without the smoke billowing in. The pages flipped. Wei Xiao's eyes were bright and serious, and after a short period of contemplation, he continued to write. The tabletop is lined with various books. Elementary chemistry, basic physics theory questions, basics of electricity. On one side there was Niu Qingyun looking on, trembling and opening his mouth. For practical applications, the specific current situation can be calculated here. There was no way around it. Niu Qingyun was scared because he still had trouble forgetting what kind of people he had been asked to teach in the first place. 24 lanky punks stared. Wei Flaw nodded his head and continued to study carefully afterward. Now he's doing serious experiments, including physics experiments, chemistry experiments. Not only did he learn by himself through books, but he was also taught by Niu Qingyun. Wei Xia and Niu Qingyun came to the kitchen and looked at the results of the experiment. The beaker was filled with grass ash and later filled with water 1 centimeter above the ash. Stirring. Afterwards, it was filtered to obtain the filtrate. Heating and stirring were started in the evaporating dish and the crystals were eventually extracted. White sugar contains carbon but does not burn easily in air. Niu Qingyun was explaining and pointing at the same time. Surprisingly, the muckraking student was conscientious, even intelligent, and a little bit of everything. After that he began to watch Wei Flaw do his new experiment. Battery conversion for electric vehicles. When he saw that Wei Flaw had once again succeeded in his experiments, this Niu Qingyun, with a complex expression and some curiosity, finally spoke up boldly. You should study hard. You're likely to be extremely good at science later. He's very talented. But Wei Flaw just shook his head. I'm doing this for a purpose. Just to get at people. Not purely. Previously, he had helped Niu Qingyun pay off his debt, and now Niu Qingyun had started to teach Wei solitary at the same time. Leaving the billiard hall, Niu Qingyun began to teach Wei solo, while Wei solo also began to create interest groups in school. But, teacher, will anyone come? After all, I don't have much of a reputation at school, and I don't know too much about the finer points of scientific research. Wei's soliloquy was a bit afflicted, but Niu Qingyun just encouraged and looked outside the school. There will be. After all, there are people who are quietly helping. Getting the news, Wei Flaw synchronized to start a new action. Zhang Shui, Leon's, these are all very good physico-chemistry schoolboys. We blocked Zhang Shui twice on the way out of school, and he agreed to join Wei Solo's research group. Li's own family was in a difficult situation, and we paid for 2 caregivers to take care of his disabled father, and promised $200 a month, and he joined the group. Listening to his little brother's report, Wei Flaw nodded his head more and more calmly. Zhang Shui, Li own, the scientific research group. Wei Solo Yang incredulously looked at the 2 people in front of him. All of them were the school's top physicists and chemists, and they didn't realize that instead of creating their own team for this research competition, they joined her. Wei's soliloquy was overjoyed and looked at his teacher. Perhaps it was the teacher's reputation that attracted them. Niu Qingyun was also shocked looking at the dozen or so schoolboys that came one after another. Why go to such lengths to train just one person? The group created on an ad hoc basis for the Loco Hills research competition was quickly formed. At the same time, Niu Qingyun also found that Wei Shangyang was thoroughly immersed in the discussion with the group members, and his learning progress soared and grew rapidly. Zhang Shui, Li since was initially coerced or appeared in the research group because of his interests. However, when they discovered Wei Solo's amazing talent for learning, they also thoroughly immersed themselves in it and constantly started to come up with innovations. Wei Xiao watched from afar as Niu Qingyun stood beside him. For your hard work, Prof. Bull, these are your reward. Don't push it. Here's another $30,000 for you to take your research team to various tournaments. $10,000 was thick, a huge amount in this day and age. Niu Qingyun reached out and took the other $30,000, looking at it with complexity. After that, Niu Qingyun has donated several times of funds to the scientific research activities, and Wei Solo Yang Group also got what they wished for, and clobbered their way through the youth physics competition, winning the first place and shaking Luocho, and the remaining money, at the suggestion of Niu Qingyun, was personally donated by Wei Sanyang to the poor students, exchanged for experimental equipment and books. Over time, more and more students began to share resources, and Zhang Shui, Leon and other schoolboys began to follow to continue their research. In mid-October, the city of Loco Hills came out with a loving female schoolteacher who completely made a name for herself in Loco Hills. This female schoolteacher, named Wei Solitary, modern, ward, Peizora is very strong. Wei Soloyang's posture changed. She thought of yesteryear, when her life's resume was as open and leveled out. Get the right book initially. Then he happened to be recognized by Prof. Nyo Qingyun and began to teach him carefully. The interest group that was formed had several schoolboys who took the initiative to participate and completely took off. Along the way, he participated in the Loco Hills Youth Physics Competition, riding high and taking first place. Last but not least, because of the donation of a lot of laboratory equipment, almost all of the Loco Hills City Polytechnic Science Bully, all of which became learning resources. That year, she almost became the toast of young scientific research in Loco Hills. It has been in the press and has been featured in the media. The scene that made her happy and proud of her to this day came to an abrupt end. So it's all you. Wei Solo's voice was a bit hoarse. The thought of Wei Xiao racking his brain to help others just in exchange for the chance to teach. It took one reckoning to bring together the talents of that unheralded research group. They are even willing to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars to organize a research competition for themselves. The money he made from the video store, the pool hall, was almost consumed. Nostrils a little sour, Wei Solo tilted his head and approached the hospital bed for the first time. In the hospital bed, the middle-aged man is on a ventilator, covered in scars and in a state of disarray, and she was wearing a trench coat and had a cool demeanor. Arresting suspects, research scholars. You could have actually told me. Wei's solitary assistant was silent and talking. You're forgetting that he used to ask you for money afterward. Memory retrospective. New images appear. The phone dialing rings. Salva, I'm Big Brother. Recently I lost a little money again. Not much, just 1,500. You've got such a good family now. You're so good. You've got to mean something, don't you? The voice on the other end of the line was raspy and conveyed a bit of greed. Wei Solitary was a bit irritated, even annoyed. The money went to Grandpa. I don't have any money. Gambling and betting. What else do you do but gamble? Can't you feed yourself on all fours one day at a time? On the other end of the phone, Wei Flaw's voice continued. What do you mean by that? When your brother is in trouble you can't help? Don't forget how you got here in life now. Got it. Just 800. No more. The phone hung up. The last voice left on the other end tinged with anger. Wei Flaw didn't care. After that he went out to get money and carefully returned to the small room. There are a lot of bags in the room. As Lu Huangma watched, Wei Xiao put up his pen, and with a circumscribed stroke, he wrote the two words Solve Central. The room bag is full of envelopes. Among them, it was written that solved the most centralized ones, and there was also $300,000 put by Wei Xiaoxiao. Changjiang, if I have an accident in the future, you can send this money to Solitary in the name of a research grant. This child do not know to economize, spend money fast, later have no money how to do cannot be pinched by others. Willow Yellowhair bowed her head, her voice muffled. Boss, you give it to yourself. Surely you can give it to yourself. Wei Xiao laughed and deposited the money, and the laughter made Yellowhair's eyes heat up a little. Memory flashback screen. Pop-ups appear. Why is Wei Xiao smiling so heartbreakingly? Because the enemy has begun large-scale preparations and is about to completely take over the market and allow the poison to run rampant. Wei Xiao is making good plans to fight with his back against the wall. He had planned everything, including his own death. Meanwhile, many viewers' eyes turn to the other side. Wei Pingzhang simulates his eldest son. The picture unfolds. The situation is better than before now that there is a Wei Pingzhang coordinated plan. Wei Pingzhang was not bullied by schoolyard jerks, and Wei Pingzhang gradually ceased to suffer from the cold shoulder in his foster family. Two sisters are safe and at least starting to learn. The enemy has taken refuge for the time being under the constant reports of Wei Pingzhang. But Wei Pingzhang looked at the photos of his younger siblings and almost broke down. Sending them away before had caused their hearts to be affected to a certain extent. And now they looked at their big brother, who had sent them away with his own hands, with only cold eyes. Wei Pingzhang gritted his teeth. You have to understand me. Now he is also annoyed, because his younger siblings dragged him down. Unable to realize the examination of the public ideal, but also misunderstood by his younger siblings. And Pete, same timeline, the same firstborn life. Wei Xiao was looking at the report cards of the four younger siblings. There were also many awards on the table. Outstanding Young Athlete and Student Representative of Dongchang, Loco Hills Outstanding Teenage Heroes, Dongchang Physics Prodigy, Loving Schoolgirl, Youth Physics Competition Champion. There are Wei Pingzhang's, as well as Wei Pingzhang's and Wei Solo Central's various awards, press, media coverage, invitations to interviews and conferences. The honors are full, and now Wei Xiao carefully scrutinizes, wipes, and puts away photos of her siblings' various awards. The mildness under his eyes changed completely after he turned his head. Cold, ruthless. Now he was looking at new, incoming information from Mangan, disguised as a chemical plant transportation driver. Now the drug dealers are preparing for mid-December 97, with a new shipment of drugs and large quantities of raw materials. And this time it wasn't a simple drug like ecstasy anymore. Rather, it is a truly powerful enough drug to cause hallucinations and even shock and physical exhaustion. But it is also addictive. Wei Flaw's expression grew grave, frowning, muttering to himself, "Mom and Dad, this time I'm going to draw out one of the murderers from back then. The bald guy, and a couple of the others wearing masks. I've waited too long for him." Wei Flaw even got up in excitement, clenched his fists, and looked around the small room fiercely. He had a feeling that the scale of the operation would surely cover everyone involved in the poisoning of Loco Hills with this mass occupation of the market. The other side will definitely show up, especially since killing Chu Ai, Sun Xiaoli, and Yang Daong. The other party has not appeared, and it seems that their previous actions, coupled with the officials' recent anti-evil operations, have caused them to hibernate. But this time, the other side had to go under, because their uplines will all be involved as well. Pei Wei Flaw murmured, looking out the window. "Mom and Dad, my son has not defiled the lintel." He spoke in a feeble voice, looking at the pinholes densely packed in his arm. Only this time, he didn't have a firm sharpness in his eyes. Less confident. The look was tinged with a few moments of frustrated helplessness. But this body, it's very tattered and tainted now. February 12th, 25 years. Lantern Festival. In the north, we eat lanterns, and in the south, we eat soup dumplings. Massive giveaways of dumplings, or dumpling wrapping contests, began to appear on commercial streets. In the north, it's mostly the beginning of the jittery making of the lanterns. The lights are brilliant and joyful, accompanied by gongs and drums. Music, warm and lively. Mining towns, the city of Loco Hills, and the city of Karma have a number of lantern contests today, organized by factories, by schools, and by banks. But right now, a lot of people are watching live flashbacks. They looked at the not-so-confident Wei Yan for a long time without speaking. They had never seen a teenager like this before. It's not like the previous Cloak and Dagger, the lone pursuit of murder. He was disheveled, frustrated, lost, like being too wrapped up in desolation to face it. Outside the neighborhood, in the city of Loco Hills, there are children watching the live feed, looking up, their eyes innocent. "Mom, when can Wei go south?" He said he wanted to go south, and he could go if he wanted to. The child frowned. "Tell brother Wei to stop helping people." "On what grounds?" The mother who was questioned was silent. She did not know what to say, and after a long time of bewilderment, she only spat out a bitter sentence. "But he's a big brother." The child reddened and stared at the dejected teenager with his head down. "But he's a human being. He deserves a life of his own. Why does he live like this?" At this moment, the mother was speechless, and only after a long time did she speak. "He will give himself an explanation later." 1. The image of the dark-haired teenager just standing with his head down already stung. Chapter 75, The Three-Party Game. Firecrackers were heard. In ancient times, these sounds were initially used in rituals to drive away the New Year's beasts. After that, the firecracker can drive away the sickness, saying appeared. In modern times it means peace and joy and the well-being of the world. It was late at night on the New Year's Eve in February of 25. The ward was silent, and many people watched as the eldest son compared the programs. A nurse knocked on the ward and appeared with a snack. This was given to Wei Flaw by a few gentlemen outside. The nurse looked complicated and gently put it down, while someone looked along the door of the room that the nurse had opened. With mixed feelings, takeaways have piled up outside ward doors and even outside the hospital. And all of these, students from all over the world, drivers and so on, spontaneously sent them for Wei Chuan. The Phoenix Gazette host's eyes fell on the lantern box. The crooked words carry a childish quality. Happy Lantern Festival. The other copy has extraordinarily elegant handwriting. So did you go south? Did you see the flowers blooming? Wei Pengsheng, Wei Solo Yang, and Wei Solo Ling were also watching. Frozen. They never once celebrated a holiday for Wei Chou. But now, some stranger is beginning to remember him. A new scene emerges in the eyes of the three. Wei Pingsheng gazed at the image of Wei Flaw's life retrospectively and muttered something. He said he was going south. That was 97. I met him. That's not what I saw back then when I took poor students to sell their stuff. He was obviously so arrogant and unreasonable. The scene unfolds in murmurs. It's mid-October 97 now. I know. Tell Fishy and Mangan to keep their wits about them. Some things don't need to be scrutinized. Safety first. By the side of the road, Wei Xiao's footsteps were hurried, while he whispered instructions to pass on the message. Today he's a Loco Hills entrepreneur and representative of the drug-dealing Loco Hills, extraordinarily sophisticated in his jacket and cigarette in his fingertips. The little brother nodded. Still following, Wei Xiao's brow furrowed as his words fell. In the reflector of the vehicle on the side of the road just now, he saw someone following behind him. It was the Black Panther beside drug dealer Lu Chang. Narrowing his eyes, Wei Xiao gave a wink to his sidekick and turned into the market behind Lockmount Middle School on the side. Now that the town planning has not been completed here, it is connected to the old factory behind it, and many people often come to set up stalls. Wei Xiao's gaze fell on the figure in the crowd that still looked a bit childish. Wei Pingshang. Today he is the student representative of Locust Hills Junior High School, with a great demeanor and a progressively more professional eye. In order to solve the situation of poor students, after a number of market research, chose to take a few poor students to sell fruits in the stalls here. The cost is very low and the profit is substantial. Because of the pricing, many of the old factory workers and students were willing to come and eat, and business was good. Wei Xia frowned and brought his little brother forward. 2 pounds of bananas. The poor student, Merle, sniffed and looked up in greeting, only to gradually dissolve into timidity. One moment, please. Although Wei Flaw was dressed appropriately, the 2 men behind him were gangster-like and vicious. Pei Wei Flaw, expressionless, took the banana and grabbed a large handful of cherries, and turned around with his 2 minions to leave. Wait, you guys haven't paid your bill yet. Merle opened his mouth trembling, and one of the minions seemed enraged. Bang! Throwing stick drawn and kicking over the fruit stand. Apples, bananas, cherries and all kinds of fruits were scattered all over the place in no time. Screw this, are you blind? It's good enough that I didn't ask you for money, but how dare you ask me for money? Malu. A few people see the fruit was wantonly trampled. Red eyes to rush up to organize, but by the little brother grabbed the collar, constantly pushing and shoving. The always expressionless Wei Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at a few students. A bunch of stallholders. Do I need to pay for my food? In the crowd, Wei Pingsheng apparently also saw Wei Flaw and frowned, preparing to greet him, only that his little brother didn't give a chance and pushed the person straight away. The owner of the stall, who usually takes better care of these students, hid in the crowd and quietly called the police. Wei Flaw didn't care and looked on coldly, casually peeling open a banana and eating it. Even when Wei Pingsheng clenched his fists in the push and shove and stared viciously, he just ignored it. The drug dealer Black Panther was silent and hidden in the crowd, his eyes locked on the jacketed figure without speaking. It wasn't until officers arrived and the sound of sirens finally brought the shoving to a halt. What for? Who's causing trouble here? Who called the police? The owner of a side booth was confronted by the officers' questioning and was about to raise his hand when his wife held him down. Seeing that the alarmists were afraid to speak, passers-by who had wanted to report as witnesses also fell silent. Wei Xiao looked down at the banana peel, casually throwing it away and wiping his fingers before turning his head to stare at the passerby beside him. Yeah, the officer was asking. Who called it in? No witnesses? The arrogance and ruthlessness under his eyes was unmistakable, and wherever his gaze passed, passers-by and stall owners bowed their heads. Bossy. One person pressed the presence not to dare to speak. The police officers obviously also saw that Wei Xiao several people were not right, but there was no caller or victim, so there was nothing they could do in the end. All of you, behave yourselves, don't let us catch them, or none of them will escape. The officers left in anger. The passers-by and merchants present were also silent, not daring to raise their heads. It was at this moment that the Black Panther finally appeared, with a number of people by his side. Pretty awesome, let's go, time to get the goods. Wei Xiao was flanked, surrounded by Panther's men, staring with their guys. Hearing Black Panther open his mouth, Wei Xiaoxiao stood in the crowd with a big swing, skillfully smoked, picked up the poison, and spoke to Black Panther, laughing openly. Wei Pengsheng watched in disbelief, his eyes filled with disgust, and in the midst of the crowd clustered around him, Wei Xiao was listening, exhaling a smoke ring. You're taking more and more goods. It's time to introduce you to the real big boss. Panther grinned grimly. Introducing any bosses? They are all old acquaintances. I'm just relieved to work with you. The Black Panther smiled back, looking at the unconcerned Weicho with growing satisfaction. Go pick up your stuff from State Highway 61 on the North Outer Loop in Loco Hills. Without anyone noticing, Wei Xiao had narrowed his eyes. Inside the ward, Wei Pengsheng just listened to the string of addresses. His eyes were creepy and shaky. Wei Flaw, are you really not afraid? He has also been involved in simulations, even if it was just the bald Lu Chang and the others from the lowest level of the lower line. Before they even met, they pressed him to take a breath. But now, what is Wei Xiao going to do? He's going to get involved. Go undercover. and make contact with the drug dealer's upline. This lunatic, Wei Pengsheng gritted his teeth and watched the new scene as well. Getting the address, and the lure of a new market opening, will not leave either regional representative indifferent. Wei Xiao started off, heading to pick up the goods, pretending not to look behind him along the way. Counter-surveillance awareness allowed him to notice that someone had changed clothes, even changed 2 sets of people, and always followed him. Realizing that the other party was still suspicious and sending people to keep an eye on them, Wei Fla began to think about how to notify Ma Tai Gang that he had arranged for his little brother. My old arcade is getting ready to host a King of Fighters game event. The top 3 scores called for each day are. Also, tell someone to send a copy of People's Literature No. 397 to this address. And the owner of the stall that was just knocked over 3 times the compensation for each person. In the name of other people to pay for the money, my identity is too dirty. Since the last time the password got feedback, Wei Xiaoxiao knew that Ma Tai Gang was surrounded by masters at deciphering passwords. Despite the lack of prior contact, he must be able to crack it. Meanwhile, the narcotics police force. Ma Tai Gang flipped through the newly delivered magazine with a frown on his face. What do you mean? What's that kid been up to lately? A narc ponders, shaking his head. Nothing's moving, it's all open for business as usual, but their arcade is hosting a King of Fighters event today. Ma Tai Gang, Dong Ting both looked at each other and instantly got up. The arcade now brings together a number of teenagers, shouting with excitement. Dong Ting frowned and tried to look for evidence. Finding nothing, it wasn't until he saw the name at the top of the King of Fighters 97 leaderboard that his eyes suddenly sharpened. 5A3D. This is the hexadecimal ASCII code. Reacting, the criminal investigation technologist Dong Ting began to eye among them. Record, and return. Inside the room, Dong Ting opened his mouth in amazement as he pieced together all the recorded information. 5A is 9 o'clock and 3D is 61. The event is updated daily with information on the top 3 finishers as a parameter for the coordinates. 9 o'clock, kilometer 61 on the national highway. Almost immediately reacting, there was also disbelief in the bottom of Ma Tiegong's eyes. Is all this really something a punk from the hood can master? However, Dong Ting didn't stop there. Pulling out the magazine on the table that someone had delivered earlier, he began to scrutinize the rest of the information on the game room, and eventually his eyes locked onto the match. Game 2. Number 3 kicks off at 15:13. Number 3, 15:53. Against the magazine, Dong Ting began to spell out the words in Chinese characters in a regular pattern, keeping an eye on cars that are out of place or unobtrusive. I suspect that the real drug dealers behind this are going to show up, and they're running a test on me, and purposely set you guys up to arrest me, and they're going to be watching this arrest. We must find this man. At this moment, Dong Ting closed the magazine and looked on in shock. This kid, so much in the shadow of the original narc. I want to meet him more and more. He's obviously a little agitated though. Why? Could it be that the person behind this one is a big fish? Jitterbug. Live pop-ups surged wildly, and many viewers watched in shock and disbelief at the unconnected spaced-out encrypted call. Too thoughtful. Wei Fla guessed that the other side had started testing him even by observing the other side's surveillance. He knew that the other side was going to test whether he was trustworthy or not before opening the market, but instead of running away from it, he also began to use the other side's test to look for bald Lu Chang in an attempt to spy on the enemy. Both narcotics police and drug dealers are very smart, just that no one has ever thought that Wei Xiaoxiao has gone crazy in order to find bald Lu Chang, the enemy of the extermination case. Ward. Wei Pengsheng looked at the live broadcast screen and also the pop-up screen, completely stunned. How many theories are included in cryptography? How many types of encryption are there? How does psychology analyze opponents? There's also the counter-surveillance ability to pull in both the narc and the drug dealer in the layout test. Such a mind. Such a heart. He could hardly imagine it, and his face grew bitter. So by that time, your ability had already reached this level. Wei Pengsheng was confident when he thought of the fact that he had participated in the eldest son simulation in the past, but after that, when confronted by drug dealers and murderers, he never thinks of anything but running away, taking his family back and forth until he breaks down. And from start to finish, that timeline enemy hadn't even shown up, and it was already weighing him down. Now what? Wei Fla is actively laying out his body to get in and stay close to the enemy, and then to the kill. Chapter 76, You're Going to Hell. The windows were closed and it always seemed a bit stuffy in the modern ward, and now in his 70s, Ma Tai Gang, whose eyebrows are vicissitudes of life, looks at the images in his memory and exchanges in a low voice with his disciple Zhao Jing. Drug dealers are very cunning, and it's true that they don't trust people that easily. They're testing it over and over again with Wei Fla because the big market is important after that. Ma Taigang looked saddened, gazing intricately at the new image. National Highway 61 kilometers. Wei Xiaoxiao according to each other agreed time and place to arrive. A van at the freight station appeared to be broken down. The driver was not on board, and the cargo door was left open. Far away, in a white van among the hills, someone was peering through the window glass, spotting Wei Flaw starting to move the boxes into his van. The bald man didn't say a word. This time Wei Xiaolu carried electrical accessories wooden box put poppy raw materials, but he deliberately but told Wei Xiaolu inside is 10 kilograms of poison. Tests arranged by Baldhead. Call the police and tell them there's a suspected smuggler at kilometer 61 of the national highway. The phone dialed. The car window rose, covering the bald Lu Chang ruthless face. Horse team, news from over there. Someone called the police to report a suspected smuggler at kilometer 61 of the national highway. Hearing the report from the dry police, the young Matai gang narrowed his eyes and looked at Dongting with a shocked expression. This kid, he really counted. Now that Dongting looked at Wei Xiao leading behind secret messages, he also sighed a bit. In the process of checking smuggling, it turns out that someone is involved in drugs, and it's a good idea not to arrest them. These drug dealers, they have a lot of heart, they're really smart, and they're ruthless enough. Unsurprisingly, police cars came out with sirens blaring as Baldy and the others watched from afar. Hearing such a voice when handing over drugs, whoever it is will only think that the other party is here to arrest drugs. Wei Xia was really a bit flustered, and after getting into the car, he directly pressed the gas and began to flee on the national highway. And the escape quickly drew the attention of narcotics officers. The sound of a setup came from the loudspeaker, and Wei Xiaoxiao barely let go of the gas under his foot, stepping on it all the way. Behind them, the van watched amidst the sounds of violent collisions, following leisurely behind. The bald man looked at the hysterical Wei Chou through the car window. Under the police car chase, Wei Flaws do not care about the oncoming vehicles. Hit is also directly drive away. The barrier ran straight through. The front end was popping and rattling and the lights had been damaged. But the driver's seat figure had, while driving, still injected. His face twisted and stretched. At this moment, the bald man smiled. What a mad dog. But I like it. Such a mad dog is best suited to go with us to Yunnan to bring goods. Immediately, the satisfied look gradually turned into ruthlessness. Continue. These goods are not much. He has to be caught to be able to be caught to measure out this kid is qualified enough to follow us. He didn't care what would happen to Wei Flaw if he was caught, because internally they had people. He could be sure that Wei Flaw wouldn't die inside, but the other party might not be able to come out alive if their mouths weren't tight. Live pop-ups were also watching, and some people were shocked. These are real maniacs, using human life as a test. Wei Xia could die on the way to the chase, or after being captured. Indeed ruthless enough. From beginning to end are counting Wei Flaw, whether it is to take goods or Wei Flaw was arrested. It seems that they are not involved in the whole process, but now everything is in their calculations. In fact, Wei Flaw was even more ruthless than they were, because Wei Flaw didn't care about everything on the way to escape or that he would be caught. He had already foreseen the drug dealer's test before he came here. He was putting on a show with his life for the drug dealers, and he knew from the beginning that this might be his only chance to penetrate into the inner circle of the drug dealers. The new picture continues. Warning, vehicle ahead. Stop immediately. A row of nails were pulled apart. The van did not slow down, but at the moment the tires blew out, directly out of control. The vehicle rolled and skidded dozens of meters, finally stopped. The young Matai gang, now thunderous, through the previously arranged manpower, noticed the white van that always followed the observation, and began to arrange for people to look for it. After the photo was taken, a number of the remaining authorities began a private search for the white van. Timothy Tung is also involved, comparing various store surveillance to identify clues. Surveillance is imperfect and not widespread in this day and age, and for 2 full days, the conference room is now smoky. Copying files and developing photos piled up, and finally a few important photos emerged. Dong Ting, his eyes full of blood, pushed the photo out. No. 19. Chemical Plant District, Kaishan District. Ma Tiegong's face changed. The chemical plant in the new area is surrounded by all kinds of small factories and workshops, and most importantly, Tianhai Pharmaceuticals' pharmaceutical factory is also in it. Ma Tiegang's mind drifted back to Wei Flaw's call to report in the past. He was suspecting that Tianhai Pharmaceuticals and the drug dealers were connected, and that perhaps the drug dealers were hiding under the shell of Tianhai Pharmaceuticals Company. At this moment, both Ma Taigang and Dong Ting were turning blue. Is it really a pharmaceutical company behind this? This network of connections is awfully big. Ward, the young Lakhiu City Narcotics Police Captain Zhao Jing suddenly rose up in shock, his sharp eyes locking onto the screen. I know. He looked more and more in awe. Didn't you guys realize? Wei Xiao is doing this for 2 purposes. First, he has to determine where the enemy bald head is. Second, through substantial evidence, He's going to show the narc how powerful the enemy is behind it and really arouse the narc's suspicion of the drug company. That's what makes him scary. Wei Flaw entered the game with his body, on one hand gaining the trust of the drug dealers, and on the other hand allowing the narcotics police to begin a thorough investigation of Tianhai Pharmaceuticals, looking for an opportunity to turn on the pharmaceutical company. He never wanted to spare a single one of these criminals in the face of them. Or rather, never compromise. This guy. Zhao Jing stared, his gaze seeming to penetrate the image and meet those eyes from 30 years ago. He started out with the intention of dealing with his enemies, toppling the poison chain and counting everyone. There's Zhao Jing analyzing that the pop-ups likewise have people shocked to contact before. He knew he was being targeted by drug dealers from the moment he overturned Wei Peng Sheng's stall, tested it, and started laying it out. When the piece was dropped, this man was already waiting 3 paces away. His mind is so meticulous that it's hard to imagine. The picture continues. This place, the terrain is very complicated, and the composition of the people is very complicated. Putting down the binoculars, the young Mate Harbor frowned. It is now October 97, and he begins to observe the topography of the Tianhai Pharmaceuticals drug factory to determine the approximate location. The presence of that white van at the pharmacy already says a lot. If Tianhai Pharmaceuticals is really related to the drug dealers, it's going to be a problem. When we get back, you and Oda will take a team of your own and start doing a coverage in the Kaishan district in the name of Urban Terrain Survey and Census. Ma Taigang returned to the car, called 2 trusted police officers and whispered instructions. At the same time, Bald Lu Chang was in the Tianhai Pharmaceutical office. The smoke choked him, and Lu Chang squinted, dropping the photo in his hand. On the photo, there is a picture of Wei Chou being captured by the police. Wait for word from the inside over there and see how the kid is doing. If he says something, the line will have to be broken. Also, tell someone to keep an eye on it. See if any of that kid's family arrives. Observe their movements. Something's not right. The bald man exhaled a mouthful of smoke and looked ruthless. The bald head has long been prepared. On the one hand, deliberately let Wei Flaw be arrested. On the one hand, spread the news. Test Wei Flaw will not come to his family. Test what his identity in the end. In the end, what is his name? The bald head only knows that he is called He Xiaodong. If He Xiaodong comes to his relatives, then his relatives can be completely controlled. It's all about calculations. All kinds of calculations. Inside the interrogation room, Wei Xiao is now as thin as a bone, with blood under his eyes. Strong light exposure, no rest allowed. Repeated open-ended questioning, combined with a body that's been broken and depleted for years. Car accident injuries and drug addiction. It's now woefully out of shape. While no one cared, Mate Harbor pushed the door open and frowned. I've already checked the pharmaceutical site and it's very suspicious. What do you do? Wei Flaw struggled to raise his head, his almost lax pupils regathering their light. Torture. Marty Harbor froze, caught off guard. Wei Xiao glanced out the window, his voice hoarse and almost inaudible. You're not right. Send out a circular later, using He Xiaodong's name and a picture of myself, and notify all the places to inform me of the charge of drug transportation. Remember, at this moment, subconsciously listening to understand, Ma Taigang looked at those eyes and was creeped out. You're crazy. Doubt the pill mill. And doubt me here. I'm a narcotics police force. How can there be a problem? Ma Taigang was angry, but there was also uneasiness in his heart. Previously, when Wei Flaw suspected Tianhai Pharmaceuticals, his own reaction as it were, the facts have proved. Now, he's suspecting that the narcotics squad has a drug dealer on the inside. Ma Taigang didn't do anything after all. But Wei Flaw struggled to his feet and began to grab his leather boots and frantically slam them into his face and stomach, which quickly swelled up and bruises piled up. Hydrochloric acid was also applied and the back was cauterized to cause electric shock interrogation marks. The intense pain caused Wei Chao's already nearly depleted body to grow weaker. Now that his body was densely covered with wounds, tearing sensation, burning sensation overlapping, Wei Xiao gasped for breath. His bruised and swollen face was hideous to the extreme. Wei Flaw's eyes were scarlet, and he was stumbling hard to protrude his muddy voice. You don't know how vicious this group of people are. I'd have to be in hell to fight them. It's the only way I can drag them to hell with me. Wei Flaw tilted his head, his face swollen like a pig's head, bruises floating up. He smiled extraordinarily frankly. Chapter 77. I swear. 2 things happened in October 97 in Loco Hills. One thing, to meet the reform and opening up Luochio began the largest scale of investment. One incident was a malicious rush for a card on the outer ring road of Luochio, and the suspect, He Xiaodong, was arrested. Bald Lu Chang leaned back in his chair, his wine glass bobbing, while the newspaper lay in front of him. Loco Hills Daily News. This morning, the police in Luochio City, National Highway 61, broke a drug transportation case. The person involved in the case, Ho Mao Dong, suspected of transporting poppy raw materials, has been arrested. The police, in accordance with the regulations, to be detained and ticketed. The newspaper was casually dumped on the desk by the bald man, who was expressionless as he turned his head to look at Sun Bin. What's it say over there? Sun Bin knew that when Lu Chang said over there, he was referring to the police insiders and frowned at the words. Texted over there that the kid is crazy hard and won't say anything. It's now been 3 days since the kid was captured. Not eating, not drinking, and refusing to talk when his addiction hits the floor and he's twitching. And the other guy was in there pretty bad. Electric shocks. Lots of signs of leather boot beatings. It's a struggle to get up on my own to go to the bathroom. Sun Bin's voice trailed off. But even now that the notice is out, there's still no family to see him. The bald man nodded in satisfaction. It seems that this kid's identity is not faked. And it's true that there's no one at home. After all, how can such have family? Lu Chang continued to arrange. In addition to the police notice, he also through the channels of Tianhai Pharmaceuticals intentionally send money to many media outlets, requesting extensive coverage of the news of He Xiaodong's arrest. Not only Luo Qiu, now the news has spread around. Yecheng, Bai Chang, He City all have related reports. The fact that his family hasn't come yet in such a situation shows that there is indeed no problem. There's no problem with his status. Pop-ups were surfacing at this point. How could anyone come? Over the years Wei Flaw deliberately went to prison many times. His family has long been disgusted with him. Who could possibly come to pick him up? Whether it's grandpa or his younger siblings, all of them are disappointed in him to the core. With the name He Xiaodong, his family won't necessarily notice. And even if they see the photo, they won't come. But that's exactly what Wei Xiaoxiao wants. He won't implicate any of his family members. He'll only protect them behind him. This layer of camouflage has already proved that Wei Flaw has done a perfect job, but when exactly did he quietly drop his layout? Many viewers were shocked to think about it, and the former Karma City came to their minds. That's when Wei Xiao went alone to erase the genealogical data, destroying traces and stealing the identity of the deceased. Create conflict with your family and make them sick of you, just for this moment. Thoroughly isolated, with no family or friends. It's like a stray dog. Memory tracing continues. Cheng Zhong in 97 was barely making ends meet by setting up stalls outside. Previously, the family's savings had been empty after being forced to pay off gambling debts for Wei Chou on several occasions, along with moving several times. On the street, pushing the stove to sell baked sweet potatoes, Cheng Zhong saw the newspaper stunned, and then a flash of disgust appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Wei Flaw's picture is on the police blotter. Serves you right. What a sinner. Over the years Wei Flaw had been caught several times, and now he had long been disappointed. Pushing the sweet potato cart, he continued on without a care in the world, yelling, full of vicissitudes. Loco Hills Junior High School. The underground reading room didn't read the Hong Kong Star Gossip Weekly today. Some students looked at the newspaper in amazement. I think I've seen this man before. He even appeared around our school last time. I didn't realize that he was actually arrested by the police. The student's eyes celebrated and he clenched his fists. I'm glad I didn't touch it in the first place. It's a criminal. Attracted by the sound, Wei Pingxing's eyes fell on the newspaper, choosing to frown. Thinking of the earlier smashed stall, he turned his head with a cold smile and muttered to himself, I knew that sooner or later you'd get in there. He didn't care about the news in the paper telling his family to fish for him and just left. Wei Pingzhang also looked at the newspaper at home. A few students who teach learning frowned. Wei Pingzhang, this person seems to have spoken to you. He's in police custody right now and says he's going to contact his family to pay the fine. Hearing his classmate open his mouth, Wei Pingzhang glanced at him, full of disdain. Who is he? I don't recognize him. At that time, Wei Solo was participating in a new research group competition, saw the roadside notice, frowned, and then did not care about it, and continued to discuss with the other schoolboys in the car. Wei Solitaire is still small, but also saw the photos released by the media at school. She did not say anything. The thought of Wei Chou, who was always getting tattoos, smoking and drinking, and getting into trouble outside, filled his belly with unhappiness. She has to practice her song today. The food market in the southern city, the seafood market, and the villages and towns outside of the city are almost plastered with pictures of He Xiaodong and information about the crime. But today the police station still has no one to come. In the interrogation room, Ma Taigang also watched the briefing, frowning in complexity. Detention, fines, a lot of noise out there right now, but surprisingly no one has come to ransom you. Who the hell are you? The spotlight was blinding, and Wei Xiaoxiao was almost paralyzed on the table with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Ma Tiegang's complexion began to change as well. From the time the police bulletin appeared, to the various media outlets scrambling to cover the story, several surrounding downtowns were plastered with information about Wei's flaws. Even he was a bit shocked by such a battle. How powerful are the forces behind the drug dealers? Unbelievable. The raspy voice was faint in the silent interrogation room as the teenager struggled to laugh. You guys have really nice hats. What's the typical routine for a narc? I've heard that every day. In addition to basic physical fitness, you have to train in reconnaissance, including scene investigation, physical evidence collection, and intelligence analysis. This is followed by proficiency in the use of all types of weapons, as well as fighting skills, and vehicle driving skills. There's also mental fitness, legal theory, tactical and special environment training, isn't it? Ma Taigang was like looking at a madman, staring at this snotty teenager with a withered body and pinholes in his arms. Wei Flaw rambled on, still asking questions, and Ma Taigang couldn't help but frown. Come on, you'll let it go in a couple days. Being forcibly interrupted, Wei Xiao didn't care and continued to speak. As Ma Taigang met those eyes and spoke helplessly, we have another status within the narcotics police called the Gray Man, and the fact that narcs generally stay out of sight, to keep from being targeted by the enemy. Our physical training consists of push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, and running. Shooting practice includes pistol rifles, and mental toughness, stress management, emergency response training. The teenager's eyes lit up and gleamed, muttering as if he wanted to etch this into his brain. I don't even know when Mate Harbor will leave. Drug Rehabilitation Center. Wei Xiao was led to the arrival by 2 narcotics officers. He had to be sent here because he was found to have a positive urine test. Please, give me some. Someone is on the floor with snot flung out of their nose, rolling and wailing, curled up and twitching, forehead in a cold sweat, pupils dilated. There were also people who were trolling, like crazy people. Let me out. My time is up. Do you hear me? I want out. There were even a number of people who were so grim-faced and maniacal that they were frantically banging on the walls in an attempt to alleviate their withdrawal reactions, with visible bruises and swelling already appearing on their foreheads, and their eyes filled with blood. Wei Flaw watched all the way, head down, feet hobbling, weakly following the narcotics police. Handing over to the drug rehabilitation police, Wei Xiao was sent to a small dark room. There's no one around. Drug-related people who have just been brought in are going through all types of withdrawal reactions, and the 2 officers leave, not caring. Until he was sure everyone had left, Wei Xiao got up. Gray Man. For the first time, he knew there was a class of narcotics officers who didn't wear uniforms. Their names aren't even on file with the narc, lurking inside drug dealers, taking on the responsibilities of being a narc. From the moment he knew the name, the light in Wei Xiao's eyes never disappeared. The small room was a little damp, the floor was cold, and there was still water vapor diffusing from the toilet. Tearing pain came from his torso, a physiological reaction to the previous hydrochloric acid burn scars and the friction of his clothes that made Wei Xiao twitch. But he didn't care, his eyes brightening as he stood in the small room, his body trying to straighten. Number 2943, Narcotics Officer Wei Flaw. Pistol shooting training will now begin. After that, Wei Xiao saluted and collected his expression. Number 2943 received. Stand at attention. Use your right hand as a pistol, and start shooting on your knees and creeping. Wei Xiao struggled to keep moving, his body weak, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. After that, Wei Xiao rose again and opened his mouth, his voice serious. Number 2943, Narcotics Police Officer Wei Xiao. Here, 500 sit-ups. Lying on the ground, damp and cold and piercing, Wei Xiao muttered to himself, the pain of his injuries causing him to let out a muffled grunt, especially if the wound touches sweat. But Wei Flaw didn't care. His pale face eyes grew brighter and brighter, and inside the hut he kept ordering himself. Number 2943, Narcotics Police Officer Wei Xiao. Here, pull-ups 100. The dark-haired teenager tried to stand a little straighter, his eyes sharp and determined. The arm was densely packed with pinholes, and in the damp, cold, dark room, it carried a slight air of mold and decay. But he didn't care. Even when his body was shaking and he was on the verge of being unsteady, he still tried to look like a real narc. Now he's not drug dealer Ho Shu Tung. He's Wei Flaw. Number 2943. Outside the small dark room, the cacophony of voices wailing, cursing, and crying out in pain is nearly commonplace in drug rehab centers. It's the price for touching the poison, and it's what all who come here must go through. No one saw that in the small dark room. The teenager was like a madman, sometimes playing the role of instructor, sometimes playing the role of a police officer, and not having any fun. It's like actually being one of the narco warriors. If someone listens carefully at this moment, they will definitely be able to hear that firm voice echoing, like an iron horse and golden roar, clanging like a mountain. Number 2943, Narcotics Police Officer Wei Xiao. Here, I swear, as a narcotics police officer, I will be loyal to my duty and professional ethics. I will work to defend the safety of the community, fight drug crimes and protect citizens from the dangers of drugs. I will be proactive in improving my professional knowledge and skills to keep up with the ever-changing drug crime landscape. I will dedicate my life to the anti-drug cause and work hard for the harmony and stability of society. Chapter 78. February 13th, 25 was rainy and muggy. Instruments buzzed on the ward. Brainwave experts converge around Wei Xia. The middle-aged man in the hospital bed still had his eyes closed, but there was a slight rise and fall in his chest. Others. Patient mood swing thresholds are increasing. The instrument curve goes all the way up. Maybe that memory excites him. Wei Solo is himself in charge of the Brainwave scientific research program, and he understands what all this means even more. Her eyelashes fluttered and she turned her head to the screen. In the small dark room, young Wei Flaw is still responding to himself, constantly making training moves. Each hoarse but firm to made Wei Solitary's heart tremble. Wei Solo lowered his eyelids, not daring to look again. What is he excited about? Brainwave specialists are monitoring brainwave frequencies, and nurses and doctors are still observing physiological characteristics. Oxygen saturation continues to drop. For access has been established. It's being resuscitated, but there's not much life left in the patient now. The nurse was somewhat silent, her tone low. Or maybe the person is so tired that it's hard to stimulate inner potential and the desire to survive. His body is giving up on itself. Tang Rulong, Ma Tai Gang, Sun Ocean. Several people are watching. Old face complex. The fact that Wei Flaw had been through the first half of his life was enough for many people to despair. It's hard to imagine what he actually went through after 97, that his body wasn't looking forward to being alive. A new screen appears. Business newcomer Wei Pengsheng now no longer spirited. Noble convergence. Trance-watching retrospective picture. The image is reflected in its eyes. Beads of sweat rolled down the forehead of Wei Chiu, who was incarcerated in a small dark room in a drug rehab center in October 97. Now he's still training himself. In the manner of a narc. The withdrawal reaction is so severe that it passes from physical instinct and has almost nothing to do with the will. But he almost bit his gums to the point of bleeding. Small dark rooms are used for withdrawal and are almost completely isolated and closed off from the outside world. Even so, wailing, angry curses, and beatings continued to pass outside. Miscellaneous noises came, piercing the ears and causing Wei Chao's mind, which was already in a physiological withdrawal reaction, to become more and more confused. But he didn't care. Dry heaving, sweating, capture wounds on his torso, residual hydrochloric acid burn wounds, and all sorts of wounds starting to fall apart. Wei Flaw laughed maniacally, like a madman, and with the help of these types of injuries to suppress the dry heaves, he continued to work out. In this moment, the teenager is covered in bruises and rises again in defiance. 2 days later, the small dark room withdrawal process was terminated. The sunlight scattered on his face, and Wei Xiao couldn't help but squint his eyes to avoid the glare. The prison guard frowned and pointed at him. He Xiaodong, you'll be here from now on. It's a prison cell. 8 to a room. The stained and painted iron frame bed, and the thin cotton wool. The room had no light and looked gloomy. The walls yellowed with a splash of brown, and the smell of rust was pervasive. Neat and clean, but eerie. Wei Flaw swept his gaze across. The 8-person prison house was full, counting him. There were a lot of people. The teenager huddled in slippers looks 15. The middle-aged man is bone-thin and has a swollen abdomen. And the young man who has just turned 20 is having a severe withdrawal reaction and is shaking and drooling. The aging old junkie triangles his eyes and looks on coldly. Scratches all over the walls. Over the course of a few days, Wei Xiao gradually familiarized herself with a few people. The 20-year-old youth named Lu Jian was brought to the drinking game to touch the poison. 15-year-old Ma Yu, on the other hand, was forcibly beaten and forced to touch drugs by gangsters outside the school. The middle-aged 30-year-old Hetchen was cheated and poisoned by an unscrupulous builder because he refused to be unjustly evicted from his home. Hetchen began to turn white at this point. His forehead compensated with cold sweat. He was dry heaving profusely, and his body was gradually shaking. It's a precursor to a withdrawal reaction. What to do? What to do? He grabbed the railing in a panic and wept in despair. The despair of being defenseless was enough to destroy the will of any hardened man. Give me one, please. The snotty Hirschchen rolled on the floor, pleading, seemingly without any dignity. Several other people in the dormitory heard the sound and turned their heads, not daring to look again, their eyes numb, because they would be just like Hirschchen. Everyone will be the same. There's no escape. Bang! The violent noise made the remaining few people stare. Wei Flaw stood in front of Hetchen, his voice fierce. Stand up. The voice was icy cold. Bang! I told you to stand up. Wei Flaw was like a madman, choking Hetchen's neck. Weak but still desperately lifting him up. I told you to stand up. Have you no honor? Do you remember your wife and children? Stand up like a man. Hirschchen convulsed, drooling and weeping as well, his voice shaking. It's no use. I can't stand it. You can. You think about your wife. You think about your kids. You're not just yourself. You're a father. A husband. Hold back. Tell them you're a top. Dare you. At this moment, Hee-chun froze. His gums gradually began to spill blood, and his eyes were scarlet. The trembling continued, but Hershen's eyes were bloodshot and his palms were nearly pierced by his nails. Hold back. After that, Lu Jian also started to seize up, and Wei Xiao shrugged off the slaps, pulling him up by the arm as he tugged on the red rope. From a girlfriend? Have you ever fantasized that in the future? You'll get married and have kids. Lucan chokes and curls up in the corner. It's no use. I'm ruined. No one wants someone with a history of touching drugs. I'll take you. Come see me when you get out. Meet me at the Kosho Billiards, and I'll give you a new life. Wei Flaw after also looked at the teenager Mayu. No matter how to beat, the teenager is numb-looking, lifeless. At this moment, Wei Flaw just looked at him, his husky voice icy cold. You were once your parents' pride, too. The always numb, self-loathing Mayu finally burst into tears. The triangular-eyed age 40-something Chow watched everything and snorted. What are your qualifications? Looking at Wei Flaw, who had gone insane to the point of near exuberance of life and had brought the others to begin training desperately to resist the withdrawal, Zhou Guoqiang opened his mouth maliciously. Look at your hands. Look at the holes. What gives you the right to wake people up? You touch more. Wei Xiao suddenly felt bad, but remained calm. He got up and took a step toward Zhou Guoqiang. I'm in hell. By what right are you guys in? What makes you all want to be in hell like me? Swing hard. At this moment, Wei Flaw's eyes were cold and sharp. Old man. Utterly depraved and still smug. You don't want to bring anyone down. At least, they have a choice. They have a life. Zhou Guoqiang watched with trepidation, and the teenager in front of him was like a madman. But Wei did not care, and continued to bring Mayu. 7 men began working out in the jailhouse, fighting withdrawal and panting. Wei Flaw's forehead veins rippled as he spoke with difficulty. There's still life. You still have a chance. Hold on. Hold on. There were others in other cells wailing and begging for poison. Hee-chun. Ma Yu, Lu Jian. Several people became more and more grateful. Looking at Wei Xiao, Ma Yu could not help but ask, Big brother, what's your name? At this moment, meeting the gazes of several people, Wei Xiao's eyes glowed with a gentle and pure smile. No need to remember my name. Just live your lives. Chapter 79, Life can be dynamite or a seed. Ward. Wei Pengxing's eyes reflected the image fixed, and his emotions almost exploded. You, this new business tycoon of Yeqing City, now out of his depth, leaned against the wall, his face pale, and mumbled his words. What kind of body is in the memory retrospective shot? Withered, scarred tattoos all over the place, and underneath the pinholes was thin flesh and blood, powerless to the core. Broken, depleted, near collapse. He's all but counted out by the drug dealers. He's doing it himself, and he's going to save these scum. As if being drained of strength and depressingly unable to breathe, Wei Pengsheng could not believe his eyes. The Phoenix newspaper host frowned, retorting, Scum? Some of them are forced and tricked. You forgot. He positioned himself as a narcotics officer, not only eradicating drug dealers, but saving lives. The host watched in silence. Complicated. This kind of person has Vajra tactics and a bodhisattva's heart. But you are involved in so much karma. How can you possibly bear it? The camera of the Pittsburgh program was focused on the hospital bed. The dying middle-aged vicissitudes of life are different from the stoic, maniacal teenager in the flashback image. That exuberance seems to be dissipating. The live streaming pop-ups are also rocking. In retrospect, he was weaker than anyone else, yet he burst forth with such powerful infectious energy. He's like a madman who is not ruled by his desires. He really does rule himself. Modern, heavy city, Dongping district, Starlight Plaza. People were coming and going, and music was still playing on the store stereo. Now in his 60s with a successful career and a used car dealership, Herschchen hangs out with his kids. At this moment, he saw the screen, turned pale, and suddenly fell to his knees, bawling. Many people looked at the man who was crying his heart out. Herschchen choked and sobbed. I finally see you again. That's when he saved me. From despair, covering his eyes with both hands, tears still pouring out of his fingers, Herschen's body shivered as he thought of 30 years ago. That year, the dark-haired boy turned his back to the light and reached out his hand to him. Thin, depleted, scarred and crumbling, lycanthropic and mottled. But it was such a teenager who reached out to himself in the abyss, pulled him. What he lifted was that desperate life of yesteryear. Overseas, Southeast Asia, middle-aged men in suits, serving coffee and laughing with expatriate clients. It was only when his eyes flickered by unnoticed and he saw a face, fluent in a foreign language, that he suddenly froze, spinning his eyes sour, The coffee fell uncontrollably to the ground. Mr. Ma, what's wrong? The assistant watched his boss lose his cool and frowned in reminder. But now that Ma Yu no longer cared, his lips trembled, his nose raged with acidity, and he finally couldn't tense up completely. Big brother, I see you again. Unconcerned about his image, he let out a loud cry, and in this moment he seemed to go back to 30 years ago, to be that desperate and numb teenager, uneasy, terrified, until someone with an icy voice told him, "You were once your parents' pride, too." In the mire of despair, flowers suddenly arise. That year, after his release from prison, his older brother arranged for him to work and study, and even supported his own study abroad. I wouldn't be where I am today without my big brother. Maybe, I won't live to see this. Ma Yu had burst into tears and cried out in pain. He's city, neighborhood. The dishes are here. The 50-year-old Lu Jian is physically fat, but dotingly looks at his daughter. It was only when he saw the figure in the live screen that he suddenly lost his concentration and fell to the ground. The wife panicked and assisted, and was surprised to see that her husband had covered his face and was crying. He even cried so hard he couldn't speak. Pointing to Wei Chou from the Life Throwback program, the red string on his hand almost faded. If it hadn't been for that teenager that year, he wouldn't have even been able to walk out of rehab when he got out. Without his offer of a job, he himself would not have had the opportunity to marry his wife. One will not have a life. It's you. I've finally met. It's you. In the meantime, Loco Hills, Zhou Guoqian leaned against the old brick house, while a teenager brought medicine. Grandpa, it's time to take your medicine. This year he is in his 70s, dying and aging beyond recognition. But when he saw the face, he still struggled and also wept. It's you. He thought of himself. The only reason he was able to live, and even open a scrapyard here, was because after he came out, Wei Xiao sent people to beat him up multiple times, warning him that he would not be allowed to touch drugs. So he lives, runs a garbage buying station, and picks up an orphan to raise, trying to do some good. It is also the reason why someone is still willing to take care of them before they die of old age now, so that they don't die like a lonely soul. He suddenly reached up and slapped his face with a trembling hand, crying out in pain. Grandpa, his grandson, who had picked him up, pulled at him, but Joe just cried, his voice weak and desperate. You don't understand. I was stinging him then. I'm such a guy. He's saving us, and he favors even trash like me. Who will save him? How do I pay him back what I owe him? Jitterbug. Many live streams appear with various titles. He intervenes in the karma of those dragging people down, just to save one more person. Being in the infernal, he still hasn't forgotten his original intention. How to change a person's life. Someone lifting at the depths of despair. The intercepted image is a comparison of the eldest son. There are also a lot of comments. Being in the same era as people like this is what makes me believe in humanity. Perhaps it is because so many of these people have gone before us in history that there is hope for the human race to continue to this day. He reached out and lifted and fell into the abyss himself, but he never regretted it. Some shine in the dimness, some light a fire in the decay. Oiled but radiant, memory retrospective images. The third son of the Wei family. Wei Ping political simulation of the eldest son. Now Wei Ping Zhang's pupils were bloodshot. He's continuing his previous tactics, posing as an official to report and paying for media coverage to make a big deal out of it, deliberately pretending to be a drug dealer and threatening journalists. But unlike before, the temporarily bluffed drug dealers quickly reacted. They started to solve the whistleblowing with insiders and spent even more to buy the media to stop the story. The search begins again, and the feeling of impending death is so strong that for the first time, Wei Ping Zhang is no longer confident. He realized that fear was approaching, and knew better what kind of pressure Wei Xiao had faced in the first place. It's horrible to be stalked by the undead and unable to shake it off. Wei Ping Zhang gritted his teeth and began to spend money to disguise the death certificate for his younger sibling and replace it with new identity information. But he continues to receive a steady stream of calls from his collateral relatives, as well as occasional prying from the work area, various merchants, and the three religions. Even got word that the drug dealers were looking through DNA comparisons now. They are still planting eyes everywhere and waiting for reports. A deep sense of powerlessness came on, making Wei Ping Zhang often wake up in the middle of the night. Insomnia, nightmares, and trance. Finally, he couldn't help but pick up the knife, but quickly returned to his senses and dropped it in alarm. He then realized that his once proud experience in politics was of no use. Taking a big breath, Wei Ping Zhang opened his mouth in fear. What did Wei Flaw do after 97? Why weren't drug dealers looking for us then? And loved ones not being coerced into looking? What the hell did Wei Flaw do? Memory retrospectively, images appeared in synchronization with Wei Qi's memory. You've got a visitor. The prison guards brought out Wei Flaw. Through the glass, Lu Changjian's brow furrowed. and his heart was so sore that he almost fell into tears. The drug dealer's stakeout didn't matter, because it's normal for a punk to come. Wei Xiao was also looking at Lu Huangmao, seemingly casually. Why do you have the heart to come see me? How's the KOF tournament going these days? On the other side of the glass, Willow Yellow Hair was aghast in her heart and collected her thoughts. He knew that it was the boss's secret word, known only to them. Someone smashing it. Smashing doesn't affect the game. How many points did the other team score? I remember the last record was. Wei Flaw rattled off a long list of numbers, after which time ran out and waved him off. He'll be locked up for another half a month. Lu Huangmao memorized the numbers Wei Xiao recited just now. Beads of sweat gradually penetrated on his forehead. Hurriedly rushed back to the small room, flipped out a magazine, and began to translate against it in a codebook manner. A relative contacted my granddad before and told my relatives to shut up, and that if any of them wanted to betray me for money, they could make a hard move. Looking at the translated statement, Lu Huangmao had a hideous demeanor. Finally, we're waiting for the boss to give the order. Boss's younger sibling is my Lu Changjiang's younger sibling. The fire flared up. The note was quickly annihilated, and Lu Huangmao disguised himself and quietly left with a few trusted brothers. In the evening, it finally arrived at the mining town. There is a relative of the boss's from before living here. The man's name is Li Guofu, and he's Wei Chao's cousin's uncle. After an investigation, Li Guofu, who had previously been deceived by a drug dealer disguised as a businessman, began to contact Cheng Zhong. Even if he knew, he didn't care. Pai Li Guofu slapped the hand of 10,000 yuan, humming proudly, calculating a moment to the city to find a hair salon. Dashing, the old van sped up. Bumpy road straight opened the door. Lu Changjiang a hand to pull Li Guofu into. Who are you people? Robbing in broad daylight? My neighbor is a police officer, so if you're not afraid to die, go ahead and rob him. You'll all be shot when the time comes. Yet no one paid any attention. The masked figure at the forefront drove all the way until he reached a wilderness. 5 vans presenting 5 directions, each towing a rope. 5 ropes were now being placed around Li's head and limbs, and the sound of the engine was piercing. Li Guofu wailed. His pants gradually soaked through. Incoherent, began to frantically beg for mercy. Until the end, drooling and scared to dementia. Lu Huangmao squinted his eyes and observed the test multiple times to make sure that Li Guofu was really scared crazy before he left with an expressionless face. The pop-ups were raging. This is the real means. Wei Xiao is indeed worthy of the phrase Bodhisattva's heart. Vajra's means, willing to die to rescue others, but in the face of evil, to protect his family, he will be more evil than evil. Chapter 80, What's his name? Now the First People's Hospital of Yecheng has an extremely large number of takeaways, many of which are ordered for Wei Chuan. Now Wei Pingsheng smiled bitterly, his eyes turning, looking at Wei Pingzhang and Wei Flaw's eldest son in comparison. It was a long time before his voice trailed off and he spoke. In the old days, like the oldest, I thought I could perfectly cope with all crises by virtue of my transgenerational experience and prophetic conditioning. But the enemy is not a business opponent or a political conundrum. In those days, we weren't big bosses, big politicians either, having to deal with bottomless killers, drug dealers with huge organizations on their backs. All of our experience is of no use when it comes to people like that. The screen remains fixed on the image of Li Guofu being pulled by 5 vans by his head and limbs. Wei Pengsheng couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. It seemed as if Wei Xiao had never appeared in such a ferocious stance as far as he could remember. His ruthlessness is always directed at others. Valley, in front of the unmarked tombstone, Cheng Zhong was very old and also looked at the demented figure in the picture with surprise. Li Kokfu? He remembered that this person had contacted him once before, but at that time he didn't care and chatted casually before hastily preparing to set up his stall. After that, Li Guofu suddenly became demented, and he had to take care of his children and had no time to visit his stall. Pei's coldness rose, and Cheng Zhong shivered a little, almost got counted. If it wasn't for Wei Flaw, once the drug dealers found them, the old couple and solitary spirit, that child, would have died before they could resist. The memory tracing screen continues. 97 years. Bald Lu Chang sat on the sofa, listening to his little brother's report with his brows furrowed. Kung, the guy named Li Guofu from that mining town before, can't be contacted. Li Kwokfu? What happened to him? I heard that suddenly he went crazy and was sent to a mental hospital. The cigarette was reddish, and the bald man rose suddenly. Nope. He looked coldly at the reported news and dialed the balding middle-aged man behind him to report matters. That Wei family relative is crazy? Where are the other Wei relatives? They're fine. At this moment, even the bald middle-aged man changed his face. Strange, could it be those little brats from the Wei family? But the oldest of them, by age, is only 17 and won't come of age until next year. So how can they do that? Could it be that our friend surnamed Wei is behind this? The voice paused for a moment and once again turned somber. The bald voice vicious. Keep looking. In addition, the next step is to take the Dongchang province market first, which is the big head. Afterward, call a few who can eat meat, and build a thorough poison line from western Yunnan. The phone hangs up. The excitement under the eyes of bald Lu Chang becomes more and more intense, and his men are reporting. That kid hasn't even opened his mouth when he's in rehab. He's got a real hard mouth. Good for him. The bald man was satisfied with Wei Fla's performance and nodded his head. When he comes out, he can take a belt. But the bald man also grew more and more puzzled, tapping his face on the table. After all these years, he always felt that those Wei family brats hadn't died. But it doesn't matter. The market is what matters. Jitterbugs. Nagasu's contrasting hotness grows again and again, surpassing 5 million people online. Pop-ups are also surfacing, new ones. Finally started. Both sides have been laying out for many years. The game is completely unfolding. Perhaps Wei Xiaoxiao's disappearance after 97 has something to do with this matter. From the battlefield of the Wei family to the battlefield of the drug line, the two paths began to face each other. Wei Flaw and the Wei family extermination case was in the open and the drug dealers were in the dark. But the drug line Wei Flaw was in the dark and the drug dealers were in the open. On one side is a huge drug cartel backed by overseas forces, spanning the business and political sectors. On the other side is Wei Yin, who is carrying a blood feud and has quietly infiltrated into the drug traffickers' inner circle. And until now, the other side doesn't know that the eldest son of the former Wei family's extermination case is already standing beside them. Wei Flaw's memory flashback unfolded. Rehab, dimly lit. The 8 people in the jailhouse, with the exception of Zhou Guoqiang, were all looking down at their books. The books were borrowed from a drug rehab center by Wei Flaw, for offering to take the initiative to study. The prison guards also finally stopped being cold and had a better attitude towards the teenage addict. Lu Jian, times are changing fast now, and the economic situation will follow the time and the environment. So if you want to pull yourself together and excel after you go out, you need to study economics. The form of the economy is influenced by both policy and the environment, with the environment being the most influential. Lao He. Now the motorcycle, car market is very large. Today you see cars on the street less because of the economic environment. When the economy with the times, the cost of all types of vehicles began to fall, purchasing power began to rise, the market will tend to be saturated. This piece of profit is quite large. If you want to develop, you have to go to the relevant region. For example, Xinjiang relies on train transportation. The north relies on automobile transportation. The heavy city has a complex terrain. The demand for motorcycles will be greater, to adapt to the local conditions. Ma Yu, do you see what it says here? To do business, the most important thing is to make a difference. What industries are considered advantageous in the big country now? Light industry, labor-intensive industry. In the future, factory clothing, nail clippers and these small crafts will definitely become important goods for the big country's exports because of the low cost of labor and the low cost of assembly line manufacturing. It will be turned into an export product and earn profits. You can learn more foreign languages, such as going to Russia and other countries where light industry is not so developed as where sock nail clippers are best to make the difference. Zhou Guoqiang, you don't have any physical strength advantage now, but you are more convenient to put down your face than young people. Old resources recycling and reuse is also a blue ocean. Not to say get rich. Once the scale is formed, at least 1 year to save a $10,000 is not difficult. You have to think about what you're going to do when you're old. 2. Wei Flaw has a talent for being a teacher, choosing books that are highly specialized, while also carefully breaking down ideas and teaching thoughts to the 7. Even Chao, who has long since given up on himself, explains it. Ma Yu, Huchen, and Lu Jian all looked at the hoarse-voiced black-haired teenager gratefully. Surprisingly, for the first time, they were looking forward to life after they got out. In the modern ward, the aged Ma Taigang watched the scene with emotions falling from his eyes. He's solving problems and charting the course of life for everyone. Zhao Jing was a bit puzzled and stared at his master. How do you know? Papamate Harbor just trembled and reached out to point at the screen. In the flashback image at this moment, late at night, the dark-haired teenager looks down at the book, the newspaper, taking careful notes, thinking. There was also information under his hand, which was clearly the economic situation and development environment of each region. He sets a new direction in life for every recovering inmate who deserves to be saved, until some of the inmates started to leave from the cell block. Huchen had left, Lu Jian had left, and the teenager Ma Yu, now changed his clothes, stood in the doorway and turned his head in tears. Big brother, thanks. Wei Flaw calmly patted Ma Yu's shoulder. Give me a call. Not only Ma Yu, but he had several other people's phone numbers. In the corner, Zhou watched the scene with disdain. He'd come in several times anyway. He couldn't believe that a man with pinholes in his hands like Wei Chou wouldn't fall from grace. There were only 2 people left in the jailhouse, but Zhou Guoqian's complexion gradually changed, because even if Wei Xiao is the only one, he is still studying, taking notes, shouting slogans silently, insisting on working out and sweating. It seems that withdrawal reactions are completely non-existent for him. Early in the morning, Zhou Guoqian was silent for a long time, and then for the first time, he took the initiative to get out of bed and followed Wei Xiao, trembling and doing push-ups. Wei Flaw turned his head to stare, training while speaking with difficulty. Do more good. One should always face the sun. Can't keep sinking. If you are positive and radiant, you can eventually redeem yourself and move on to a better life. Face the sun? Zhou Guoqian's always gloomy heart finally began to brighten up with old tears. Twisting his head away from the sight of Wei Flaw, he insisted on shivering and doing push-ups. Zhou Guoqian, it's time to go out. Before leaving, Zhou Guoqian took a deep look at Wei Xiao and slowly bowed. The first time he had ever bowed his head. Wei Xiao didn't care and continued to look at the book. He was the only one left in the jailhouse, but he always seemed to have a biological clock etched into his soul, working out and reading books in strict accordance with his routine without the slightest change. The then young Mate Harbor watched from afar, frowning. What kind of colonel drives this kind of person? He already knew about Wei Xiao's reading, studying, and helping others in rehab. Ma Taigang stepped out and dialed the phone of Dongting, who was on a business trip. He can judge and analyze a person through accessories, as well as help an old junkie like Zhou Guoqian resist withdrawal reactions, and even accurately analyze all kinds of economic situations and judge the development plans of several people. What do you think someone like that wants? On the other end of the phone, Dongting was silent for a long time. Is there a possibility that he doesn't like to mix socially, doesn't like to beat people up, and doesn't like to touch drugs? What he prefers is to be a narc and do what he wants to do and help a lot of people. Mate Harbor froze, frowning in confusion. This? Really? This? Dongting's voice seemed to shift a bit as he suddenly opened his mouth. What's his name anyway? He Xiaodong. The odds are that it's a fake. Dongting was suddenly certain. The phone hung up, and looking in the direction of Luoqiao City, Dongting had a complicated look on his face. He's an informant. Dangerous. Tells us a lot of clues, but we don't know his name. If he sacrifices later, how do we remember him? And how do we honor him? Chapter 81. On February 14th of the 25th year, the northern cities of Yecheng, Baicheng, Luoqiao, and even the entire Dongchang province were cloudy and rainy, with a sudden change in temperature. The city is full of traffic and life, but it seems cold. But in front of the big screen at the Wanda Mall in Yecheng, many people spontaneously left work or came to the screen and silently watched. Memory retrospective picture. This scene became a memory that many people could not forget for 25 years. Inside the drug rehab cell in October of '97, all 7 inmates were gone. The lights in the cell were small, faint and narrow, dimly illuminated, and a new cell next to it brought in another batch of recovering addicts who were escorted by the guards, who were annoyed and disgusted to look at these people with their foul odors and their arms with needle holes in them. Until Chenwen, the prison guard, suddenly looked toward the 045 cell. Wei Xiaoxiao put his hand out of the cell and greeted toward every person in drug rehabilitation. Were you tricked into sucking or did you do it on purpose? What? On purpose? You're such an asshole. Do you even want to live? Do you really want to die of depravity? Go out and do something meaningful. Don't be ruined by drugs. How about you? Look so age. Only 20 jangling years old. You are cheated? Good boy. Must quit. Now the reform and opening up is imminent. The future life is unlimited. In the future this country of ours will be very big and very good. You can go to travel all over the world. Life has a chance. You look 40 years old. Why do you still touch this kind of thing? Why do you still let your children touch it? You're kind of I go out and designate to you. Locked up in a prison cell. Wei Chou looks like a mad dog. If he came across someone who had been tricked into touching drugs, he would have a much nicer tone and warn the person to quit. If he encounters someone who sucks up on purpose, he goes straight to anger, targeting the main points and scolding the person to wake them up. If you come across yourself sucking and also bring others to suck, Wei Xiao directly threatens and scares the other party's face. Prison guard Chenwen had a strange look in his eyes. He always felt that Wei Xiao was mentally abnormal. Sometimes he works out alone, talking to himself. Sometimes he teaches a few other people to do business in Kenshire. But why are those people gone? Sometimes Wei Xiao suddenly stood out and raged at the triple-entry rehabbers, even going so far as to beat them with his hands. But Chenwen somehow had no aversion or malice towards Wei Flaw, even if Wei Flaw also had the look of an old poisonous ghost, with his arms full of pinholes. Finally the jailhouse became quiet. People in recovery began to wail and cry, constantly asking for a stick and a bite. Suddenly, the sound of Wei Flaw roaring angrily came out of the 045 jailhouse. If I must die, then we must live better. It's the wind that sways, the addiction factor in your body, not me. Do you all want to be as rotten as mud all your lives? Live like sludge. If we must die, then we must live better. Finally, other jailers, some began to growl along. For a time, a dozen or so prison cells were haunted. Not a sludge. Not a sludge. Live like a human being. Roaring continuously. While on the ground, Wei Flaw was doing push-ups. His lips had long been dry. The traces of his former injuries had not healed. And now, because of the roaring and all sorts of, once again cracked some traces. His pillow and bedding had some blood on it from a gaping wound. But not important. This scene is popping up extremely well at the moment. Weibo. Today's headlines. Jitterbugs. Pop-ups galore. He's so incendiary that if it were anyone else I'd think it was cutesy. But Wei Flaw really did incite because he was only sincere. It's the agitation that comes with purity and sincerity that will make these scum and desperate people start to wake up. You guys look closely. Wei Xiao eyes with a smile. This is a kind of incredibly happy smile. As long as he can wake up one more person not to touch the poison, he is really happy. Wei. There is a saying in Buddhism called all evils are all evils, meaning that once you carry this kind of personal karma, you have to carry a great deal of despair, because it is hard to save people. Why bother? He's a narc. The retrospective memory picture continues. At the end of October 97, Wei Xiaoxiu's formal incarceration ended. The undercover agent planted by the drug dealer passed the news to the top management of Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company, and the bald head didn't care about Wei Flaw's nonsense in the drug rehab center because in his impression, this person named He Xiaodong had always been a crazy existence. It doesn't matter if you talk crazy. It doesn't matter if you do something crazy. As long as the mouth is tight and it's not a cop, and there is a certain amount of turf power, that's enough. This kind of person can help themselves to quickly develop the toxic market, and at the same time, if something goes wrong, this kind of person can also be directly discarded as cannon fodder. So the bald guy didn't care at all. At this moment in time, Loco Hill's first drug rehabilitation center, Wei Xiaoxiao walks out in his prison uniform, his head shaved, and Lu Changjiang drives 3 modified vans, where he is waiting with his minions. Lu Changjiang's eyes lit up. He felt that his big brother Wei Xiao was much better after entering the drug rehabilitation center instead. For not touching the thing for close to a month. Regular routine, regular diet, plus exercise. The former withered, dried up, lifeless Wei Flaw hardly had a little bit of life. And Wei Flaw wasn't exactly walking out despondent and frustrated. He is walking out with his head held high, even proud, like he was part of the narcotics brigade. He even gazed critically at the other prisoners walking out. Wei Xia even warned other inmates who had just been released from prison. If you ever touch drugs again, I'll cut off your hands. So go home and spend time with your family. And you. Wei Flaw glared viciously at a pale young man, but his tone wasn't vicious. You're so young. Don't touch this. If you're short of money, go to the old city's Shaoshang video hall and look for me. Take some money and do some serious business. All of you get the hell out of here. Touch the stuff again and I'll clean it up one by one. Wei Flaw was raging against everyone out of jail for being addicts. Others nodded in fear or left with complicated eyes. Wei Flaw immersed in it. The surrounding prison guard Chen Wen who escorted him was a little complicated, even a little trance. He felt that Wei Flaw was like his comrade in arms, an old comrade in arms with a special heart, like a big brother. He always took care of everyone and wanted everyone to be well. He offended a lot of people for that, and everyone doesn't like that kind of person. Chen Wen laughed bitterly. How could he possibly feel this way? It's just a young addict. He Xiaodong. Be a good person after you get out of rehab and don't ever come back. Chen Wen warned, before turning around. Roger. Wei Xiao suddenly spoke up. Chen Wen turned around curiously, so he saw a strange scene. Wei Flaw walked towards his little brother while he was shouting at the top of his lungs. What a social pretense here. All of you go home. Lu Changjiang stays. The rest of you go home and cook for your families. Come back tomorrow. Wei Flaw roared toward those one by one minions. Other minions were surprised, but did not dare to refuse, so they had to drive away. Only Lu Changjiang is in tears. He keeps wiping his tears. Only he knows what the boss likes best. The oldest loves family the most, but he has no presence or proof in the family. That's why he frowns when his little brother stands up for him, thinking it's too rowdy. But he'd be happy if his little brother all went home to cook or talk to his loved ones. It's like he had been treated like this by a loved one. Warden Chen Wen couldn't read it. He just felt puzzled. As the doors to the rehab center closed, Wei Xia got into the car. Lu Huangmao wiped away his tears, and the van began to roar. Wei Xiaoxiao looked at the drug rehabilitation center with fondness, and then stared determinedly at Luoqiu. This city is full of vitality in the rain. In the near future, due to the reform and opening up of this place will become a large city, but it breeds a lot of sin in the process. One of the scariest is poison. Dad, I'll do what you left unfinished. Wei Flaw tilted his head and looked out the window at the overcast rain, his voice resolute and unusually sharp. Boss, should I buy you a bouquet of flowers or something to celebrate you coming out? Willow Yellow Hair, who was driving, was cheeky. He wanted the atmosphere to be lively. Wei Flaw shook his head until it suddenly occurred to him that his fifth sister, Wei Solitaire, liked flowers, so he spoke up. Other flowers are too expensive and I'm too dirty. So, pick a bouquet of weeds, for it is alive and well. Chapter 82, The Life of Little Five. At this moment, many figures suddenly appeared in the ward of Yecheng. Some people are wearing brand new down jackets, some are in suits, and some are clutching a fading red cord. The Phoenix newspaper hosts looked on. Complicated. Huchen, Lu Jian, Ma Yu. 30 years had passed, and the youngest of them was in his 40s, the oldest in his 70s, but now they were all here. Hirschchen was red-eyed, and Lucan was shaking a little, clutching a bunch of weeds in his hand, lush and inviting and upright. Not a pretty sight, but hardy. Big brother likes weeds and has given them to me before. Ma Yu's red swollen eyes are a little lost in thought. His eyes since the weeds wandered to the hospital bed, took out the weeds from his arms which had dried up and was framed and molded, and thought of the old days. That year, the weed my big brother gave me is still there. He said that people should be like weeds, always active, always radiant and full of life. Only the figure in the hospital bed was withered and dried out of flesh and blood. The chest is suddenly very sour. Ma Yu gritted his teeth and bowed his head. That year big brother was like a weed, bursting with exuberant vitality. Nowadays, it even follows the weeds. They looked at sickbay with complexity as the memory recall brainwave device reappeared with new images. Early November 97. After the reform and opening up, the wave of the times swept over. There are business opportunities everywhere. Some people started carting around stalls selling belts, watches, alarm clocks, and other small goods from out of town. There were also people with loudspeakers chanting about local products and specialties. The small raw video hall now stands a few restrained figures, looking up in anxiety. Big brother. It was Ma Yu, Huchen and Lu Jian, because Wei Xiao once told them in rehab that they could find this when they got out. He gave them hope to live, because he hadn't touched the drug. The withdrawal reaction began to dissipate and the teenager, Ma Yu, was in good spirits. Wei Flaw patted him on the shoulder and gave him some money, as well as taking them each to recognize about various types of business suppliers. As the meal was about to disperse, Wei Xiao stood in the doorway, his eyes sweeping over, initially Huchen, then Lu Jian, and Ma Yu. Everyone had an extra bunch of weeds in their hands. Wei Xiao's spirit is also much better. His voice is hoarse but full of vitality and vigor. Take it. One should be like a weed, always active, always radiant and full of life. Live like a human being. The teenager's eyes were radiant, putting the others in a bit of a trance. As bright and radiant as it used to be outside of rehab. Backtrack the screen before a new one appears. Open a new area. The game room. Outside the private room. Lu Huangmao had his shoulder on Wei Chao's arm, and after that many of his brothers were drunk, laughing loudly and waving at each other to drink. During this time Wei Flaw took them on several binge-drinking binges. It wasn't until he noticed that no one was in the vicinity that Wei Xiao collected his drunkenness and got up. The drug dealers monitored him much less, and this time no one even cared. He was excited to organize and started home afterwards. When passing by the meat pie store, thinking of Grandma and Grandpa and his sister, Wei Xiao bought two, afraid that the wind would be too cold. He placed it in his arms and burned a large red spot, but he didn't care, just looked ahead expectantly. That is, his home. There was a knock on the door. The dim incandescent light wasn't exactly bright, and the old door to the room opened to a small burglar-proof window. The one who spoke was Grandpa Chang Zhong. A frown almost rolled his eyes. Smelling of booze. Look what you look like. There's a can-do. It's in the paper. Crime. The teenager, all sharp edges and domineering ruthlessness, smiled sarcastically and was a bit of a handful. I won't dare do it again. Bang! The small anti-burglary window was closed. The excited anticipation under Wei Xiao's eyes gradually cooled, like the essence collapsed, falling down and placing the meatloaf on the ground. Wei Flaw forced a smile and opened his mouth. I bought meatloaf and left it outside. Don't let it get cold. Little spirit needs to be nourished and grow. You guys eat more too. The rambling outside the door of the dilapidated room was not replaced by a softening of the heart after all. In the darkness of the night, the teenager leaves and runs down the street. The weeds by the roadside welcomed the wind, and he picked a bunch, held it in his palm, and wove it into a hat to wear. The wind was cold, but the weeds flourished. There was also the list in hand, which was a list of homes that Willow Yellowhair had found suitable for the adoption of a solitary spirit. Wei Flaw is to find the first family, Zhao Science. The couple are school teachers. The family is good. The sanitation truck accidentally splashes a bit of sludge, and Science Xiao looks down at his shirt and breaks into a fit of rage. What the hell? A bunch of stinking street sweepers and a drive. Cursing dirty, Wei Xiao frowned and recorded. Science Xiao, who is arrogant and has deep class stereotypes, is not suitable. After that, Wei Xiao began to observe the second house. The second family is a merchant family, doing import and export trade. The man's name is Luo Jian. He is a man of 8 faces. He is kind to people, and his family is rich. The other man came out of the club with his arm around a woman who was obviously not his wife and went straight to the hotel. Wei Flaw once again lowered his head to record, his gaze somewhat cold. Luo Construction, with many emotional entanglements and complicated family circumstances, is not suitable. The third is a factory representative who works as a technical director in the old town and is cranky and shirks his responsibilities from time to time. The fourth family is the owner of the construction team, one of the contractors of the works currently under construction in Kaishan district, but is always away from home. Wei Flaw are shaking their heads for the record. Until the last of the list is left in your hand. Central Music Ensemble. The hostess is a violinist and the host is an orchestra conductor. He is humble and courteous and has a great reputation. Wei Flaw looked at the beggar he had paid to call for the test. The man was so gentle that he not only gave the money, but also some food, and did not even dislike the beggar for being dirty. Pei Wei Xiao lowered his head and hurriedly bumped away, deliberately letting the male host see his hands reach into his pockets. Thief? Facing the male host's cross-examination, Wei Xiao bowed her head. Don't call the police. I really haven't eaten in a few days. The other party sounded a little helpless, but instead of getting angry, he gave some money. Take it. Son, you can learn a skill and never do that again. Wei Flaw was finally satisfied to watch, and after that he observed late at night, watching the show and heard his neighbors exchanging compliments on the character. At the moment, he clutched the list, identified the family, and muttered something. Make sure you take care of 5, because I'm going to go do something, and a bunch of weeds in his hand. The young man was not to be disenchanted, but also like one of the weeds, scattered in the wind. The sound of the instrument is dull and accompanied by the patient's heartbeat. The hospital room. The screen rolled over several times. Wei Solitaire hung her eyes, stunned for a long time. These images from Wei Flaw's memory gradually overlapped with hers. Grandpa didn't open the door that day. She was doing her homework and heard it too, but she didn't want to open the door for Wei Chou, because Wei Xiao sent his brother and sister away and forced them to be displaced. Afterward, she was even a little happy to hear that Wei Xiao had left. She also thought of the foster parents she remembered. Elegant, gentle, generous. It's like all the good things come together. And it's so good it's almost blinding. Most importantly, they will teach themselves music, which is also their favorite. The second brother likes business, so the tax section chief adopts the teaching. Sango aspires to a career in politics and is adopted and taught by the governor of the old city district. The fourth sister concentrates on research and follows the life of a university professor. So, the so-called way of teaching according to one's ability. Is that what you found in a family like this? Jitterbugs, Twitter pop-ups all the time. Finding adoptive homes for his younger siblings was really exhausting. He had to go door to door to determine character. Family conditions against drug dealer surveillance. After taking proper care of his last sister, he's going to his appointment, a fight he's waited too long for. Chapter 83, see you in 3 years. Wei Flaw comes back and continues to return to the game room to drink, disguising himself as if he had never left, as there are still drug dealers masquerading as employees and mixing it up. The room was smoky and stung with alcohol. Cup just raised. The door was pushed open. The original lively yelling and boxing sound silence. It's the drug dealer's side that's coming. The top wants to see you. It's time to get your stuff. Willow Yellow Hair watched coldly and calmly from the crowd. Seeing the other party masking Wei Chou, Lu Huangmao suddenly opened his mouth. Brother, the coin machine is broken. If it's broken, fix it, and hurry up and call. I talked to the maintenance wine last time. 11, 2, and 12 are rotten to the core. Dogs, just know how to get money from me. The hoarse voice carried anger. Lu Huangmao several people shrank their heads, not daring to open their mouths, like a punk who had been reprimanded by his boss. He didn't narrow his eyes until he watched Wei Xiao get a cloth bag over his head. Brothers, have a drink. I'm going to use the restroom. Inside the small room, Yellow Hair began to stand outside the door and dialed the phone as Wei Flaw had said. Master Wang, open the new District East Street Game Hall. No. 11, no. 2, no. 12 machine spindle report repair. Hurry up and call someone to get it. How much is lost every day? While yelling, Willow Yellow Hair fawned and smiled at the drug dealer from afar. On the other end of the phone, Narcotics Police Captain Ma Taigang listened, his eyes turning to his side. Dongchang Province's criminal investigation expert Dong Ting, now back from a business trip, was also listening, his expression gradually becoming grave. The phone hung up, and both men realized at the same time that this was new information from Wei Flaw. November 2nd, 12 p.m. Warehouse. It took a long time to decipher, but both men with bloodshot eyes rose with excitement. This informant uses a wide variety of passwords. Think of the previous ping-pong paddles hiding cipher clues, separate from the ledger, and even a specialized cipher book. Now Dong Ting stared, excited to confirm. That kid is going to meet the person who tested him earlier. I suspect that's the real drug lord. I was just reported by the other side, passed the test, and now I'm finally eligible to meet. Maybe now he's exposed to something different from all the other Karma City, White City, and he's city representatives, and the other side is really intending to take him through the preliminary lines. But again, that means the most dangerous, perhaps discovered by the other side, perhaps assimilated by the other side. It's a hard road. It's hard. With awe in his heart, Ma Tai Gang didn't inform anyone and began to follow them covertly. What he had always suspected was about to surface. The van door slid open with a somewhat harsh sound. Wei Xiao had a cloth bag over his head, and with only a vague light, he couldn't see much. The smell of the cloth bags and the car, and the smell of nasal booze and poison permeated the air, making Wei Xiao almost gag. It was disgusting. Except he was making sniffing noises that bordered on fascination, reaching out in a seizure, barely able to press. Good stuff. Give me a copy. Quick. Let me taste it. This one is so pure. Someone in the passenger side, voice husky, tucked one over. Kind of funny. Wei Xiao couldn't see it, but he suddenly shuddered. New Year's Eve 95. A voice that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The bald guy. The other drug dealers in the car watched and sneered. This kid, he can't hold it down when he smells something good, and it's just like the rumors. Wei Flaw wasn't surprised, holding the thing near shaking, bringing it up to the tip of his nose and smelling it, then sighing in a whirlwind, leaning back in his chair and swinging his arms and legs, enjoying himself like a madman. In the co-pilot's reflector, the bald man smiled in satisfaction and looked at the masked Wei Flaw. Do you want to make something big? We have a large batch of goods in Dianan. Come with me. Next you'll be in Yecheng, White City to open the market. We'll go and bring the goods. Wei Flaw was already eating before the bald man was completely satisfied. Cops don't touch these things. This kind of person is ruthless enough, greedy enough, and good to control. It only works for them. A hoarse, menacing laugh rang out, and the bald man turned around, leaning back in his chair. Contact you in 7 days. The vehicle braked sharply for a moment, and Wei Xiao hit her forehead on the front seat, gritting her teeth in pain. Someone pushed him hard from behind afterward, and Wei Xiaolu tumbled to the ground and fell off the car, almost mooching through the flesh. Wei Flaw lay on the ground, taking off his hood at the first opportunity and squinting. Several identical vans intersected the street and spun off in different directions. The sight was thoroughly confused and completely indistinguishable. Even the license plate number seems to show signs of camouflage because it was done in advance. There is no record necessary to extract key information. At this moment, Wei Flaw's eyes were furious, and his fists were white with bone knots because they were clenched too tightly. The consistently sharp and stern pupils were trembling. He struggled desperately to get up, ignoring the intense pain coming from the ground's Makai wounds, and stared deathly at several vans. His face flushed red. Found. The voice was like a laugh and extremely nasal, like a madman. Dad, I finally found him. He must be one of the ringleaders. And that bald guy is still an important figure in the drug cartel. Mom, how am I going to kill him? In the past few years, he's been able to get drunk and touch drugs late at night. He's been able to send his younger siblings away in the midst of his family's lack of understanding. He's been able to bring in people for business, prying and laying out the groundwork. But he never forgot it for even a moment. New Year's Eve 95. That night in the mining town. The blood of my father, and the poison my mother drank. Those images tormented him every second. He was almost mad. But now, he's found it. Mom, I can't kill him now. I have to know their lines, know the message behind them, and who exactly was the bald head arranged by, and that bald middle-aged man. Surely he wasn't really someone from Tianhai Pharmaceuticals either. I have to dig it out. Blood began to seep from his palms, his nails sinking into his skin. In the cold wind, Wei Zhao's eyes were scarlet, and his voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Mom and Dad, I can't help but kill them. It's too hard to dig out layer by layer now. By the side of the road, weeds swayed with the cold wind as it gradually rained. It's cold and prickly. As Wei Xiaoyu muttered to himself, a weed slipped out of his pocket and soaked through the muddy water. Ward, Ma Yu sobbed uncontrollably, and the teenage figure in his vision had blurred. especially seeing Wei Flaw sniffing almost greedily and swallowing the poison. The maniacal gesture of his beckoning arm finally made the 40-something international trade merchant cry out in pain. He's obviously so disgusted with the poison, but he still has to touch it and act like he likes it. Lu Jian. Hershen's eyes were bursting with tears and he was also watching. They would never forget how crazy Wei Flaw had been in the jailhouse in the old days to fight the withdrawal reaction. He doesn't like it. He never liked poison. Now old and coughing, Mate Harbor also clenched his fists, thinking of the tracking of that day in his memory of yesteryear. He and Dong Ting didn't inform anyone, follow quietly along the way. As a result, several identical vans suddenly appeared on the other side. Eventually they had to lose them. In the car, Dong Ting told himself, the other side is very aware of counter-surveillance and has definitely undergone relevant training. And the other side is ruthless enough to get a lead from the fringe narcotics and border guards, all of whom are outlaws who really don't want to die. Such people don't even care about their own lives. Once the informant is discovered, on the wall of the ward, Wei Pingsheng leaned helplessly, feeling only chills. He thought of the bald and ruthless Wei Flaw's still stoic camouflage game. Even let the drug dealers feel the chill. Also think of the old days when he simulated the pressure of facing drug dealers. Wei Pingsheng complex. This is the real face of you. One man against an entire drug trafficking system. Jitterbugs, beep stations, tweets, headlines. The heat gets higher and higher. The pop-ups keep coming. He can't hold back any longer. Standing opposite him is the former enemy of the Wei family's destruction. He's waited for this day for perhaps more days and nights than he can remember. But Wei Chou finally held back because he was inheriting the responsibility that his father hadn't told him about. Eradicating the drug dealer organization. Chapter 84, Sweet, February 25. Mining towns are more crowded now. Many people came spontaneously, some with flowers and others carefully putting down bunches of weeds. In the broken walls of the Wei family's former mansion, in the barren, nameless valley of Fujiman, a student's voice was hoarse. Wei Flaw said that weeds were his favorite, because the life force is vigorous and exuberant. It's a picture of the South. Maybe he'd like to see it. In the city of Loco Hills, all that remains of the Cozy Eye Video Hall is the sign, and the Kamesa Billiard Hall is now decrepit and deserted. Traces of the store are still there, but now they are all about to be demolished. There were people taking pictures of the card and bouquets of flowers and cards were placed outside. A greeting card with beautiful handwriting. Wei Xiao, your life is being known to posterity. Pete, in the same timeline, the Sims screen appears new. Eldest son of Wei Pingzhang simulation. The drug dealers began to press forward, investigating all clues to the remaining children in the Wei family through payoffs and coercion. Wei Pingzhang felt so much pressure that he could not sleep at night. But 97 is almost here. He began to work with and be patronized by officials through historical profits. Only the external force was ultimately short-lived, after which the officer could not resist the pressure and found Wei Pingzhang by phone. Now Tianhai Pharmaceuticals is looking for it, and there are various official channels inquiring about it. I can only shelter you. Anyway, your sibling is gone. No big deal. Keep an eye on your granddad and the others yourself. Maybe the other side won't be able to find you and will go after them. Tell them to be prepared. The person on the other end seemed increasingly cautious and hung up quickly. Wei Pingzheng frowned. Now he was a huge circle of gauntness than before, and he was very dissatisfied with the other party's inability to shelter. But there was nothing he could do about it. He began to grit his teeth to find Granddad. Let's hide for a while, and then we'll find a chance afterward. Granddaddy, knowing the other side and the facts of the crime, looked on angrily. Hiding? Can you hide for the rest of your life? Big deal. Fight them. Repressed for a long time, the pressure, aggression, and anger were finally restrained. Wei Pingzheng rage called for people, the grandparents and grandmothers tied up and sent to the surrounding countryside. It was just delivered on the front foot and then someone called the next, panicked and reporting that the house had burned down. Wei Pingzheng and Grandpa are chilling looking at the ruins in front of them. Chang Zhong was still clenching his fists and roaring angrily to fight for his life. At this moment, Wei Pingzheng only felt deeply exhausted and was also worried about his younger siblings. The official called and understood the situation in a meaningful way. You can actually live just for yourself. Wei Pingzheng was silent. He thought of the Wei flaw in his memory. Headlines, jitterbugs, and Twitter pop-ups are talking. Now Wei Pingzheng finally understands how scary the enemy is. Pervasive, searching everywhere, from business, politics, to the three religions, by any means necessary. This kind of gesture is enough to make people crumble. Trying to protect the whole family with officials lending a hand. How can that be possible? It's much harder to protect than to destroy. And the pressure is too much. Cell room, now aged Dong Ting pale sitting, surrounded by honorary certificates densely packed. But he looked at the picture, and it was also complicated. Thinking of Wei Xiao, You're not like him. He is stalking his enemies like a vicious dog, while you are clinging to others and using them. It's not the same. Dong Ting's cloudy eyes grew more and more complicated, and he was also coughing. The biggest difference between Wei Xia and them was that he had given up on himself long ago. Don't want to save yourself and cut off your life and future with your own hands. It's what allows him to be this crazy. Wei Pengsheng and Wei Pengzhen, unable to give up their dazzling lives. Child, you want to be human. But your cyborg brother has been a ghost. Who made him choose to make you people? The new scene was reflected in Dong Ting's eyes. The rain drenched and fell into the wound, whitening the edges of the wound. The shirt was drenched and stuck to his body. Falling from the car, Wei Xiao's feet stumbled a bit and his eyes fell. Like a downward dog. Wolverine. The door to the small rental house was pushed open, and Willow Yellow Hair looked on, handing over a towel, a little heartbroken. Wei Flaw didn't care. He looked at the room wall. There were a lot of pictures now. Both musicians, conductors, violinists, couples living daily in living conditions, various types of analysis. Elegant and warm. Wei Xia's gaze was slow, gliding over the white townhouse, the piano, the violin, and the balcony cast in marble columns. The couple meticulously organized the room, and the photo of feeding the pigeons is cozy. After that, Wei Flaw was satisfied and looked at Lu Huangmao, and there was relief in his tone, as well as reluctance. This is the home I found for solitary spirit. If she grows up here, she will also be sunny and confident and become radiant and dazzling, right? Lu Huangmao gritted his teeth and didn't answer, staring at Wei Chou. Boss, are you leaving? Those drug dealers are going to take you away, aren't they? I'll follow you. The room grew more and more humid as the residual rain dripped down, and the teenager stood in the room like it was barren and cut off from the outside world. Wei Flaw shook his head, his eyes gradually cooling. I have to go. You can't. You're going to be here to take care of everyone and develop a career and a life that belongs to you. You be good. Lu Huangmao watched Wei Xiao smile at himself, but his nose soured so much that he finally collapsed in tears. What are you crying about? Seeing Yellow Hair shedding tears, Wei Xiao frowned angrily, and Lu Yellow Hair wiped away his tears, red-eyed and with a deep nasal voice. Shall we tell Wei Pengsheng and the others? No. Make sure you don't tell them. It can't affect them. Wei Xia sat at his desk, his face pale, and shook his head. He couldn't involve his siblings in danger again. It's enough to have yourself in the muck. You go out and get busy. I want to be alone. With Lu Huangmao gone, the already chilly little room seemed to get even colder with only Wei Xiao left alone. He got up, carefully dried his hands, went to the old closet, and took off his hat. Afterward he stood in front of the mirror. Hat on your head. Number 2943. Salute. Removing it and holding it to his chest, Wei Xiao did his best to stand up straight. Bruises were strewn under his shirt, but he moved forcefully. Number 2943. Begin training. Yes. Young but parched figures desperately working on their physical fitness. Shooting maneuvers, repeating, seemingly without end. Sweating profusely. The chipped wounds had not yet healed, but Wei gasped and just looked at himself in the mirror. There were many scars and bruises on the skin. The flesh was knotted together, and the traces of multiple stitched wounds resembled the hideousness of a centipede. The flesh and blood were white from touching the poison. The arms were full of holes, and the palms of the hands were extremely chapped. Signs of beatings in the prison and many traces of hydrochloric acid corrosion residue. The man in the mirror is dirty. Wei Flaw's eyes were overflowing with disgust and dislike. Good thing there are hats. He reached out, and could detect the coldness in his calluses as they gently touched the crest above his head. Even a nasty seems to be covered. So Wei Xiao's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he stared at his hat, raised his own right hand, and practiced the salute again and again. Dawn. The rain is still very heavy. Wei Xiao bought buns and soybean milk early in the morning, and covered the heat in the cold wind to go home. Grandpa still didn't open the door or even respond, until Wei Solitaire pushed open the door. It was already 2 hours later. Wei Xiao smiled and squeezed through the door, shivering from the cold. I'm back. Cheng Zhong watched with cold eyes and hummed without saying anything. He seemed so disgusted that he owed it to himself to even look at it more. Wei Flaw didn't care, smiled sarcastically, put down the breakfast that was still a few degrees warmer, and started sweeping the floor, struggled to move tables and chairs and swept clean, mopping the floor afterward. Even the corners and crevices under the wooden sofa were clean. Wei Xiao was very serious, because he knew that he was going to leave. The room was also organized under the bed. The moldy walls were rubbed off one by one with sandpaper by Wei Chou, and the curled and nearly fallen walls seemed to be less damp. This was followed by cleaning the windows and tidying up and organizing the grease in the corners of the kitchen. Chang Zhong coldly grunted, staring at Wei Chou, who was crouching down to wipe the bottom of the dining table. Nothing to offer. Looks like you're short of money again? He took a big step forward and pointed to the dense holes in Wei Xiao's arm. That's a lot of flowers. In the face of Cheng Zhong's cold and icy stance, as well as almost roughly clutching his scarred arm under his clothes, Wei Xiaoxiao only smiled sarcastically. I've changed it, Granddad. Not in the future. Not anymore. Throughout the day, Wei Xiaoxiao did nothing but sanitize and unclog the pipes. He even carefully repaired the wobbly chairs with nails, and holes in the kitchen that leaked were patched. Wei Solitary Spirit watched the whole day, a little curious, hugging the rabbit doll. Wei Flaw, are you asking for money? Have you run out of money? Wei Xiao turned her head, and the little girl holding the rabbit doll was staring at herself, her eyes as clean as a jewel, pure, naive. So much so that Wei Xiao froze for a moment before he smiled sarcastically. Right, so how much do you want? Wei Solitaire cocked her head. She felt that today's Wei Qi was very good, very much like her old brother. Can you buy a candy cane for my brother? Taking a look at the clean and tidy home, Wei Solitaire nodded her head. Okay. She went downstairs, felt the change in her pocket, fought long and hard, and bought the cheapest string she could find, haggling for a while about it. The sugar gourd was handed to him, and Wei Zhao's eyes lit up like a child who had gotten a toy. Drying his hands on the rag, he smiled excitedly, his eyes narrowing. You eat some? Wei Solitaire didn't ask for it. She didn't like sweets, so with the sugar gourd, Wei Xiao walked while bouncing and eating, humming in the center of the rain curtain. Seemed to have more than a hint of juvenile. Ward, now dressed in a famous dress, Wei Solitaire suddenly froze. It was as if this was the first time he had ever given Wei Qi a gift. Also, last time. But that candy cane is so cheap. Ma Yu, a former drug addict who was saved by Wei Flaw, his eyes are still a little red and swollen, looks up at Wei Pingshang, who was leaning against the wall. Also looked at Wei Solitary, who was standing in silence. These are Wei Flaw's younger siblings. He knows. Did you guys give Wei a gift? Wei Pengshang. Wei solved the center to stay, gradually looking at the happy Wei in the rain curtain. They didn't deliver it. They hadn't seen such a Wei Flaw either. Smiling and squinting because of the cheapest string of sugar plums that little spirit had ever made. How long had it been since they'd seen a smile like that? They don't remember, and they don't take it to heart, at least until today. The name Wei Xiao was almost abandoned in their hearts. The nurse was a little surprised and stared at the instrument. The patient's heart rate is back up a little bit, and he should be having a lot of mood swings. The brainwave expert was watching as well, pointing to the brainwave instrument fluctuating upwards. The patient has relatively active brainwaves. This shows up as a positive emotion in the brain band, indicating that he's happy. This sugar plum memory may have been important to him and remembered well enough to behave like this. The breath in the ward was suddenly a bit depressing. Wei Pengshang, Wei Solo Yang, Wei Solo Ling all lowered their heads and were saddened to the point of being a bit breathless. He'd been happy over a string of sugar plums. Sister gave him a candy cane. Sweet? Chapter 85, Nothing. February 15, 25. Industry City, where low-rise bungalows of years ago have been replaced by glass-walled office buildings. Most of Erdehezi has now been demolished, and in its place, a shopping district has been planned, with all kinds of national chain malls doing their thing. The city of Loco Hills is also booming these days, with a large number of screens installed outside many shopping malls. The car radio is also playing today's hottest program, Elder Son Comparison, Memory Retrospective. Cheng Zhong was too old, and his entire being was now near depleted. Sitting in the car, just back from the mining town, the driver listened in the front and spoke with complexity. What's the boy going to do? He's going to follow drug dealers to Western Yunnan, the toughest place for narcotics cops. It's dangerous. The driver sighed as the retrospective picture began. In the curtain of rain, Wei Xiao was holding an umbrella with a pure smile, holding a candy cane in her other hand. Lu Huanmao stood in the conference room with his little brother, and Wei Xiaoxiao smiled and shook the sugar gourd in his hand. Look, my sister bought it, like the show-off kid. The other minions looked on in surprise. They've never seen a boss like this before. Is this still the same boss that even the Luochu drug dealers wouldn't dare to underestimate? Wei Flaw carefully took it and bit into one. The icing sugar broke open and was very sweet. His eyes narrowed like crescent moons. Content. Do the event. 60% off the entire video store today. A number of surprised customers shouted from outside the door. But nowadays Wei Flaw just chews. The icing was sweet. He hadn't had anything this sweet in a long time. Now Wei Xia is looking at the new information on his desktop. These are Lu Huanmao with people to collect. About younger siblings learning and growing up recent situation. There are all kinds of newspapers, interviews, and news, as well as school grades and teacher evaluations. There was a lot of information, but Wei Cho still read it carefully. He frowned until Wei Solo's learning evaluation became gradually mundane. Wei solved a lot of pressure, or did not keep up with the scientific research group learning progress. After all, science competitions need precipitation, need to be embedded. Her exposure to knowledge is still too narrow. Closing the information, Wei Flaw pondered for a long time and began to tell Lu Huangmao to collect information on the existing retired professors of science in Luoqiu City. Afterward, Wei Xia was watching from the tea room. The professor in front of him, named Luo Guoqing, had retired from the university, and had led research on many topics such as meteorology and new energy utilization. But now Luo Guoqing is worried because his son is now doing business and is stuck in the economic office, and the funds are about to be dragged down. I can help you out with the economic office, but I have one request. Promise to return to Loco Hills High School and teach a student named Wei Solo to lead their research team in a problem-solving exercise. Luo Guoqing was stunned and frowned, but as Wei Flaw dialed the phone, word soon came from the other side that his son's problem was solved. He then realized that the other man had a lot of energy and nodded. Wei Flaw sat in the car and watched from afar as Wei Solo was excited to be chosen as a student of Luo Guoqing, with 3 investment agreements in his hand. The concession was huge, but he didn't care. Afterwards, Wei Xia met with Luo again. I've gotten to know her base, and to be honest, it's pretty bad. Now she must raise her professional horizons and expand her base. Luo Guoqing frowned. He has brought a lot of graduate students. Wei Solo Foundation is not even compared to the excellent peers around him. The other party was blunt, and Wei Flaw didn't care. Instead, he began to think. Now what book does she need? Thousands of solutions to middle school Olympiads. Junior Science Illustrated. All of these require a subscription. Getting a response. Wei Xiaoxiao looked for a long time in all the bookstores in Luoqiu, and there were very few solutions to the thousands of junior high school Olympiad problems, but he still found them. Junior science pictorials require a subscription from the post office, and science bulletins even require a 30-kilometer ride every 3 days to the city library to transcribe them. Wei Xiaoxiao gives the money and the collected pictorials directly to Luo Guoqing. Professor Law, give it to her in your name. Luo Guoqing frowned in disbelief as he saw how many places Wei Xiao personally ran to find it. He didn't know why Wei Xiao didn't give it to the boy himself, but he chose to do as he was told. Getting extracurricular books and magazines from the teacher, Wei Solo was ecstatic. She was already feeling the strain of research, and it was really hard without enough vision. Soon, Wei solved the spirit in the scientific research group to put forward the solution ideas began to increase. Many group members are also surprised to look at. After that, Luo Guoqing found Wei Xiao once again and informed him of the current situation and progress of Wei Solo's study. There are all these specialized books to add depth, extracurricular books and magazines to broaden her horizons, and I'm teaching, and now she's getting a strong foundation, but she needs some awards. The kid's not very confident. Research is hard and boring, and if you're not even confident in yourself, you might not last long enough to get results. After thinking for a long time, Wei Xiaoxiao finally settled on a new plan with Luo Guoqing. Establishment of a project to solve the technical problems of cedar gear sets in township enterprises. Wei Flaw had just finished his drinking game. His eyes were bloodshot, and he washed his face with cold water. The biting cold woke him up, and late at night, he and Luo Guoqing began disassembling the gear set. There are 3 problems with this set of gears. The first being the choice of material orientation, which has poor fatigue and wear resistance. Wei Xia is tired but serious about flipping through his books. Would it be better if we treated it with carbizing or nitriding, or coating, and their gear modulus and profile design? The stresses are too concentrated and the load-carrying capacity is too weak. This aspect of it I think could be tweaked with a modular design for easy maintenance and replacement. Until 4 a.m. Wei Xiaoxiao and Luo Guoqing kept asking questions and solving them. The professor even looked on in some shock. The man looked a bit like a punk, but had a keen eye and strong reflexes and thoughts. He began to solve the problem according to Wei Flaw's proposal, guiding Wei Solo to think about it. Luoqiu Junior High School produced a student who improved the planter gear set for a township enterprise. Word travels fast, and in this average age group of 13, it's almost provincial polytechnic junior genius-like honor. Wei Solo stands on the stage and accepts the interview with the reporter with a confident demeanor. First of all, I want to thank my teachers. The young girl dazzled in the crowd and was praised by several media outlets as a rising star of science. Luo Guoqing stood in the crowd, looking at the teenager beside him with a complicated expression. He had never seen a teenager who gave everything like this. These are the problems you solve, but the glory is all hers. This kid was stupid before, but now he's starting to get confident. His underpinnings are piling up, and he's gradually becoming enlightened. Should I tell her you're behind her? What are you to her? Her brother? Wei Xiaoxiao stared deeply. The stars on the stage were bright. He shook his head. Don't say anything. I have nothing to do with her. The interview was so lively that no one noticed anyone in the crowd turn around. She's destined for a brilliant life later on, so she can't get involved with people like me. Chapter 86, 1,000 times for you. Jitterbugs, Twitter pop-ups scrolling. Dense. So from now on, Wei Solo Yang really began to life bright, completely flawless. After that it is many times to win awards in scientific research. She has led many important projects, including energy development, biological research, and participated in a major national research project on the use of brainwave extraction, which began at this moment. I've checked it out. Starting at the age of 14, winning the third place in the Young Scientific Research Reserves of Dongchang Province, joining the provincial research program at the age of 22, with a dazzling resume. It all starts at this moment. Yes, it's okay for them. How could someone like Wei Xiao allow his status to drag his sister down? A new screen appears. Loco Hills, Little Life Video Hall. Wei Xiao is very busy now, dealing with the industry and maneuvering around officials. Drug dealers is very exhausting, but he's still going through his younger siblings facing problems and recent developments. Time is running out. Until he saw the new message and frowned. Now Wei Pengsheng is being drawn into a business battle. That year, Wei Pengsheng was in his third year of junior high school. Luoqiu department store owner Ma Jiqiang is now facing a crisis, having been repeatedly and maliciously reported by competitor Lu Guotao for selling fake wine, because Ma Jiqiang had previously funded Luoqiu Middle School. As a representative of the students of Luoqiu Middle School, Wei Pengsheng has repeatedly led the students to support, driving the rich students to buy large quantities, openly transporting alcohol from the front of the mall, for the Luoqiu department store stand. Closing the information, Wei Xiao tapped his fingertips on the desktop and thought. Ma Jiqiang. He knew this man. One of the few big businessmen in Luoqiu City who did clean work and didn't dabble in the gray and black industries. Quite a bit of liquidity in hand. A business philosophy that counts as conscientious and a clean identity. Little Life's foster father was good, head of the tax section, but the ceiling was too low. He's going to need someone else to help him as he steps into the business path later on. I won't be there by then. Getting up, Wei Xiaoxiao listened to the sound of the rain falling intensively on the glass window outside the window, as if his eyes penetrated the rain curtain and saw his younger brother's figure from afar. Little Life, I'll hold you up one more time. Not once, twice. At this moment, Wei Xiao called for Lu Huangmao. Something's wrong. Call the brothers. Willow Yellow Hair arrived with more than 20 punks in a rage and was notified. Lu Guotao is to open the new area this side of the new forces. Gray industry, a lot of interest entanglements are also many. Business development is completely rely on the beating threat. Malicious reporting, a variety of means to start. Now they are targeting Ma Jiqiang, which is considered to be the conscience enterprise of Luoqiu City, and they want to find a way to do it next. Asterisk them. Lu Huangmao, they are originally from the gangsters. This kind of tactics are commonplace, so they know how to affect each other's business in a legal situation. Kokutao Mall. A driver carefully delivered a batch of drinks and then quickly drove off. In the alley, the driver reported to Willow Yellow Hair. That batch of punch has been sent over, and I'm sure they won't be selling for a while. Lu Huangmao gave the other party a sum of money, and then dialed the inspectorate. Guotao Mall is suspected of selling fake wine, and bottles of wine are suspected of being perforated and filled to defraud consumers. Reform and development of the general trend of business development environment is particularly important. One after another received reports, and soon someone began to seize the liquor store in the Guotao Mall, and indeed found perforated filling wine. The other side, Guotao Mall snack bar. After determining that it is Lu Guotao's property, a few juniors eat while putting a little bit of bugs. Someone fainted. The little brother spoke with difficulty before pretending to faint. Bugs? There are bugs in the bowl. Your store is so unhygienic. I'm going to report it. The manager of the other store looked miserable and began to negotiate a private settlement. But things have gotten completely out of hand, and many others have taken it upon themselves to report it. At the same time, Lu Guotao's subsidiary to open a new area hardware store. There are also several punks holding up the herringbone ladder that has been broken. Tramp. My brother just went up there and broke it. Now he's broken his leg. What do you say? The attitude was arrogant, but the punks didn't take the initiative and kept provoking. Soon the owner of the hardware store couldn't resist biting the bullet and doing it, and was similarly reported and ordered out of business with a large medical settlement. For a time, Lu Guotao under the industry one after another out of the problem. Loco Hills department store? Office. Wei Pengsheng looks dejected. During this time he mobilized those classmates who were second-generation government officials and rich people to expand sales and increase influence for the department store. But it was never able to help Loco Hills department store out of its predicament, and sales continued to fall. Other competitors add customers one after another. It was only then that he finally realized that he was not nearly as good as he could be on a real business battlefield. Shopping mall owner Ma Jiqiang also began to familiarize himself with this child. The other party is indeed helping themselves. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. The other side is very strong. You guys have worked hard, but let's forget about it. Wei Pengsheng watched with a few student representatives, still not planning to give up. We'll go back and think about it again, and maybe there's a turnaround. Just before sending the other party away, Ma Jiqiang has received a number of phone calls. Lu Guotao's hardware store is suspected of fighting and brawling. A hotel is reported to be selling perforated wine, and a snack bar is ordered to shut down for rectification in violation of hygiene standards. The Food and Drug Administration, the Office of Commerce, and even taxes are involved. Ma's face changed. He began to analyze what was going on. After all, there were very few people who could mobilize at the same time and cause so much impact, at least in Lakhiu, until Lu Guotao couldn't resist taking the initiative to make an appointment. Old Ma, I'm convinced. Stop. The person behind you has strong means. I can't afford to mess with you. I'll back off whenever I see you in the market in the future. Open a new district, or even the whole city of Loco Hills, and we won't open a competing store where you are from now on. The former arrogant and domineering Lu Guotao is now completely begging for mercy, and Ma Jiqiang is more and more shocked. He clearly knows how strong the other side. Even opened the new district many officials and he has a close personal relationship, but now the other party actually begged for mercy. After returning home, Ma began to ponder who was behind the push, because from his own encounter with suppression so far, only Wei Pengsheng's group of students are helping themselves. The others were afraid of Lu Guotao's background and didn't dare to make a move. Students? He suddenly thought of the many times Wei Pengsheng had been in the press and frowned. Ask someone to organize some Wei Pengsheng resume and send it over. Teenagers become famous. Angrily led to the billiard hall dare not haphazard pricing. To stop the sale of poor quality alcohol. The formation of the soccer team are Luocho officials 2 generations. Rich members of the 2nd generation. A number of media reports repeatedly praised the city leaders to meet. Looking down one by one, Ma Jiqiang narrowed his eyes, revealing a deep shock at the bottom of his eyes. Shopping malls floating. Now Ma Jiqiang has long been cunning. A glance to see the cats and dogs. This student's resume and identity pressure is not an ordinary tax section chief father can support, each of which is only costly. Energy consumption is huge. Could it be that Wei Pengsheng is the illegitimate son of some high-ranking official? Thinking of this, Ma Jiqiang hard thoughts, with the intention of climbing, began to take the initiative to meet Su Jiankong couple. When my mall encountered problems before, only Pengsheng brought his classmates to help many times, and his character was very good. I wish I could have kids like that. Being approached to recognize his godparents, Su Jiankong was also a bit incredulous. It was important to know that Ma Jiqiang was considered a famous big businessman in Luocho City, and paying taxes in a year was considered astronomical. Now it's unimaginable even though it's only vaguely mentioned. Su Jianguan looked at Wei Pengsheng and decided to hand over the power to himself. Wei Pengsheng also could not help but agree with the excitement, because he really likes business. He stepped forward, ready to kneel. Ma Jiqiang's heart was beating wildly, and he quickly reached out and propped up his hand to keep from kneeling, and he did not dare to suffer. At this moment, Wei Pengsheng's identity was completely held up. The family's adoptive parents are in politics and the godfather is a big businessman in Lakhiu, connecting down to high school, all organized by Ma. Loco Hills High School of Foreign Languages. He was a business teenager with a spring in his step. His life debuted brightly. Wards, memory retrospective images framed. Wei Pengsheng suddenly got up, his face pale, and stumbled back a few steps. He looked at the picture incredulously at everything and thought of yesteryear, the day he recognized his godparents. As a famous big businessman in Luo Kudu, he actually looked at himself with some constraint. Even when he wanted to kneel down and recognize his own family, he got up and helped him up. At that time he thought his godfather had such a personality. The ability to recognize your own family is also due to your own character and business ability. I didn't realize it was only because he secretly speculated that he was the illegitimate son of some high-ranking official. Everything was falling apart by inches before. Wei Pengsheng disheveled and looked around. His spirit dissipated a lot. The feeling of being young and smooth turned into mockery. Chapter 87, Boys, be good. Dongting is now pale, but his posture sitting on the sofa is still straight. He was also watching Wei Flaw designing behind the scenes, a layout that involved Luocho city officials, businessmen, and threw all kinds of suspicion for his brother to put on a protective layer. The road is well paved with Wei Flaw. Wipingson is on a really good path. The adoptive parents are officials in Loco Hills, rich in resources, and the godfather is a big businessman in Loco Hills, with a lot of contacts and a lot of money. No wonder afterward Wei Pengsheng started his own business to develop especially fast, with all kinds of connections and funds. Looking at Wei Cho, who was silently arranging everything behind the scenes, Dong Ting's eyes were appreciative. You all forget that both Su Jiangong and Ma Jiqiang were related only afterward, and the real ruthless person was his brother. Stiffening him with a layer of virtual background, Many Luoqiao city officials are now suspecting Wei Pingsheng as the illegitimate son of a high-ranking official. That's what makes such tactics scary. Wei Flaw studied society too thoroughly, and he put a shield over his brother, a shield that would support Wei Pingsheng for a long time. A new scene begins. Comparison of eldest son, Wei Pingsheng's eldest son simulation, synchronizing the timeline. Wei Pingsheng also began to address the issue of younger siblings. Now he looks at his brother, Wei Pingsheng, and begins to address business thinking. According to the historical development, this time period, Wei Pingsheng has recognized Luoqiao department store owner Ma Jicheng as his godson. It was for this reason that Wei Pingsheng began to enjoy a smooth ride in his business development afterward. Wei Pingsheng brought Wei Pingsheng and deliberately waited at the entrance of Luoqiao department store, secretly gritting his teeth. It's a tough situation right now, but as long as everything follows the footsteps of history, at least Wei Pingsheng's problem can be solved quickly. He, Wei Pingsheng, did not remember how historically Wei Pingsheng came into contact with Ma Jicheng, but he had heard that the other party had come forward to collect his godson. Just make the other side notice, and the other side will take the little student, I guess. However, seeing the initiative to talk to Wei Pingsheng, Ma Jicheng, extraordinarily annoyed, roughly opened the door of the car. Now that he's in the middle of a business crisis, he doesn't have the heart to worry about that. Seeing the vehicle walking away, Wei Pingsheng froze and looked puzzled. Why? Obviously once he had read that Wei Pingsheng's godfather was very good to Xiaoshang, almost pampering. Now why is that? Get the hell out of here. A security guard pushed and shoved, and Wei Pingsheng gritted his teeth and patted over. Boss Ma, don't you have any plans to accept a godson? Ma sniffed and became more and more furious, slamming the car door with a bang. Don't have parents of your own? Get out of my way. I don't have time for you right now. The surrounding people pointed. Wei Pingsheng could only bow his head and take Wei Pingsheng to leave in a complicated way. He suddenly realized the problem. When he first recognized his family, maybe it wasn't the mall owner who appreciated Wei Pingsheng. There was definitely something going on. He has a nose for politics, but he doesn't have a clue and can't guess. He was shaking, and a lot of pop-ups appeared on Twitter, because someone is quietly helping behind the scenes. But sadly, you're not him and you can't do it. Wei Xiaoxiao set up too much for this bureau, utilizing countless manpower, resources, and connections, which led to Wei Pingsheng's smooth sailing afterwards. Everything happens for a reason. Inside the ward, pop-ups similarly surfaced in front of Wei Pingsheng's eyes. The difference between the two timelines today says it all. Now he was blue in the face and in a trance. It turns out that a big boss like Godfather Ma Jicheng is not because he appreciates him at all. This is only normal in the case of Wei Pingsheng. How could a big boss like that look at himself? And now, Wei Flaw's memory retrospective images continued. November 13th, 97. Inside the small room, the incandescent light was dim. There was one last candy cane on a bamboo stick, sugar-coated and crystal clear. Wei Xiao was glowing, chewing on the last of the candy canes his sister had given him. It's sweet. He looked at his siblings and was energized. Willow Yellow Hair was also there, only her brow furrowed as she reported on the current situation. Boss, that group of drug dealers is still watching and continuing to expand their production as well. In the old city, there are still quite a few forces around the opening of the new area that are secretly looking for trouble and competing with us for the market. The solo research competition is about to begin. Tsubasa are both facing a lot of problems right now. The solitaire hasn't been sent out yet either. There are a lot of questions. Speaking of which, Willow Yellow Hair herself felt a mess and smiled bitterly. Boss, why do you seem to be in better shape than before? Wei Flaw smiled happily, her eyes falling on the wall where pictures of her younger siblings were plastered all over, because they are all changing for the better, following the trajectory of a radiant life. I'm also on the verge of digging up new leads on drug dealers, and everything is getting better. Willow Yellow Hair seemed to see a vigorous weed. The wind blows and no one cares, but still vital. He looked on with complexity. But you're about to go with the drug dealers. Western Yunnan is dangerous. The rain outside the window grew heavier, and Wei Xiao smiled. Them assholes can't kill me. I will not be defeated. The voice paused, and Wei Xiao suddenly stared at Lu Huangmao. 6 kilometers west of the mining town, there's a valley with 2 unmarked tombstones. If you're free, remember to pay your respects. Needing those eyes, Yellow Hair suddenly choked a little, as if he wanted to say something. However, he was tapped on the shoulder by Wei Flaw and cursed with a laugh. Cut the melodrama and off. With no one else in the small room, the smile and spirit on Wei Xiao's face seemed to collapse. Remove the disguise and there is only exhaustion and a sickly pallor. He went limp, gasping for air. He didn't lie to Yellow Hair. He was very spry. It was just his body. It couldn't keep up. The table lamp light was dim. Wei Xiao was writing with his head down. Pen and paper rustling sound. Along the Wei Xiaohua perspective, square rigid font section emerged. Second brother pro chi, sell brother to go. You have to take proper care of yourself. After that, you for the Wei family son. The pen paused, and Wei Xiao frowned, hesitant and seemingly clueless. He picked up the letterhead and tore it open, discarded it, and put pen to paper once more. Third brother pro chi, you are steady, calm and enduring. You will be in the future. The writing stroke paused again. Wei Xiao seemed to be a little stunned even by himself. The paper was once again torn apart and scattered all over the floor. Bewilderment seemed to fill this teenager, and the old ruthless determination all but dissipated. The fountain pen has residual ink marks and was placed on the tabletop. A shadow fell under the table lamp, and the marks were just like that. Don't write to them. As if telling himself, Wei Xiao mumbled and opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and with a bit of weakness. I can't interfere with them. The light fell on the arm, and the dense pinholes looked a little creepy and gross. They grew on the hands of the Wei family's son, seemingly mocking his incompetence and filth. The brighter the light, the more piercing the pinholes become. Unimaginable disgust grew in the teenager's eyes. It seems to see again how those nasty poisons of yesteryear appeared. Smoky, Wei Xiao lit his cigarette. The spark was pressed unceremoniously against the pinhole, and he burned it viciously. Skin and flesh rolled over with a stinging sound. A sharp burning sensation came. Wei Flaw didn't care. He just looked at the lingering scars and pushed harder, one at a time. Now in a trance, he came to the mirror, police cap on his head, but he has no essence. The teenager in the mirror was drab and old, with a decaying body and hideous skin with multiple scars. He kept fuming, gazing into it. Is someone like me really fit to be a brother? I've never taken my siblings running off into the sunset, much less have they accompanied them in the mountains of books and learning to grow and improve. Is someone like me really fit to be a brother? The face was bitter, and the teenager in the mirror was almost afraid to look at that face. He's the big brother of the Wei family, but never once did I get along with my siblings. The voice paused, and drops of water ticked down from the faucet in the dilapidated bathroom. It's okay, I'm leaving. After I am gone, you will embrace a new life. Boys, live it up. Drops of water splashed and splattered, just like the teenager in the mirror. Chapter 88, Children Are Important. Ward, the second son of the Wei family, a newcomer to business. When the initial Wei Pengsheng entered the ward, he faced the middle-aged in the hospital bed with nothing but disgust and condescension in his eyes, but now he disheveled and bowed his head. Approaching the hospital bed for the first time, lifting the covers, the man's arm, with its pale skin and scars all over it, the pinholes, the tattoos and the remnants of them, looked harsh, described as withered and unrecognizable, aging, a little cool, vitality almost dying out. After New Year's Eve 95, Wei Pingsheng had never scrutinized Wei in this way, so he never knew, either, what the bones had carried all these years. The instruments sound sharp and the memory retrospective continues. November 97 was a cold month. Today, Wei Xiao is slim, but spirited. Inside the small room, all kinds of newspapers and magazines were laid out in front of them. Loco Hills Morning News, Tenkai Pharmaceuticals brings a boom in employment. Dongchang Evening News, new enterprises, new opportunities for reform and opening up. All are reporting on the Tianhai Group, praising it for providing a large number of jobs and increasing tax payments for the city of Luoqiao. But one of the newspaper stories stood out the most. Above is an advertisement for Tenkai Pharmaceuticals, children's growth calcium tablets. Willow Yellow Hair frowned, her eyes blazing. According to the news that came back from Manhwa and the others, Tianhai Pharmaceuticals shipped a large amount of chemicals to the drug factory. This calcium tablet ostensibly replenishes the elements, but in reality it contains a large number of toxic additions that can cause growth deformities in children who consume it, as well as creating a great deal of dependency. In addition, the Fishboy side also passed through the code. Currently probed the drug dealer's son bin Mistress Zhou Xiaofang whereabouts. The other side is ready to along the Luoqiao city outside the third ring of the national highway to arrive in the open new area. During the debriefing, Wei Xiaoxiao stared at the TV. The star holds the calcium tablets and gives a thumbs-up compliment as he ponders in silence, anxiety beginning to appear under his eyes. Can't let the dolls grow up. Children are hope. He thought of the other side's tactics, from Hong Kong Island to pharmaceutical companies to the Southeast Asian countries and drug cartels behind it. Sky High Pharmaceuticals has a lot of influence, and this time there was clearly an organized and premeditated effort to poison children. A moment later, Wei Flaw got up, unprecedented ruthlessness in his hoarse voice. Yellow hair. Next, spend money to hire 3 assassins to attack and kill drug lord Sun Bin and Zhou Xiaofang on the national highway. Tell them that the goal this time is to rob each other and kill people. Afterward I will participate in the killing and rescue in the name of stumbling upon it. Lu Huangmao sniffed with an anxious expression and stared at Wei Chou. Boss, Should we tell the other side to hold you still ahead of time? For show. Otherwise those real killers, usually very decisive. You have the possibility. Wei Flaw narrowed his eyes and shook his head, his expression ruthless. You have to do it for real to enter the heavenly sea. He didn't care if anything happened to him. Lu Huangmao began to make arrangements, while Wei Chou also followed the previous plan of arriving near the national highway at noon and began to follow. The state highway is less crowded, but safer than the highway. Drug dealer Sun Bin with his mistress Zhou Xiaofang stopped halfway to drive very slowly. Watching from afar, a gray and white van began to approach the deceleration. Wei Xiaoxiao raised the bottle of wine and swallowed it in a big gulp. The hot sensation burns the esophagus all the way from the mouth to the stomach. Wei Flaw laughed maniacally, his eyes gradually turning scarlet. Next moment, bang! The sound of violent impact was accompanied by a large number of sparks from the metal on the ground. The van frantically rammed and stopped Sun Bin Santana. The car door pulled open and 3 machete-wielding killers got out and viciously wrenched open the door. Sun Bin's demeanor changed as he pulled out his sidearm and pulled the trigger. Fire erupted and one of the assassins died instantly. But the other 2 outlaws didn't care, roughly shattering the windows of the car and swinging their knives down. The blade was close at hand, and Sun Bin gritted his teeth and roared in a hideous rage. Wei Flaw drunkenly rushed forward, like a maniac, tearing away a killer. The bottle ruthlessly aimed at the killer's forehead smashed down. Screw this, old son, go! Seeing this, one of the assassins directly swung his sword and violently stabbed at Wei Chou's side waist. Blood spattered, flesh rolled over, and wounds were shocking. Stabbed twice, the 2 killers saw what was happening and quickly got into their car and fled. Hospitals. Opening his eyes, Wei Xiaoxiao looked weakly. Sun Bin was sitting on the side with Zhou Xiaofang, and he was carrying a boxed lunch in his hand. Seeing Wei Flaw wake up, Sun Bin patted his shoulder and was moved to open his mouth. Xiao Dong. Thanks to you this time. Even he didn't expect that this Luochou city kid who was used as a pawn would actually dare to use his life to save himself in that situation. Mistress Zhou Xiaofang also had a complicated look. Both cuts were in the side lumbar area, so it's a good thing they didn't do much damage to the organs. Sun Bin put down his boxed lunch and stared at Wei Flaw. You kid, get well. Turn around and I'll take you to really see the world. A few days after the sutures, Wei Xiaoxiao was always in the hospital room, and the person sent by Sun Bin was close to him almost 24 hours a day. Taking advantage of the fact that the wound was much better, Wei Xiao quietly came to the ward toilet and unlocked the door, after which he took out the razor blade. A miniature locator was forced into his teeth, the latest Sony 97 model he had smuggled in. At the same time, Wei Xiao bit the towel and stared at the side waist wound that was gradually healing before. The blades were sharp and cut down hard. Hiss! With beads of sweat beating furiously on his forehead, Wei Xiao placed the bug into the bloody flesh, after which he pulled on the cotton thread and blocked it with the bloody flesh. After doing this, he was shaking with pain and almost fainted. The body is too weak. However, the wound could not heal, and Wei Xia could only pry open the bloody flesh of the wound from time to time, cover it with gauze, and swallow antibiotics in large gulps to prevent infection. Sun Bin did have an impact on Wei Flaw's sacrifice of his life to rescue him, and arrived at Tianhai Pharmaceuticals with Wei Flaw. Amidst the roar of the machines, Wei Xiao grinned, his eyes full of greed. Don't underestimate these things. They're synthesized from the best stuff on the market. It looks like a calcium pill, but when you swallow it, you're guaranteed to get high. Sun Bin laughed out loud and took a children's calcium tablet and shoved it into Wei Xiao's hand. The pain of the tearing wound caused sweat to seep out of Wei Xiao's forehead once again, but his face showed madness as he swallowed a mouthful of calcium tablets as if savoring them. Okay, this stuff is strong. No worse than ecstasy. Originally still with scruples, Sun Bin narrowed his eyes, gradually relaxing. Hidden in the dark observation of bald Lu Chang also smiled, waved his hand. Several black hands that were vaguely surrounding Wei Flaw dispersed. Pharmaceutical factory tour a lot. Wei Flaw big mouth drinking, face red, drunkenly shot Sun Bin. I'm going to run a drain. Taking advantage of the trip to the restroom, Wei Zhao's eyes gradually cleared, wrapping the medication in plastic and carefully placing it inside his teeth again. The medicine he didn't swallow just now. There's still some of it left. This drug is important, and one must stop the drug from becoming widespread. Side back pain to the point of numbness, gums oozing blood. Wei Flaw struggled to bring out the finished medicine and blew outside. The recording of voices on the wire was confusing through the gauze of blood and flesh. There are also doctors who are adjusting drug company ratios. The caffeine in it still needs to be adjusted. The target of action is constantly stimulated by the substance while it is being taken, and the same dosage soon doesn't have the same effect as if it had been smoked in the first place. I would suggest continuing to increase the dosage to increase the addiction first, and rest assured, these are drugs we've studied that have formal therapeutic effects and very insidious effects. Wei Xiaoxiao carefully recorded. from the flesh and blood to dig out the wiretap and pill instrument, while the night through to the cold delivery truck, to Ma Tai-gang. It was getting light when he returned from the drug factory. Wei Xiaoxiao was so weak that he could hardly stand up. Willow Yellow Hair gritted her teeth and gave Wei Flaw new antibiotics. The previous flesh tear wounds were hideous as they began to ooze pus from the constant destruction. It made it almost impossible for Lu Huangmao to imagine what kind of torment the boss was enduring in obtaining the information. Instead, Wei Flaw didn't care too much, looking at Lu Huangmao's clenched fists and angry posture, reaching out to weakly pat his shoulder. The city of Loco Hills was bustling in the early morning, with many people at work and a number of students up and going to school, some children carrying their breakfasts and others sleepy-eyed, but they all exude vigor. Wei Xiao looked at these children and suddenly smiled. The corners of his mouth tugged, and the wound hurt. "Hello there." The voice was raspy with a few sharp edges, and it was hard to hear. The two children, who were traveling to school in pairs, looked up and saw a ghastly white face, scarred all over, with bloodshot eyes. "It's hideous." The child screamed in terror and took off running. Morning light, cold, sunshine running figure was gradually elongated. Wei Xiao looked at the children and down at herself. The side back wound didn't heal and he was limping. The face was withered and bloodless, with long nails and deep-set eyes, like it shouldn't be in this world. Out of place. He just smiled and swirled around, shaking his head. Willow Yellow Hair looked on in pain. The ruthless and determined boss, smiling happily. Such a smile he had hardly ever seen. "I haven't seen it since." Tweets, jitters, and headline pop-ups appear. The layout Wei Flaw had previously arranged has begun, and the people privately planted in the drug cartel have begun to pass on information. Tianhai is the big business behind the drug dealers. The forces are refuted. But now, Wei Flaw has begun to approach. Contact. This game has begun. Haven't you guys noticed? Wei Xiao cares a lot about the kid, and he's doing all the things that a narc should be doing right now. The live feed is framed. The morning sun is golden and scattered. The child is vibrant and runs with abandon. The teenager's eyes were deep-set and withered, and he smiled bitterly, but there was also relief in his eyes. He's watching the kids. Those represent new life and hope. Vibrant and weed-like. Chapter 89, The Real Battle. Ward. Wei Pingsheng traced back along the brainwave memories, and his hands actually shook a little. Lift the shirt of the withered figure in the hospital bed. Sure enough, on the side waist, that wound in 97 was hideously scarred and the flesh rolled up into a ball. It was a mass of dead flesh that had failed to heal for a long time and had been created by repeated tearing. Wei Pingsheng was silent. Aging narcotics police officer Ma Tai-gang examines the wound and suddenly thinks of the image afterward. Brainwave retrospective images reappeared, gradually overlapping with his memories. 97 years. It is? Bugger? As a narcotics police brigadier, Ma Tai-gang had been exposed to a lot of things, and intelligence was quite an important training course. The wire in front of him was stained with blood. The smell of rust was strong, and the dark brown in the light was shocking. Also next to the wiretap was a copy of the pill, wrapped in plastic. There was no cryptic message this time, and it was clear that the situation was urgent. Mate Harbor narrowed his eyes. He had been in contact with Wei Flaw for a long time, and in the past, when the other party had lurked in Yi City, they had not been this anxious. It's not a small thing. For his part, Dongting was the first to start listening to the wiretaps and see the blood and residue. These are the various traces left by Wei Flaw. Remember him later. At least remember his DNA. And later, when the technology is perfected, maybe we can find out who he really is. This informant gave them a lot of information. But by now, the only clue he's shown is He Xiaodong. While Dongting sounded complicated, Ma Tai-gang was a bit curious and put on his gloves to stare. Why is it so hard this time? He's doing. The room was filled with smoke. Dongting didn't say anything, reaching out and pointing at the brown rust-like things and getting up. Gauge with your hands over your body. Hers was pulling apart the flesh and blood to place the bug in it. The bug, roughly the size of a ring, now dissolved into shock under the eyes of Mate Harbor. How is that possible? He thought of the memory of Wei Chao's withered, flabby posture. It was really unimaginable just how ruthless Wei Flaw had been to make it this far. This kid, is he crazy? Sources are precious and information is urgent. Dongting, without stopping for a moment, began to listen in, and late at night, the desktop was filled with papers memorizing the ingredients of all kinds of potions, caffeine, dulcolax. The drug ingredient list of the latest calcium tablet from Tenkai Pharmaceuticals is also on the tabletop for comparison. Dongting rubbed his forehead, looking tired, but still looking at the new record. Pharmaceutical inspection report proposed by the pharmaceutical supervisor of Lakia City on Tianhai Children's Growth Calcium tablets. The drug was tested for compliance and authorized for sale. The test report is contrary to the results of the laboratory tests conducted by Tungting. a highly addictive, almost toxic presence for long-term use, now brightly, as a test-qualified healthcare medicine, has been prepared in Luochao City, and even Dongchang Province on sale. Comparison of the main ingredients in the bug and the main ingredients on the public potions list begins. Dong Ting's brows furrowed as his face grew ugly. After that he removed the plastic-wrapped pills and began lab tests, drug testing, ingredient extraction, and various types of numerical analysis. In the end, a horrible truth was established. Ma Taigang was also there, and Dong Ting handed the report over, his expression unprecedentedly grave. It's something that, initially, may be fine, but because of the large amount of illegal drugs added to it, it's highly addictive when used over a long period of time. It can even become sexually manic as a result, which can cause irreversible damage to the mind and the psyche and the developing skeleton. Also, if taken as a calcium tablet, it is likely to cause malformations in children when delivered by pregnant women. A child's formative years pose the same risk of developmental arrest. He suddenly looked at the wire. The ring-sized bug was splattered with blood and dimmed to a crisp by the light. It's like images floating in front of my eyes. An informant hidden in a drug dealer's lair has to hide himself without revealing anything while tearing apart flesh and blood to preserve evidence. These drugs and perhaps the other side will force the informant to try them. Obtaining the original drug is almost impossible. Bugs and reports piled up, heavy and depressing. Dong Ting got up. This old police officer who was now the tiger of criminal investigation in Dongchang Province and full of glory raised his right hand and straightened his clothes. Salute. I don't know your code name. I don't know your name. But I know that you're just like me, all doing the right thing. Yes, do the right thing. They walk in the light, while the other, covered in silt, hibernates in the shadows. Perhaps this lineman will never be able to wait for the glory that is his, and perhaps no one will ever know that there have been people who have walked in the darkness with their hearts set on the light. Late at night in Loco Hills, 25 years ago, homes were lit up. Open new area of Water Conservancy family area. An old man watched, suddenly got up, incredulous. Tenkai Children's Calcium. Sky High has a great reputation. Other medications are very effective, and we made an appointment to buy calcium tablets earlier, but then it was suddenly taken off the shelves, and the papers said Tenkai was fined. Meanwhile, Karma City, a school, teachers who are already retiring are also staring at the live feed, unconsciously clenching their fists. Children's growth calcium tablets. He watched his own children, who are now school teachers. Before, your mom and I were going to buy you this calcium tablet. The appointment cost all of over $200, and it says it promotes bone growth. After that the other party stopped offering and the money was not refunded, so we were furious and cursed. He froze, feeling chills. He always felt that the dark side of this era was far away from the ordinary people. Even many of them could not touch robbery, murder, or even poison in their whole life. Until now, he didn't know. It turns out that everything is always there, right around the corner. Only, someone is blocking it with their life and building walls. There are also older people who stare at their 30-something-year-olds who are already in the workforce and have complicated openings. You owe someone a great favor. If it wasn't for him, maybe there wouldn't be you now. And maybe your life would have been ruined. The old man's voice trailed off as he stared at the picture. But now, it's his life that's ruined. Bleep, pop-ups are starting to appear new. Someone found the 97 pharmacovigilance report. In 97, a statement was made in response to Tenkai's development of children's growth calcium tablets, Luanjin Kita calcium tablets being taken off the shelves. The pharmaceutical because of the suspected use of class 2 controlled drugs caffeine, special drugs such as dulcolax and other ingredients in excess, prohibited the sale of, against the violation of obtaining a qualification certificate listed for sale, in accordance with the regulations of the penalty of 2 million yuan. The news was screenshotted, with old-type notices digitized in a black and white mimeographed paper gesture. The memories of the times are gradually being lifted from their dusty burials and surfacing. Images from nearly 30 years ago are fixed in front of us. A number of viewers of the pop-up also looked on, frowning. The power behind Tianhai Pharmaceuticals is so strong that even if it violates the law by using addictive drugs, the company is merely fined, not even suspended. It didn't do a lot of damage. And the only person who was hurt by this from the beginning to the end was Wei Xiao. Oh Wei Xiao, people don't remember you. But people remember you too. The new screen starts retroactively. 97 years. A document was sent from Loco Hills. Dong Ting looked at the letterhead and pondered for a long time. This was the drug solution he eventually settled on. Low-profile treatment. News of Donglin Pharmaceuticals publicly reporting Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group's alleged use of illegal drugs soon hit the market. Dong Ting didn't tell anyone about Wei Xiao's report. This is also protecting Wei Xiao. The pharmacovigilance also launched a prompt investigation based on a tip-off from the company to conduct a drug test. Finalize the penalty program. Drugs already on sale are quickly recalled. All unsold drugs were turned in and destroyed. A fine of $2 million. Because the other relationship is so awesome, it's not even rectified. Dong Ting and Ma Tai Gang, 2 seasoned veterans of the police force, could only feel a chill spreading through their bones. There's definitely something wrong with the Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group. Dong Ting's voice is decisive. Many years from the police, the sense of smell is amazing. Ma Tai Gang also knows Dong Ting means frowning. The other side is too big to be right. The lights outside the window are gradually extinguished, and only the old green desk lamp is lit in the office. Pai Dong Ting got up, and in the smoke, he looked at where Dongchang province was, and inhaled fiercely, and the fire was weak. The night was so cloudy that he could barely see. Not volume. What kind of people are behind this to support Tenkai? This kind of background energy is at least at provincial level. Provincial. Just 2 words almost overwhelmed the 2 men. Ma Tai Gang looked up. Dong Ting just frowned. He was even a little chilled. Incredulous looking. How much power is involved behind a small drug trafficking case? Headlines and live Twitter pop-ups rocked the surface. Provincial. What the hell is going on here? Who are these drug dealers? Or who are the people behind Tianhai Pharmaceuticals? How terrifying are the overseas interests represented by the drug dealers and that bald guy? Wei Flaw. Do you realize what kind of opponent you're fighting? In the neighborhood, Dong Ting, now elderly, but suddenly stood up and stared. It's the only thing he hasn't accomplished in his life. The battle, to date, remains unfinished. After that incident, he was always investigating in secret, and until Tianhai closed down, he never found out who was really behind it. So many years have passed that he's almost exhausted his life. These became more and more the standard by which he measured the power behind the other side. A provincial criminal investigation expert spends his entire life without ever unearthing the identity of the other side. The enemy is too strong and too well hidden. Dong Ting coughs. He smoked too much in his youth to solve the case and now his lungs hurt. But he just looked complicated and opened his mouth to his grandson. To the hospital. He wanted to go to the hospital. To see Wei Xiao, the informant from back then. He had a hunch. Maybe the enemy they've been tracking all their lives will show up this year. The power that stands behind the drug dealers. Wei Pingsheng is still in the hospital room. His posture a bit scribbled. Now he stood at the side of the hospital bed, also watching the memory flashbacks. Chills spread through his body, and his scalp almost flared. Provincial? Spitting out 2 words with difficulty, Wei Pingsheng's face began to pale. So in the same timeline, while they were still springing up on the road to success paved by Wei Flaw, traveling the campuses and the media, is Wei Xiao already facing so many opponents? Wei Solitary Central. Wei Solitary Spirit. 2 of them were even more emboldened. Overseas forces, drug cartels, killer organizations, provincial asylum. They didn't even dare to imagine just how huge the other side's power was. It's horrible. Is this the enemy you're going to face off against? Wei Flaw. Chapter 90. Final chapter. It's official. The retrospective picture continues. 97. Mid-November. With the cold water, Wei Xiaoxiao swallowed antibiotic medication in large gulps. There was a slight easing of the pain coming from the lower back, and the suppuration was always suppressed. He's watching the news now. Luoqiu Daily reported that the Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group suffered a report after the investigation of the pharmaceutical supervision, allegedly using a large number of illegal drug additives, ordered to recall the drugs already on sale, surrendered for destruction, and punished with a fine of 2 million. Closing the newspaper, Wei Xiaoxiao muttered to himself, "Horseman, thank you. You guys were smart enough not to expose me." Choosing to expose it in the form of a drug company competing for market reporting. That way the other side will just think it's a little bit of normal business competition. But looking at the punishment, Wei Flaw was also silent. With a complicated look, the rain outside his window grew louder, hitting the window and making a cacophonous noise. Wei Flaw was talking to himself. To be precise, he was putting all the evidence together. Father, the enemy is really strong. It's such a big offense that it's actually okay. Just a little fine. He thought about the details of his parents' whereabouts coming to light and the drug dealer's precision in finding the family home, and suddenly realized a horrible truth. A provincial person, perhaps in collusion and complicity with overseas interests, thus leading to the exposure of parents who have been lurking in the shadows for a long time. Drug trafficking chains such as Tianhai Pharmaceuticals are also maturing. The sound of the rain is harsh, and under the desk lamp, Wei Xiaoxiao writes the chain of evidence in solitude, also by means of the arrow relationship diagram. Try to analyze all the pointers. Provincial, drug dealers, killers, corporations, overseas powers. For the first time under this extreme pressure, he did not choose to smoke. The wound is still not healed, and constantly staying up late. Wei Xiaoxiao was once too tired to open his eyes. but he just kept stimulating himself with cold water and washing his face. Stimulate yourself through icy touch and force your mind to stay in its clearest state. Willow Yellow Hair looked on and couldn't bear to hand over the cigarettes. Lift your spirits, boss. Wei Flaw didn't lift his head and continued to write the chain of evidence. No more smoking. Little spirit hates the smell of smoke. After organizing everything, Wei Xiao locked up the information and found the professor who had previously taught his fourth sister, Wei Solitary, Luo Guoqing. Luo was born in Lakia City, but had high scientific achievements and participated in many state-level scientific research projects. With the office now neatly packed, Wei Xiao looked at Luo Guoqing and offered a guess. In the 70s, a modality was used overseas for research into the treatment of manic patients. That is, through giant computers and microchips that send commands to the patient's brain through the skull, influencing brainwaves to adjust the patient's behavior. The teenager raised his eyes, which were tired but sharp. Professor Luo, in the future, is it possible to develop a class of intelligent devices that can extract memory images from the brain and use them as evidence for crimes? The words fell, and the room went dead silent. Low rot. This conjecture almost spans the ages. Brain-computer technology is now being researched by some people, and the two colleges in Emmerich and Tübingen on the topic of brainwave interaction group has been set up, and is currently attacking electrodes to be implanted into the brains of experimental subjects and interacting with computers through bioelectricity, or brainwaves, and is now showing some results. According to the response of my friends in overseas scientific research, the preliminary realization of mouse movement operated by brainwave intention should come out in 98. When the other side will probably hold a seminar on scientific research results. But extracting memories may be possible in the future. But I don't know how many years it will take. After all, it's difficult. Wei Flaw suddenly laughed, his voice hoarse. Just have a chance. He had a complicated look on his face, eyes downcast. I'm willing to pay for it. And in the future, Professor Luo, you can bring Wei Solo to study it, and this money won't be less. Luo Guoqing became more and more curious. So whose brainwaves do you want to study? Why the research and what is this brainwave for? He didn't believe that Wei Flaw would make this request out of the blue. After all, Wei Flaw's layout of cultivating Wei Solitary has already proved that this teenager has never been the one who has to look at 3 steps and think of 10 when he takes 1 step. With a meticulous mind, Wei Flaw didn't respond to anything and just looked out the window. I'll set up a brainwave subject funding organization, and you'll be the de facto controller from now on. If you get the chance, push that kid. After all, the subject is very fruitful. Realizing that the teenager in front of him was not in the right state, Luo Guoqing nodded his head, didn't say anything, and began to think about the possibilities. Wei Flaw is gone. It was raining heavily, and the teenager stepped through a patch of mud to get to the valley. The biting cold and his feet full of thin mud made him look wretched, but he just stared at the tombstone and opened his mouth. Dad, there must be something wrong with the exposure of your whereabouts. The enemy is strong and their hand is well hidden. I need to leave a pawn behind. Will Solitaire research brain-computer interfaces and extract memories in the future? And then I'll keep investigating from now on to dig up the man behind the curtain. One day, my sister will begin to use her brainwaves to trace my memories without being pushed by Professor Law. The pawn in me is then alive. Wei Flaw was excited, and his eyes began to brighten as he spoke. Definitely. The enemy is too strong to be completely eradicated simply by myself. I need exposure. Universal exposure, not just of the drug dealers, but of the people behind them. I must drive my enemies to despair. I must make them feel what it is like to be exposed step by step and begin to be captured. At the same time, he looked at the cold tombstone, which had developed some moss in the rain. This credit belongs to Solve, and to Mom and Dad. Thunder roared and the valley echoed. The teenager, with his umbrella, looked at the tombstone. The valley barren. I'm going to try to stay alive from now on, because my brain is important. Wei Xiao suddenly laughed, reaching out and pointing to his head, though the smile grew weaker on the depleted face. As the rain poured down, the weeds next to the tombstone let the wind and rain blow and silently dropped a grass seed. After this rain, the grass seed will be pregnant and struggling. One day, the ground will be broken to meet the wind. Jitterbugs, pop-ups completely exploded in this moment. The brainwave research program, from the very beginning, was actually proposed by him. A layout spanning 30 years. A plan buried for 30 years. This kind of mind, how could it be? No wonder he's still alive even though his body has nearly failed. He obviously wanted to die a long time ago. He's providing evidence, using his own memories, extracting incriminating evidence. Could it be that the enemy is still around? Brainwave tracing. Wei Flaw is trying to lay the final blow to completely eradicate the enemy through premortem memories. Across 30 years, with his body as a chess piece, he wins half a sun in heaven. Eldest son comparison. Memory retrospective. After the show appeared, the heat went all the way up. From initially overpowering the Spring Festival Gala on New Year's Eve, it went on to take the #1 spot in internet searches, internet buzz, and current event reviews straight afterward, breaking TV ratings, various news records. Now it's completely on fire. The program is being watched by more and more people, covering all ages and professions. In particular, each of these events, which were once historically real, multiple places were personally involved and affected, increasingly raising the heat of the program. Now, someone in a cadre sanatorium is also watching the news, his pale demeanor full of fear and despair. Bang! The TV was smashed, but the computer screen was still playing. Asshole! This good tactic. 30 years, 2 deaths in the district. 30 years of chasing this mad dog, laying out 30 years ago. By doing this, preparing to die together? Yes. In this moment, the enemy is still there and watching. This game of chess, spanning 3 decades and involving the body in the game, is officially drawn. The former grass seed, on this day, was transformed into a heavenly tree to right karma. Chapter 91, a battle spanning 30 years. Brain Interface Brainwave Program Research Team. Wei Solitary suddenly froze in a bit of a trance. She looked at the most amazing research project she now had in her hands, and the one that currently supported the most awards for her research, and fell into silence. From 2002, Prof. Luo began to imply himself, telling himself 4 years ago German 2 universities jointly developed, completed brainwave computer preliminary interaction, which is a new type of project, scientific research blue ocean. Then he himself started to invest in research the hard way, always pulling in new investments despite being very short of money and despite repeated failures, until finally, fame began to build in research and came to the fore. In the middle of 24, the results of the first version of the current brainwave memory retrospective test were finally available. You've been ready to connect to the brainwave device for a long time? The enemy is still out there, isn't it? Inside the hospital room, Wei Shengyang, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, landed his gaze on the hospital bed. Wei Flaw's side waist wound is hideous-like. For a moment, she just shuddered. The enemy is still there. 30 years on, the enemy is still prying. Pai Wei's solitary spirit also felt complicated, shocked listening to the sound coming from the brainwave instrument. A pair of hands that usually held the microphone firmly grew a little weak. She finally understood. Why was Wei Xiao clearly lifeless? His body nearly depleted and broken, and still able to live until now. Can't imagine what the hell Wei Xiao went on to do after 97. How? Exactly. Do you hold out until the brainwave device shows up and starts retracing memories? Ma Taigang and apprentice brother Zhao Jing were now both looking at Wei Xiao as well, their hearts raising huge waves. He was pale at Mate Harbor and also watched this memory retrospectively. Wei Xiao spent 30 years laying out his plans, and it is only now that they are beginning to be revealed. And the enemy has proven in time just how powerful. 30 years and still today. Who is the enemy? Tell me. Ma Tiegan's voice trembled, but he struggled to his feet, somewhat eagerly, his gray hair shaking. I've waited my whole life. At that moment the ward door was pushed open. Dong Ting, the former criminal investigation expert of Dongchang province, is now completely old, with gray temples. I'm waiting too. His footsteps trembled a little, and Dong Ting's eyes burned. Finally met you, comrade. In this moment, he pushed away his grandson's support and stood at attention. Salute. The retrospective picture continues. It's the end of November 97 now. The wind was dry and cold, curling up sand and scraping one's face raw. Wei Xiaoxiao was sitting in his office, while Lu Huangma was at Prof. Luo Guoqing's house. Today Luo Guoqing is retired but still hale and hearty. The phone is starting to connect. A central orchestra conductor and violinist? I do know them, but you'll have to tell me why. Luo Guoqing was a bit stunned, after which he lowered his head, scrutinizing the photo in his hand. The little girl holding the bunny doll had a sweet, innocent and warm smile. So Luo Guoqing's tone intensified. Why should I have to step in and find someone to adopt her? On the other end of the phone, the office fell into a brief silence, and after a moment, Wei Xiao smiled bitterly. Because I can't go. Now he's being watched by drug dealers and is apparently heading to Western Yunnan soon. Luo Guoqing gathered his posture, thinking of the black-haired teenager, and opened his mouth in a complicated manner. She's your sister, isn't she? Give me answers or I won't go. Lo is really sharp. Wei Flaw was silent for a long time, and his hoarse voice sounded again, with a few points of despair and determination. I'm going to end up with a person or a very scary force. A real one. I need to be orphaned. Must be an orphan. 2. The phone hangs up. Luo Guoqing silently arrives with Wei's solitary spirits photos and videos. Information. The conductor and violinist couple looked at the cute girl in the photo. Just the right age for innocence and a nice smile. They loved it. Afterwards, Luo Guoqing contacted the welfare organization and arrived at Wei's house. The one who opened the door was still Cheng Zhong, and now he was also much older. Hearing that the other party intends to adopt Wei Solitaire, Cheng Zhong clenches his fists, and in a flash loosens his hands again, helplessly silent. They're old and broke. The conductor was very refined, elegant and intellectual, gentle and courteous. Toy miniature microphones and harmoniums, and many dolls, were delivered to the door as gifts. Wei's solitary spirit hugged the rabbit doll and also looked at these gifts, excited and delighted, thinking about what Wei Flaw said that day. Then this bunny doll must have been given to me by them too? Definitely. The other party also played a violin piece. Smooth sound. Wei Solitaire more and more excited anticipation, but also some inferiority complex. Luo Guoqing looked on, suddenly thinking of what Wei Xiao had said earlier. He lowered his body and patted Wei Solitaire's small head. His smile was gentle and kind. You'll definitely be a singer in the limelight in the future. They are all true musicians and have participated in many performances for the great nation. Singer? At this moment, Wei's solitary spirit froze and also finally made up his mind. Then leave with them. Opening a new zone requires arranging for someone to keep an eye on Tenkai. Fishy and Mangan are still delivering messages now. Intelligence on the narc side needs to be called to attention at all times. The video room, billiard room, security team and welcome team will all continue to lay out the development plan. Now Wei Xia is very busy and needs to be arranged in all places. His body was weak, but he also got the news that Wei Soling had been adopted. Chung Kong, there was a supplier at the Lokocho department store who was Russian. Go his way. Spend a little more and get a better name brand electronic piano. Enough to spend nearly 10,000. A brand new electronic piano also began to send Luo Guoqing hands. Luo Guoqing gave the piano to Wei Soling in the name of a fundraising raffle. Leaving the photo, Wei Soling smiled happily and also began to learn basic music theory under the leadership of her foster parents. After that, Wei Xiaoxiao used a storefront in front of the school rent-free for 10 years as the price for Luoqiao Municipal Radio. To do a teenage radio program, Wei's solitary spirit was selected to broadcast as a member of the junior group singing group in the name of Being Drawn. Wei Soling began to understand music theory, and her singing and vocal skills continued to be perfected, emerging in her school. Afterwards, Wei Xiaoxiao chose to give half of the profits on negotiating the cooperation between the security team under his name and the nightclub. The premise is that the other party must host a 9 p.m. warm-up event and invite the children of the conductor and violinist of Loco Hill's current central orchestra to perform. Wei's solitary spirit fame began to go from school to society, although still limited to Luoqiao City, but began to have media interviews, called the child star. At the same time Wei Solitaire's adoptive parents are getting more and more surprised. Since adopting this daughter, they have received invitations for her to participate in folk song competitions at the City Cultural Center, invitations to play on the county singing stations, and invitations to warm up at nightclubs. Late at night, Wei Zhao's body was haggard, standing at the entrance of the alley, watching the gorgeous small building lit up. The violin sound gradually rhymes with the piano sound. Someone with a smile on their face began to correct the singing and vocalization, and many trophies could be seen far and wide on the walls. First place in the Junior Singers competition, Loco Hill's Little Star Trophy. The family looks happy. The Wei Flaw at the mouth of the alley left, silently, hidden from the cold wind. Chapter 92, They Treat Us Like Rats. In 97, the closer we got to the end of the year, the more ruthless Wei Flaw became. Inside the office, he began to amble around day and night, recording plans as he began to work on laying out the market. He wasn't going to remain confined to billiard parlors, video parlors, and now, they were involved in a new industry. Jade, along with economic development, luxury consumption will become a new profiteering industry. From the edge of contact with the channel began to process and sell jade. At the same time the jade store to obtain funds, then began to turn to Luo Guoqing held the holding of the Scientific Research Fund. Research funds and brain machine research associations are starting to get bigger. At the same time, Cozy Eye's video hall, Kamesa's billiard hall, etc. began to make a profit, and the money gained was invested in the brain machine research fund in addition to staff costs. Without exception, late at night, Wei Xiao was exhausted, rubbing his forehead, his eyes full of blood, and now they're still on to me. The other party has already begun to prepare their vehicles and should be leaving for Western Yunnan at the end of this month. Lu Huangmao clenched his fists, and the worry under his eyes grew heavier, but Wei Flaw didn't care, even though he was leaving soon. Before he was about to leave, Wei Xiao recalled Man Han and Fishboy, too dangerous. After the Tianhai Pharmaceuticals calcium tablet incident, he already knew that they alone could not bring down the other side. The singing now resonates across the stage as Wei Flaw begins to set up his new assignment. First, Hong Kong Island is about to return. Cantonese songs and that entertainment industry are far ahead in development and are bound to be all the rage. So you guys start spending money to have Cantonese and local song and dance programs select Xiaoling to sing and perform in the name of invitation. Secondly, Fish, you are responsible for inviting Xiaoling to record a demo tape in the name of a talent scout and pitch it to the two record labels, Pacific and New Age. Thirdly, Manhwa, you find someone to customize sequined performance clothes in a Wenzhou clothing factory, and after that use the name of opening a store and start selling them across the street from Xiaoling's house. Fourth, Yangtze River. This is the dance teacher business card of the Cultural Palace. Use the name of tutoring experience. Let her take a little spirit, and then eventually use the name of appreciation. Accept the little spirit, the price she can set by herself. The main thing is to teach the little spirit to enhance the typhoon. All the arrangements were completed, and in the crowd, Wei Xiao turned her head and looked at the little girl who was singing tenderly on the stage with a soft smile. There were media outlets around taking photos and people applauding. The spotlight is on the stars and they shine brightly. Mangan and Fishboy were a bit silent, watching the show and looking back at the boss as well, their minds heavy. Willow Yellow Hair clenched her fists, applauding and hooting as the compliments converged. The shutter press is crisp. Boss, you're the one who should be standing here, right in the middle of the stage. It's your radiance and awesomeness that deserves all this applause and attention. He mumbled something, only his voice grew more bitter, and eventually faded into the crowd's cacophony. As in the past, the stunning teenager gradually disappeared. Sekbei, the instruments sound slow and harsh. At least the sound was hard to hear compared to Wei Solitaire's exposure to various musical instruments since she was a child. But now, standing in front of the hospital bed, she was suddenly silent, like a dream. November 97. Which she always considered to be the most important turning point in her life. Foster parents take themselves away. From there, it started with expensive name-brand electric pianos. This is followed by invitations to sing from various companies. Singing program invitations, county level, and city level. Even she remembers that her adoptive father was happy that day and said so at home. A relationship didn't run before, but today they suddenly reached out to the family. The other party not only curbed the previous arrogance, but also uncharacteristically sent a lot of gifts, seemingly very humble and terrified. It turns out that behind all the good fortune, it was Lu Huangmao who led the bribery, solicitation, and threats, even directly pinching the other side of the black material, forcing the other side to give themselves resources. Myself, never had much luck, right? So, my top pick is you? Wei Solitary Spirit's face was pale as she looked at the hospital bed. Dong Ting's voice was pale and complex as he also looked at the screen. Behind your good fortune is his dominance and shock. In 97, he already had a lot of energy, but he barely left himself any. Jitterbugs, headline pop-ups have been popping up and shocking to watch. Where he's going, Western Yunnan, a drug dealer's stronghold, and he might even die. Wei's son didn't care if he lived or died, he still cared about his family, and his brainwaves afterward. As evidence and the last move, he's raising money, he's prepared for the worst. Jitterbugs, beeps, taking advantage of the heat of the live broadcast, one after another began to analyze the discussion of the big anchors. Jitterbug Live even has a couple of sociology professors who turn on the 9-box analysis. Who exactly is it that Wei Flaw is dealing with? According to him, the enemy is still around right now. So is the other side watching as the heat has skyrocketed this time? Just from the fact that Tianhai Pharmaceuticals retreated from the storm in one piece, it can be seen that the other party is really strong, and after 30 years have passed, it's hard to say if the other party will hide even deeper. If the other side is watching as well, then Wei Flaw's move will be an extermination. Beep, an upvoter is also watching. Shocked. Now how to deter that enemy behind the scenes is all in the memory of the man in the hospital bed. I wonder how much he's really mastered since 97. But we can be sure of one thing. What Wei Flaw remembers is true. It also means that once the information about the person behind the curtain emerges, the vision of the two people 30 years ago will be completely confirmed. Use memories as evidence to accomplish a shocking capture. Nursing homes. The color scheme is plain, but it's in all the right conditions, with a year-round heated pool, sandy beach, dense forest, and everything in between. There are even near luxurious yachts parked. It says it's a sanatorium, but it's almost comparable to a large luxury resort. A few old men sat among them, but they did not have the slightest bit of complacency or enjoyment in mind. Now they were all looking at the screen. Some were grimacing, some were clenching their teeth in anger, some had complex expressions, and some were calm and indifferent. 30 years, this kid is really tough. Now that the eldest son is comparing memories retroactively, the heat can't even keep the TV stations down. There's a real potential for a big mess in front of the country once things come to light. In the crowd, An old man snapped, his voice devoid of emotion. Get someone to do him and destroy Cerebro. I'd like to see what else he can use as evidence. Many people frowned and didn't say anything. Another slim old man also growled and spoke with anger. Maybe Wei Flaw really knows something. When the time comes, they'll have to die together. No way. We had little to no contact with those gophers and would never have been exposed. The retort rang out, only it didn't seem as firm. They all saw the ruthlessness and meticulousness of this eldest son of the Wei family. What if, in case he does manage to drag everyone down with him before he dies? Chill rose from the bottom of his heart and gradually spread. This life they've played all their lives. Set up countless games and won every single one of them. They come from families that are invincible, with powers that are contrary to the heavens, and have never been intelligent. But now, there was such a person, like a viper, who began to launch a general attack on them. The coldness dispersed again, and it actually pierced the bones. Chapter 93, The Mouse's Resistance. Memory retrospectives continue to appear. The sound of shutterbugs was still ringing in the crowd. Willow Yellow Hair took out the photo, shook it vigorously, and handed it to the boss. Wei Flaw watched the little girl up there singing earnestly, steady on the stage, and smiled with satisfaction. Afterward, while the show was still going on, he left through the back door with Lu Huangmao and Manhwan. Little Life Video Office. There was now a lot of information in front of the desktop, all of which was newly collected. It's also the profile that Loco Hills has worked with more times than any other. The light was bright and harsh. Wei Zhao's fingertips tapped the information gently, thinking. He hadn't smoked in private for a long time since Wei Solitaire didn't like him smoking before. Manhwan, from now on, don't keep sending raw materials. Over there we'll forge a fake certificate of your DUI death. And Fish Boy, when the time comes, make it look like you've been out and been robbed and disappeared. Don't show your face in drug dealer circles for a while after that so you won't be recognized. Wei Xiao finally spoke, and Manhwan froze, then became a bit anxious. I'm close to getting the key information. The person told me to deliver to the new location in a few days. Before the words left his mouth, the stern voice directly interrupted. I said, enough. Now these people are like rabid dogs. Next, it's my turn. His voice was hoarse, but Wei Chi's eyes were cold. Mangan was silent for a long time and nodded helplessly, also looking on with some concern. Boss, what are you doing? This time Wei Flaw didn't respond. He just calmly flipped through the information and started arranging the new task. The desktop held two pieces of information, and with the sight of them began to reveal the words in them. Zhang Weiman, Section Chief of the Water and Power Division of Lakia City, Sand and Gravel Monopoly Merchant in Loco Hills. Huang Zili. Wei Flaw handed out the information, one to Lu Huangmao and one to Manhwan, his expression gradually darkening. What will you do when I'm gone? What about younger siblings? What about the brothers under the hand? You need shelter. I don't believe in favors, but I don't want to hurt good people. So all I can do is threaten them, grab them by the handles, and force them to side with you. Zhang Weiman, Section Chief of the Water and Electricity Division. The drug factory was previously restructured, and $2,200,000 of public assets were stolen. This file packet, which contains the original record of his forged signature. According to the investigation, he will go to the Star and Moon Tea House in Kaisen District every month, meet with his lover and divide the subsidy. And Manhwan is responsible for going to the investigation to record the recordings, and afterward keep the recordings and pass them on with a secret threat. Huang Zili, a monopoly businessman in the sand and gravel industry in Luoqiao City, overloaded the fleet in '95 and ran over a farmer, and the other party suffered a gunshot wound by Huang Zili with his men after a letter. The folder has the petition materials, the original mediation paperwork, and the private accountant's fingerprints. Chung Kong, you are responsible for traveling and threatening by all means. The two men were instructed to start leaving. Star and Moon Tea House. A miniature tape recorder in the hands of a Manchu in waiter's clothing was placed in the corner of the room, after which he left. Until late at night, Mangan takes out the tape and plays it. Inside, it was clear that Zhang Weiman and his lover were discussing the division of the subsidies dialogue. Manhwan started copying the tapes, burying the originals under an old camphor tree, along with Zhang Weiman's handwritten agenda and crushed tea leaves for bioverification evidence. The next day, Mangan arrives at the kindergarten, disguised as a parent picking up a child. Taking advantage of the mixed flow of people around him, he quickly glued the duplicate tape to the inside of Zhang Weiman's grandson's schoolbag and quickly left. In the evening, happily watching his grandson go home, Zhang Weiman took over the schoolbag. Before he could speak, he saw being pasted tape. His face changed slightly, sensing that something was wrong, and he began to play Dead Ghost. This point still have to fight. The remaining money of the drug factory is more than $2 million. You still want to swallow all. Zhang Weiman's forehead was sweating madly. But the other party did not leave a message, and this evidence is obviously a copy of the version as well. For a moment, Zhang Weiman's face was hideously twisted and he called everyone in the house. Who leaked the information? Asshole, who's been told? The other side. Willow yellow hair began to move as well. The villa doorbell was rung. Huang Zili's wife was puzzled to open the courier, and her face was ugly. A broken fingernail. An end page of a compensation list with compensation information that blatantly involves human life. Meanwhile, a number of villagers were converging at the village hall. What is stuck to the public notice board is a half list of compensation lives, with no dollar portion shown. Some people are talking about what kind of compensation this is. Sharp-eyed note the word Huang Zi. Think of the village that sand and gravel tycoon. A moment of discussion. He also apparently received a phone call from his wife, and at the same time knew that the report was posted on the public notice board. Now he had a hard look on his face as he looked at the papers that had just been newly delivered and designated for his own unsealing. Above is a complete scan of the station's address, accompanied by a copy of the material. Written on it is a follow-up material to the Provincial Inspector's Office registration number return receipt. Huang Zili ruthlessly rubbed it to pieces in shock and anger. It took him a lot of effort to use all his contacts to suppress the incident in the first place. Now it was actually known. The other party had not exposed it, but it had clutched his lifeblood, and he didn't even know who the other guy was or what he wanted. A strange phone call came in from Pepe. Remember, if there is a need on this side, you must strike immediately. Huang Zili clenched his teeth helplessly, but he didn't dare to ask and could only nod his head in agreement. It wasn't until the phone hung up that it shattered hard on the floor. Asshole, who the hell is it? While he was there, Wei Flaw looked at the two pieces of information evidence in his hand. One is the Black Power, Huang Zili, and the other is the official Zhang Weiman. Now, both sides are finally getting the call to start taking sides. He was shaking and the headlines were blowing up. Worthy of being Wei Flaw, as decisive and unusual as a madman. He also left a few cards for his younger siblings and Lu Huangmao before he left. Using different methods to target different people, not only do they hold the other side tightly, but not showing up also makes the other side fearful and completely tied to their chariot. What a fierce boy, with a delicate and meticulous mind, checking and balancing each other's forces and making the best use of the situation. No wonder he can lay down a chess game of 30 years. Both Huang Zili and Zhang Weiman have now become undercover agents on his side, so that even if he follows the drug dealers and leaves, he doesn't have to worry about his younger siblings and Lu Huangmao experiencing a crisis that he can't cope with. Ward, Dongting smiled. The smell of disinfectant water was pungent, and he coughed slightly as he stared at Wei Chou. This kid is still setting up for his family while he has time left at the end. His pale, cloudy eyes fell on the ward. Suited and booted Wei Pengsheng, trench coat flamboyant Wei Soliang, gown dazzling Wei Soling. It seemed everyone was radiantly bright and the crowd was gorgeous, as is their life. But Pei Dongting just withdrew his gaze and looked on with complexity. See more, he's going to start a new life altogether afterward. A life he loathes the most. It's also a narc gray man. The most tortured life. At the edge of the hospital bed, Wei Pingsheng froze. He looked at Wei Chuan, who was covered in wounds, aged and dried up, almost down to his bones. After that he'll start a new life? Isn't that enough? He suddenly broke down a little. Previously, Wei Xiaoxiao had time and time again played with drug dealers, killing them and hitting them hard. Isn't that enough? He clenched his fists and looked at the hospital bed. His middle-aged withered posture, his eyes gradually bloodshot. Those before were just the beginning. Wei Flaw. You. Wei Pingsheng didn't know what to say. He only felt silence because it was beyond his cognitive system. Because all Wei Xiaoxiao was dealing with were people who were outside the rules. This kind of person is crazy. The devil. It's the destroyer from hell. Can he really win this long battle? Or do you also transform yourself into a demon in it and die a double death with it? Chapter 94 Evidence from over 20 years ago. Early December 97. Memory flashbacks appear new. Open new areas. Old warehouses of the distillery. The economic development of the general situation began to rent. The brick walls were neat, and inside there were piles of wine jars everywhere. But they were empty. Wei Xiao followed the drug dealer, Tiger, all the way to the arrival. This time he was invited to come and watch guys. The roll-up door was lifted, and with a piercing sound, who led Wei Chou all the way through the wine altar. Inside, the disfigured bald man wore a thick jacket and a cotton cap on his head, eyeing Wei Flaw's arrival. He grinned. Coming? I'll show you the world today. Wei Flaw was drinking, and the moment the voice sounded, the fingertips that clutched the bottle suddenly turned white. He didn't forget. That's the sound. Taking a large gulp of wine, Wei Xiao desperately tried to hide his abnormality, his feet unconsciously moving closer as he began to discern details. 2 years ago, in the mining town of Luoqiu City, the Wei family's old mansion, A bald man drove a van and crashed through the gate. He was about 5 feet 7 inches and had a stocky build. The accent has a distinctive Dienbian sound. Arms, half a scorpion tattoo vaguely emerged from the cuffs as he walked. Wei Flaw shivered a little. He was thrilled. The image of New Year's Eve '95 flooded his mind at one point, and several times his hand unconsciously reached for the dagger at his waist, and then he forced himself to suppress it and stop. He wanted to do it. No, you can't do it, Wei Flaw told himself in his mind, his eyes gradually grimacing as they filled with blood. The bald middle-aged man hasn't come out yet, and that asshole is the one who's hiding the most. So he swallowed his drink in one big gulp, letting the fiery pain travel all the way down his esophagus and into his stomach. Wei Flaw followed behind the two and continued through, arriving at the deepest part of the distillery warehouse. As an inconspicuous rusty iron door was pushed open, Wei Xiao changed his face. The walls have been remodeled. More than a dozen handguns, of all types, and even the usual rifles of Western Yunnan can be seen. Modified SUV with more than a few grenades, padded tires, and blast glass. These are weapons that were gotten in Southeast Asia. Even Wei Xiao could not help but contract his pupils and narrow his eyes. Jitterbugs, tweets, and headlines are popping up all over the place at the moment. Is this the strength of that group of drug dealers in '97? These high-powered anti-personnel weapons can affect the safety of almost hundreds of people once they appear in the city. They really are all crazy. Such a force, or as a drug cartel downline, can't imagine what's behind them. It seems that the other side has more mature and hidden transportation routes. So it turns out that what Wei Flaw has always been fighting against is actually such a force. The image was almost frozen. Trackback continues. The bald head led Wei Flaw all the way forward and also began to introduce. There were only 7 people in the warehouse now, except for Wei Xiao and the bald head. A man in his 40s who looks smart. Drug dealers call him Uncle Cohen. The one who arrived here with Wei Flaw was Tiger, the horseman who doesn't touch drugs. There are 3 others with distinct Southeast Asian characteristics. The bald heads called him Dong, Nan, and Shi. Didn't get any real valid names. They were all nicknames. A few people watched in amusement, and the bald man even got his hands dirty disassembling and assembling 2 firearms. The mighty weapon appeared coldly, and its aura became more and more oppressive. Wei Flaw, who had relied on a lot of alcohol along the way to hide his abnormality, walked out of the warehouse, alcohol churning in his chest. He vomited frantically and inhaled, before stumbling back to his room and taking a shower. The pinholes in his arms blurred in the watery mist of the mirror. He grimaced and lit a cigarette, frantically ironing away the pinhole marks in his flesh. A bone-deep disgust that couldn't be hidden. Hot water rushes and rolls from scalded flesh and blood with sharp pain. After that, Wei Xiao also got organized again and started to meet up with Uncle Kuan, bald head, and Ahu. The market form began to change as a result of reform and opening up. The drug dealers are also planning to have a seizure under the Tianhai Pharmaceuticals, so they are ready to let the drug run wild for good. Representatives from all over White City, Yeqing, and He City are pulling channels. Wei Flaw, also led by the bald trio, began to roam the Mona nightclub to find the big boss who touched the drugs. I don't get to say whether these goods are pure or not. Everybody taste it. The bald man's voice was hoarse, and Wei Flaw took the lead. His eyes almost morbidly excited as he poured the pills into a glass of wine and drank it down. Afterwards, swinging his arms and losing his temper and chanting. The lights were dimmed and the smell of alcohol and vapors spread wildly. A host of big bosses followed suit with excitement, followed by out-of-focus eyes and shouts of insanity. The music was deafening. Wei Flaw desperately tried to stay awake, suppressing the sensory chaos that was gradually expanding in his mind, while enjoying himself maniacally, shouting and laughing wildly. Record everything as you go. Pete, the jitterbug live streaming pop-ups rocked. Crazy. Wei Flaw now chooses to fall into complete darkness, laying out a search for the person behind it. His body is on the verge of collapse. Unlike his peers, not only has he stopped developing, but he has dark wounds all over him. So I'm afraid he won't live much longer. Lay out for a long year. Many times intentionally dipped. Now Wei Xiao finally penetrated into the other side. Began to lurk. The modern police began to look for clues. Right. Those who touched the drug. All appeared in the memory screen. The eldest son comparison has been hot since the beginning of the variety show. Specialists in various fields such as sociology, psychology, and criminology began to study it. The police also began to deploy the investigation, in accordance with the Wei Flaw memory screen as incriminating evidence extraction. At one point, the heat level exceeded 10 million. A new scene is synchronized. At the nightclub, Wei Flaw, being the first to touch drugs and alcohol, quickly loses his temper. The eyes relax and seem somewhat unable to control their emotions. Because of a verbal argument with one of the big bosses, Wei Xiao clenched his fists fiercely, swung, and wrestled with several people. Fingernails raked through the flesh of these men. and their clothes were stained with each other's blood. Wei Xiao was weak and was beaten up. Tiger and Baldhead angrily scold this mad dog and throw him out of the nightclub. Tramp! Bastard! Come out! At the entrance of the nightclub, Wei Xiao wiped a nosebleed and roared maniacally, seemingly defiant. It wasn't until Baldhead and Tiger left and Wei Xiao stumbled back to his small room, double-checking that no one was following him, that he finally regained his senses. The first time will come to the nail residual dermatophyte tissue, stained with blood, clothes put away and wrapped in the light. He thought for a long time and left with the evidence. The nameless valley is cold. The cold wind blew as Wei Flaw looked at his parents' tombstones, burying the DNA of these criminals underneath them, and he also told Yellow Hair about the information here. Now there are two ways out. The cold wind stung his bones, and his torso hurt from the bruises, but Wei Cho desperately stood up straight. If I don't finish, at least there's the Yangtze River to deliver the evidence to. Even 10, 15, 20 years. Someone will definitely know later. The teenager fell away, and spoke to the air, also determinedly. Modern police have become concerned, noting that Wei Flaw wrapped layers of leftover dander tissue in bloodstained clothing and buried them at the edge of a barren grave. Some people are shocked. Quickly, now get to the scene at once, and forbid the destruction of the traces. For some reason, the backhanders on Yellow Hair's side seem to have disappeared, because they went through the files and couldn't find any record of Yellow Hair reporting and submitting exhibits. But the good thing is that they are under the tombstone of Wei Flaw's parents. Following the memory to trace the picture records, the police find the evidence that was wrapped. Artificial amber, plus the addition of formaldehyde chemicals to immobilize DNA and inhibit the activity of DNA-degrading enzymes. There is very little residue, but enough. Headlines, Twitter pop-ups rocked Pepe. Traces are still there. Wei Flaw has already begun preserving all traces of residual DNA. That's what he's going to do when he infiltrates the other side. He began to take on drug dealers, and after finding a way out for all his family, he gave it all up. How can such a man, who is more ruthless to himself than to his enemies, and even goes so far as to ruin his own life with his own hands, spare any villain? Chapter 95, Did you get the doll? Ward. Wei Solo's eyes were bright, staring at the screen. The young man was bruised all over in the cold wind, but he still stood upright in front of his parents' grave, muttering to himself at the tombstone in a determined tone. She could never forget this scene in her life. Wei Xia thought it would take 10 years, 15 years, and the police would always obtain the evidence. But it was 30 years before the police obtained this evidence, through the brain-machine technology he initially pushed in secret. At that time, Wei Solo turned his head and looked at Wei Cho in the last moments of his life in the hospital bed, and his fists clenched unnaturally and violently. He's been waiting for this day. Must have waited a long time. Wei's solitary spirit was also looking at memory trace, but her eyes shook a little. There have been many spontaneous trips to the valley's unmarked tombstone on Shake Shack. There are still police over there extracting evidence and tracing the footage according to Wei Flaw's memory. There are 2 people buried there, and in her, the blood of those 2 men, the star of the stage, who had always been a steady, confident, shining star was now breathing a little too hard and suddenly felt breathless. I want to see my parents. She pointed to the screen and spoke with complexity. Wei Solitary nodded his head and took Wei Solitary with him as he began to drive there. She wanted to see it too, even though they had almost forgotten what the 2 looked like in the past 30 years. The interior is simple and luxurious, and on the LCD screen, it also plays the eldest son comparing memories retrospectively. New images began to appear in the eyes of both men. Late 97. Under the environment of reform and opening up, there are signs of selling New Year's goods in every household in Lakia City. And Wei Flaw was known as a sick dog on the road because he touched drugs and engaged in drunkenness and fights with several drug dealers during this period. Until Sun Bin, the external representative of Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group, came. What a thing to do. You kid, those are our really big customers. What about you fighting with them and making a scene? Sun Bin looked at the dazed Wei Cho, his gaze moving from the face wound to the other party's arm bruise. Frowning. Previously, Wei Flaw had saved him and his mistress with his life, and he did begin to accept Wei Flaw as a friend. Drug dealers have very few friends, so he was a bit hateful and persuaded Wei Xiao. After all, they'll both have to rely on each other for food in the future. Wei Flaw didn't say anything, skimming his mouth and looking brash. It doesn't seem to matter. Sun Bin was somewhat helpless and could only shake his head and leave. Now once again awake from his previous groggy state, Wei Flaw made sure the other man was gone and began to take out one of the glass bottles. Glass vials are a common chemistry class supply on the market and hold various tissues such as blood, dander, or hair from each character. There were also labels on it, and Wei Xiao carefully negotiated each name. Boss of Chunhua nightclub, Ma Yuan, age 37, illegal possession of 6 firearms, suspected of maiming 2 people due to monopolizing the business. Intentional injury resulting in the death of one person. Involved in drugs. Evidence of firearms hidden in a hidden compartment under the sofa in the 302 room of Chunhua nightclub. And bloodstain records are as follows. Nine Dragons business owner. Lu Minfu, age 44, suspected of extortion, coercion, allowing others to touch drugs, and intentionally injuring 6 people resulting in permanent disability. Huaxian real estate owner. Zhang Shuichang, age 51. The room was dimly lit. Wei Xiao carefully recorded everything, and then carefully put away all the bottles and held them in his arms. Afterwards, at his signal, a serious fight broke out at the Cozy Eye Video Hall. On one side, there are the old city muckrakers, and on the other side, there is a security team that is gradually changing the structure of the industry. The two sides fought out their fires, and soon the video room was ablaze with a large fire. No one noticed in the panic that someone had left in a hurry while the night was still young. With the bottle in hand, Wei Xiao stood on the other side of the old alley, and Lu Huangma was there this time. Go do some shopping. The Loco Hills department store is still open. There's a bunny doll in there. White and pretty. Words to hear obvious pause. Wei Flaw hoarse voice with a few points of warmth and softness. Unlike the ruthless man who didn't change his face in front of drug dealers and fought several times to the death. Willow Yellow Hair didn't know why the boss suddenly said that, but he didn't ask. When Big tells him to go, he goes. A small raw video hall. Screaming and chaotic. Some people were still fighting. Others were putting out fires. And there was even a mess as surrounding residents called the police. The firelight reflected in Wei Xiao pupils, and there was gradually a hint of warm color in the deep obscurity. Willow Yellow Hair quickly rushed back with brand new bunny dolls. Wei Xiao wrapped it in layers and flattened it together with the pink bow, not creasing it. After that he takes the bottle and the bunny doll and starts to arrive in the valley where his parents' graves are located. The winds of the night pierced through the barren woods, and unknown beasts howled, accompanied by the shrill sound of crows. The teenager stood in front of the grave and began to dig through the dirt. The glass bottles and bunny dolls were wrapped in layers, pumped out of the air, and carefully preserved in a steel box. Wei Flaw's nails were covered with dirt, but he didn't care, just a giggle at which. Spirit, will you see it later? Brother wants to visit you. But the other side is watching too closely. The city is dangerous, and the only way to get rid of them is in the wilderness. In the night wind, the teenager pushes the dirt up. The pure white fluffy bunny doll completely disappeared from his sight at this moment. Only weeds remain on the ground, standing barren in the wilderness, waving in the wind. Modern. In front of the grave, a vehicle stopped. There were many people who had previously clocked in to pay their respects, but because of the police lockdown and the unearthing of evidence, the site was deserted except for a large number of flowers and greeting cards left behind. Wei Solitaire and Wei Solitaire got out of the car and looked at the scene in front of them. The valley is barren, and the two tombstones leave no names, only traces of moss that tell of long, lonely years here. That's their mom and dad. The police were still digging, and someone saw the two men, frowned, but didn't stop them. These two, they knew, were the sisters of the son of that Wei family whose memory traced back, also the daughter of the two men in the unmarked tombstone. The iron chest is now rusted, and the police took away the bottle in which the information was recorded, as well as DNA preserved in artificial amber. The scene was soon left with only the remains of the crate. Inside was another bag wrapped in layers and covered in dust. Wei Solitary Spirit's feet stumbled for a split second. Stumbling and running ahead, she reached out, shaking a little, and opened the package. A stuffed doll. Bunny dolls. The doll is new, and the passage of time has only faded the color of this doll a few times. A real touch came from his palm, and Wei Solitaire suddenly froze, like the year when my younger self had a brand new bunny doll of her own for the first time. It was the first light of her life. Warmth shone on her for the rest of her life afterward. The doll was light, but at the moment she was actually a little unsteady with it, because there have been teenagers in the valley, buried with their own hands, to send the most precious and unforgiving. Wei Solitary suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to the tombstone. Gorgeous expensive trench coat stained with dirt. There was also mud on the white delicate forehead. She didn't care. She was just in a bit of a trance, looking at the tombstone. It seems to see images of yesteryear. 27 years ago, that degenerate son of the Wei family in everyone's eyes was alone on a cold night, burying evidence and dolls. The teenager's shadow was drawn long by the starlight and moonlight. It covers almost half of their lives. Chapter 96. What's your name? Modern. Police began making arrests after digging for evidence of the crime at the edge of the grave. Industry City Dinghua Nursing Home. A balding old man who was playing chess looked in panic at the police who rushed into the scene. What are you doing? Former legal entity of Chunhua Entertainment. Ma Yuan. Suspected of illegal gun possession. Intentional injury causing death. Drug related. Take it away. The other side. Riching Huafu, Villa area. There was a knock on the door, and the figure in the wheelchair looked at the officer with obvious disorientation in his eyes. Nine Dragons trading boss, Lu Minfu, was suspected of extortion, coercion, allowing others to touch drugs, and intentionally injuring 6 people, resulting in lifelong disabilities in '97. Come with us. The police did not cover up the arrest and synchronized the live footage. In '97, and Wei Flaw touched drugs, beating a group of people, excluding those who have died. All were pulled out from various places by the police to complete the arrest. The pop-ups were rocking at this point as well. What a ruthless tactic. After 30 years, the tactics left behind by Wei Xiao continue. Ward Dongting was also looking at the new screen with a complicated expression. These are just getting started. Wei Flaw's real tactic is to deter, or even force, the real provincial masterminds behind the scenes to appear and make them despair. Because the brainwave retrospective images came up and really started to serve as incriminating evidence for police arrests, but he had a long life ahead of him, with an extremely large number of memories. Arresting these people now will put those behind the scenes in fear and trepidation. This is Wei Flaw's judgment on them. It was a charge he started alone. Wei Pengsheng was completely shocked. This layout, which has spread over 3 decades, is a grassy snake. Knowing that he could not shake the other party alone, Wei Xiao did not give up, but instead chose to continue in another way. Even if the stakes were his own life, he'd bet those people would be brought down. The pop-ups were equally complex at this moment. 30 years on, the two sides are still continuing their previous duel. Everyone in this showdown is a true master of the mind. Tit for tat, step for step. Now the gaming continues. A new scene appears. This is a very high-specification nursing home, where the average person can't even imagine the high-end standard of retirement. From top-notch medical staff to a complimentary system of retirement protection, it has it all. A group of older men were still converging, some with newspapers in their hands, others watching the network news. There were also people playing chess and drinking tea, relaxed and fearless. It seemed that this layout of Wei Flaw, which spanned 3 decades, had no effect on them other than the initial marveling at his meticulous mind and far-reaching layout. The top families, the most complex web of interests, the smartest chess players, their life, they haven't lost. But now, there are cups that accidentally fall, scattering valuable tea leaves all over the place. The newspaper slipped silently from his hands, revealing that they don't seem to be as calm on the inside as they appear to be on the outside. The complex expression passed in a flash and resumed once more, leaving only a trace of oppressive aura that lingered within the sanatorium. There was an old man with gray hair who raised his eyes and looked at the memory flashback image of the teenager burying the evidence, his eyes scornful and his voice cold. Little brat, you're much better than your father. But, I don't believe you can dig me, because you have no idea what you're up against. Exactly. Memory retrospective images were reflected in the old man's eyes. Now for the synchronized timeline. Eldest son of Wei Pengzhang simulation. The picture unfolds. In this year, Wei Pengzhang began to frequent the public gate, but he still hasn't gained any status, because with his previous knowledge of politics, he helped the official who sheltered him solve several problems in the development and construction of the city. And now, he is the man behind the official, but he also began to fall. By virtue of deception, a large number of investments were allowed to settle in the hands of officials, from which they extracted benefits to support their younger siblings. Late at night, Wei Pengzhang had a glass of wine in front of him and looked hesitant. He was facing a choice. The other side let him choose. On the one hand, you have your own future, and on the other hand, you have your younger siblings. Eventually Wei Pengzhang left, despondent, exhausted, and resigned. He gave up his future and went home. He chose a younger sibling. The phone calls kept coming. My siblings passed on the news and complained when they were sent away. Wei Pengzhang impatiently hung up the phone, his eyes empty, looking at the rain in front of him, let them soak through the clothes, bewildered at what to do. December 97. The future is like a curtain of rain that streaks across the sky, not seeing the light of day. Pop-ups began to appear at that moment. You can't take a step back in this day and age. It's harsh, but it's the truth. Wei Pengzhang lost, and now Wei Pengzhang is also starting to stop. They are completely unaware that the reason Wei Xiao is still able to engage the drug dealers is because he never stops. From the beginning to the end, he keeps moving forward, only by advancing. Can we fight? Timeline synchronization. Memory of the eldest son of Wei Xiu retrospectively. It's mid-December. Wei Xiao was arrested and charged with mobbing. Someone in the crowd lowered the brim of his hat. That's the head of the Loco Hills Anti-Narcotics Brigade, Ma Taigang. Along the way, Ma Taigang was pondering how to open his mouth later and ask Wei Flaw about the drug dealer's internal plans, so he grabbed it for brawling and wanted a chance to question it. Only he did not expect. Originally honestly arrested Wei Flaw suddenly stormed. broke free from the police restraints, straight away grabbed a van, frantically fleeing the scene. He's crazy! With an angry roar, Ma Taigang looked on in disbelief with an iron color. Dong Ting also got the news, but he didn't first wonder if the other party was a degenerate. Instead he looked at Ma Taigang. He must have something in mind. He knew that the willpower of a man willing to run through his own flesh and blood to gain information would not be broken by decay. This young man has the hardest of bones, but he also had a bad feeling. The van barreled along until it left the core of the Kaishan district. Wei Xiaoxiao looked for an opportunity. The vehicle was very slow, driving past the small house where the conductor's house was located. The decor is gorgeous and warm. Warm yellow light with simple atmospheric style decoration. Opulent. Wei Solitaire is still learning the piano and has a gorgeous dress. Like a little princess. She's had a good life. Just been lonely looking at something. The night was too dim for Wei Xiao to see. The vehicle began to accelerate. And seeing that there was a roadblock ahead, Wei Xiaoxiao deliberately drove into it. He was arrested again afterward. Ma Taigang looked at the van, frowned, and spoke domineeringly. Are you leaving? Don't go with them. Just eliminate their downline in Loco Hills. Wei Flaw looked at the other party's eyes with worry and complicated eyes. Ma Taigang suddenly thought of earlier, that calcium tablet from Tian Hai. A frown creased his brow at the thought of the punk informant paying a price for access to the drugs, and he spoke again, his tone heavier. You can't go. Standing in front of himself was the captain of the narcotics police in Loco Hills, iron-faced and unselfish Matthew Harbour. Wei Flaw suddenly smiled and got out of the car. Ma Taigang gritted his teeth and looked at the teenager's back as he left. What the hell is your name? He knew that the other party must not be He Xiaodong. The sky was overcast and suddenly a light rain began to fall. The teenager didn't turn around, and crashed straight into the rain, his back gradually blurring. He just waved his hand, his raspy voice mingling with the rain. Code name, 2943. At this moment, the back dissipated in the rain and left with determination.